As everyone turned into a blood mist, a pretty rain drifted towards the ground below. Zhang Yin and the others were shocked. Sword chi moving based on one's intent, killing several hundred venerables in a single second. Could he be a half-true saint? No. Is it possible that Huang Xiaolong has managed to bring so many half-true saints over to work under him? Huang Xiaolong had no idea about the thoughts that were running through their minds, and he asked, "Did you escape from the Zhuan Holy Gate?" As she snapped back to reality, tears rolled down Zhang Yin's face as she spoke about the treatment they had received in the past few years. As the few ladies talked about their experiences, they gnashed their teeth, and it was clear they wanted nothing more than to tear Zhang Tian to pieces. The expression on Huang Xiaolong's face turned frosty when he heard about what they had been through. "One of these days, I'll kill Zhang Tian myself. I will carve his flesh off his body piece by piece and feed him to the dogs." Zhang Yin spat. "There's no need to wait for the day to come," Huang Xiaolong spoke. "I'm going to kill Zhang Tian and Zhang Wuji now." As soon as he spoke, he brought Di Huai and the others towards the headquarters of the Zhuan Holy Gate. Zhang Yin and the other ladies stared at him in shock. Killing Zhang Tian right now. Zhang Yin started to panic, and she quickly called him back. "Hold it right there. Junior brother Huang. You can't enter the Holy Gate. Zhang Tian has already thrown in his lot with the Devil Palace, and Ninth Tribulation half-true saint experts from the Devil Palace are crawling all around the place. There's even an expert at the First Heaven True Saint realm holding the fort. You'll be sending yourself to the gates of hell if you enter now. You have to listen to me." Zhang Yin heavily emphasized the fact that there was a true saint in the Zhuan Holy Gate, as she was afraid Huang Xiaolong would be unwilling to give up. "Yeah, you don't have to throw your life away just to prove a point. It's never too late to take revenge. We should escape now and make plans for the future. One day, we'll be able to kill Zhang Tian and Zhang Wuji." Lu Xinxin and the others tried to persuade Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and snorted softly. He had long since learned about the presence of the true saint in the Zhuan Holy Gate. He also knew that there were 2 true saints in total. He had investigated everything thoroughly before entering the Zhuan Holy Gate. Zhang Yin started to panic when she saw how nonchalant Huang Xiaolong was. A First Heaven True Saint isn't something your subordinates can take on. Even though they are half-true saints, they are nothing in front of a true saint. "Junior brother Huang, we should leave immediately. Zhang Tian will learn about our escape soon, and more experts will be sent out to hunt us down." "That's right. Your Highness, you can't act impulsively," Lu Xinxin continued. A helpless smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face when he saw how adamant they were about running away. "Little girl, calm down. His Highness knows his limits." The departing sword sage could no longer hold back the sense of irritation in his heart, and he spoke to the ladies. As soon as he spoke, a huge group of experts shot straight towards them. There were at least several tens of thousands of them in the group, and the aura they emitted was terrifying. Zhang Yin and the other ladies revealed a look of fear when they saw the newcomers. The people leading the group of experts were Zhang Tian and Zhang Wuji. Zhang Tian had already turned into the biggest devil in their hearts after their tens of years of imprisonment. "Ha ha ha! Huang Xiaolong, there was a road to heaven, but you chose to barge through the gates of hell." Zhang Tian roared with laughter, and the mountain peaks around them started to shake. Zhang Tian was ecstatic. He had never expected Huang Xiaolong to return to the Zhuan Holy Grounds. When Zhang Shirlei was killed, tons of disciples had made a report to Zhang Tian. In the next moment, he had gathered all the experts under him to confront the enemy. Huang Xiaolong snickered when he saw the look of joy on Zhang Tian's face. "Why would I hide from you? I'll come whenever I wish." "Pretty big words for a stupid little brat," Zhang Tian chuckled. "Hee hee. Do you really think you can leave after entering the Zhuan Holy Gate?" His gaze landed on Di Huai, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Lord Di Huai, long time no see. You look good as always." Even though Zhang Yin and the other ladies had no idea who Di Huai was, Zhang Tian was extremely clear. However, he had no fear of Di Huai. After all, there were 2 late First Heaven True Saints from the Devil Palace backing him up. Moreover, both of them had the ability to challenge early Second Heaven true saints. As he had rushed over to confront Huang Xiaolong and the others, he had already notified both true saints. Di Huai was expressionless when he spoke to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, you're nothing but an ant in my eyes. If I wish to kill you, you'll be dead. Who gave you the guts to talk to me? If you kneel down to beg for death, His Highness might allow you to die a more comfortable death. Everyone stared at him in shock. It was especially so for those who didn't know who Di Huai was. Anger rushed to their heads, and they hollered in rage. Preposterous! How dare you speak to the young patriarch this way? Why aren't you kneeling in apology? Several experts screamed at Di Huai instantly. You dare to call our young patriarch an ant? Let's see how much stronger you are. Several family leaders, who had submitted to the Jiang family, screamed at Di Huai. In the next instant, they charged at him with the intention to kill. Even though they had only recently submitted to the Jiang family, they were no weaklings. There were Ninth Tribulation half-true saints among them, and there were even those at the peak of the mid-Ninth Tribulation half-true saint realm. Jiang Tian had even hosted a banquet for them when they had agreed to serve under the Jiang family. After all, a Ninth Tribulation half-true saint was already in existence at the peak of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. After seeing these dumbass rushing towards him, Di Huai merely exhaled lightly. Those rushing towards him swelled up like a ball and popped like a balloon soon after. Jiang Tian wanted to warn them of Di Huai's cultivation realm, but he was a step too late. When the other experts saw how their companions were killed with a single breath from Di Huai, they jumped in fright. True saint. That was the first thought that flashed through their minds. There was only a single possibility. No half-true saint could kill another half-true saint with a single breath, especially when the experts on their side were already at the Ninth Tribulation half-true saint realm. They took a step back in fear. Zhang Yin and the others stared at Di Huai with a face full of shock. Jiang Tian stared at Di Huai coldly and growled, Di Huai, you went too far. Let me tell you right now. I'm working under Lord Do Rue of the Devil Palace. Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly when he heard how confident Jiang Tian was. Are you trying to tell us that you're a big shot in the holy world now that you're working for Do Rue? Huang Xiaolong laughed. Do you really think that you're qualified to stand on the same level as Di Huai? Even ordinary true saints weren't able to hold their heads up high in front of Jiang Tian. Of course, everything stemmed from Do Rue's power in the Devil Palace. It was too bad Jiang Tian had chosen the wrong true saint to mess around with. Devil Chi surged through the space suddenly as a group of experts from the Devil Palace tore through the space. A look of joy appeared on Jiang Tian's face when he realized that the two true saints from the Devil Palace had arrived. The experts, who stood behind Jiang Tian, jumped in joy when they saw the appearance of the experts from the Devil Palace. Huang Xiaolong looked closely. These are the experts from the Devil Palace. The two leading the way are true saints from the Devil Palace. Their statuses in the Devil Palace are as high as the clouds in the sky. Even if the evolving dragon Holy Emperor comes, he would have to lower his head. Ha ha ha! Are you afraid now? Huang Xiaolong. So what if you're a disciple of the holy heavens? Jiang Tian raised his head to the skies and roared with laughter. Zhang Yin and the other ladies felt their bodies trembling in fear when the experts of the Devil Palace arrived. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled when he saw Jiang Tian's arrogant behavior. However, he felt that it was reasonable for Jiang Tian to act that way. It was truly an honor for a commoner to gain a superpower's favor. Jiang Tian probably felt that he was blessed by the heavens for someone like Do Rue to accept him as an underling. Hurry up and welcome the lords with me. Jiang Tian spoke to the experts behind him and they rushed over to greet the two true saints. Soon, the party from the Devil Palace arrived. Jiang Tian and Jiang Wuji greet Lord True Saints. Jiang Tian and Jiang Wuji spoke in unison, and they kneeled respectfully on the ground. They looked to be extremely experienced slaves when they greeted the members of the Devil Palace. Those behind them didn't hesitate to copy their actions. However, the only reason Jiang Tian and Jiang Wuji greeted them as Lord True Saints was because they didn't know the True Saints' names. When they were waiting for the members of the Devil Palace to acknowledge their existence, The two true saints shot past them without sparing them a single glance. After ignoring those from the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, they rushed over to Huang Xiaolong with cupped fists. Shan Yufeng and Yu Xiong'an greet your highness. Huang Xiaolong, we didn't know about your arrival, and we have failed as hosts. We hope for your highness forgiveness. The experts of the Devil Palace kneeled before Huang Xiaolong in unison. Jiang Tian and the rest stared at the scene before them with their jaws agape. They had no idea what had just happened. Zhang Yin and the others felt their eyes popping out of their sockets when they saw the actions of the two true saints from the Devil Palace. Did they just address Huang Xiaolong as His Highness? Why would the two true saints from the Devil Palace address Huang Xiaolong that way? They even seem a little afraid of him. Are the true saints of the Devil Palace afraid of Huang Xiaolong? How could they be afraid of a mere disciple of the holy heavens? Are they mistaken? Zhang Yin and the others didn't know what was happening. It was no wonder they were confused. After all, existences like the evolving dragon Holy Emperor had to lower their heads around the two true saints of the Devil Palace. Therefore, the two true saints were like gods in the eyes of Zhang Yin and the others. They had no idea why existences at their level would kneel in front of Huang Xiaolong. It was even worse when they noticed the looks of fear on the two true saints' faces. No one from the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate could understand the feeling in the hearts of those from the Devil Palace. Jiang Tian and the others might not have known of Huang Xiaolong's true status and ability, but as true saints from the Devil Palace, they were extremely clear about the monstrous existence that was Huang Xiaolong. It was also the reason why they had rushed over when Jiang Tian had notified them of Huang Xiaolong's arrival. As soon as they had received the news that Huang Xiaolong had arrived, they had rushed over without the slightest delay, just so they could welcome the man. It was true that the Devil Palace was at odds with the holy heavens, but not everyone in the Devil Palace had the guts to go against Huang Xiaolong. The reason Xie Bufan and the other devil princes dared to challenge Huang Xiaolong was because of the strength and status they possessed. For people like Shan Yufeng and Yu Xiong'an, they were ordinary first heaven true saints. They couldn't even compare themselves to half of Do Rui's strength. So why would they challenge Huang Xiaolong? Moreover, they had also learned that Huang Xiaolong had obtained the 5th position in the Trial of Blood. As a 4th tribulation half-true saint, Huang Xiaolong's possession of a holy soul had already rocked the entire holy world. Even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be able to scratch Huang Xiaolong. Even if that wasn't the case and they stood a chance against Huang Xiaolong, they could see that every single expert the other party had brought was in the true saint realm. When Shan Yufeng and Yu Xiong'an were in a state of panic, Jiang Tian broke the silence. Lords, did you make a mistake? He's my junior brother in the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. He's the one Lord Do Rui ordered for you to kill on sight. In the past, Do Rui had indeed passed down such an order. That was also the reason Jiang Tian had dared to slight Huang Xiaolong even after learning of his identity as a disciple of the holy heavens. After all, Do Rui would support him. However, Shan Yufeng and Yu Xiong'an felt their hearts skipping several beats when they heard what Jiang Tian said. Motherfucker, you're just a fucking slave. How dare you disrespect His Highness? You deserve to die. Shan Yufeng raised his arm and prepared to kill Jiang Tian in a single strike. He was afraid Jiang Tian's tongue would slip and anger Huang Xiaolong even more. If that happened, the two of them wouldn't be able to leave even if they apologized. However, a terrifying wave of energy stopped him from killing Jiang Tian. After looking at the person who had stopped him, Shan Yufeng realized that Di Huai had made a move. A cold snort rang in everyone's ears. His life belongs to His Highness. Without His Highness' order, how dare you try to kill him? Shan Yufeng jumped in fright, and he quickly apologized to Huang Xiaolong. I was too rash. Your Highness, please forgive me. Jiang Tian and the others felt the world spinning around them as darkness threatened to engulf them. Huang Xiaolong reached out and pointed at Jiang Tian before anyone could react. In the next instant, Jiang Tian realized that he was no longer able to move as the energy in his body was sealed up. Grabbing Jiang Tian, Huang Xiaolong stared at him coldly. You must be very curious right now. Fear overwhelmed Jiang Tian when he realized that things were no longer going in the direction he recognized. Huang, Huang Xiaolong, aren't you a disciple of the holy heavens? At that moment, even a retard would realize that Huang Xiaolong was no ordinary disciple from the holy heavens. Otherwise, the two true saints from the Devil Palace wouldn't be so afraid of him. Huang Xiaolong ignored Jiang Tian and asked a question of his own. I was thinking of a better way to kill you. Huang Xiaolong, I work for Lord Do Rue. You can't do anything to me. I know that you're Do Rue's dog. Huang Xiaolong interrupted him and sneered. However, I forgot to tell you that your Lord Do Rue has already died. What? Lord Do Rue died? Jiang Tian shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Lord Do Rue is a true saint. How can he die? You're lying. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to explain himself, and he pointed at Jiang Tian to destroy his saint attributes. Under Jiang Tian's desperate gaze, a trace of death qi entered his body. His body started to rot instantly and miserable shrieks rang through the air. After tossing him to the ground, Huang Xiaolong allowed him to writhe in agony. After turning to look at Jiang Wuji, Huang Xiaolong sent a slap over to end his miserable life. No longer bothering with the rest, Huang Xiaolong turned to Di Huai and the others. Kill the rest. Kill those from the Devil Palace too. Shan Yufeng and Yu Xiong'an looked at Huang Xiaolong as their expressions changed. Your Highness, we... Before the two true saints from the Devil Palace could speak, a terrifying wave of sword qi shot towards them. The departing sword sage Chunji, Yu Ming, and the others made their move. Shan Yufeng and Yu Xiong'an retreated hastily. By this time, miserable cries had already filled the air as countless experts from the Devil Palace were killed by the two true Saint Realm profound beasts. The two true saints from the Devil Palace stared at each other, and they came to a decision immediately. Leave! The two of them sped away as soon as they got the chance. However, the departing sword sage Chunji and Yu Ming had long expected them to do so. Hence, they obstructed them in an instant. With a wave from Di Huai, the experts who had submitted to the Jiang family exploded into a mist of blood. They were like fireworks in the night sky. Blood-red bursts filled the air as the stench of blood assaulted everyone. When Di Huai saw the looks of fear on the faces of those who had submitted to the Jiang family, he felt no pity. After all, they had conspired with the Devil Palace to kill the disciples of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. All of them had broken the rules laid down by the Holy Gate in the past, and they deserved to die because of that. When the true saints of the Devil Palace were stopped, a sense of irritation rose in their hearts as rage clouded their minds. Huang Xiaolong, we didn't offend you. Why are you hell-bent on killing us? Why do you have to be so ruthless? Shan Yufeng screamed. Huang Xiaolong snorted coldly. Bullshit. Don't you know that I was a disciple in the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate? Why did you kill the disciples of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate if you already knew that? If not for the Devil Palace, the members of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate wouldn't have died. Zhan Yufeng sucked in a cold breath. That was an order from Lord Do Rue. We had nothing to do with it. We were merely there to carry out orders. Yu Xiong'an tried to explain himself. Too lazy to listen to their reasons, Huang Xiaolong summoned the flying heaven's blood steel. With his holy soul, he sent it flying towards Yu Xiong'an. A miserable scream rang through the air, and a giant hole appeared in his body. Under the terrified gaze of everyone present, Yu Xiong'an started to shrivel, and after a short moment, only his bones were left. After the blood steel had sucked out all the blood essence from Yu Xiong'an's body, the runes swirling on its surface emitted brilliant rays of light. A golden figure emerged from Yu Xiong'an's shriveled-up body, and his holy soul tried to make its escape. Luckily for Huang Xiaolong, he was long prepared for something like that to happen. Before the holy soul could escape, Huang Xiaolong used his holy soul to trap it in the Black Corpse holy ring. With another sweep of his arm, he cleaned out Shan Yufeng and trapped his holy soul into the Black Corpse holy ring. The situation changed before any of the ladies could react. As they stood there with their mouths agape, they couldn't believe what they saw. Of course, they managed to notice Huang Xiaolong's display of strength despite their shock. He has a holy soul. Zhang Yin's eyes widened, and her eyeballs seemed to pop out from their sockets. Did my junior brother enter the true saint realm? He took 100 short years to enter the true saint realm from the sovereign realm. How is that even possible? Wait a minute, the saint fate hasn't even been born yet. How could Huang Xiaolong enter the true saint realm without fighting for the saint fate? The more she thought about it, the harder her head started to ache. Very quickly, Di Huai and the others killed everyone on the other side. The scene was extremely similar to the time when the Devil Palace had cleaned out the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. Miserable cries filled the skies. After they were done, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the Zhuiyuan treasury was still intact. He retrieved it and grabbed the treasures from the Jiang family before handing it over to Zhang Yin. Are you actually giving them to me? Zhang Yin didn't believe her eyes. The origin spiritual pills that piled up into a tiny hill distorted her vision. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. Even though the multitude of treasures he obtained were precious to others, they were useless to him. After handing them over to her, Huang Xiaolong hoped that Xing Yin would be able to continue the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate's legacy. However, it was evident that the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate was no longer a safe place to be. When he left, he brought the ladies and the surviving disciples of the old Zhuiyuan Holy Gate away. Several days later, they arrived at the Yuanshan Holy Grounds. Since the Yuanshan Holy Gate was a tiny power under the holy heavens, Huang Xiaolong felt that it was safe enough to house the remaining members of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. After leaving behind some words of encouragement, he left them there. After settling them down, Huang Xiaolong continued on his way to the True Reason Holy Gate. It was too bad that when Huang Xiaolong arrived at the True Reason Holy Gate, he discovered that Xianxia had already escaped. After searching through the souls of the upper echelons, Huang Xiaolong discovered that Xianxia had already escaped to the unparalleled holy grounds in the Holy Lands Alliance. Of course, the monk might leave, but the temple wouldn't be able to shift its roots easily. Those who had carried out the massacre in the past weren't lucky enough to escape. Di Huai didn't show mercy as he killed them off to vent the anger in his heart. As for the several true saints in the True Reason Holy Gate, Huang Xiaolong dealt with them the same way he had dealt with the true saints of the Devil Palace. He devoured their blood essence with the flying heaven's blood steel before storing their holy souls in the Black Corpse Holy Ring. After a day of slaughter, Huang Xiaolong left the True Reason Holy Gate with Di Huai. Huang Xiaolong looked at Di Huai, who was still seething with rage because Xianxia had managed to escape, and said, Di Huai, Xianxia wouldn't be able to hide in the unparalleled Holy Gate forever. If he really tries to, we'll go to the unparalleled Holy Gate after the opening of the Zhangxiong Holy Manor. We'll force them to hand him over. A grateful look appeared on Di Huai's face as he thanked Huang Xiaolong sincerely. Your Highness, please receive my sincerest thanks. There's no need. I'll get Fu Yunjie and the others to hand him over. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and a trace of rage flashed through his eyes. Li Chun had already lost the bet, but he had refused to hand Fu Yunjie over to Huang Xiaolong. According to Li Chun, he had no idea where Fu Yunjie had run to. It was clear that Li Chun was hell-bent on going against Huang Xiaolong. He wouldn't hand over anything Huang Xiaolong wanted. Huang Xiaolong was extremely clear that Li Chun was adamant about protecting Fu Yunjie because of the humiliation he had suffered. No longer thinking about it, he continued his journey. After leaving the True Reason Holy Grounds, Huang Xiaolong decided to head over to the all-extinguishing Holy Grounds once again to enter the Fifth Tribulation Half-Saint Realm. He would return to the Holy Heavens after crossing the Tribulation. There were only 2 years left before the opening of the Zhangxiong Holy Manor. According to Huang Xiaolong's estimates, he would need a year to enter the Fifth Tribulation Half-True Saint Realm. After taking into account the time he needed to return to the Holy Heavens, it seemed as though his timing would be perfect. After summoning the flying heaven's blood steel again, Huang Xiaolong toyed with it in his hands. Flashes of blood-red light swirled on its surface. After swallowing the blood essence of the 5 true saints, the color on it had turned several shades deeper. Even though the flying heaven bloodsteel wasn't a Dao artifact, Huang Xiaolong was confident of turning it into one after it absorbed enough blood essence. With the help of his inextinguishable Dao heart, it was more than possible to accomplish such a feat. Of course, only the blood essence of true Saint Realm experts would be of use. It also went without saying that the stronger the individual was, the more effective their blood essence would be. For it to transform into a Dao artifact, Huang Xiaolong would have to devour the blood essence of several 100,000 true Saint Realm experts. That was also the reason Dao artifacts were rare in the Holy World. If it wasn't so difficult to make a single Dao artifact, there would be tons of them lying about in the Holy World. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it was to turn it into a Dao artifact. No longer dwelling over its transformation, Huang Xiaolong cared more about increasing the strength of the Flying Heaven Bloodsteel. After all, it would become stronger every time it devoured the blood essence of a true Saint Realm expert. He pondered over the strength of the blood steel as he continued on his way to the all-extinguishing holy grounds. Along the way, nothing noteworthy happened. Since there was nothing to worry about, Huang Xiaolong took out the holy souls of the several true saints he had killed previously, and refined them all. At the same time, he swallowed the star-transferring holy pills as he cultivated. Since he was about to undergo the fifth tribulation, Huang Xiaolong took the chance to consolidate his foundation to purify the energy in his body. The only time he stopped along the way was when they passed by the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds. In the past, Di Huai had brought him over to the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds as they were heading to the Holy Heavens. When he had arrived in the past, he had only barely started the transformation of his holy souls. When Huang Xiaolong thought about Holy Emperor Yu, a sense of melancholy filled his heart. Holy Emperor Yu was obviously dissatisfied with him when they had arrived previously. However, everything was different when he stepped into the Emperor Yu Holy Gate this time. Holy Emperor Yu was extremely respectful, and it felt as though he was greeting the embodiment of the four primal ancestors instead of Di Huai's junior. Before he left, Huang Xiaolong left behind 1,000 high-grade origin spiritual pills. He even handed a star-transferring holy pill over to Emperor Yu. The Holy Emperor was so touched that he fell to his knees to thank Huang Xiaolong. Under their unwilling gaze, Huang Xiaolong brought Di Huai back to the holy ship as they left for the all-extinguishing holy grounds. By the time he arrived, 2 entire months had passed. After returning to the mountain valley he had achieved his breakthrough in the past, Huang Xiaolong no longer suppressed his cultivation. Tribulation clouds gathered in the sky instantly as lightning dragons swirled around. Terrifying pressure slammed down on the lands and the various true saints retreated hastily. When Huang Xiaolong had entered the fourth tribulation half-true saint realm previously, his tribulation was comparable to someone entering the true saint realm. When they thought about the might of the tribulation this time, the various true saints felt their scalps going numb. Whatever the case, they couldn't deny that they had managed to obtain various insights when they had observed Huang Xiaolong's tribulation the past few times. Their cultivation bases had advanced quite a bit after observing his breakthrough. The lightning in the clouds gathered for one entire day before the tribulation was ready to strike. When they saw the lighting dragon that was 1-fold stronger than the one during his fourth tribulation, the departing sword sage felt his body going cold. The departing sword sage and the others were considered veterans when it came to Huang Xiaolong's breakthrough. However, as it was Di Huai's first time watching his breakthrough, Di Huai nearly went crazy. 1 day later, the lightning dragon in the skies finally fell. The lightning rain that fell from the clouds wanted nothing more than to devour Huang Xiaolong. 1 hour later, the tribulation cloud finally dissipated. When they looked over, the ground had already been blasted to oblivion. When Huang Xiaolong crossed his fourth tribulation, there were a total of 21 waves. The 20th wave fell alongside the 21st, forming a horrifying lightning bolt. This time, the tribulation lasted for an entire hour and lightning fell on Huang Xiaolong without end. No one could count the number of waves that fell, but they knew that there were at least 100 waves. At the end, more than 10 waves fell simultaneously. The lightning bolts that fell at the end of the tribulation lit up the entire holy grounds. When the true saints thought about the destructive might contained in the final waves, their hearts skipped a beat. Whatever the case, the tribulation was over. After looking at the dissipating clouds, Chun Ji and the others wiped off the cold sweat gathering on their foreheads. As for Huang Xiaolong, He sat down on the spot as he quickly digested the energy stored in the tribulation. 1 year passed just like that. As holy light poured out from Huang Xiaolong's body, he seemed to turn into a mini-sun that radiated holy energy. The heart of hell pounded in his chest as it released rays of resplendent light. His holy souls appeared as they hovered in the space above him. The spirits of the 4 divine flames appeared around Huang Xiaolong all of a sudden as holy might pierced through the heavens. As the aura around Huang Xiaolong became stronger and stronger, the various true saints started to feel threatened. Even Di Huai, who was already at the second heaven true saint realm, took several steps back. 1 more year passed and Huang Xiaolong continued to refine his newfound energy. Chen Ji and the others started to panic when they saw that Huang Xiaolong wasn't done. It's been 2 whole years and His Highness isn't done yet. The Xianxia Holy Manor is going to open in several months. And if he doesn't awaken, he'll miss the opportunity to enter. Yu Ming screamed. What do? We can't interrupt his cultivation. The departing sword sage started to panic. Since Huang Xiaolong hadn't fully digested the Grand Tao and the energy contained in the 5th tribulation, he would suffer from a severe backlash if they forcefully awakened him. The true saints around him weren't the only ones who panicked. In the holy heavens, the 4 primal ancestors were getting anxious. After all, the Xianxia Holy Manor would only be open for a day. As soon as the gates closed, there wouldn't be a chance for Huang Xiaolong to enter. This brat does this every time. Tyrant Chu frowned. Did anything happen to him? Elder Crow felt a little worried in his heart. Despite their efforts to contact Huang Xiaolong, none of them received a reply. The Heavenly Master shook his head. Nothing should happen to him. He probably ran into something troublesome. He had given Huang Xiaolong a protective talisman in the past. If anything happened to the kid, he would be able to notice immediately. After calling for Grand Hall Master Wu Gu, the Heavenly Master passed down an order to use everything the Holy Heavens had to locate Huang Xiaolong. The news of his disappearance quickly made its way to Li Chun and the others. Xia Yao was the first to rejoice. This is great. Little doggy Huang actually chose this time to disappear. Ha ha ha. If he doesn't return in 2 months, he won't be able to enter the Xianxia Holy Manor. The look in Li Chen's eyes turned a little darker. I really hope he returns. Xia Yao was shocked at Li Chen's response. As long as he returns, we'll be able to kill him off in the Xianxia Holy Manor. Lin Yijia's eyes flashed with a frosty light. Initially, Lin Yijia's grudge with Huang Xiaolong was nothing more than a mere squabble. However, after he was forced to kneel in front of the Blue Dragon Manor for an entire day, his hatred for Huang Xiaolong had reached the point of no return. The rat has a holy soul. It will be too difficult for us to exterminate his undying soul. Chun Kaiping frowned. Li Chun snapped. It's merely difficult, not impossible. Even high-level true saints can fall. He's just a 4th tribulation half-true saint who has barely managed to form his holy soul. Xie Yao's eyes turned cold. That's right. We can join hands with Xie Bufan from the Devil Palace as soon as we enter the Xianxia Holy Manor. Qiao Jinyang from the Devil Palace will stop at nothing to kill Huang Xiaolong. As long as he gives Xie Bufan a Dao artifact, Xie Bufan will be able to exterminate Huang Xiaolong's holy soul. Li Chun nodded as a weird light flashed in his eyes. Dao artifact from the Devil Palace? Xie Bufan and Huang Xiaolong would be severely wounded at the very least after colliding with one another. When that happened, he could even kill them both off and keep the Dao artifact of the Devil Palace. What a perfect plan. In the Black Devil Star Prison, inside the Devil Palace, Palace Master Qiao Jinyang and Vice Palace Masters Chao Nan and Gu Tianmei sat in the main palace as a depressed look hung on their faces. Since the end of the Trial of Blood, they had never been able to free themselves from their worries. Xiao Lengxue, Dou Rue, and Su Biqing had fallen in the Ghost Devil City. They had lost 3 devil princes in a single event. They would be crazy if they found it acceptable. Qiao Jinyang raised his arm, and a half-moon-shaped blade appeared in his palm. As soon as it appeared, terrifying blade intent swallowed the hall. Traces of cracks appeared in the space around the blade. Horrifying traces of Grand Tao swept through the hall, and disciples like Xie Bufan couldn't help but feel a faint sense of suppression. They felt as though their souls were about to be sundered by the scary blade qi around them. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. That was definitely a Tao artifact. That's right. This is the Fiend Moonblade. It's a Tao artifact, and I have nurtured it for countless years. I only managed to craft this after several billion years of hard work. Xiao Jinyang didn't plan on hiding the origins of the weapon. Indeed, it was what they thought it was. Xie Bufan and the others felt their hearts pounding. Bufan, Xiao Jinyang called for him. Disciple is present. Xie Bufan acknowledged, and he got to his knees. I shall bestow upon you the Fiend Moonblade. When you enter the Zhangxiong Holy Manor, use it to kill him. I have already sealed 100 different Grand Tao laws in the weapon, and it will be more than enough to destroy Huang Xiaolong's holy soul. Xiao Jinyang paused for a second and continued. 100 Grand Tao laws should be enough to kill him 100 times over. Everyone didn't dare to believe their ears. 100 strands of Grand Tao laws. One had to know that a single strand of Grand Tao law was extremely precious to a primal ancestor. Every time they lost one, they needed to cultivate for a long time to get it back. In order to kill Huang Xiaolong, Xiao Jinyang was willing to part with 100 strands of Grand Tao laws. His desire to kill Huang Xiaolong could not be stronger. With a gentle push, the Fiend Moonblade drifted towards Xie Bufan. After receiving it with both his hands, Xie Bufan fell to his knees. Master, please rest assured that I will slay Huang Xiaolong with this blade. He will not leave the Zhangxiong Holy Manor alive. Xiao Jinyang nodded slowly. With the assistance of the Fiend Moonblade, Xie Bufan could kill Huang Xiaolong undoubtedly. In case of any troubles, you should work together with Li Chan of the Holy Heavens. If you join hands, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to run, even if he were to grow a pair of wings during the battle. Gu Tianmei added. Work together with Li Chan? Xie Bufan frowned. It was evident that he wasn't willing to do so. Moreover, he felt that Li Chan would be of no use. With his strength and the Fiend Moonblade, he was more than confident of killing Huang Xiaolong. Chao Nen nodded. That's right. Even if you have the Fiend Moonblade, the 4 primal ancestors from the Holy Heavens would definitely give the brat some defensive artifacts. As long as you work with Li Chan, you will be able to kill Huang Xiaolong inside the manor. Since the trial, Li Chen's desire to kill Huang Xiaolong has never been stronger. He will be more than willing to work with you to kill Huang Xiaolong. Xiao Jinyang snorted. Li Chan isn't a simple character. You have to look for an opportunity to kill him off along with Huang Xiaolong during the battle. Kill them both. Xie Bufan sucked a cold breath, and he bowed. Disciple receives the order. I shall succeed at all costs. The opening of the Zhangxiong Holy Manor approached, and the various superpowers whose disciples had passed the trial were getting ready for the upcoming battle. The reason everyone had risked their lives to kill ghost devils in the Ghost Devil City during the Trial of Blood was so that they could get the opportunity to enter the Zhangxiong Holy Manor. There were origin pills, holy herbs, holy martial arts, and even peak-level holy skills hidden in the manor. The Zhangxiong Blade, a primal ancestor Tao artifact, was also in the manor. Not to mention the Zhangxiong Old Man's inheritance and the Zhangxiong Seed. Every power was giving their all in order to fight for better treasures in the manor. Another month passed in a flash. The Holy Heavens failed to locate Huang Xiaolong, and as the 4 primal ancestors were about to blow, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes in the all-extinguishing holy grounds. He had finally completed his transition to the 5th Tribulation Half-Saint realm. After standing up, Huang Xiaolong exhaled a long breath. After absorbing all the energy, his holy souls and Tao heart had experienced an earth-shaking change. Your Highness! Di Huai and the others rushed over instantly. Your Highness, you're finally awake. Di Huai laughed. Previously, they were panicking when they saw that Huang Xiaolong was still digesting the energy contained in the tribulation. Huang Xiaolong nodded as a smile broke out on his face. My estimations were a little off. I didn't think that I would take such a long time to enter the 5th Tribulation Half-Saint realm. He had nearly missed the opening of the Zhangqiong Holy Manor. Luckily for him, he would be able to make it if he rushed back immediately. Upon retrieving his transmission symbol, Huang Xiaolong saw the horrifying amount of messages requesting for him to return to the organization. Let's go. We're returning to the holy heavens. Huang Xiaolong didn't plan on lazing around. Upon summoning the winged dragon flying ship, they charged straight back to the organization. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong replied to all 4 primal ancestors and Grand Hall Master Wu Gu. When they received his reply, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. 10 days later, Huang Xiaolong arrived in the space above the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds. He left straight for the primal ancestor space, and Huang Xiaolong left only after half a day. No one knew what happened inside the primal ancestor space. This time, Tyrant Chu took the lead once again as he led Huang Xiaolong, Li Chun, and those who qualified towards the Zhangqiong Holy Grounds. Took them 2 months to arrive. Even though the Zhangqiong Holy Grounds was born from the Zhangqiong Old Man's hard work, and it was comparable in size to the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds, there wasn't a soul in sight. The Zhangqiong Old Man had never accepted disciples, and Xueling Yun from the Clear Snow Palace was merely an adopted daughter of his. He had given her pointers in the past, but he had never accepted her as his direct disciple. The reason he had opened the Zhangqiong Holy Manor was to look for a proper successor. He wanted to find a junior capable of entering the 7th level in order to accept his inheritance. As soon as they entered the Zhangqiong Holy Grounds, Tyrant Chu brought Huang Xiaolong and the others towards the Zhangqiong Holy Mountain located in the heart of the Holy Grounds. The Zhangqiong Holy Mountain was also where the Zhangqiong Old Man lived, and it housed the Zhangqiong Holy Manor. Along the way, they were greeted with beautiful scenery, and spirit beasts roamed about freely. Even though there weren't cultivators living in the Zhangqiong Holy Grounds, the scenery was breathtaking. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds, it portrayed another type of beauty. Tyrant Chu sighed when he saw the sights around the Zhangqiong Holy Grounds. We're really bumpkins compared to Dao friend Zhangqiong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. Isn't your primal ancestor's space comparable to this? Tyrant Chu snickered. Oh right. Huang Xiaolong was stunned by Tyrant Chu's shamelessness. He was merely trying to comfort the old man. Why did he take it seriously? Did they not know how lacking their primal ancestor space was compared to the Zhangqiong Holy Grounds? Of course, Huang Xiaolong wasn't referring to the material surroundings in the primal ancestor space. He was referring to the traces of Grand Dao in the air. There's definitely a reason for the old man to come up with the trial of blood. Tyrant Chu changed the topic suddenly. 4th Master, are you saying that the Zhangqiong Old Man is planning to hand his inheritance down to one of the 300 disciples who pass? Huang Xiaolong felt his heart trembling in excitement. Li Chun and the others quickly perked up their ears. It's possible. The Zhangqiong Old Man has been waiting for so many years for someone to pick up his mantle. He's probably getting impatient. Moreover, there are rumors that the Zhangqiong Old Man is planning to leave the Holy World. Leave the Holy World? Huang Xiaolong and the others were shocked. Lord Tyrant Chu, are you saying that the Zhangqiong Old Man is planning to head to the alien lands? Wu Gu interrupted all of a sudden. Wu Gu had volunteered to take part in the expedition this time alongside Tyrant Chu. A complicated look appeared in Tyrant Chu's eyes as he growled, "No!" Everyone stared at him in shock. Possibility flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Could the Zhangqiong Old Man be headed to another holy world? After ascending the divine Tuo Mountain, Huang Xiaolong had learned of its secrets. He knew that when one arrived at the peak of the mountain, they would be able to enter another space. The space was comparable to the holy world, and one could even call it the divine Tuo Holy World. The highest step on the divine Tuo Mountain was actually the entrance to the divine Tuo Holy World. Tyrant Chu's voice boomed in the ears of everyone present, sucking them out of their thoughts. All of you have to enter the 6th level as quickly as possible. Locate the key to the 7th level with everything you have. Yes. Huang Xiaolong and the others acknowledged instantly. The Zhangqiong Old Man's inheritance. Huang Xiaolong was determined to obtain it, Right now, he was already a fifth tribulation half-true saint. With the old man's inheritance, he might be able to enter the seventh tribulation half-true saint realm. In fact, it was possible for him to go higher. When that happened, he would look for the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance when he was about to enter the ninth tribulation half-true saint realm. He would no longer need to worry about being unable to fight for the saint fate when it appeared. Of course, the same fantasy was playing out in the minds of Li Chen and the others. The look in Li Chen's eyes became deeper, and it was clear he was determined to obtain the old man's inheritance. Several days passed, and they finally arrived. When they stepped foot at the bottom of the Xianxia Holy Mountain, they received a warm welcome from the spiritual beast reared by the old man. After following the spiritual beast, they quickly arrived at the Xianxia Old Man's palace in the middle of the mountain. Dao friend Xianxia. Tyrant Chu took the lead and greeted the Xianxia Old Man Huang Xiaolong, and the others bowed hastily. Dao friend Tyrant Chu. The Xianxia Old Man returned the greeting before allowing the others to get up. With his gaze landing on Huang Xiaolong, the Xianxia Old Man chuckled. Little friend Huang Xiaolong is really the biggest genius our holy world has seen. You took less than 10 years to enter the fifth tribulation half-true saint realm. Junior only managed to do so because of a certain miracle. It's pure luck. The Xianxia Old Man chuckled heartily. There's no need to be humble. The holy world has already acknowledged your talent. A sense of irritation appeared in Li Chen's heart when he noticed their pleasant conversation. After inviting Tyrant Chu and the others into the palace, the Xianxia Old Man spoke of his intentions to open the Xianxia Holy Manor after a few days. After Huang Xiaolong and the others settled down, the members of the other superpowers started to show up. Very quickly, the Xianxia Palace started bustling with activity. Since only those who qualified could enter the manor, not too many people came. Only around 100 superpowers turned up. There were some superpowers with a single qualifying disciple, and that was a real pity. After adding the guards and seniors who followed their disciples over, there were only a total of 2,000 people in the Xianxia Palace. When the Clear Snow Palace arrived, the three beauties quickly headed over to greet Huang Xiaolong. They invited him over to take a stroll around the Xianxia Holy Mountain, and Huang Xiaolong was in no position to refuse. When everyone noticed that all three beauties were attracted to Huang Xiaolong, they oozed with jealousy. The various patriarchs were green with envy, but they couldn't do a thing. As Li Chun stared at the four figures walking around the mountain, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tan Wan, what a fucking slut. You'll regret this when you leave the Xianxia Holy Manor. Before he could continue, his transmission symbol shook. As Li Chun scanned through it, he read everything Xie Bufan said. After thinking for a moment, he replied. Just like that, for days passed uneventfully. The day that Xianxia Holy Manor opened finally arrived. Everyone who qualified to enter the Xianxia Holy Manor gathered at the plaza in front of the Xianxia Palace. As the Xianxia Old Man swept his gaze across everyone present, he gave them a simple introduction of the Xianxia Holy Manor. However, Huang Xiaolong and the others were long since aware of the points he spoke about. After he was done, the Xianxia Old Man giggled when he saw the looks of anticipation on the faces of those present. He waved his arms and a massive gate appeared in the space behind him. The Xianxia Holy Manor. All right, everyone who passed the trial of blood can enter. Reaching out with a single hand, the old man removed the restriction on the gates of the Xianxia Holy Manor. In an instant, several figures shot to the skies as they charged through the entrance. Tan Wan, Xie Bufan, and Li Chun practically shot through the entrance at the same time. Soon after, Ji Sini, Sai Qian, and several others followed them. Huang Xiaolong was beside Lin Xiaoying as they entered the Xianxia Holy Manor behind Ji Sini. Everyone knew that the person who arrived at the 6th floor first would have the highest chance of locating the key to the 7th floor, which was the reason for the rush. Whatever the case, the restrictions in the first 3 floors would prove to be a significant barrier to those who charged through. Only after the 4th floor would they be able to obtain the treasures in the palace. Of course, the higher they went, the better the items would be. There were level 10 origin spiritual pills lying about everywhere in the 5th floor. It was also where the holy martial arts and holy arts would start to appear. All the techniques were obtained by the Xianxia old man when he had journeyed around the world in the past. Even though they weren't high-level techniques, they definitely possessed formidable might. When they finally reached the 6th floor, they would finally be able to obtain holy herbs. Of course, there were also high-level holy martial arts there. Those were the true insights of the Xianxia old man before he had entered the primal ancestor realm. Tao artifacts were also present on the 6th floor. If the holy herbs and holy arts were merely appetizers, the Tao artifacts were the main dish. As for the level of the Tao artifact one could stumble across, it would be based on their luck. When one entered the 7th floor, they would be able to accept the old man's inheritance. Along with the Xianxia seed he had obtained during the creation of the holy world, there was also Xianxia old man's Tao artifact, the Xianxia blade. One could say that no one would bother fighting in the first 3 floors. Right now, the most important thing was to enter the 4th level. Even though peacefully entering the 4th floor was what most people would do, there were obviously people who wanted to mess with Huang Xiaolong. The moment he entered the 1st floor, several disciples swarmed him. It was true that Huang Xiaolong had offended a huge amount of powers in the past few years. He had killed tons of experts during the battle in the Mirage Pavilion alone, and a ton of people were looking to kill him in the Xianxia Holy Manor. Regardless, none of them wanted to get into an actual fight with Huang Xiaolong. Most of them only wanted to obstruct him and cause him to lose his chance to enter the 7th floor. Those who ambushed Huang Xiaolong to waste his time were those from the various powers he had offended. The Devil Palace, the Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds, and several others were more than happy to mess with Huang Xiaolong. After learning of their intentions, Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with their antics. He avoided them and continued on his way. However, that only emboldened them. As they continued to mess with Huang Xiaolong, the thought of killing him appeared in their minds. With a fire burning in his heart, Huang Xiaolong set his sights on someone called Chu Zhang from the Ghost Talisman Holy Gate. Chu Zhang was no weakling. As a first heaven true saint, he had ranked 80th in the trial. He was Huang Xiaolong's biggest source of irritation as soon as they entered. Chu Zhang was shocked when he noticed Huang Xiaolong glare at him. The mocking look on his face turned into one of actual fear as he retreated as far as he could. When he thought that he was safe, the same shit-eating smile appeared on his face once again. Huang Xiaolong, are you planning to move against me? A black-colored armor covered his body in an instant. A massive evil ghost formation formed around his armor, locking down the space around him. Let me tell you right now, this is the holy artifact from our holy gate. It's the Dark Ghost armor, and you'll need several days to actually break through my defense. Chu Zhang roared with laughter as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. The armor was the only reason he dared to mess with Huang Xiaolong. According to him, Huang Xiaolong wasn't capable of shattering his armor even if he had a holy soul. Several days? There's no need for that. I'll destroy it with a single move. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips as he extended his right hand. The flying heaven blood steel shot towards Chu Zhang instantly. In an instant, a sea of blood filled the skies, and the suffocating pressure swallowed Chu Zhang. Boom! Chu Zhang wasn't even able to react when he was crushed by the blood steel. With the sounds of shattering bone, the ghost chi in the air scattered and terrifying cracks appeared on his armor. After piercing through his chest, the blood steel emerged from his back. With a miserable yell, Chu Zhang was sent flying. By the time he landed on the ground, his body had already withered. His holy soul tried to beat a hasty escape from his already wasted body. As soon as it appeared, Huang Xiaolong sealed it up and threw him into the Black Corpse holy ring. He had long since gotten used to killing true saints. Huang Xiaolong didn't waste the armor. Even if it was shattered, it would be worth some money. After thinking for a moment, he threw the shards into the Black Corpse ring. If he was lucky, he would be able to exchange several strands of holy herbs for it. A holy artifact was extremely precious, much less one held by the Ghost Talisman Holy Gate. Even if it was broken, Huang Xiaolong was confident it was worth more than a stalk of holy herb. After he was done, Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across those present. Anyone else? He was met with absolute silence as the disciples, who had messed with him, trembled in their boots. Even someone like Chu Zhang was killed by Huang Xiaolong with a single blow. How could any of them plan to mess with Huang Xiaolong? Wouldn't that mean that they were tired of living? Let's go. Huang Xiaolong spoke to Lin Xiaoying, and they headed deeper into the palace. Since it was inconvenient to use the holy ship to traverse through the first 3 floors, Huang Xiaolong and the others could only rely on themselves. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong entered a region of deep fog. Initially, he traveled along with Lin Xiaoying. However, they parted because of the various restrictions they ran into. Huang Xiaolong discovered that he wasn't able to shatter the illusions around him with his holy souls. The illusions in the Zhangqiong holy manor were on a whole other level. They were formed with the Grand Tao laws, and one needed to comprehend the Grand Tao in order to shatter the illusions. Even though it might stop others, it was a piece of cake as long as Huang Xiaolong used his inextinguishable Tao heart. Huang Xiaolong shattered illusion after illusion as he entered the 2nd floor in a matter of days. When he arrived, he looked around only to be greeted with the sight of barren land. It was different from the scenery on the 1st floor. Countless evil beasts crawled about like undead cockroaches along the barren lands, and bloodied holes could be seen all over their bodies. It was truly a disgusting sight. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath and tore through the sandstorm covering the barren lands, and entered the barren lands. The moment he stepped foot inside, he was attacked by a swarm of the evil beasts. None of the beasts were too strong, and they were around the 7th to 8th tribulation half-true saint realm. Huang Xiaolong didn't activate his holy souls, and he killed them with the flying heaven blood steel. He left behind a trail of blood as he killed his way forward. Despite their relatively weak strength, they were endless. After several days of killing, even someone like Huang Xiaolong felt a little tired. Moreover, the evil beasts weren't the only beings on the 2nd floor of the Zhangqiong holy manor. There were countless restrictions and illusions threatening him at every moment. In addition to everything he had experienced on the 1st floor, there were several disasters waiting for him. An example would be the weird rain that poured down on him when he was killing the evil beasts. The rain was formed from a type of darkness-attributed water. As long as one came into contact with it, their bodies would start to rot. Lightning clouds would gather from time to send out several lightning bolts at Huang Xiaolong along the way. Even though they were weaker than the lightning bolts he had experienced when crossing the 5th tribulation, it was a little irritating to endure the lightning strikes as he made his way across the barren lands. Despite his horrifying strength, Huang Xiaolong suffered no small amounts of pain. After an entire month, Huang Xiaolong lost count of the number of evil beasts that died at his hands. The illusions he broke were countless, and the number of disasters he survived no longer mattered. No matter how hard he tried, he failed to locate the entrance to the 3rd floor. Other than an endless stretch of land, there was nothing else. One more month passed and Huang Xiaolong could no longer endure the boring days. Finally, he had no choice but to look for a place for a short break. Since there was no moon in the skies in the palace, the barren land was shrouded in darkness as soon as night fell. Weird noises entered Huang Xiaolong's ears from time to time. Standing on a tiny hill, Huang Xiaolong stared at the group of beasts surrounding him, and his thoughts drifted to Lin Xiaoying. He couldn't help but wonder how she was doing. With her strength, she should have entered the 2nd floor, right? There was also Tan Wan, Li Chun, Xie Bufan, Ji Sini, and the others. Ever since he had entered, Huang Xiaolong had failed to catch sight of Tan Wan, Xie Bufan, or Li Chun. However, he was confident that he was currently in the lead. With his inextinguishable Tao heart, he could break through the illusions and restrictions with ease. No matter how talented or how many treasures Tan Wan and the others had up their sleeves, they couldn't catch up to him. Moreover, he had 3 great holy souls that allowed him to detect the disasters that were about to befall him. That was an advantage they didn't have. They would be seriously injured if they failed to escape from the heavenly disaster that descended on them. After a short rest, Huang Xiaolong continued on his way to look for the entrance to the 3rd floor the next day. Half a month passed once again, and he finally managed to locate the entrance to the 3rd floor. As soon as he saw the third floor, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the moment he passed the third floor, he would no longer be held down by the insane amount of restrictions. Not to mention the absence the heavenly disasters. When that happened, it would be time to harvest all the herbs he wanted. However, he knew that the third floor would only be more difficult to pass than the second floor. Upon looking at the endless black sea on the third floor, Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before entering the space above it. The black sea was deathly calm. It wasn't merely quiet, but there was a trace of death hidden behind the stillness. Felt a little desolate and a little bleak. It was as though nothing could survive in the Black Sea. A sudden feeling crossed Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he thought that he had gone deaf for a moment. Even his heartbeat fell silent. The calm environment didn't last for long as a strange sound wave entered Huang Xiaolong's mind in the next instant. Countless sound waves started to gather as they slammed into his holy soul. When Huang Xiaolong entered the third floor, everyone's sights, outside the Zhangqiong Holy Manor, turned towards the third floor. As long as a disciple entered the next floor, a brilliant light would light up the respective floor. Everyone broke out into discussions the moment Huang Xiaolong entered the third floor. Master, the person who entered the third floor should be Wanner, right? With her strength and talent, it would be a breeze for her to barge into the fourth floor. Xuelingyun turned to the Zhangqiong old man and asked. According to what she knew, Tan Wan was the strongest among the younger generation disciples. With her frozen snow imprint, she was the only person who could enter the third floor before the rest. Chao Nen snorted when he heard what she said. Dao friend Lingyun, why are you so sure Tan Wan of your clear snow palace has entered the third floor? For all we know, Xie Bufan could have entered the third floor before her. Even if you manage to obtain the first spot in the Trial of Blood, this is no longer a place for you to mess around. Chao Nen snorted. Xie Bufan will definitely enter the sixth floor before Tan Wan, and he'll locate the key to the seventh floor. Tyrant Chu chuckled at the side. Who the fuck is Xie Bufan? Li Chun or my dear disciple Huang Xiaolong should be the one to have entered the third floor. With my disciple's 3 saint godheads, he will definitely be able to receive Dao friend Zhangqiong's inheritance. Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaolong entered the third floor. This is the greatest joke I've heard in my years of existence. Tyrant Chu, Huang Xiaolong only managed to obtain the 5th place in the trial due to luck. Do you think luck lasts forever? Chao Nen snorted. Heh, he probably won't be able to enter the 4th floor. Even with his holy soul, he's only a 5th tribulation half-true saint. The time he has cultivated, it wouldn't be enough to comprehend the grand Tao. So he'll probably be stuck in the 2nd floor forever. Chao Na continued. The members of the Devil Palace roared with laughter. As dozens of thousands of feet-high waves slammed towards Huang Xiaolong, he didn't plan to take them on as he dodged them. Huang Xiaolong didn't discover it at first, but he eventually realized that a single drop of water from the Black Sea was comparable to the weight of a mountain formed from chaos stones. After avoiding several waves and the attack on his holy soul, Huang Xiaolong broke through the various restrictions and entered the 4th floor. Of course, he didn't manage to do it instantly. By the time he arrived, for months had already passed. When he saw the lush lands of the 4th level filled with spiritual herbs, Huang Xiaolong felt as though he had finally returned to paradise from the depths of hell. Flying beasts soared through the skies, and he looked at the welcoming sight of the spirit springs as a sense of comfort washed over his heart. After passing the 3 floors before this floor, Huang Xiaolong felt slightly moved when he left the inhumane torture behind. Living in a beautiful world felt so good. Flying across a mountain range, a smile formed on his face when he saw the spiritual beasts frolicking about the lands. He didn't plan to stay in the 4th level for long. Nothing in the 4th level could catch his eye. Even though origin spiritual herbs and high-grade holy spiritual jade stones were precious in the outside world, they were honestly nothing to Huang Xiaolong. After summoning the winged dragon flying ship, Huang Xiaolong tore through the skies. Since there wasn't anything stopping him in the 4th floor, Huang Xiaolong traveled for 2 peaceful days before finding the entrance to the 5th floor. Even though he met with several restrictions along the way, he shattered them with a wave of his hand. When he entered the 5th floor, holy martial arts and holy arts were strewn all around. The origin spiritual herbs were rarer than the ones on the 4th level, and they were basically level 10 origin spiritual herbs. There were some that neared the level of a holy herb. The medicinal qi had already turned into a sea, and it seemed to have gathered as clouds in the air. Ordinary 9th tribulation half-true saints would be able to save a year of cultivation if they took a whiff. In fact, even first heaven true saints could benefit from the medicinal qi in the air. However, Huang Xiaolong's goal was the Zhangqiong old man's inheritance on the 7th floor, and he didn't bother looking around. He controlled the winged dragon flying ship towards the depths of the 5th level instantly. As long as he managed to find the key to the 7th floor, no treasured herb or secret art would be able to compare to his gains. Several days later, he arrived at the 6th floor. That was the 6th floor they were talking about. When Huang Xiaolong arrived, everyone outside the structure was shocked. Who the hell managed to arrive at the 6th floor so quickly? It has only been 4 months. Could it be Tan Wan of the Clear Snow Palace? I've heard that she managed to obtain the frozen snow imprint when cultivating in the past. She has the ability to freeze anything in her way, and she might be able to overcome the restrictions by freezing them solid. Frozen snow imprint. Isn't that something that is connected to the holy world's heart? With the frozen snow imprint, she can control any type of ice-attributed energy in the holy world. If she really managed to obtain the frozen snow imprint, she has to be the one to enter the 6th floor. Xie Bufan of the Devil Palace might be the one who entered the 6th floor. Rumors have it that he managed to obtain the undead heart when he cultivated in the Devil Cave in the past. Xie Bufan would definitely be able to kill his way to the 6th floor quickly with his undead heart. Everyone speculated about the disciple, who had arrived at the 6th floor in 4 short months. There were some who said that it was Tan Wan, and there were some who felt that it was Xie Bufan. Of course, there was also a small bunch who felt that it was Li Chan of the Holy Heavens. There were certainly several of them who thought that Huang Xiaolong had arrived on the 6th floor, but they were the minority. Master, if Xie Bufan of the Devil Palace really manages to locate the key, he will be able to obtain your inheritance. Wouldn't that mean? Xueling Yun started to panic. She was confident that Tan Wan would be the first to enter the 6th floor, but her confidence swayed when she heard that Xie Bufan had managed to obtain the undead heart. The undead heart was also something that could connect to the source of the holy world. In fact, it was a little more terrifying than the frozen snow imprint. The frozen snow imprint was able to control everything related to ice in the holy world, but someone with the undead heart would basically be unkillable. The only thing that could suppress the undead heart was an inextinguishable Tao heart possessed by primal ancestors. The Zhangqiong old man couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the look on Xueling Yun's face. Some things are just meant to be. A stunned expression appeared on Xueling Yun's face. However, a smile soon took its place. Do you mean to say that Xie Bufan wouldn't be able to accept your inheritance? Do you believe in fate? Xueling Yun lowered her voice and muttered, Fate is unpredictable. Even though it has been said that we're able to control our own fate, the fate of everyone rests in the hands of the Grand Tao. The Zhangqiong old man laughed. Even primal ancestors like us wouldn't be able to escape the clutches of the Grand Tao. Are we still under the Grand Tao's control? Xueling Yun was stunned for a second. The Zhangqiong old man nodded and explained, Even primal ancestors like us are not able to transcend the Grand Tao. Even with the inextinguishable Tao heart, we can only be considered part of the holy world. As long as we fail to transcend the Grand Tao, we will never be able to escape from its control. Xueling Yun fell deep into her thoughts. Will Wanner be able to accept your inheritance this time? After some time, Xueling Yun finally regained her wits, and she asked. A smile appeared on the old man's face, but he didn't reply. A hint of suspicion appeared on Xueling Yun's face. At that very instant, Huang Xiaolong was already looking around for the key to the 7th floor. His holy souls were pushed to their limits as he scoured the lands for the key. Since the 7th floor contained everything that Zhangqiong old man had comprehended in his life, the key used for unlocking the 7th floor had to be crafted from materials different from those that formed the 6th floor. With his holy souls, Huang Xiaolong was confident of obtaining the key after scanning through the entire floor. However, it was easier said than done. The sixth floor of the Zhangqiong Holy Manor was several times larger than the previous floors. Huang Xiaolong estimated that he would need 10 days to complete his search. With the assistance of his 3 holy souls, Huang Xiaolong managed to locate several holy herbs. Even though they weren't growing around like cabbages, they were much more concentrated on the 6th floor of the Zhangqiong Holy Manor when compared to the profound river. On average, Huang Xiaolong had only managed to grab 2 a day in the profound river. However, he managed to discover 6 stalks on the 6th floor in half a day. Of course, there were true Saint Realm beasts guarding the holy herbs. The more precious a holy herb was, the stronger the true Saint Realm beast on guard was. Instead of killing the beasts guarding the herbs, Huang Xiaolong tried to subdue those he could. Only if the beasts were too stubborn, Huang Xiaolong killed them to imprison their holy souls. It wouldn't be too late for him to refine the holy souls after leaving the Zhangqiong Holy Manor. 2 days passed in a flash. More than 20 holy herbs appeared in the space in the Black Corpse holy ring. Even someone with Huang Xiaolong's wealth couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. The Zhangqiong old man was really willing to part with his treasures. He even allowed experts of the younger generation to pick them freely. Of course, how was he supposed to know that an ordinary disciple wouldn't be able to act as wantonly as him when they entered the 6th floor? With their holy souls, they wouldn't be able to locate the holy herbs. There wasn't even a chance for some of them to defeat the beasts guarding the more valuable herbs. None of the beasts guarding the herbs were weak. One could even say that they were existences who could stomp on cultivators with the same floor. Well, it wasn't their day as they ran into an abnormal existence like Huang Xiaolong. As if it wasn't enough for him to possess 3 holy souls, he even had a Tao heart. None of the beasts managed to withstand several blows from Huang Xiaolong. According to the Zhangqiong old man's plan, the disciples who could enter the 6th floor would have to join hands to fight off a strong guardian beast in order to obtain a single herb. No matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't be able to obtain more than a stalk each. Obviously, his plan was flawed. 3 days passed, and the number of holy herbs in Huang Xiaolong's storage increased to 40. Moreover, he managed to find 3 high-level holy martial art and 2 high-level holy secret art. Out of the 5, there was one that came from the Zhangqiong old man before he had broken through to the primal ancestor realm. As for the others, the old man had probably obtained them from other experts. Even though Huang Xiaolong managed to harvest huge gains in the 6th floor, he was still a little disappointed. He hadn't even sensed the existence of the key to the 7th floor. According to his estimations, Tan Wan, Li Chun, and Xie Bufan would arrive at the 6th floor in several days. Even with his inextinguishable Tao heart, he knew that they wouldn't be too far behind with the assistance of Tao artifacts. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid even if the 3 of them joined hands against him. He was only afraid that they would step into dogshit luck and find the key before him. If that really happened, Huang Xiaolong would have to kill himself in regret. If people like Li Chun or Xie Bufan accepted the inheritance, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to do a thing even if he killed them. After all, there was only a single inheritance. 1 day later, the 6th floor of the Zhangqiong Holy Manor emitted rays of brilliant light once again. Someone else finally arrived on the 6th floor. Who can it be? Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. Could it be Tan Wan? What if Xie Bufan arrived first? Regardless, their appearance wasn't good news to Huang Xiaolong. After soaring into the skies, Huang Xiaolong tried even harder to locate the key. However, Huang Xiaolong forgot about someone extremely important. The person who had entered the 6th floor after Huang Xiaolong wasn't Tan Wan or Xie Bufan. Instead, it was Li Chun who had the 8-sided desolate beast ring. Even though Tan Wan and Xie Bufan had primal ancestor Tao artifacts bestowed on them by their respective factions, the artifacts ultimately belonged to others. They were unable to unleash their full strength. That wasn't the case for Li Chun. The 8-sided desolate beast ring belonged to him, and he had spent all of his time refining the weapon. By now, he had an initial grasp on how to use the ring. He had also received a part of the all-extinguishing Holy Emperor's inheritance. Key! I have to find the key! A determined light flashed in Li Chen's eyes the moment he stepped onto the 6th floor. Upon touching the space between his eyebrows, a strange strength started to gather. As a mysterious light emerged, a complicated rune appeared. After taking a spot between his eyebrows, the rune looked like a third eye and it seemed to be able to see through everything. With the portion of the inheritance he had obtained from the all-extinguishing Holy Emperor, he had managed to obtain a skill called the all-extinguishing Heavenly Eye. With it, he could see through the void, and he felt that it would be easier for him to locate the key compared to a blind search. After soaring through the skies, he started to look for the key. Half a day later, another burst of light emerged from the 6th floor. The third person finally arrived. Xie Bufan's figure quickly charged through the skies, but he was quickly followed by a fourth participant. Tan Wan had also arrived. Soon after the two of them arrived on the 6th floor, Li Chen stared at a weird rock at the bottom of a mountain with a look of joy on his face. Even though it looked extremely ordinary, Li Chen slapped it once and felt an overwhelming backlash coming from the piece. Instead of getting angry, Li Chen became even happier as he unleashed his attacks on the rock. After half an hour, cracks finally started to show. Several minutes passed and the rock finally exploded. As soon as it did, golden light pierced through the skies and a golden jade-like key emerged. Sangqiong. That was the only word carved onto the key. The key to the 7th floor. Wild joy swept through Li Chen's heart, and he roared with laughter. It's the Sangqiong old man's inheritance. I'm the one who gets to lay my hands on it. He reached out to grab the key, but a terrifying surge of energy slashed at him before he could retrieve the key. After feeling the power contained in the strike, Li Chen didn't bother about the key as he pushed his body to the limit to dodge. When he turned around to look at the person who had attacked him, he couldn't help but sneer. Huang Xiaolong. Previously, he was afraid that the person who had arrived was Tan Wan or Xie Bufan. As long as it wasn't them, he was confident of dealing with his attacker. Who would have thought that you would arrive on the 6th floor? Li Chen snorted. Whatever. It's good that you're here. I was thinking that I missed my chance to kill you. Now that you're here, I'll kill you before receiving the Sangqiong old man's inheritance. Huang Xiaolong looked at the key before chuckling. What a coincidence. I'm thinking of doing the same thing. Li Chen couldn't help but roar with laughter in response. Huang Xiaolong, are you dreaming? Do you really think that you can kill me with your early 2nd heaven true, Saint Realm Holy Soul? The 4 primal ancestors probably gave you a Tao artifact to boost your confidence. However, that won't be enough to save you. As soon as he spoke, Li Chen released his aura. Late 2nd heaven true saint. That's right, Li Chen had already advanced to the late 2nd heaven true saint realm. When he had received a part of the all-extinguishing Holy Emperor's inheritance, he had managed to push himself to the late 2nd heaven true saint realm. Of course, the 8-sided desolate beast ring had something to do with it. After seeing that Li Chen had arrived at the late 2nd heaven true saint realm, Huang Xiaolong was a little surprised. It was no wonder Li Chen was so confident of killing him. It seemed as though the rumors of him receiving an inheritance were true. With his aura suppressing Huang Xiaolong, Li Chen rose into the skies and sneered. What do you think? Are you surprised? Are you surprised I have already entered the late 2nd heaven true saint realm? Huang Xiaolong, it's your turn to run. Enjoy your last moments in this world. Li Chen's arm trembled as a sword made from a bone appeared in his hand. The bone sword emitted terrifying waves of dragon's might, and every single part of it was covered in mysterious runes. They were runes of the dragon race, and Li Chen's holy energy allowed it to reach its peak state immediately. A bone dragon seemed to descend on the world as the blade started to buzz in Li Chen's hand. 9 Yang Dragon Emperor Sword. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha. That's right. This is the 9 Yang Dragon Emperor Sword. That old bastard, Lord Long, gave it to me. Even though it's no Tao artifact, it's enough to shatter your holy soul. The 9 Yang Dragon Emperor Sword was a high-level holy artifact. Moreover, it was infinitely close to a Tao artifact. It was crafted with the bones of a ninth heaven true Saint Realm dragon by Lord Long in the past. When he had refined the blade, he even soaked it in a pool of dragon blood for a full 100 million years. After using tons of precious herbs, he had used another several dozen thousand years to craft a blade. The Nine-Yong Dragon Emperor Sword was Lord Long's weapon when he was in the true Saint Realm, and he had only outgrown it when he had arrived at the primal ancestor realm. No one had expected him to give the blade to Li Chun. It seemed as though Lord Long wasn't a stingy teacher at all. He used a ton of resources to nurture Li Chun. After realizing that Li Chun had traces of a primal dragon's bloodline, he had given him the Nine-Yong Dragon Emperor Sword. It was a great boost to his overall strength. "Eat this! Dragon's punishment!" Li Chun roared as he slashed at Huang Xiaolong. Dragon's punishment. That was a high-grade holy secret art in the holy heavens, and it was one of the strongest they had. Of course, Lord Long was the one who had come up with it. As soon as Li Chen's sword slashed out, sword chi filled the skies. Every single strand became a dragon that threatened to kill Huang Xiaolong. Terrifying waves of energy charged at Huang Xiaolong as a sea of lightning appeared all of a sudden. It complemented the dragons formed from sword chi, and it surged towards him. The lightning sea actually exceeded the strength of the lightning tribulation Huang Xiaolong had crossed when entering the fifth tribulation half-saint realm. That was dragon's punishment. Sword chi, dragon's might, and endless lightning merged into a single attack. With Li Chen's cultivation base at the late second heaven true saint realm, the attack was more than enough to slay early third heaven true saints. If Huang Xiaolong was struck by the attack without any protection, his physical body would definitely shatter. Unwilling to make a rookie mistake, Huang Xiaolong summoned the flying heaven blood steel. With his 3 holy souls, Huang Xiaolong sent the blood steel out to receive Li Chen's dragon's punishment. Sea of endless demons. Like an endless surge, Huang Xiaolong unleashed an attack of his own. The Sea of Endless Demons was a grand Tao law created by Tyrant Chu, and it was a tyrannical attack to say the least. Before Tyrant Chu had entered the holy heavens, he was towing the line between the lawful and unlawful faction. He had cultivated tons of evil arts, and after entering the primal ancestor realm, he had created the Sea of Endless Demons. As the Sea of Endless Demons charged out with the flying heaven blood steel, devil chi pierced through the heavens as a bloody glow filled the lands. It seemed as though they were dragged into the depths of hell before they could react. Li Chen's sword chi was swallowed by the blood steel in an instant as a sea of blood descended. As the lightning bolts from Li Chen's attack slammed into Huang Xiaolong's Sea of Endless Demons, massive waves formed. Despite that, the lightning sea summoned by Li Chen was eventually eroded away by the horrifying ocean of blood. Leaving behind a streak of red, the blood steel charged at Li Chen. Too late to react, Li Chen raised his Nine-Yong Dragon Emperor Sword to block the steel. Clang! The skies shook when the 2 artifacts slammed into each other, and a miserable buzz emerged from the Nine-Yong Dragon Emperor Sword. After retreating several thousand miles, Li Chen opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. How is this possible? No, this can't be happening. Li Chen stared at Huang Xiaolong with traces of fear in his eyes. The confidence he had disappeared in an instant. How could he fail to kill Huang Xiaolong? Even if he did, Huang Xiaolong should be left with serious injuries. However, reality proved him wrong. He was forced to retreat with serious internal injuries after a single clash. Logically speaking, Huang Xiaolong's holy soul was only at the early second heaven true saint realm. Even with Tyrant Chu's grand Tao law and the blood steel, Huang Xiaolong shouldn't be able to stop him. After all, Li Chen was a late second heaven true saint. His Nine-Yong Dragon Emperor Sword was comparable to a Tao artifact, and the dragon's punishment was comparable to a grand Tao law. His strength was more than sufficient to fill the gap between the weapon and techniques. However, Huang Xiaolong stared at Li Chen, who was glaring at him sinisterly, and he growled, "Bring out everything you have. Otherwise, you won't be able to die a peaceful death." Li Chen's expression sank once again as a sneer left his lips. "Since that's what you want, I'll show you my trump cards today. The nine-yang dragon emperor sword in his hand disappeared as a golden ring took its place. It was an eight-sided ring that emitted traces of a primal ancestor's energy. Primal ancestor Dao artifact? Huang Xiaolong was seriously shocked at this point. Li Chun actually had a primal ancestor Dao artifact. The four primal ancestors hadn't bestowed upon Li Chun a Dao artifact, and Huang Xiaolong had no idea where he had gotten his hands on one. After thinking about the rumors from the past, a light bulb lit up in Huang Xiaolong's mind. That's right. Li Chun gloated. It's the eight-sided desolate beast ring. It's the primal ancestor Dao artifact the all-extinguishing Holy Emperor had obtained in the past. Today, I'll show you the might of the eight-sided desolate beast ring. Huang Xiaolong cracked up with laughter and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. They did say that the all-extinguishing Holy Emperor obtained a Dao artifact in the past. Looks like you managed to get your hands on it. Li Chun, you're pretty lucky. However, I'm luckier. After killing you, I'll be able to obtain the Dao artifact. Li Chun's revelation of the Dao artifact was something that really surprised him. He had been looking for the Dao artifact from the all-extinguishing Holy Emperor since the time he had set foot in the all-extinguishing Holy Gate, but he had never managed to locate it. He had practically combed through the lands, but now, Li Chun delivered the artifact right to him. After searching high and low for it, someone basically sent him an express delivery. When Li Chun saw that Huang Xiaolong was jumping in joy while claiming the Dao artifact as his, he couldn't help but laugh. Huang Xiaolong, are you sure you're not daydreaming? Li Chun sneered. The four primal ancestors definitely gave you a Dao artifact for the trip. However, the Dao artifact doesn't belong to you anyway. You will never be able to unleash its full strength. Do you really think that you can kill me? Oh, is that what you think? Huang Xiaolong snickered. Let me show you the power of a Dao artifact. Li Chun roared and his voice pierced through the heavens. Upon pouring all the energy from his body into the eight-sided desolate beast ring, Li Chun wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. As the ring started to shine with brilliant rays of light, the runes lit up and started to swirl around it. It was as though the ring came to life as an eight-horned desolate beast appeared behind Li Chun. The horrifying aura of a primal ancestor flooded the area and the sixth floor of the Xianxia Holy Manor was swallowed in an instant. As soon as the eight-horned desolate beast appeared, it was as though nothing in the world stood in its way. That was the terrifying might of the eight-sided desolate beast ring. That was the might of a primal ancestor. Li Chun became like a king among kings, and he seemed to have transformed into the reincarnation of a primal ancestor. Traces of grand Dao circled him. Huang Xiaolong, go to hell! A piercing roar left Li Chun's lips as a chilly light flashed in his eyes. The eight-horned desolate beast pounced at Huang Xiaolong. The space around the beast started to collapse as it made its charge. Right before the beast crashed into Huang Xiaolong, Li Chun noticed a golden figure emerging from Huang Xiaolong's body. A sneer formed on his lips when he saw that Huang Xiaolong had summoned his holy soul. Ordinary true saints would be able to unleash their strength through their fleshy bodies. But as a half-true saint, Huang Xiaolong's physical body was too weak to withstand the strength of his holy soul. According to Li Chun, Huang Xiaolong had no choice but to release his holy soul. With Huang Xiaolong's holy soul no longer protected, he would be able to crush it with his Dao artifact. Huang Xiaolong summoning his holy soul was exactly what Li Chun wanted. When Li Chun was rejoicing in his heart, another golden figure emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body, stunning the man. 2. Huang Xiaolong has two holy souls. Before he could express his shock, a third figure appeared. Li Chun stared at the three phantoms mutely, and he didn't know what to feel. Huang Xiaolong managed to form three holy souls. Everything that had confused him in the past finally started to make sense. Everything that had puzzled him about Huang Xiaolong's strength fell into place. With a shake of his hand, a spear appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand. As soon as it appeared, a blinding light filled the area. The body of the spear was like a dragon that threatened to tear the heavens apart as it swallowed the aura coming from the eight-horned desolate beast. Heaven-opening dragon spear. Li Chen's expression changed. Huang Xiaolong actually had the heaven-opening dragon spear. That was the personal weapon of his master, Lord Long. Never in his wildest imaginations would he have thought that the four primal ancestors would provide Huang Xiaolong with the heaven-opening dragon spear. If he tried comparing the nine-yang dragon emperor sword Lord Long had given him to the spear, it would be like comparing a pile of shit to a mountain of gold. The hatred he had in his heart for the four primal ancestors reached the limit when he saw the weapon in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Before Huang Xiaolong's appearance, he was the favored treasure of the holy heavens. He could feel the care his master had for him. However, everything changed when Huang Xiaolong appeared. He was the only person the four primal ancestors cared about, and even as the leader of the holy princes, he was still dirt compared to Huang Xiaolong. With the hatred in his heart, he pushed himself past his limit to pour energy manically into the eight-sided desolate beast ring. The aura emitted by the beast increased by yet another level. Huang Xiaolong raised the heaven-opening dragon spear and pierced towards Li Chun. Prosperity of the dragons. The space seemed to freeze as time stopped. Countless dragons charged towards Li Chun as dragons might filled the skies. With the assistance of the heaven-opening dragon spear, the prosperity of the dragons was strengthened by several tens of times. Endless sea of demons. Nirvana purity. The other two holy souls were unleashed to their maximum potential in an instant. Boom! As though hundreds of true saints had self-detonated. The shockwave destroyed the space around Li Chun and Huang Xiaolong as terrifying waves of energy tore through the air. The eight-horned desolate beast was suppressed by the consecutive attacks and crashed into one of the distant mountain ranges. Li Chun was no exception as he landed beside the beast. When they landed, the ground shattered as a massive crater was created. The beast started to fade and Huang Xiaolong casually reached out to grab the key to the seventh floor before making his way to Li Chun. As he slowly approached, a figure tore through the skies and made its way towards both of them. Since the battle between the two was so destructive, Xie Bufan noticed it even though he was several million miles away. When Li Chun saw Xie Bufan, a look of joy reignited on his face. "Brother Bufan, you're just in time. I found the key to the seventh floor and Huang Xiaolong sneak attacked me to steal it away. Let's work together to kill that brat." "What? The key to the seventh floor?" Xie Bufan jumped in shock, and his gaze landed on the item in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Since he had just obtained it, Huang Xiaolong didn't have time to put it away. "That's right. I only managed to destroy the restriction protecting it after using up a lot of my strength. Huang Xiaolong attacked me from behind, causing severe injuries before taking the key for himself. He's a sneaky bastard," Li Chun continued. "After killing him, we'll open the seventh floor together and share whatever's inside." Xie Bufan's heart shook, and he chuckled. "Of course, as a person who upholds justice, I will never allow despicable brats to run rampant. We have to get rid of someone like Huang Xiaolong." He shot towards Huang Xiaolong after he spoke. As a holy pill appeared in Li Chen's palm, he swallowed it without hesitation. "White flower holy pill." Xie Bufan's eyes were extremely sharp, and he called out the name of the holy pill. Li Chun ate instantly as shock flashed through his heart. The white flower holy pill was something the all-extinguishing holy emperor had refined in the past with countless precious herbs. It was exceptionally effective for healing wounds, and it was perfect for someone like Li Chun at his current level. Seeing as Xie Bufan had already recognized the pill, Li Chun felt that there was no point hiding the Dao artifact, and he summoned the eight-sided desolate beast ring. "Dao artifact." Xie Bufan's eyes flashed once again. Without a change in expression, Li Chun warned, "Xie Bufan. Brother Bufan, you have to be careful. Huang Xiaolong isn't as weak as we thought. He has 3 holy souls." "What? 3 holy souls?" Xie Bufan was stunned. That was indeed something unthinkable. It was the first time a single person had managed to form 3 holy souls. Moreover, he wasn't even in the true saint realm yet. "That's right." Li Chun nodded seriously. He felt a trace of fear and shock in his heart, along with a smidge of envy when he mentioned Huang Xiaolong's holy souls. "He also has the opening heaven dragon spear my master gave him. That's not all. He has something that might be a Dao artifact, and we have to work together to prevent him from escaping. That was what Li Chun was truly afraid of. If Huang Xiaolong managed to escape and locate the 7th floor, all his hard work would be wasted. Xie Bufan's expression sank when he heard that Huang Xiaolong had the heaven-opening dragon spear and another suspected Dao artifact. Just a moment ago, he had felt that with the Dao artifact given to him by the Devil Palace, he would be able to suppress Huang Xiaolong single-handedly. However, it seemed as though he was too hasty. When he looked at Huang Xiaolong again, it was as though there was an invisible pressure pressing down on him. Of course, it came from Huang Xiaolong's holy souls. It seemed as though Li Chun was a deceptive little bastard. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he would be able to kill Li Chun with a sneak attack if he attacked with all he had. Xie Bufan instantly called the bluff as he realized that Li Chun was injured after an intense battle with the other party. After a slight hesitation, he still summoned the fiend Moon Blade. As soon as it appeared, sharp rays of light pierced through the skies. The might of a primal ancestor started to spread out as the devil chi rolled about. With the blade in hand, Xie Bufan seemed to have turned into a devil king. Fiend Moon Blade. Li Chun was shocked. He didn't think that Xie Bufan would be holding onto the treasured fiend Moon Blade of the Devil Palace. There were different grades when it came to Dao artifacts, and the fiend Moonblade was the strongest primal ancestor Dao artifact the Devil Palace had to offer. It was several times stronger than his 8-sided Desolate Beast Ring. When the all-extinguishing Holy Emperor had obtained the 8-sided Desolate Beast Ring in the past, he had failed to fully refine it as he lacked a Dao heart. He wasn't able to continue refining the ring, and it was stuck at its original level. On the other hand, Fiend Moonblade was different. Xiao Jinyang was a primal ancestor, and he had used all he had to refine the blade. Who would have thought that he would allow Xie Bufan to bring the Fiend Moonblade into the Zhangxiong Holy Manor? Huang Xiaolong stared at the blade and felt a trace of surprise. It seemed as though the Devil Palace would stop at nothing to kill him. However, a sneer soon formed on his face. The Devil Palace was bound to be disappointed. No one would have thought that Huang Xiaolong had an inextinguishable Dao heart. If they knew, Xiao Jinyang wouldn't have been delusional enough to lend Xie Bufan the Fiend Moonblade. Of course, Huang Xiaolong knew that he couldn't be careless when dealing with the two of them. Upon glancing at each other, Li Chun and Xie Bufan came to an understanding immediately. Soaring to the skies, they sent the two weapons out in unison. Pincering Huang Xiaolong, Li Chun attacked Huang Xiaolong's head, while Xie Bufan went for the lower body. 8 eight-horned desolate beasts emerged from the ring as a torrent of blades shot out from the Fiend Moonblade. Huang Xiaolong, die! Li Chun roared. After swallowing the white flower holy pill, his injuries were fully healed. Moreover, his combat strength had risen to another level. Seeing as they were attacking him together, Huang Xiaolong snorted coldly as he activated all 3 holy souls. With the opening dragon spear and the flying heaven bloodsteel, Huang Xiaolong attacked. Boom! With the power to smash and overturn the heavens, the 3 of them exchanged several tens of blows in mid-air. Li Chun and Xie Bufan used their high-grade holy arts to their maximum power, but they were unable to do a thing to Huang Xiaolong. Instead, they were forced to retreat time after time. The looks on their faces were extremely ugly. Initially, they tried overestimating Huang Xiaolong's combat prowess. However, it seemed as though they were still wrong. After several dozen more rounds, the 3 of them stopped. Li Chun and Xie Bufan cut an extremely sorry figure. A weird light emerged from Li Chen's body suddenly, and a string of weird runes charged into the skies. The runes seemed to be human, but they started to transform into other living beings in the next instant. Myriad creations, Saint Godhead! Huang Xiaolong and Xie Bufan yelled in unison. The myriad creations Saint Godhead was ranked 5th in the Holy World, and it was a heaven-defying existence. In the past, Su Bailey had revealed his Godhead that ranked in the top 10, but it paled in comparison to the myriad creations Saint Godhead. That's right! A smile formed on Li Chen's face. No one would be humble if they possessed the 5th-ranked Godhead. Seeming as Li Chun was planning to risk it all, Xie Bufan no longer held back. He activated his undead heart, and boundless death chi filled the area. Along with the terrifying waves of death chi, Buddhist light started to emerge from Xie Bufan's body. Two contrasting chi surrounded Xie Bufan, forming a weird scene. However, one would discover that the Buddhist aura around Xie Bufan was different from the one emitted by Huang Xiaolong. The Buddhist aura around Huang Xiaolong was gentle, and it had the power to purify everything in its path. On the other hand, the Buddhist aura around Xie Bufan felt extremely sinister. Everything that it touched seemed to get corrupted, and it felt as though it was the source of all evil. Evil Buddha Saint Godhead. The evil Buddha Saint Godhead was ranked 7th among the godheads in the holy world. With his undead heart, Xie Bufan's combat abilities slightly surpassed Li Chun, who had the myriad creations Saint Godhead. Blinding rays of devilish light emerged from the fiend moon blade in Xie Bufan's hands after his evil Buddha Saint Godhead appeared, and torrential waves formed from devil chi surged towards Huang Xiaolong. Kill! Once again, the two of them lunged at him. Unlike before, their combat abilities increased by several times. With the myriad creations Saint Godhead, Li Chun was able to create many things. He could even form ghost devils, holy artifacts, and even true Saint Realm evil beasts. Everything he summoned unleashed their rage at Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Xie Bufan didn't remain passive either. Sinister light filled the skies and evil aura surpassing that of a fourth heaven true saint emerged from his body. Horrifying waves of energy swept towards Huang Xiaolong. Instead of running away, Huang Xiaolong charged towards the two of them. Pushing his 3 Saint Godheads and his holy mandate imprint, the 3 holy souls unleashed the primal ancestors' grand Dao law Huang Xiaolong comprehended. An uncountable number of dragons filled the skies and holy beings surrounded the man. As devil gods started to gather, a massive ocean of blood formed. The skies shook as the 3 of them clashed with each other. The 6th floor of the Zhangqiong Holy Manor trembled as countless mountain ranges crumbled to dust. The land started to crack as it separated into several different pieces. Their battle didn't just affect the 6th floor, but piercing light was emitted from the manor, shocking everyone outside. Who's fighting? Did they find the key to the 7th floor already? A true saint guessed. There are 4 people in the 6th floor, and Tan Wan should have been the first to have arrived. Xie Bufan would be a close second, and Li Chun and Li Sini might have arrived the 3rd and 4th. Since Huang Xiaolong had refined the holy souls of the true saints he had killed in the trial of blood, he had dropped pretty far down the ranks. The 4 people who were listed had ranked in the top 4, and they were the most likely candidates to enter the 6th floor. Did Tan Wan locate the key with Ji Sini before being discovered by Li Chun and Xie Bufan? Unless the 4 of them clash, it's impossible for the Zhangqiong Holy Manor to shake. I'm afraid that's the only possibility. Several patriarchs discussed among themselves. When the discussions went on around him, the patriarch of the ancient race felt his heart sinking. That was the key to the 7th floor they were talking about. The 7th floor contained the Zhangqiong old man's inheritance. No matter who obtained the key, they would be able to push their respective organization to the next level. Chao Nen rejoiced in his heart when he noticed the battle going on. He thought that, with the fiend Moonblade to complement his undead heart, Xie Bufan should be the strongest person in the manor right now. The blade also held the grand Dao laws comprehended by Chao Jinyang himself, and no one would be able to fight against Xie Bufan. Even if Tan Wan had a Dao artifact from Xuelingyun, she wouldn't be able to match up to his disciple. When that happened, the Zhangqiong blade, the Zhangqiong seed, and the Zhangqiong holy pills would belong to the Devil Palace. Tyrant Chu chuckled when he saw the look on Chao Nan's face. Chao Nan, you look like a little shit with that sneaky smile on your face. You seem very confident that Xie Bufan will be able to obtain the key. Ha ha ha. Tyrant Chu, you're such a genius. Confidence is the only thing I have right now. He has the power to sweep through the Zhangqiong Holy Manor unhindered, and he's definitely going to obtain the key to the 7th floor. You better pray that Huang Xiaolong doesn't run into my disciple. Otherwise, things might get ugly. Heh! Tyrant Chu snorted. Do I have to remind you of the events that happened in the Trial of Blood? Xie Bufan might be like Do Rue and the others, He's probably going to die soon. Song Moli didn't say a thing as he watched the two of them quarrel, and a placid expression remained on his face. After all, his disciple was only at the peak of the 9th tribulation half-true saint realm. There wasn't a slightest trace of expectation in his heart for his disciple to obtain the key to the 7th floor. Xuelingyun was also extremely worried as she stared at the changes around the Zhangqiong holy manor. As for the Zhangqiong old man, a smile remained on his face as he stroked his beard slowly. This wasn't the first time that Zhangqiong holy manor had accepted visitors. However, no one had managed to locate the key to the 7th floor as he had hidden it extremely well. Moreover, the restrictions he had set around it were too strong. No one had managed to destroy the restrictions even if they located the key. This time, he had reduced the difficulty of finding the key, and he knew that as long as anyone in the top 10 ranks in the Trial of Blood entered the 6th floor, they would be able to obtain the key. Of course, the old man had his reasons. Several dozen minutes passed and the light emitted from the manor became even more dazzling. On the 6th floor, the battle between the three had already reached its climax. Even though Huang Xiaolong had 3 holy souls, the Holy Mandate Imprint, and the heaven-opening dragon spear, Li Chun and Xie Bufan weren't nobodies. Li Chun had the myriad creation Saint Godhead and the 8-sided desolate beast ring, while Xie Bufan had an undead heart and the fiend Moonblade. Even if they failed to hurt him, he couldn't break through the defenses as easily as before. The expressions on Li Chen's and Xie Bufan's faces were dark. Stopping suddenly, Xue Bufan screamed, "Huang Xiaolong, you have to die here today." Upon activating the Grand Dao laws hidden in the blade by Qiao Jinyang, Xie Bufan was ready to make the final strike. Qiao Jinyang's primal ancestor Qi filled the 6th floor in an instant. Primal ancestor inextinguishable Grand Dao law. Li Chen's expression changed. As a thread of Grand Dao law emerged from the blade, it shot towards Huang Xiaolong's holy soul. Qiao Jinyang's Grand Dao law appeared before the holy souls in a flash. Even though it was said that holy souls had already transcended the reincarnation cycle, it was nothing before a thread of Grand Dao law. The moment it was shattered by the Grand Dao, a true saint would die. The opening heaven dragon spear in Huang Xiaolong's hand shot out suddenly to meet the thread of Grand Dao law. It was the Grand Dao law comprehended by the heavenly master. Since Qiao Jinyang could seal his Grand Dao law into the fiend Moonblade, the heavenly master was naturally able to do the same. Boom! 2 threads of Grand Dao slammed into each other, and the heavens trembled. The 3 of them felt the world spinning, and it was as though their life and death were no longer under their control. Huang Xiaolong fared the best out of the 3, but looks of fear appeared on the faces of the other 2. With a shake of his body, Li Chun arrived beside Huang Xiaolong's Buddhist-attributed holy soul all of a sudden. Since Huang Xiaolong's dragon-attributed holy soul was holding onto the opening heaven dragon spear, it made no sense to attack it. The devil-attributed holy soul held onto the blood steel, and the Buddhist-attributed holy soul was the weakest. Li Chun was no rookie. As long as he managed to hurt one of Huang Xiaolong's holy souls, the tides of the battle would change. However, a resplendent ray of light shot out from Huang Xiaolong's chest before Li Chun could unleash its attack. Another trace of Grand Dao law smashed towards Li Chun. According to his plan, he would crush Huang Xiaolong's Buddhist-attributed holy soul in one strike. Never in his wildest imaginations would he have thought that Huang Xiaolong had an inextinguishable Dao heart. The speed of the Grand Dao law was outside his scope of comprehension, and it arrived before he could react. The world seemed to stop as Li Chun felt his holy soul falling into the rivers of reincarnation. He was no longer able to control his body as a terrifying pressure crushed him. For the first time in his life, fear gripped his heart. Turning to stare at Huang Xiaolong with a horrified gaze, he looked at Huang Xiaolong's chest. Xie Bufan, who was ready to strike again, widened his eyes in shock and his feelings mirrored Li Chen's. He didn't understand what was going on, and Huang Xiaolong's chest seemed to become even more attractive than the 3 beauties of the clear snow palace. You, inextinguishable Dao heart. Li Chen's tongue was tied, and he failed to speak properly. His body started to tremble as his vision threatened to go dark. Inextinguishable Tao Heart. Huang Xiaolong had a fucking Tao heart. Li Chun didn't dare to believe what he just saw. Xie Bufan was equally as shocked, and his jaws dropped in horror. A half-true saint like Huang Xiaolong had actually managed to form an inextinguishable Tao heart. That was absolutely absurd. That's right. It's my inextinguishable Tao heart, Huang Xiaolong admitted. With a sudden shake of the spear, the heaven-opening dragon spear pierced into Li Chen's chest. Pulling out the tip of the spear in one smooth motion, Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate to deal Li Chun a serious blow. Staring at the gaping hole in his chest, Li Chun didn't react immediately. As he fell from the skies with a look of disbelief on his face, Xie Bufan turned around and ran. He was too frightened to continue fighting. To battle someone with a Tao heart was basically suicide. He could accept the fact that Huang Xiaolong had 3 holy souls, and he had a Tao artifact bestowed upon him by the primal ancestors of the holy heavens. However, the other party actually had an inextinguishable Tao heart. Even if he was given 1,000 years, he wouldn't be able to kill Huang Xiaolong. If he continued to battle, he would suffer the same fate as Li Chun. As for the fact that Huang Xiaolong was holding on to the key to the 7th level, Xie Bufan could care less about that. However, Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air as Xie Bufan made his escape. Xie Bufan, do you really think that you can run now? After revealing his inextinguishable Tao heart, Huang Xiaolong was determined to kill everyone. As his dragon attributed holy soul shook, the phantom arrived behind Xie Bufan, and it slashed down with the opening heaven dragon spear. As Xie Bufan raised his fiend moonblade to protect his dear life, Huang Xiaolong's Grand Tao Law took the window of opportunity to attack. With no time to think, Xie Bufan could only raise his left hand to unleash his strongest attack. Evil Devil Light. With his fist whistling through the air, it turned into a streak of light that smashed into the thread of Grand Tao Law. The Evil Devil Light was also a Tao art comprehended by Qiao Jinyang, and it contained a shocking amount of power. Boom! When the 2 attacks slammed into each other, the space around them crumbled. Even though the Evil Devil Light contained extraordinary power, the thread of Grand Tao Law wasn't something he could devour so easily. If Qiao Jinyang was present, he would be able to crush the thread of Grand Tao Law Huang Xiaolong comprehended with ease. However, Xie Bufan was a mere second heaven true saint. Piercing through the Evil Devil Light, the thread of Grand Tao Law pierced through Xie Bufan's chest. Like Li Chun, Xie Bufan could feel himself losing control of his body as his holy soul was suppressed by an unimaginably strong presence. The heaven-opening dragon spear did its job once again, and a fountain of blood emerged from Xie Bufan's chest. His end was a little worse than Li Chun as Huang Xiaolong went all out to prevent him from escaping. No one could endure a strike from Huang Xiaolong's Grand Tao Law and a strike from the heaven-opening dragon spear. At least, no one currently in the Zhangqiong Holy Manor could do so. Falling from the skies, Xie Bufan slammed heavily into the ground as the fiend moon blade landed beside him. Walking slowly towards Xie Bufan, Huang Xiaolong stared at his sorry figure. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want? Looking at Huang Xiaolong, Xie Bufan forced himself to act as calmly as he could. Giant waves were battering against his frail little heart when he realized that he couldn't put up the slightest resistance against the man. It's a little unnecessary to ask this question now, no? Huang Xiaolong responded. Xie Bufan's expression sank as his mind worked in overdrive to think of a way out of this. Fine. Since I'm going to die, I hope you can leave my corpse alone. Leave me with a complete body when I die. Impossible. Huang Xiaolong wanted nothing more than to refine his 7th-rank saint godhead, and it was impossible to leave him with a complete corpse. A trace of grief appeared in Xie Bufan's heart when he realized that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't even let him die peacefully. The leader of the devil princes would die without a complete corpse. No longer speaking to the other party, Huang Xiaolong sealed his mouth and threw him into the black corpse holy ring. Turning to Li Chun, Huang Xiaolong slowly made his way over. The fear in Li Chen's heart grew to a whole new level when he saw that Huang Xiaolong didn't bother speaking to Xie Bufan before throwing him into the black corpse holy ring. Huang Xiaolong, We're both disciples of the holy heavens. If you really kill me, the primal ancestors won't let you off. I believe you know the punishment for a disciple who kills a fellow disciple of the organization. If you kill me, you'll suffer when you return to the organization. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but sneer when he heard Li Chen's threats. Li Chen, since you know about the rules of our organization, you should know the consequences of working with Xie Bufan to kill me. What do you think the primal ancestors would think when they learn of this? They will probably celebrate your death along with me. Even if I kill you, I will be doing a favor for the holy heavens. I'll be rewarded for killing a traitor. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. You should just give up on the little ideas you have in your head right now. Huang Xiaolong sealed up Li Chen's energy without saying anything more. Huang Xiaolong, you can't kill me. If you spare my life, I'll agree to be your follower. Li Chen begged. I'll hand over the position of the leader of the holy princes, and I'll listen to whatever you say. I will never go against you again, and I won't listen to Fu Yunjia's stupid suggestions. That's right. Fu Yunjie was the cause of this. And we never held a grudge for each other to begin with. I would never think of killing you. Li Chen wore a face of regret when he blabbered on. Seeing as Li Chen was trying to push everything on Fu Yunjie, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but shake his head silently. Li Chen, you won't even be able to lie to a 3-year-old with your methods. Do you really think that someone like Fu Yunjie can control your actions? You might have listened to him at the start to develop some sort of discontent for me. After the repeated defeats, your hatred for me went through the roof. Did you think I was blind? When the Zhangqiong Holy Manor opened, you conspired with Xie Bufan to kill me at all costs. Li Chen wanted to refute, but Huang Xiaolong resolutely threw him into the Black Corpse Holy Ring before retrieving both the Fiend Moonblade and the 8-sided Desolate Beast Ring. Unwilling to remain in the battlefield, he swept his arm once to erase all traces of the outcome of the battle before leaving. Not too long after he left, a figure tore through the skies to arrive at the place they had fought. Tan Wan's expression changed when she noticed the destroyed surroundings. Primal Ancestor Qi. Someone used a Dao artifact here. What shocking dragon, evil, and devil Qi. There's Buddhist Qi in the air as well. Who in the world engaged in battle here? Sweeping her gaze across the surroundings, Tan Wan tried her best to dig for the outcome of the battle. She even used a secret art of the Clear Snow Palace, but she could only ascertain that Li Chen and Xie Bufan were part of the battle. She also managed to sense a mysterious presence, but she failed to determine his identity. Could the last person be Huang Xiaolong? A thought flashed through her mind, but she quickly shook her head to dispel the thought. After all, Huang Xiaolong shouldn't be capable of causing so much damage. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to challenge Xie Bufan and Li Chen at the same time. It seems like the key was obtained by one of them. I'll be able to know what happened as soon as I locate Li Chen or Xie Bufan. Tan Wan thought to herself as she soared through the skies. The most important thing she had to do was to locate either of them. From Xuelingyun, she had learned that one needed to comprehend the Grand Dao Law in the key before they could open the gates to the 7th floor. From her master's estimates, even someone like her would need an entire day to comprehend the Grand Dao Law contained in the key. No one could compare to her comprehension speed, and as long as she found Li Chen or Xie Bufan, she would stand a chance to enter the 7th floor. When the battle on the 6th floor stopped, the light rays emitted by the manor started to fade. Everyone outside couldn't help but gasp in shock. It stopped. Who won? How could the battle end so quickly? After all, they only battled for less than half an hour. Who obtained the key to the 7th floor? Tan Wan? Xie Bufan? Could it be Li Chen? In fact, Li Sini is also a contender. Someone guessed. Tan Wan probably obtained the key. No. Xie Bufan won the battle. Everyone started guessing blindly as soon as the battle concluded. Chao Nin couldn't help but sneer when he heard the discussions in the surroundings. It seemed as though Xie Bufan was the final victor of the battle. He had to reward this disciple heavily when he returned. Tyrant Chu didn't speak as thoughts ran through his mind. Xuelingyun was extremely anxious as she transmitted her questions to the Zhangqiong old man in secret. Lord Mo Tsongli, who do you think managed to obtain the key? Duan Xian asked Mo Tsongli carefully. After thinking about it, he shook his head slowly. It's either Tan Wan, Li Chun, or Xie Bufan. I have no idea. It was indeed impossible to make a guess. After all of them were equally as strong and they had hidden trump cards up their sleeves. However, he could be sure of one thing. It was impossible for the fourth person to obtain the key. After Huang Xiaolong left the scene of battle, he looked for a quiet spot to retrieve the key. Activating his Dao heart, he started to comprehend the grand Dao left behind in the key. He took less than half an hour to fully comprehend the grand Dao law, and the instant he did, the key released blinding rays of light that pierced into the void. In response, rainbow-colored light emerged from the void and enveloped Huang Xiaolong. The disturbance shook the entire sixth floor, and Tan Wan was naturally able to notice the change. A look of shock formed on her face. According to her master, the sixth floor would only be filled with rainbow-colored light when someone successfully comprehended the grand Dao law left in the key. How is it possible? It hasn't even been half an hour. Even with my talent, it would take an entire day. Her shock did nothing to stop Huang Xiaolong from entering a tunnel that formed in the void. As the surroundings changed around him, he realized that he had left the sixth floor. Is this the seventh floor? Huang Xiaolong stared at the endless plains before him. Other than the holy spiritual qi in the air being a little denser than the sixth floor, there wasn't much difference. After a slight pause, Huang Xiaolong started to fly towards the edge of the plains. He knew that it wouldn't be too late for him to refine both of them after accepting the inheritance. After more than an hour passed, Huang Xiaolong approached the edge of the plains and noticed a mini Zhangqiong holy mountain. As soon as he arrived at the mountain peak, he noticed a miniature Zhangqiong Dao palace. Even though the door was sealed, Huang Xiaolong pushed it open quickly, and he entered the main hall of the palace. Above him was the ceiling that portrayed the starry universe, and a statue of the Zhangqiong old man was erected in the middle of the hall. The statue was several tens of thousands of feet tall, and Huang Xiaolong failed to observe the facial features even after staring closely at its face. The statue was crafted out of Dao crystals, and the crystals themselves came from the heart of the holy world. It was God knew how many times more precious than the transparent holy spiritual stone. Runes lined the statue from head to toe, and Huang Xiaolong's heart shook when he realized what was standing before him. That was the Zhangqiong old man's inheritance everyone longed for. After accepting the inheritance, he would be considered the old man's one and only direct disciple. When that happened, he would become Xuelingyun's junior brother. With the holy heavens and the clear snow palace standing behind him, no one in the holy world could stand against him. Of course, he hadn't been afraid of anything since forming his inextinguishable Dao heart. Without searching for the Zhangqiong blade, Zhangqiong seed, or the Zhangqiong holy pill, Huang Xiaolong approached the statue respectfully and got to his knees. After bowing, he rose into the air and arrived at the midway point of the statue. He crossed his legs as he sat down in the air and started to comprehend the runes carved onto the statue. The runes contained the meaning of existence, and it contained endless wisdom from the grand Dao. Only after comprehending the runes could he accept the inheritance. Of course, others might need several hundred to several dozen thousand years to comprehend the runes, but they were no Huang Xiaolong. For someone with a Dao heart, he would probably only need several years to accomplish the task. Very quickly, several months passed. It was the 1-year mark after the disciples entered the Zhangqiong holy manor, and most of the disciples were scattered throughout the manor. There were some weaker ones who hadn't even cleared the 3rd floor, and they were all sent out of the manor by the restriction left behind by the Zhangqiong old man. There was only one rule when entering the Zhangqiong holy manor. One had to enter the 7th floor in a year. If they didn't, then they would be sent out of the holy manor. The disciples on the 3rd floor were sent out instantly, followed by those on the 4th and 5th floor. As the disciples emerged, patriarchs of their respective organizations were overwhelmed with different feelings. Some were disappointed, while others were overjoyed. Some were happy that their disciples managed to obtain some previous holy herbs, and there were others who celebrated the collection of a holy art. There were also some who raged at their disciples for being unable to pass the third floor. Of course, there were also several patriarchs who scolded their disciples for only grabbing some low-grade origin spiritual herbs in the fourth floor of the Xianxia Holy Manor. Soon, everyone on the fifth floor emerged. Only those who remained on the sixth floor were sent out in the last batch. The first to emerge was Huaipa, and everyone was stunned by his achievement. After all, he was only a peak ninth tribulation half-true saint. Master! He jumped in excitement before greeting Emotsongli. This time, he had managed to obtain 2 stalks of holy herbs from the sixth floor and a high-grade holy art. His master was the reason he was able to go so far in the Xianxia Holy Manor. A smile formed on Emotsongli's face. Pretty good. You didn't disappoint me. If Huaipa wasn't exceptionally talented, there was no way he could enter the sixth floor even with Emotsongli's help. Master, you're too kind. Huaipa chuckled. However, he quickly followed up with a question. Master, Huang Xiaolong should have already been sent out, right? He looked at the Holy Heavens camp and shivered. From what he knew, Huang Xiaolong would be unable to pass the fourth floor even with his holy soul. After all, Huang Xiaolong had cultivated for short time. He wouldn't have been able to comprehend the Grand Tao so quickly, and it would be an achievement for him to enter the fifth floor of the manor. Too bad for him. Emotsongli shook his head slowly. He isn't out yet. What? Huaipa was shocked. He realized that Huang Xiaolong, Li Chun, Xie Yao, and Lin Yijia of the Holy Heavens were still absent. The only person who emerged was Chun Kaiping, Chun Yi, and several other weaker disciples. Who could have expected that Huang Xiaolong would be strong enough to enter the sixth floor? It seems like the primal ancestors lent him a Tao artifact. Lin Xiaoying was the next to emerge. It was clear that someone with her abilities managed to make her way to the sixth floor. Everyone who entered the sixth floor managed to harvest great rewards, and Lin Xiaoying's smile was extremely eye-catching when she came out. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong wasn't out yet, Lin Xiaoying gasped in surprise. 13 isn't out yet? Chaonan turned to Tyrant Chu and sneered. It looks like your disciple stepped in dog shit luck and managed to enter the sixth floor. Hee hee. My disciple might have stepped in dog shit luck, but your disciple seems to have dunked in cow dung. Chun Yi and the other disciples of the Holy Heavens failed to hold back their laughter when they heard what Tyrant Chu said. As the disciples on the sixth floor were sent out one by one, everyone stared intently at those who emerged. Tyrant Chu, Chao Nan, and Xueling Yun were extremely nervous. When Xie Yao and the others came out, there were only 5 people left in the Xianxia Holy Manor. They were Tan Wan, Li Chun, Xie Bufan, Ji Sini, and Huang Xiaolong. How is he not out yet? Could Huang Xiaolong be the 5th person to enter the 6th floor? The earlier one entered the 6th floor, the later they would be transported out. As such, everyone was sure that Huang Xiaolong was definitely part of the first 5 to enter the 6th floor. Not a single person could believe the fact that Huang Xiaolong was actually strong enough to be part of the top 5. Even existences at the floor of Chao Nan and Xueling Yun were shocked. As for Tyrant Chu, he had a shit-eating grin on his face when he looked at Chao Nan. The only person whose expression remained constant throughout the entire event was the Xianxia old man. In the next instant, a ray of light emerged from the Xianxia Holy Manor. Huang Xiaolong! Is that Huang Xiaolong? Someone in the crowd screamed. A figure appeared, and everyone recognized Ji Sini instantly. It's not Huang Xiaolong. As everyone started to clamor, another figure emerged from the manor. This has to be him. There's no way for Huang Xiaolong to still be in the manor. If the person who emerged isn't Huang Xiaolong, I'll change my surname. A patriarch who had mocked Huang Xiaolong previously snarled as Tan Wan entered their sights. It's Tan Wan from the Clear Snow Palace. The crowd erupted when they noticed her appearance. No one would have thought that Tan Wan would emerge earlier than Li Chen, Huang Xiaolong, or Xie Bufan. Even Xueling Yun didn't believe her eyes. Not a single person expected it to be Tan Wan. Even people like Tyrant Chu and Emotsongli stared at her in disbelief. They weren't the only ones, as the Xianxia old man raised a brow in shock. Everyone was basically certain that Tan Wan was the first to enter the 6th floor of the Xianxia Holy Manor, and even if she wasn't the first, she should be a close second. However, she was transported out of the manor before 3 other people. They screamed in shock when Tan Wan appeared. "Master, I'm sorry." Tan Wan quickly approached Xuelingyun to apologize. She knew that her master was extremely confident in her abilities, and she had failed to live up to her expectations. She hadn't even seen the shadow of the key to the 7th floor before leaving the manor. Snapping back to reality, Xuelingyun forced herself to laugh. "It's fine." However, was it really fine? The trace of bitterness in her laughter told everyone it wasn't fine. She was the Xianxiong old man's daughter in name, and she could be counted as a nominal disciple of his. If Tan Wan accepted the old man's inheritance, it would be the best-case scenario for 3 generations of master and disciple. The greater the expectations were, the greater the disappointment was. "Master, is Xie Bufan still in there?" Tan Wan asked. From what she knew, Xie Bufan was the only other person capable of holding the key. That's right. However, Xie Bufan isn't the only one inside. Li Chun and Huang Xiaolong are both still there. What? How can there be 3 of them? Is Huang Xiaolong still in the manor? A terrifying possibility flashed through her mind. Was the mysterious 3rd person Huang Xiaolong? Yes. Xuelingyun nodded. Huang Xiaolong isn't out yet. Complicated feelings welled up in Xuelingyun's heart when she looked at her disciple. Even Tan Wan was transported out, but Huang Xiaolong managed to remain in the manor. It was an extremely embarrassing fact for her. One had to know that Tan Wan was ranked number 1 in the trial of blood. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Ji Sini and Lin Xiaoying rushed over the moment Tan Wan returned. "I'm fine." Even though she had managed to obtain several holy herbs and a treasure rarely seen in the holy world, she couldn't cheer herself up. After all, she failed to obtain the biggest treasure of them all. If she was being honest with herself, she was a little reluctant to resign to her fate. However, everything was already set in stone now that she was out. Not too long after she emerged, the light around the 6th floor disappeared. Everyone stared at the sudden change in the situation with their jaws agape. The light would only disappear after everyone from the floor was transported out. From what they could see, there wasn't anyone left on the 6th floor of the manor. However, there were 3 more people who hadn't made it out. How was this possible? This can't be. Li Chun, Xie Bufan, and Huang Xiaolong are still in the manor. Don't tell me the 3 of them managed to enter the 7th floor. Ji Nu gasped in shock. As soon as he spoke, everyone felt their heads spinning. 3 people entered the 7th floor of the Xianxiong Holy Manor. Was something like this even possible? Everyone stared at the Xianxiong old man and waited for a reply. Xuelingyun was the first to open her mouth to question her master. "Master, did the 3 of them really enter the 7th floor of the Xianxiong Holy Manor?" "Hee. Since they're no longer on the 6th floor, where else can they be?" The Xianxiong old man chuckled softly. "Didn't you say that only a single person can obtain your inheritance? You were the one who said that only one person could enter the 7th floor." Xuelingyun asked in confusion. That was the point that puzzled everyone present. A smile appeared on the Xianxiong old man's face as he explained. Only a single person can comprehend the Grand Tao law on the key to the 7th floor. However, I didn't say that he couldn't bring anyone else into the 7th floor. Everyone felt question marks popping up in their heads. The Xianxiong old man might have tried to make it clear, but they still didn't understand how 3 people had managed to enter the 7th floor. Only after several seconds did they piece the puzzle together. It seemed as though the key was obtained by one of the 3, and they brought the other 2 onto the 7th floor after a series of threats. After all, no one would hand over the key to someone else. So the ultimate question remained. Who obtained the key? I bet Xie Bufan managed to obtain the key. After all, he has an undead heart. He's stronger than Li Chun when all is said and done. It's definitely Xie Bufan. Li Chen's chance of obtaining the key is a little lower than Xie Bufan. All the patriarchs started guessing. Practically everyone felt that Xiebufan was the person who obtained the key. Not a single person mentioned Huang Xiaolong. Even though Huang Xiaolong was a creator of miracles, he was only a fifth tribulation half-true saint. His holy soul couldn't compare to either Li Chun or Xiebufan, and there was no way for him to be the one to obtain the key. As for Chao Nan, he was extremely confident that Xiebufan was the final winner, and the smile on his face started to brighten up. "Congratulations to you, Lord Chao Nan." Several patriarchs came up to him and offered their congratulations. Nodding his head, Chao Nan roared with laughter. People like Duan Xian and Xin Jiawen stared at Chao Nan with jealous expressions. When Tyrant Chu looked at Chao Nan, who was laughing his ass off, he couldn't help but feel that the other party was doing it intentionally. Day by day, time slowly passed. Several patriarchs brought their disciples to bid farewell to the Zhangqiong old man before taking their leave. Even Mo Zongli and the other experts from the Holy Lands Alliance took their leave. The only ones who remained were those from the Clear Snow Palace, the Holy Heavens, and the Devil Palace. Several years passed, and on one fine day, a burst of light pierced into the skies as the Grand Tao descended on the lands. Someone is finally accepting the inheritance. Could it be Xiebufan? How can he possibly comprehend the runes so quickly? Ji Sini asked in shock. Tan Wan was equally surprised. Xueling Yun, Tyrant Chu, and Chao Nan frowned in suspicion. No matter who it was impossible to comprehend the runes on the Zhangqiong old man's statue so quickly. Despite the confidence Chao Nan had in his disciple, he knew that Xiebufan couldn't accomplish a feat like that. As for the Zhangqiong old man, he sank into contemplation. In the middle of the 7th floor, layers of runes emitted brilliant rays of holy light as the Grand Tao swirled about Huang Xiaolong. Traces of Grand Tao law emerged from the statue's eyebrows, and they surged towards Huang Xiaolong. After calming his mind, Huang Xiaolong started to circulate the Grand Mist parasitic medium to devour the Grand Tao Qi. As time slowly passed, the aura Huang Xiaolong emitted was filled with traces of the Grand Tao. His cultivation base didn't remain stagnant either. From the early 5th Tribulation half-true saint realm, Huang Xiaolong quickly entered the mid-5th Tribulation half-true saint realm. Years passed, and his cultivation base approached the 6th Tribulation half-true saint realm. The skies above the Zhangqiong Hold Manor started to tremble as tribulation clouds gathered. Lightning dragons swarmed the skies as Huang Xiaolong's 6th Tribulation arrived. Compared to the 5th Tribulation, the 6th Tribulation was several times stronger. The skies above the 7th floor of the Zhangqiong Holy Manor were filled with dark clouds almost instantly, as the scope was 4 times larger than when he entered the 5th Tribulation half-true saint realm. Snapping his eyes open, Huang Xiaolong stared at the 1,800 feet long lightning dragon in the sky. Roar! Without warning, the dragon charged at Huang Xiaolong. Lighting filled the skies above the Zhangqiong Holy Manor, and terrifying waves of energy swept through the space. Every single bolt would be enough to heavily injure a first heaven true saint. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate to rush at the lightning dragons. After summoning his dragon-attributed holy soul, Huang Xiaolong unleashed the prosperity of the dragons instantly. Half a day later, the tribulation clouds that covered several 100 million miles finally gathered enough power. With a growl that caused the world to tremble, an incredible amount of lightning bolts crashed down towards Huang Xiaolong. There were a total of 100 waves falling at once, and the boundless lightning threatened to swallow the 7th floor of the Zhangqiong Holy Manor. It wanted nothing more than to swallow everything in its path. Huang Xiaolong didn't back down as he summoned the opening Heaven Dragon Spear, the Flying Heaven Bloodsteel, the Darkness Holy Ring, and the Black Corpse Holy Ring to meet the lightning head-on. He even summoned the Winged Dragon Flying Ship. The 3 holy souls and saint godheads were pushed to the limit as he used everything he had. Prosperity of the dragons, Epoch of darkness, Sea of endless demons, Heavenly Master Incarnation. Every single ultimate skill was unleashed, and Huang Xiaolong used every weapon at his disposal to take on the tribulation. Boom! With the opening Heaven Dragon Spear taking the lead, it slammed into the lightning bolts falling from the skies before the Darkness Holy Ring turned the entire area into a world of darkness. black corpse Qi surrounded him, and the winged dragon flying ship opened its wings to take on the tribulation. The heavens and earth shook as the two superforces clashed. A buzzing sound filled Huang Xiaolong's ear, and it didn't fade until after a long time later. The lands trembled, and it was as though they were shaking in fear of the strength of his sixth tribulation. Only after a very long time did the Zhangqiong holy manor regain its calm. With the tribulation clouds finally dissipating, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief as the sky regained its color. The sixth tribulation had already exceeded his expectations as it was several tens of times stronger than the fifth tribulation. Previously, he was shocked that the fifth tribulation had lasted for 1 whole hour. But now, the sixth tribulation took half a day. Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, Huang Xiaolong sighed. He was extremely lucky that he had the opening heaven dragon spear. Of course, he congratulated himself for improving his holy souls and saint godheads throughout the years. Since he was trying to accept the inheritance at the same time, Huang Xiaolong had to focus on both sides while taking on the tribulation. A single careless move and he would be devoured by either side. Whatever the case, he had passed the sixth tribulation. As for the seventh one, Huang Xiaolong no longer thought about it. After all, he could deal with it after refining the energy contained in the sixth tribulation. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye and Huang Xiaolong refined the energy contained in the sixth tribulation with no issues. Turning his focus back to the inheritance, he devoured the grand Tao energy coming from the statue. Several dozen years later, tribulation clouds gathered in the skies once again as Huang Xiaolong saw the size of the lightning dragons. They were more than 2,000 feet long, and the clouds stretched out to fill more than 1 billion miles. 30 years later, the eighth tribulation arrived. 50 years later, Huang Xiaolong crossed the ninth tribulation. Before entering the Zhangqiong Holy Manor, Huang Xiaolong had estimated that he would probably be able to arrive at the eighth tribulation half-true saint realm after accepting the inheritance. However, he was shocked there was enough energy for him to arrive at the ninth tribulation half-true saint realm. After arriving at the ninth tribulation half-true saint realm, all that was left to do was to obtain the saint fate to enter the true saint realm. Even with his holy souls, Huang Xiaolong wasn't considered a true saint. He would only become a true saint after obtaining the saint fate born from the holy world. After so many years, those outside were still guessing the result of the battle on the sixth level over the key. There's no need for us to hurry. Dao friend Zhangqiong's inheritance isn't something that can be accepted after several dozen years. Bufan will probably need several hundred years to accept the inheritance, and he might enter the fourth heaven true saint realm when he emerges. Fourth heaven true saint realm? The experts of the Devil Palace yelled in shock. One had to know that Xie Bufan was only a second heaven true saint when he had entered the Zhangqiong Holy Manor. That's right. Moreover, the fourth heaven is only a conservative estimate. Who the hell was the Zhangqiong old man? He was the strongest cultivator in the holy heavens. His inheritance was something ordinary primal ancestors couldn't compare to. Lord Chaonan, I've heard that Lin Xiaoying, Huai Pe, and other ninth tribulation half-true saints have already detected the birth of the saint fate. It should appear in the next 30 years. One of the hall masters reported. Chaonan nodded slowly. Since there are 30 years left, there's no chance for Huang Xiaolong to fight for it. No matter how terrifying Huang Xiaolong's talent is, he wouldn't be able to arrive at the ninth tribulation half-true saint realm in such a short amount of time. That's right. Huang Xiaolong will never be able to fight for the saint fate. What's more, he might even be taking a stroll in the netherworld right now. After all, His Highness Xie Bufan might have succeeded. His Highness probably plans on killing Huang Xiaolong after accepting the inheritance. However, that would mean that Huang Xiaolong would live for several hundred more years. That is true. His Highness probably wants Huang Xiaolong to watch him accept the Zhangqiong old man's inheritance before killing him. Laughter filled the ranks of the Devil Palace. In stark contrast, Lin Xiaoying stood at the peak of the Zhangqiong Holy Mountain as she stared worriedly at the Zhangqiong Holy Manor. Senior sister, do you think it's possible for 13 to accept the inheritance? Lin Xiaoying turned to Ji Sini and asked. In the Ghost Devil City, Huang Xiaolong had wiped out her memory about his holy souls. As such, Lin Xiaoying had no idea how strong Huang Xiaolong actually was. She was hoping with all her heart that Huang Xiaolong would be able to accept the inheritance by a stroke of luck. Li Xini shook her head slowly. Junior sister, I know what you're thinking of. However, Huang Xiaolong will never be able to obtain the key from either Li Chan or Xie Bufan. After all, Qiao Jinyang of the Devil Palace gave the Fiend Moonblade to Xie Bufan, and his combat abilities had already surpassed Senior Sister Tan Wan. Even Senior Sister Tan Wan couldn't have fought for the key if it landed in Xie Bufan's hand. Lin Xiaoying lowered her head as a worried frown formed on her face. Ji Xini stared at her junior sister, and she quickly tried to reassure her. Junior sister, you don't have to worry about him. Xie Bufan wouldn't dare to kill Huang Xiaolong. If they do the irreversible deed, the 4 primal ancestors of the holy heavens would definitely go crazy. Even the Devil Palace would have to think twice before provoking the 4 experts. Forcing a smile, Lin Xiaoying replied, Senior sister, you don't have to lie to me. Xie Bufan will stop at nothing to kill Huang Xiaolong. Qiao Jinyang gave him the Fiend Moonblade, and his intentions are clear. Huang Xiaolong definitely has a Dao artifact to protect himself. After all, he's the disciple of the 4 primal ancestors. Even with the Fiend Moonblade, Xie Bufan will find it hard to destroy Huang Xiaolong's holy soul. Lin Xiaoying nodded sadly. Let's hope that's the case. However, I've heard that Qiao Jinyang sealed 100 grand Dao laws into the Fiend Moonblade this time. Ji Xini's heart sank. Countless years passed, and Huang Xiaolong, who was seated in the middle of the hall, opened his eyes. Exhaling a long breath, he finally completed the entire process. Not only did he obtain the Zhangqiong Old Man's Grand Dao energy, but he also obtained the Carius high-grade holy arts and Grand Dao laws the Old Man comprehended. Zhangqiong Strike. That was the Grand Dao law comprehended by the Old Man. With a single strike, boundless energy would swallow the enemy. Nothing could stand in his way. Primal ancestors who stood in his way would be slaughtered without the slightest bit of resistance. After accepting the inheritance, Huang Xiaolong could finally celebrate the fact that he had entered the 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint realm. When he opened his eyes previously, he consolidated his strength and everything he had learned from the Zhangqiong Old Man. The Grand Dao Law he comprehended had reached a whole new level, and he had already solidified his foundations at the early 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint realm. This time, he had crossed 4 great tribulations at once, and his holy souls and Dao heart had undergone a huge transformation. 32 years. The Saint Fate will appear in 32 years. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. After breaking into the 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint realm, Huang Xiaolong was able to accurately sense the time the Saint Fate would appear in the world. Since he was already a 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint, there was nothing left to worry about. Of course, he wanted to accept the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance before he fought for the Saint Fate. After all, that was his ticket to the peak of the late 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint realm. Even though he could receive the Saint Fate at the early 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint realm, it would be much more effective to do it when he was at the peak of the late 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint realm. Moreover, the amount of energy he could absorb when entering the True Saint realm played a part. It seems like it's time. Huang Xiaolong retrieved Li Chen's holy soul from the Black Corpse Holy Ring. Now that he was done with the inheritance, it was time to devour Li Chen and Xie Bufan. Li Chen was first on the list. After Li Chen appeared, his expression changed when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, please release me. I'll do anything you say as long as I can live. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Li Chen was indeed a little too delusional. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaolong devoured Li Chen's saint attributes along with his holy soul. The myriad creation saint godhead was ranked 5th among all the saint godheads in the holy world. As for Xie Bufan, the 7th-ranked saint godhead wasn't too bad either. After devouring the 2, Huang Xiaolong's saint godheads would probably enter the top 10 ranks. One day later, in the outside world, Wu Ji's expression changed as he made a report to Tyrant Chu. He spoke about Li Chen's soul imprint shattering. Li Chen's dead. Tyrant Chu's expression sank. Lord Chu, there's no mistake. It has to be Xie Bufan, Wu Gu growled. This means that His Highness Huang Xiaolong. There was no other reason for Li Chen's soul imprint to shatter. After all, that could only mean one thing. Huang Xiaolong was next. Tyrant Chu's expression turned gloomy. Previously, he was hoping that Huang Xiaolong would create another miracle and obtain the Zhangqiong old man's inheritance. However, Li Chen's death shattered his hopes. Getting to his feet, Tyrant Chu charged out of the room. Lord Chu, this? Wu Gu asked timidly. We're going to find Chao Nan. Chilly light flashed through Tyrant Chu's eyes, and he rushed towards the Devil Palace's camp with Wu Gu and the others in tow. In the Devil Palace's camp, someone rushed towards Chao Nan and screamed, Good news, Lord Chao Nan. Good news! Li Chen is dead. When Li Chen's soul imprint shattered, those from the Devil Palace received the news immediately. Celebration broke out instantaneously, as Li Chen's death meant that a genius from the holy heavens was now dead. It also proved that Xie Bufan was the one to obtain the Zhangqiong old man's inheritance. Pass down my order. A celebration is to be held. Chao Nan roared with laughter. A light-hearted atmosphere filled the Devil Palace's camp almost instantly. Lord Chao Nan. Tyrant Chu from the holy heavens is about to barge his way into the hall. An expert from the Devil Palace screamed from outside. It's fine. Let him do as he wishes. Without Chao Nan, not a single person from the Devil Palace could dream of stopping Tyrant Chu. Chao Nan, Xie Bufan killed the leader of the holy princes of my organization. Do you really think that we won't dare to exterminate your Devil Palace? Chao Nan chuckled. Do you really think that you have the ability to do that? Speak. What are your conditions for you to spare Huang Xiaolong? Hee. I want 10 primal ancestor Dao artifacts. Chao Nan laughed sinisterly. You! Tyrant Chu's expression changed. No matter how rich the holy heavens was, it was impossible to bring out 10 primal ancestor Dao artifacts. Back in the main hall of the Zhangqiong Holy Manor, Huang Xiaolong set his sights on Xie Bufan. One more day passed. After Li Chen's holy soul imprint was utterly shattered, all of the Devil Palace's members from top to bottom celebrated his demise. The celebration continued till the next day, and it was livelier than ever. The wine and laughter were endless. Suddenly, one of the celebrating Devil Palace's palace master had a dazed expression on his face, as he turned to look at the holy spiritual stone containing Xie Bufan's holy soul imprint. The holy spiritual stone with Xie Bufan's soul imprint that originally shone with glimmering radiance was dimming at a rapid speed. Before long, other Devil Palace's hall masters, vice hall masters, grand elders, and elders, as well as Chao Nan also noticed this matter. The great hall that was buoyant with festive air just a moment ago was blanketed by an abrupt, heavy silence. Arms raising wine-filled cups for a toast frozen in midair, whereas those gnawing on spiritual fruit choked on the fruit in their throats, forgetting to swallow. All the Devil Palace's experts were wide-eyed and frozen on the spot. Their hearts constricted and chests tightened. Subconsciously, each of them was afraid that if they dared to inhale or exhale, Xie Bufan's soul imprint would dim faster. Unfortunately, despite not daring to move their ass by a millimeter, or even swallowing their saliva regardless of the dry, itchy feeling in their throats, the light of Xie Bufan's soul imprint continued to dim. As he watched Xie Bufan's soul imprint flicker unsteadily akin to a candlelight in a stormy night, threatening to go off the moment he looked away, Chao Nan rose from his seat abruptly and shouted at the top of his lungs. What the hell is going on? Which motherfucker can tell me what the hell is going on? How come it's like this? Why? Ah! Chao Nan let out an anguished roar. His roar shook the great hall, raising specks of dust in the air. Apprehension gripped the hearts of Devil Palace's experts, and no one dared to make a sound. But each of them could see their own fear and worries mirrored in the faces of their companions close to them. They reflected bewilderment, confusion, and shock. Judging from the current situation, Xie Bufan's soul imprint was surely on the edge of collapsing. Xie Bufan, their Devil Palace's chief devil's son, was going to die. But Didn't Xie Bufan obtain old man Zhangxiong's inheritance earlier? Didn't he kill Li Chun? His Highness Xie Bufan should be accepting old man Zhangxiong's inheritance right now. Or could it be that Xie Bufan suffered from some sort of backlash when accepting old man Zhangxiong's inheritance? Though a backlash rarely occurs when accepting an inheritance, the chances of it happening was not absolutely nil. In a split second, various possibilities raced through the minds of these Devil Palace's experts. It's Huang Xiaolong. It must be Huang Xiaolong, that son of a bitch. Suddenly, Chao Nan spat through gritted teeth. His eyes were bloodshot as killing intent surged from every pore of his body. When Xiao Lengxue had died, followed by Dou Rui, and then Su Biqing, Chao Nan hadn't even batted an eyelid. But this time, his eyes were bloodshot with fury and violent killing intent in an instant, as if they were dyed with blood. But they were talking about Xie Bufan. He was the most talented disciple amongst the Devil Palace's young generation of geniuses, the disciple on whom the three palace masters, Chao Jinyong, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian, placed all their hopes, and the disciple on whom the three of them had spent countless resources and effort to nurture. Not to mention, Chao Nan practically regarded Xie Bufan as his son. Heart-piercing pain. This was what Chao Nan was experiencing right now. It's Huang Xiaolong? Some Devil Palace's experts repeated in disbelief. Among the various possibilities that crossed these Devil Palace experts' minds, none of them connected the matter with Huang Xiaolong. Subconsciously, they still thought that it could not be Huang Xiaolong, and it was absolutely impossible that it could be Huang Xiaolong. That's right. It's Huang Xiaolong, that bastard. Chao Nan's eyes glowed red. It's definitely him. He killed Li Chun. It's him who got the old man Zhangxiong's inheritance. We were wrong this entire time. No one thought it would be him, but we've really underestimated that bastard. The Devil Palace's experts looked at their companions in astonishment. Was it really so? If the perpetrator was really Huang Xiaolong, then how terrifying was the potential of his talent? How strong exactly was he now? At the very least, certainly no fourth heaven true saint realm expert can harm His Highness Xie Bufan that holds the fiend Moonblade, right? Yet His Highness Xie Bufan is? Even Li Chun too? Right at this time, crisp crumbling noises rang through the great hall. The holy spiritual stone with Xie Bufan's soul imprint cracked to pieces, and the elegant phantom image of Xie Bufan dimmed and disappeared completely from the world. Bufan! Chao Nan cried out in grief, as hatred and sorrow etched on his face. Great sorrow gripped at everyone's heart. The feeling that they had lost something significantly important hit them, as if their hearts were emptied out. The great hall was blanketed with dead silence until sonorous laughter broke the atmosphere as Tyrant Chu walked in with a group of Holy Heavens experts. Tyrant Chu laughed as he met with Chao Nan's murderous gaze. Chao Nan? Congrats to you, Your disciple Xie Bufan first got the Zhangxiong blade, then old man Zhangxiong's inheritance, becoming old man Zhangxiong's successor. Chao Nan and all the Devil Palace's experts' expressions turned ugly. This Tyrant Chu definitely came here to congratulate after knowing Xie Bufan's soul imprint had shattered. Coming to congratulate at this time was literally stabbing another knife into Chao Nan's pained heart. Tyrant Chu, you? Chao Nan glared furiously at Tyrant Chu. Tyrant Chu let out another bout of sonorous laughter and said, "The Devil Palace is holding a celebration banquet. I originally wanted to attend, but I was busy yesterday. I came uninvited today. Don't take offense." Chao Nan's face darkened further, and his voice was cold. "Tyrant Chu, don't feel so complacent. Your Holy Heaven's chief disciple Li Chun is dead as well." He chuckled maliciously, letting Tyrant Chu savor his next words. "Li Chun was probably killed by Huang Xiaolong as well. I am waiting to see how you are going to punish Huang Xiaolong when he comes out. Huang Xiaolong killed the Holy Heaven's chief Holy Prince. If you do not handle this matter according to the Holy Heaven's rules, I think all the Holy Heaven's disciples would rebel from dissatisfaction." Tyrant Chu was stunned for a split second, then laughed loudly. "That is our Holy Heaven's internal affair, so there is no need to trouble yourself about it. Oh right, I will be holding a celebration banquet later. You must be free, right? Why don't you head over with me and have a few drinks?" Not everyone has a chance to taste my wine. Chao Nan was beyond indignant, and his gaze was as cold as it could be. Tyrant Chu, I advise you not to celebrate so early. Who knows for sure if it is really Huang Xiaolong who has gotten old man Sangxiong's inheritance. Tyrant Chu snickered upon hearing Chao Nan's words that were no different than a fart. 3 people entered the Sangxiong holy manor. Both Li Chun and Xie Bufan had fallen, and the only person remaining was Huang Xiaolong. Hence, the result still couldn't be determined at this point. Tyrant Chu and Holy Heaven's experts swaggered away with beaming faces a while later. Chao Nan's fist clenched till his fingers dug into his palms, as he wanted to kill, but he suppressed it with much effort. After all, they were not in their own territory. Attacking aggressively at the Zhangqiong Dao Palace was like stepping over old man Zhangqiong's bottom line. At this time, the Clear Snow Palace also heard about Xie Bufan's soul imprint's destruction, and the 3 beauties had a strange expression on their faces. In the end, it was Huang Xiaolong. Tan Wan didn't say a word, while a plethora of words were racing through Ji Sini's head. On the other hand, Lin Xiaoying was dumbfounded. Master, that 13, is he going to become my martial uncle in the future? Lin Xiaoying suddenly turned and asked Xuelingyun. Xuelingyun had yet to recover after hearing the news. Inside the Zhangqiong Holy Manor, after refining both Li Chun and Xie Bufan's holy souls, Huang Xiaolong walked towards the left side of the hall. His hand reached into the air and grabbed, and a blade flew out from the void into Huang Xiaolong's palm. Zhangqiong Blade. There were some similarities between the Zhangqiong Blade and Fiend Moonblade. However, the Zhangqiong Blade was slightly longer and the blade tip curved upwards. Its body reflected a chilling coldness. Then Huang Xiaolong went to collect the Zhangqiong holy pills. When all these tasks were done, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to leave just yet. Hence, he stayed inside the Zhangqiong holy manor to refine the 2 DOA artifacts, the Zhangqiong Blade and 8-side Desolate Beast Ring. Refining the Zhangqiong Blade was smooth and easy for Huang Xiaolong, as he had gotten old man Zhangqiong's inheritance. In a short period of merely a little over a month, he obtained the preliminary grasp of the Zhangqiong Blade's power. Of course, Huang Xiaolong's inextinguishable Dao heart played a big part in speeding up the refinement process. Otherwise, it might have taken Huang Xiaolong 10, 20, or maybe even more years for him to grasp the preliminary powers of the Zhangqiong Blade. Huang Xiaolong didn't spend much effort to refine the 8-sided Desolate Beast Ring, mainly because Li Chun was already dead. The soul imprint Li Chun had left in the 8-sided Desolate Beast Ring had scattered. Hence Huang Xiaolong didn't come across much resistance when he took ownership. As for the Devil Palace's Fiend Moonblade, the Devil Palace Master Chao Jinyang's soul imprint was still on it, as well as the inextinguishable Grand Dao of Chao Jinyang's comprehension. Thus it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to refine the Fiend Moonblade at his current strength. Even though Huang Xiaolong had his own inextinguishable Dao heart, there was no hope of erasing Chao Jinyang's markings on the Fiend Moonblade on his own, unless his cultivation reached the primal ancestor realm. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong completely gave up on refining the Fiend Moonblade after a day's struggle. He was unable to refine the Fiend Moonblade, but he could ask for help from his 4th master after going out. After refining the Zhangqiong Blade and 8-sided Desolate Beast Ring, Huang Xiaolong exited the Zhangqiong Holy Manor. Huang Xiaolong saw Old Man Zhangqiong the moment he came out. Old Man Zhangqiong smiled knowingly at him, caressing the pitifully sparse goatee on his chin as he nodded his head in appreciation. Other than Old Man Zhangqiong, the Clear Snow Palace's 3 beauties and Palace Master Xuelingyun, his 4th master, Tyrant Chu, and a group of Holy Heaven's disciples and experts were also present. Of course, the Devil Palace's 3 palace masters with a large group of Devil Palace's experts exuded hostility so strong that they could hardly be ignored. Apart from these top powerhouses, there were many other forces as well. Chao Nan's eyes never left Huang Xiaolong since the moment he appeared, and the look in his eyes made others break out in cold sweat. Yet Huang Xiaolong treated it as non-existent. Disciple greets master. Huang Xiaolong stepped forward, standing properly in front of Old Man Zhangqiong before he saluted respectfully. Good, good. Old Man Zhangqiong nodded with a beaming face, as he moved forward and slightly raised Huang Xiaolong from his bow. Tyrant Chu approached them smilingly, and Huang Xiaolong greeted respectfully, "Fourth Master. Way to go, kiddo. You didn't disappoint us." Tyrant Chu laughed heartily. "As expected as my disciple." Holy Heaven's disciples and experts congratulated Huang Xiaolong with Wu Gu in the lead. Huang Xiaolong nodded at them and smiled as he thanked them. Chao Nan and the Devil Palace's experts approached from the distance, and Chao Nan's gaze was as cold as his voice. "Huang Xiaolong, did you kill my disciple Xie Bufan?" "That's correct," Huang Xiaolong admitted frankly. In truth, he didn't plan to deny or conceal the matter at all. Moreover, it was an open secret at this point. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong was not afraid that other people would suspect that he had a Dao heart, because he had the opening Heaven Dragon Spear with the Heavenly Master's Grand Dao imprinted on it. This weapon was more than sufficient to kill Xie Bufan and Li Chun without raising any suspicion. "Very good," Chao Nan sneered coldly. "Huang Xiaolong, we really underestimated you." He then opened his palm towards Huang Xiaolong, demanding, "Where is the Fiend Moon Blade? Hurry up and return it to us." Huang Xiaolong responded tepidly, "The Fiend Moon Blade is in my hand. However, if you want it back, it'll cost you 10,000 holy pills." "What?" Chao Nan and the Devil Palace's experts yelled in anger. Tyrant Chu hadn't expected Huang Xiaolong to come up with such a hand that he broke into laughter. Good kiddo, Huang Xiaolong had dared to think of something he didn't. 10,000 holy pills. That was a mind-blowing condition. Probably, you won't be able to find so many holy pills even if you combed through every inch of the holy world with a fine-tooth comb. "You!" Overwhelming killing intent roiled in Chao Nan's eyes, as he wished nothing more than to tear Huang Xiaolong into pieces with his bare hands. But with Tyrant Chu present, Old Man Sangxiong, and the rest, he couldn't touch a hair on Huang Xiaolong, much less tear him into pieces. "Fourth Master, what do you think?" Huang Xiaolong suddenly asked Tyrant Chu. Tyrant Chu was dumbfounded for a split second, but then, he laughed and replied in a domineering tone, "That's it, 10,000 holy pills, and it's non-negotiable." Smoke was rising from Chao Nan's head from fury as he glared at Tyrant Chu. "Tyrant Chu, I'll tell you. Don't dream. You won't get even one holy pill. Don't think the Fiend Moonblade is yours because it's in your hands." As long as the Fiend Moonblade was not refined by Tyrant Chu, or any of the four primal ancestors, it still belonged to the Devil Palace. The Devil Palace Master Chen Jinyong would have an opportunity to take it back in the future. Tyrant Chu chuckled when he heard that and didn't bother to waste time bickering with Chao Nan anymore. He turned to Old Man Sangxiong and Xuelingyun. "Taoist Sangxiong, Taoist Xuelingyun, we're one family from hereafter. We should meet more often in the future." Old Man Sangxiong smiled amiably and responded, "Naturally." Xuelingyun squeezed an awkward smile as she gave Tyrant Chu a slight roll of her eyes. What does he mean by, "we should meet more often in the future"? The choice of words made her speechless. "Taoist Sangxiong, I have prepared a feast. Shall we head over now?" "Drink a few cups," Tyrant Chu went on. Old Man Sangxiong nodded, accepting Tyrant Chu's invitation. Subsequently, Tyrant Chu, Huang Xiaolong, Old Man Sangxiong, Holy Heaven's experts, and Clear Snow Palace's experts entered the Sangxiong Dao Palace. When Tyrant Chu passed by Chao Nan, he said, "Taoist Chao Nan, why don't you join us?" Chao Nan's cold glare could almost pierce a hole through Tyrant Chu and Huang Xiaolong's back, as his face looked frighteningly gloomy. Soon, the news that Huang Xiaolong had obtained Old Man Sangxiong's inheritance reached the four corners of the Holy World. The news shook the Holy Land's alliance from top to bottom. It shook the Holy Race, Ghost Talisman Holy Ground, and the Vajra race. The other holy grounds and ancient races had similar reactions. In a short time, Huang Xiaolong's reputation rose to a new height. He was already famous from the stage battles at the Mirage Pavilion. Not to mention his performance through the Trial of Blood, entering the top 5 and revealing his holy soul. It had further astounded the holy world to the core. And now, Huang Xiaolong had killed Li Chun and Xie Bufan, and triumphantly obtained Old Man Sangxiong's inheritance, becoming his successor. He had become old man Xianxia's one and only personal disciple. Thus, this information left the holy world reeling. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong. Everyone everywhere was talking about Huang Xiaolong. At the Holy Lands Alliance headquarters, when Mo Zongli heard the news, he fell into a long pensive silence. A long time later, he raised his head and sighed heavily. In the future, no one will be able to stop Huang Xiaolong's path anymore. Huaipo's voice was heavy with sour jealousy as he complained. Huang Xiaolong got lucky that Lord Long gave him the opening Heaven Dragon Spear, and the Heavenly Master added his inextinguishable Grand Dao to it. Without these, how could he have possibly defeated Xie Bufan and Li Chun? Not to mention that he might have had more than one Dao artifact in his hand. He was extremely jealous that Huang Xiaolong obtained Old Man Xianxiong's inheritance and became Old Man Xianxiong's successor, and he was more than a little upset. He and Huang Xiaolong had never seen eye to eye from the start. Mo Zongli looked at his disciple. As Huaipo's master, how could he not know Huaipo's thoughts? Later on, you must not have any thoughts of deliberately provoking Huang Xiaolong. Mo Zongli warned him sternly. Huaipo was stunned but nodded and answered, "Yes, master." Inwardly, Huaipo didn't really take his master's warning to heart, insisting that Huang Xiaolong had merely got lady luck shining down on him. 5 years went by in the blink of an eye. In these 5 years, Huang Xiaolong had been staying at the Zhangqiong Holy Mountain, listening to Old Man Zhangqiong preach his way of Tao. During this time, the Devil Palace's Chao Jinyang had personally come to visit, and of course, his aim was to get the fiend Moonblade back. In the end, enduring the pain of his bleeding heart, Chao Jinyang emptied out half of the Devil Palace's treasury to exchange and take back the fiend Moonblade. A period of 5 years was not a long time, but these 5 years spent at the Zhangqiong Dao Palace had benefited Huang Xiaolong the most so far. In these 5 years, Old Man Xianxiong literally imparted to Huang Xiaolong everything he knew, from his Grand Dao, holy martial arts, array formations, and other various skills and profound knowledge. Huang Xiaolong didn't take a step out of the Zhangqiong Dao Palace during these 5 years. In truth, he didn't even leave the palace building Old Man Xianxiong resided in. With his inextinguishable Dao heart, Huang Xiaolong could understand Old Man Xianxiong's preachings of his Dao and holy martial arts before entering the primal ancestor realm without trouble. As for array formations, pill refining, and other knowledge was also absorbed by Huang Xiaolong like a sponge. Old Man Xianxiong was 100% satisfied with Huang Xiaolong as his successor, and he was seen smiling from ear to ear every day. There was a test on every floor of the Zhangqiong Holy Manor. Huang Xiaolong proved his excellence by being capable of passing the tests on these floors and becoming the person who finally obtained the inheritance. But Old Man Xianxiong had not expected this successor to be better than he had imagined. In fact, he was 100 times better, no, 1,000 times better, maybe even 10,000 times better. He wondered if Huang Xiaolong was the Holy World's son of origin. The Holy World's son of origin was born from the core of the Holy World, enabling him to grasp every grand Tao of the Holy World with little guidance, and he could comprehend deeper. Anything he cultivated required very little effort. Then again, Old Man Xianxiong was aware that Huang Xiaolong was not the son of origin because the son of origin was born with the origin complete Tao Saint Godhead. The origin complete Tao Saint Godhead ranked number 1. Looking at his personal disciple, Huang Xiaolong, standing in front of him, Old Man Xianxiong couldn't help telling Huang Xiaolong about the son of origin. The Holy World's son of origin? This information came as a surprise to Huang Xiaolong. Old Man Xianxiong nodded. Yes, the Holy World's son of origin is a secret few people know about. Although your 4 masters are aware of this, none of them have ever mentioned it to you, right? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. No. Old Man Xianxiong went on. The Holy World's son of origin is hailed as the cultivator with the strongest talent, and the future's most powerful cultivator in the Holy World. From the moment he comes into the world, he has the Holy World's first-ranked origin complete Tao Saint Godhead. Some time back, I had a small breakthrough in my Grand Tao and visited the Holy World's core again. I calculated that the Holy World's son of origin is likely to have been born. However, I am unable to calculate his location, Nor can I sense it, Old Man Xianxia added. If you come across the Son of Origin in the future, remember to proceed with caution. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and complied. I understand, Master. If that happens, I will have people pay attention. Contrary to Huang Xiaolong's expectation, Old Man Xianxia shook his head, then explained, the Son of Origin is not necessarily a native of the Holy World. He can also be born in an alien land outside of our Holy World. Alien land outside. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely shocked. Old Man Xianxia confirmed, yes, although the majority of the super holy grounds categorize the alien land as the Holy World's outer periphery, the alien land is in the same space as our Holy World. In the same space as our Holy World. A thought occurred to Huang Xiaolong, and he asked, Master, you mean to say that outside our Holy World, there is another Holy World space? Old Man Xianxia hadn't expected Huang Xiaolong to ask such a question, and he considered his words before answering solemnly. It seems that you have comprehended certain things as well. Yes, you are right. After my Grand Tao's comprehension advanced, I could be certain that there is another Holy World space in existence outside our Holy World. It's like two halves of the same whole apple, where both halves think that they are a whole apple, which is not the case. The reason I decided to choose my successor this time was because I plan to head to the Divine Tua Holy World a few years later. Old Man Xianxia explained. Divine Tua Holy World? The Divine Tua Mountain? Huang Xiaolong blurted in shock. At the same time, Old Man Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Then a wave of hearty laughter bubbled from his chest. It seems like your comprehension towards the Grand Tao is stronger than I estimated, since you actually managed to touch the edge of the Divine Tua Mountain's secret. Huang Xiaolong became slightly embarrassed at having that pointed out. Disciple barely felt it by chance. Old Man Xianxia smiled as he went on. No need to be humble. With your talent and current level of comprehension towards the Grand Tao, when you enter Primal Ancestor Realm, you will probably fully comprehend the Divine Tua Mountain's Grand Tao and powers, and then connect to the Divine Tua Holy World. However, I'm afraid it would be difficult to return after going to the Divine Tua Holy World. He shook his head. What I mean is, once you go to the Divine Tua Holy World, there is no way to come back. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened and reluctance filled his chest. Although the amount of time he had spent with Old Man Xianxia was significantly short, their master-disciple relationship was not thinner than his feelings towards his four holy heavens masters. In these few years, Old Man Xianxia had not held back in teaching him, and this had increased Huang Xiaolong's gratitude towards him. Old Man Xianxia smiled to ease Huang Xiaolong's heavy mood. Don't feel reluctant. Wait until you break through to Primal Ancestor Realm. After that, come find me in the Divine Tua Holy World when you want to see me. That way, we, master-disciple, can still see each other again. Huang Xiaolong nodded sadly. Primal Ancestor Realm? That was going to be tens of thousands of years later. Even after having an inextinguishable Tao heart, 3 holy souls, and 3 evolvable complete Tao Saint Godheads, it would still take him more than 10,000 years to step into Primal Ancestor Realm. After learning that Old Man Xianxia planned to leave the Holy World to the Divine Tua Holy World, Huang Xiaolong doubled his efforts to comprehend the lessons taught by Old Man Xianxia. As time flowed by, 10 years passed. By now, there were less than 2 decades until Saint Fate appeared. Originally, Huang Xiaolong had planned to head to the ancient battlefields to search for the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's treasury after obtaining Old Man Xianxia's inheritance. But now, he decided to delay the matter. Even without the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's treasury, after listening to Old Man Xianxia's teachings through these years and comprehending Old Man Xianxia's Grand Tao, Huang Xiaolong's holy souls and inextinguishable Tao heart had gone through subliminal improvements. Huang Xiaolong's strength had also risen during this period, entering the peak of mid-ninth tribulation half-true saint. By the time the Saint Fate were to appear, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the peak late ninth tribulation. Another 10 years went by. On this day, Old Man Xianxia said, Xiaolong I have passed all I know to you. The rest depends on your effort in cultivation and further comprehension. I hope you can create a Tao art that is unique to you, and let it become the Holy World's strongest Tao art. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head with determination. Rest assured, master. Your disciple will bear in mind all of your teachings. Old man Songqiong stood up and said slowly, in these 25 years, you listen to me speak about the Grand Tao every day, and haven't taken one step out from this Songqiong Tao Palace. Go on now, as it's time for you to take a walk outside. Huang Xiaolong walked after old man Songqiong, stepping out from the Songqiong Tao Palace. The bright sunlight fell on him, warming his body. With a wave of his hand, old man Songqiong raised the Songqiong Tao Palace into the air as he smiled at Huang Xiaolong and said, "This Songqiong Tao Palace will be my gift to you. After all, it's not of much use being left here." The Songqiong Tao Palace was forged with numerous rare materials and repeatedly tempered with old man Songqiong's inextinguishable Tao heart. Therefore, it had long risen into the ranks of Tao artifacts. Although it was not as powerful as the Songqiong blade, it was an excellent transportation medium. The Songqiong Tao Palace was a Tao artifact-grade flying ship. It was one of the 2 flying-type Tao artifacts in the entire Holy World. One could imagine how precious the Songqiong Tao Palace was. There were merely 2 of them in the Holy World, which made them worth much more than other Tao artifacts. Yet Huang Xiaolong looked at the Songqiong Tao Palace and said, "Master, as you are going to the divine Tua Holy World, you will need a Tao artifact for protection. If you give me all your Tao artifacts, won't you be?" Old man Songqiong chuckled kindly, hearing Huang Xiaolong's concern. "Don't worry about me. With my strength, there probably wouldn't be more than a few people capable of hurting me even at the divine Tua Holy World. Not to mention, the Songqiong Blade and Songqiong Tao Palace are not all of my Tao artifacts." Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in surprise. Not merely 2 Tao artifacts. That is so excessive, isn't it? In order to forge a Tao artifact, it was nothing strange to hear a primal ancestor emptying his personal wealth. Time and effort were another considerations, and in general, after forging 1 Tao artifact, many primal ancestors wouldn't have the motivation to forge a second Tao artifact. Whereas old man Songqiong actually had 3 Tao artifacts. Hee. Don't be so surprised, old man Songqiong chuckled. I had an adventure, and ended up with 3 Tao artifacts. I personally forged the Songqiong Blade and Songqiong Tao Palace. As for the 3rd item, I got it by accident by a stroke of luck. Only then did it dawn on Huang Xiaolong. So that was the case. No wonder Huang Xiaolong had thought old man Songqiong had personally forged all 3 Tao artifacts he had. In the end, Huang Xiaolong accepted the Songqiong Tao Palace. In the future, when you've broken through to primal ancestor realm and formed your inextinguishable Tao heart, take away this Songqiong holy grounds as well. I won't be taking it with me. Old man Songqiong gazed into the distant horizon of the ethereal Songqiong holy grounds hovering in space. The Songqiong holy grounds was one of the things he had spent lots of thoughts and efforts on. Huang Xiaolong's lips moved, but he could not find the words to express his thoughts. So in the end, he nodded solemnly and promised, "I will, master. Go on." Old man Songqiong stopped dallying, calling Huang Xiaolong as he whizzed across the sky. Out of the Songqiong holy grounds, they entered the Songqiong Tao Palace once again and dove into the vast holy world space. Their destination this time was the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds Divine Tua Continent. "Master, can you leave after I have integrated with Saint Fate?" On the way, Huang Xiaolong asked. Old man Songqiong shook his head. "No, I can't do that. It's guaranteed 100% that you will be successful. Moreover, with the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, and others protecting you, no danger will come to you. So I won't stay. It'll only make parting harder." Knowing it won't make a difference no matter what he said, Huang Xiaolong stopped insisting. "After I leave the holy world, go stop by the Clear Snow Palace more often if you have time. That baby girl, Lin Xiaoying, is not bad." Old man Songqiong suddenly joked. For a second, Huang Xiaolong didn't know how to respond. As he watched Huang Xiaolong's awkward reaction, old man Songqiong was enjoying himself and continued to tease him. Then again, the other 2 baby girls, Tan Wan and Ji Sini, are also not bad. Huang Xiaolong was almost drenched in a cold sweat. He didn't expect the old man to have a playful side. Does the old man suspect that I have netted all 3 ladies? Where did he get such a ridiculous idea? Huang Xiaolong protested feebly. I am their martial uncle. Songqiong old man chuckled, brushing off Huang Xiaolong's protest. This is not a problem at all. The cultivation path is a long road, and at some holy grounds, there were female disciples that became Tao companions to their founders. Huang Xiaolong was rendered utterly speechless. But Huang Xiaolong knew old man Songqiong was speaking the truth. Along the way, old man Songqiong and Huang Xiaolong talked about various things, from Tao arts to the many rumors of strange events of the holy world. Most of these strange rumors were holy grounds and ancient races' secrets. Huang Xiaolong really could not understand how come the old man knew so much of these gossips. In less than 10 days of journey, Huang Xiaolong and Songqiong old man arrived at the Heavenly Master holy grounds. The Heavenly Master, Lord Long, Tyrant Chu, and Elder Crow personally appeared to welcome Songqiong old man. However, Songqiong old man didn't want others to learn of his arrival. Therefore, there were only the 4 primal ancestors who welcomed him, and no other holy heavens experts or disciples were present. Naturally, greetings couldn't be exempted when old friends gathered. I'll trouble you all to take care of Huang Xiaolong in the future, old man Songqiong said to the 4. The Heavenly Master nodded. Fellow Tao Master Songqiong, don't worry. With us 4 old men, Chao Jinyang won't get past us to harm the kid. The 4 of them had already learned that old man Songqiong was planning to head to the divine to a holy world. Old man Songqiong chuckled. With you guys around, I am assured. Subsequently, old man Songqiong, the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Elder Crow, Lord Long, and Huang Xiaolong reached the divine Tua mountain. The 4 primal ancestors had ordered a lockdown of 100 million miles radius around the divine Tua mountain in advance to prevent the leakage of news about Songqiong old man's departure from the holy world. Many experts had resisted the abrupt lockdown around the divine Tua mountain. But when they heard that the lockdown was ordered by the 4 primal ancestors, their resistance wilted. At the foot of the divine Tua mountain, after taking the first step up the stairs, old man Songqiong turned around and exhorted Huang Xiaolong many things. Each matter showed the concern of an elder towards a beloved junior. Huang Xiaolong promised and committed each word the old man said to memory. Then old man Songqiong continued to climb the stairs, 1 step at a time, going upwards, and his figure gradually grew smaller, and then he disappeared from sight into the thick clouds. Several days later, the entire divine Tua mountain suddenly lit up, and rays of light soared into the skies as streams of grand Tao turned into resplendent profound runes, circulating in the air and finally opening a huge space entrance. The powerful aura rushing out from the space entrance was overwhelming. The grand Tao energy circulating in the air went in to form a great Tao array that enveloped the entire divine Tua mountain peak. Songqiong old man vanished from sight and the huge space entrance began to shrink. A while later, everything returned to normal, yet Huang Xiaolong remained standing on the same spot. Xiaolong, let's go. The Heavenly Master persuaded Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong snapped out of his melancholy after hearing the Heavenly Master's voice calling him. Upon returning to the Holy Heaven City with the 4 primal ancestors, Huang Xiaolong made a trip back to the Blue Dragon Manor. Early the next day, he entered the primal ancestor space for a talk with his 4 masters. With the Saint Fate's appearance around the corner, Huang Xiaolong's 4 masters naturally had to impart some advice based on their experiences of integrating with the Saint Fate to Huang Xiaolong. Although they believed Huang Xiaolong would succeed without a problem, it did not hurt to be cautious. Master, can a person only integrate with one Saint Fate? This question suddenly popped out of Huang Xiaolong's mouth. The 4 holy heavens primal ancestors were stunned. That should not be the case, Elder Crow answered seriously. Although there is no record of anyone in the holy world integrating with 2 Saint Fate, integrating with 2 or more Saint Fate should be possible. You have 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads, so by logic, you should be able to integrate with 3 Saint Fates. The issue was whether one could really integrate with more than one Saint Fate. And none of the 4 primal ancestors could say with absolute certainty. In fact, what the 4 didn't know was that Huang Xiaolong's aim was not merely 3 Saint Fates, But more, a lot more. Saint Fate was a good thing, The more one could integrate, the better it would be. According to Huang Xiaolong's deduction, the more Saint Fates one integrated with, the stronger the integrated Saint Fate would be. Then, his future cultivation path into the true Saint realm would be faster, and his battle prowess would be even more amazing. Every time Saint Fate appeared, there were definitely more than one, and there were distinctions between these Saint Fates. Though higher-order Saint Fate was harder to integrate with, once successful, the effects were better. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Blue Dragon Manor from the Primal Ancestors space. Back at the Blue Dragon Manor, Huang Xiaolong asked Di Huai about Fu Yunjia's latest update. The moment Li Chun had died, Fu Yunjia had lost his shelter, and it was time to deal with Fu Yunjia once and for all. But Di Huai actually reported that Fu Yunjia had slid away from the Heavenly Master Holy Ground after getting news of Li Chen's death. Currently, Fu Yunjia and his father, Xianxia, were hiding in the Holy Lands Alliance. He slipped away? Huang Xiaolong was surprised. He had exhorted the departing sword sage to keep an eye on Fu Yunjia to prevent this, but Fu Yunjia had still slipped off in the end. The departing sword sage looked ashamed. Indeed so, Your Highness. Fu Yunjia is simply too cunning. I don't know from where he got a high-grade escape talisman. That was how he managed to run away. Subordinate failed in completing the task, and he is ready to accept punishment. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and said, "It's all right. It doesn't matter if he has slipped away. It's just the same digging them out from the Holy Lands Alliance later. Fu Yunjia escaped this time, but he won't be able to do so every time." Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried even if Fu Yunjia and Fanxia ran to the end of the world. However, in order to prevent Fu Yunjia and Fanxia from fleeing from the Holy Lands Alliance to some obscure corner of some unknown holy ground, Huang Xiaolong ordered people to keep an eye on the father and son's movements. Counting the time, there were 6 to 7 years until the predicted time of Saint Fate's appearance, and Huang Xiaolong planned to use this time to raise his cultivation to the peak of late Ninth Tribulation half-true saint. So, dealing with the father and son could only be pushed back until he integrated with the Saint Fate and broke through to true saint realm. In the subsequent days, Huang Xiaolong stayed at the Blue Dragon Manor and focused on improving his cultivation, entering into peak late Ninth Tribulation half-true saint realm. Instead of consuming Zhangqiong holy pills, Huang Xiaolong consumed star-transferring holy pills. Each Zhangqiong holy pill was extremely precious. Thus he was saving them for later when he would break through to true saint realm. Though he was only consuming the star-transferring holy pills, Huang Xiaolong was confident that it was enough to help him advance to peak late Ninth Tribulation before the Saint Fate appeared. Time flowed by and 6 years went by in the blink of an eye. In these 6 years, Huang Xiaolong barely took a step out from the secret chamber. After refining the first star-transferring holy pill, he continued with the second, third, fourth pellet, and so on. Based on Huang Xiaolong's current terrifying absorption and cultivation speed, he could fully absorb the energy within a star-transferring holy pill in 2 to 3 days. In 6 years' time, even Huang Xiaolong had lost count about how many star-transferring holy pills he had consumed. He only remembered that he had advanced to the peak late Ninth Tribulation half-true saint realm 4 years ago. He had stopped consuming star-transferring holy pill after that, keeping the remaining holy pills for future use. After all, at this point, no matter how many holy pills he consumed, they would be wasted as he couldn't break through to true saint realm relying on them. Even so, he remained in seclusion, and his half-true saint power had become even more compact. Again and again, he tempered, suppressed, and condensed the energy within his body. 4 years ago, when Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had entered the peak late Ninth Tribulation half-true saint realm, his half-true saint energy had turned a pale golden color. Through numerous repeated condensations, the pale golden color had changed to golden, bright platinum, golden purple, and crimson golden. Now, when Huang Xiaolong released his half-true saint energy, his entire body was enshrouded by a blinding crimson golden light that seemingly could split a crack through heaven and earth. On this particular day, with half a year remaining until Saint Fate appeared, the holy world trembled as coruscating rays of light lit up its skies, and these rays of light were increasingly blinding. All experts in every holy ground and ancient race raised their heads and stared into the sky with a surprised but ecstatic expression. Saint Fates are appearing. This was a phenomenon. The Saint Fate was about to be born. When these rays of light shone at their extreme brightest, Saint Fates would appear one after another. How many Saint Fates are going to appear this time? Normally, when Saint Fates appear, they rarely exceed 10 in number. This time, it's probably between 5 to 10. 9 out of 10 times when Saint Fate appeared, there would be 5 or more Saint Fates. Very rarely there would be more than 10 Saint Fates. Not necessarily. There were 11 Saint Fates in the last appearance. This time around, it's likely to be more than 10. Moreover, judging from the intense rays of light in the sky, there might even be high-order Saint Fates appearing. High-order Saint Fate hasn't appeared for countless years. Among the 11 Saint Fates that appeared the last time, only 2 of them were of mid-order. The rest were all low-order Saint Fates. The various holy grounds, ancient races, and sex experts were discussing the same topic. Some were filled with anticipation, some indifference, and some were envious or feeling jealous. Overall, there were all levels of excitement. Those looking forward with anticipation were naturally peak late ninth tribulation half-true Saint Realm experts, who were especially talented holy princes of superpowers such as Tsongli's disciple, Huaipa. Huaipa hoped with every fiber in his body that a high-order Saint Fate would appear, and another person with the same thought was the Clear Snow Palace Master, Xuelingyun. Somewhere within the Holy Lands Alliance, Tsongli stood with his hands clasped at his back as he observed the brilliance of the skies. Standing behind him was Huaipa, staring at the bright sky with a burning gaze. Master, judging from how bright these rays of light are, there must be high-order Saint Fate appearing this time, and very likely there are more than one. Huaipa added excitedly, there could be 3, maybe even 4. Excitement was written all over his face as he went on. That means one of them must be mine. However, there was no prompt response from Tsongli. It was a while later that Tsongli spoke. Competing for the Saint Fate fully relies on yourself. You should have a chance at getting a high-order Saint Fate. However, this time, when Saint Fate appeared, there would be a Saint Fate boundary in the immediate vicinity. Only those below True Saint Realm and Ninth Tribulation Half-True Saint Realm and above could freely enter this boundary area. No one could help them even if they wanted to. Huaipo's ecstatic expression froze. He looked a little dazedly at Tsongli and asked, Master is worried about Huang Xiaolong? If there are 3 high-order Saint Fate this time, he takes 1, I take 1, and Lin Xiaoying takes 1. Tsongli shook his head. Don't forget, he has 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads. Huaipo's face changed from ecstasy to anger. Master, are you saying that Huang Xiaolong can integrate with 3 Saint Fates? But no one has ever done that before. That's because a disciple with 2 complete Dao Saint Godheads has never appeared in the holy world before. In the future, when the holy race's Xiao Bailey reaches the peak late ninth tribulation half-true saint, he will probably integrate with 2 Saint Fates as well. When the time comes, just choose a mid-order Saint Fate. Tsongli sighed. Huaipa was exasperated and shouted, No! Why should I choose only a mid-order Saint Fate? Why should I yield to Huang Xiaolong? Master, I am unwilling. Why should I? Tsongli shook his head and sighed. That is life. Remember my words. Do not compete for high-order Saint Fate. A cold light glinted in Huaipo's eyes as he refuted. When we entered the Saint Fate's boundary, Huang Xiaolong won't be able to use the power of his holy soul. Master, in that case, I might not necessarily lose to him. Hearing Huaipo's rebuttal that was full of unwillingness, Tsongli frowned. Huaipa, you're outstanding, and definitely do not lose out compared to Li Chun or Xiabufan. But Huang Xiaolong's strength is not as simple as you think. His 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads have most likely evolved into the top 15. Adding the power of his holy mandate imprint, no one under the true Saint Realm can be his opponent. To Huang Xiaolong, there is no difference whether he uses his holy soul or not. He is invincible inside the Saint Fate's boundary. Below the true Saint Realm, no disciple is his opponent, even if there are 2 of you. Zongli persuaded in earnest. But Huaipa didn't take his words to heart. Master, you're overestimating Huang Xiaolong far too much. At the Zhangqiong Holy Manor, he was capable of killing Li Chan and Xie Bufan only because of the heaven-opening dragon spear. How could he have been a match against Li Chan and Xie Bufan? My talent is no worse than Li Chen's or Xie Bufan's. I am at the same cultivation level as them, and without his holy soul, Huang Xiaolong is only a fraction stronger than me. Strong as he might be, there is a limit to it. Even if I can't defeat him, he won't be able to do much harm to me. In short, if there are 3 high-order Saint Fates, I am certain I'd be able to snatch one of them. Zongli looked deeply at his disciple and spoke in a solemn voice. All right then, just be careful and do the best you can. Don't be dead set to go against Huang Xiaolong. He knew very well that if he denied his disciple a chance at competing for a high-order Saint Fate, the unwillingness in his disciple's heart would turn into resentment. This would evolve into a demon heart for Huaipa. This would affect Huaipa's state of mind when he would break through to true Saint Realm. In that case, he would give Huaipa a free rein and let him go for it. Moreover, deep down, a part of Zongli agreed with his disciple that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to use the power of his holy soul within the Saint Fate's boundary. Therefore, Huaipa could have a chance at getting a high-order Saint Fate. Huaipa smiled confidently and reassured Zongli. Rest assured, Master. I will. Zongli smiled and nodded. With his disciple's potential and talent, if he could integrate with a high-order Saint Fate, his future achievements would be higher, and naturally there was a slightly higher chance of stepping into the primal ancestor realm. Inside the Blue Dragon Manor in the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds, Huang Xiaolong looked at the vibrant holy lights flowing in the skies and an exhilarated smile rose on his face. It looks like 3 high-order Saint Fates will be appearing this time. 3. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Of course, it would be better if there were 4, 5, or even 6. Huang Xiaolong had a feeling the number of Saint Fates appearing this time would be a lot more than all previous times. Therefore, I should make some preparations. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Generally speaking, with the 5 months precursor to the Saint Fates being born, there would be a phenomenon around the location of appearance. Hence, about a month later, they would be able to roughly determine the location, and Huang Xiaolong used this 1-month buffer to make the necessary preparations before setting off. In truth, despite planning to make preparations, there was nothing much to do. Once he entered the Saint Fate's boundary, all holy artifacts would be rendered useless, and he wouldn't be able to employ the Holy Mandate Imprint's power either. Additionally, he or anyone else wouldn't be able to consume holy pills to replenish their strength, much less take out the Tao artifacts. In short, there was nothing to prepare. In the following month, Huang Xiaolong was no longer in a hurry to cultivate. Occasionally, he would go out to relax, accompanying Di Huai, Feng Tianyu, Zhang Wenyue, and the others. Occasionally, Huang Xiaolong would enter the primal ancestor space to discuss about Grand Tao with his 4 masters. 1 month soon went by. On this day, the brilliant rays of light in the skies suddenly shrunk and converged towards a certain location. A burst of blinding light fell towards that location, akin to millions of golden suns emerging from the dark space at the same time. Cambrian Pool Star. The Saint Fates are appearing at the Cambrian Pool Star. In an instant, the news spread at frightening speed throughout the holy world, shaking the holy world's experts. In an instant, all holy world's holy grounds and ancient races led their forces 9th Tribulation half-true Saint Realm disciples and rushed towards the Cambrian Pool Star. The moment the holy heaven's 4 primal ancestors determined the Saint Fates would be appearing at the Cambrian Pool Star, they summoned Huang Xiaolong. The Saint Fates would be appearing at the Cambrian Pool Star this time. The Heavenly Master went on. Be ready, we'll set off within the hour. The Saint Fates' appearance was a big event in the holy world. Moreover, this time, their personal disciple Huang Xiaolong was going to integrate with a Saint Fate. The 4 primal ancestors would naturally be going with Huang Xiaolong, and ensure Huang Xiaolong's safety. Understood, Master. Huang Xiaolong responded. An hour later, the 4 gathered Huang Xiaolong and other Holy Heavens Organization's 9th Tribulation half-true Saint Realm disciples, and set off towards the Cambrian Pool Star. The Cambrian Pool Star was a long way from the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds, but with the speed Huang Xiaolong's group was traveling at, they could definitely arrive before the Saint Fates appeared. The Cambrian Pool Star is a short distance from the Black Devil Star prison. Moreover, we have to pass the Black Devil Star prison first. Would Xiao Jinyang try to trip us at that time? On the way, Elder Crow brought up the subject. This was not Elder Crow overthinking things. After all, Xie Bufan had died at Huang Xiaolong's hands. Not to mention, once Huang Xiaolong successfully integrated with a Saint Fate, it would be more difficult for Xiao Jinyang to kill Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, Xiao Jinyang was likely to make a move before Huang Xiaolong integrated with Saint Fate. A sharp light flickered across Tyrant Chu's eyes as he said, "All the better. Since it's on the way, we could turn his lair upside down and smash his devil palace into ruins." Lord Long agreed domineeringly. "That's the way. We brothers will join hands and crush his root as well." Huang Xiaolong was rendered completely speechless by his two masters. The heavenly master smiled as he shook his head and dissuaded them. "All right, stop with these childish jokes. When passing by the Black Devil Star prison, don't provoke unnecessary trouble if Xiao Jinyang does not make a move. Xiaolong integrating with Saint Fate is more important, and we will prioritize sending Xiaolong into the Saint Fate's boundary." Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow nodded unanimously. They agreed on the last point. Their journey progressed smoothly. 3 months later, the Holy Heavens group reached the Black Devil prison star. As they looked at the star enshrouded in roiling devil chi, like a great beast with its jaw wide open, the heavenly master frowned and cautioned everyone. "When we pass by the Black Devil Star prison, everyone be on their toes. To reach the Cambrian Pool Star, they needed to pass by the Black Devil Star prison's Lightning Prison River region. Therefore, if the Devil Palace's experts were going to ambush them, the Lightning Prison River would probably be the place to do so." A day later, as the 4 primal ancestors led the Holy Heavens disciples to pass through the Lightning Prison River, Devil Chi suddenly soared high, and the Lightning Prison River's swirling lightning clouds and roiling waves seemed to fall into the abyss of hell. In the next second, 3 figures descended from high air with their momentums blazing, and the pressure exuded by these 3 figures caused the airflow in the entire Lightning Prison River to stagnate. These 3 were none other than Xiao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian. Seeing these 3 people and sensing the layers of array formations that separated the region from the outside world, Tyrant Chu and the others' faces darkened. "Xiao Jinyang, are you really going to break the treaty made in the past and attack personally?" Lord Long questioned as he fixed an icy stare at Xiao Jinyang. "Do you think you can really trap us here relying on this Devil Prison Forest Grand Formation? The Holy Heavens, Devil Palace, Clear Snow Palace, and Holy Lands Alliance had a treaty, and unless one of the forces faced destruction, Primal Ancestor Realm experts couldn't take matters into their own hands." Xiao Jinyang's face was deadpan as he spoke. "If Huang Xiaolong is allowed to integrate with the Saint Fate, my Devil Palace won't be far from destruction. Therefore, we're not really breaking the treaty at all. This Devil Prison Forest Grand Formation might not be able to trap you guys for a long time. I only needed to trap you here for 1 month. That's more than enough. Saint Fate would appear after this 1 month, and if the Holy Heavens group was trapped there for a month, they wouldn't make it in time even if they rushed to Cambrian Pool Star after that." The Heavenly Masters, Tyrant Chu's, Lord Long's, and Elder Crow's faces were gloomy to the extreme upon hearing Xiao Jinyang's real intention. With the 3 Devil Palace Masters' strengths, and the power of the Devil Prison Forest Grand Formation, it was indeed possible for them to trap the Holy Heavens group at this place for a month, and the possibility was very high. "Xiao Jinyang, we'll settle this score with you later," Tyrant Chu snorted. Xiao Jinyang was indifferent to the threat in his words. "Right now, I'm getting payback for Bufan first. Had it been any other mediocre disciple, Xiao Jinyang wouldn't have been so pissed. But Huang Xiaolong had killed Xie Bufan. Xie Bufan being the Devil Palace's leader of the Holy Princes, Xia Jiang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian treated him as the Devil Palace's future pillar. On top of that, Xiao Jinyang also suspected that Xiao Lingshue's, Dou Rui's, and Su Biqing's deaths were also related to Huang Xiaolong. "Kill!" Xiao Jinyang's cold voice was brimming with killing intent as he swung the Fiend Moon blade in his hand. In an instant, heaven and earth turned into the devil's world, as if the entire world was stained with all things nefarious, and the world itself had become the devil. The fiend moon took over the sky above and the land below. The fiend moon blade's blade lights condensed into a devilish moon. Infused with Xiao Jinyang's Tao power, the Tao artifact fiend moon blade finally bared its true fangs. The numerous great fiends within the fiend moon blade were roused from their slumber. The aura of primal ancestors enveloped heaven and earth. The several 100 million miles of lightning prison river's water churned into a chaotic tsunami, looking agitated and fearful. Both Chao Nan and Gu Tian also took out their own Tao artifacts and attacked without hesitation. 3 top primal ancestors' powers made every expert in the region feel as if there was a mountain pressing down on them. Are those primal ancestors fighting? Fear and panic flickered across the eyes of a true Saint Realm expert who was a patriarch of some holy ground. Primal ancestor realm. Fear spread through holy grounds one after another. Primal ancestor realm experts fighting represented mass destruction. Some low-level and mid-level holy grounds were nothing more than a few grains of sand glued together before the force of a primal ancestor, shattered at the slightest touch. Seeing that the Devil Palace's 3 palace masters had attacked, the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow knew that a battle was inevitable. The 4 of them also took out their Tao artifacts and seized the time to send Holy Heaven's 9th Tribulation half-true saint disciples far away from the battlefield. They ordered the Hall Masters to fully activate the Golden Rock Holy Ship's defenses to protect the disciples. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions thundered through the lightning prison river region. Feeling the quaking land under their feet, numerous experts were extremely flustered as it seemed like the world was going to crumble right under their feet. Various Holy Grounds patriarchs quickly ordered the defensive formations laid out by the ancestors to be activated. Many ancestors who had not appeared for a long time were stirred from their meditation, and they came out to coordinate the defensive formations. But all these efforts were useless as cracks began to appear on these powerful defensive formations in front of their eyes, even though they had been repeatedly strengthened through the years. And these cracks were growing bigger as they spread. All Holy Grounds patriarchs were stupefied. Since the mere shockwaves were this terrifying, then if a primal ancestor aimed his attack at their holy ground, wouldn't that utterly raze that holy ground to dust? The thunderous rumbles in the sky continued. In less than half an hour, these Holy Grounds patriarchs grabbed treasures from the treasuries and escaped with all their disciples. At a moment's notice, they couldn't empty out the entire treasuries, but they took away as much as they could. Half a day later, the Holy Grounds in the Lightning Prison River region turned into broken lands. Magma shot out from underground, and devastating disaster raged across holy lands. Stretches of primeval virgin forests that had existed for countless years were swallowed by the earth. These holy grounds that were nurtured by abundant holy spiritual chi were swallowed up by the broken lands, as devastation and despair took over the land. In less than a day, these holy grounds were reduced into pieces of rocks in the vast space. These holy grounds were several 100 million miles away from the Lightning Prison River. It took at least 2 days of flight if an average First Heaven true saint wanted to reach the closest holy ground from the Lightning Prison River. Yet, aftershock destructive powers from Xiao Jinyang and the Heavenly Master's side reduced these holy grounds to rubbles. Even the farthest part of Black Devil Star Prison was affected by the destructive waves, as Devil Chi in the sky roiled in anger. However, the Black Devil Prison Star had the defensive formations laid out by Xiao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian. Hence, only the outer edges of the Black Devil Prison Star shook due to the aftershock waves. The war went on. Soon, the rest of the holy world got wind of the battle. The Devil Palace's 3 palace masters are fighting with the Holy Heaven's 4 primal ancestors. The Devil Palace laid out a Devil Prison Forest Grand Formation at the Lightning Prison River in order to block Huang Xiaolong from competing for the Saint Fates. It is said that it would take the Holy Heaven's 4 primal ancestors at least 1 month to break the Devil Prison Forest Grand Formation. All the Saint Fates would be taken by the time they rush to the Cambrian Pool Star. I'm afraid Huang Xiaolong won't be able to get a share of the Saint Fates during this round. The Devil Palace's 3 Palace Masters method is brilliant. As long as Huang Xiaolong is unable to enter True Saint Realm, it would be easier for them to kill him in the future. Moreover, if Huang Xiaolong is unable to enter True Saint Realm this time, who knows when the Saint Fate will appear next? It could be several hundreds of thousands of years or even tens of millions of years. During this time, there will be countless opportunities to kill Huang Xiaolong. Experts of various factions talked about Huang Xiaolong's predicament with excitement. Hearing that the Devil Palace was obstructing Huang Xiaolong from dipping his finger into the Saint Fates, there were a lot of holy grounds and ancient races that gloated with glee. Especially Huaipa, he laughed out loud when he heard the news. He was gesticulating in elation. He thought that without Huang Xiaolong, the high-grade Saint Fate would definitely be his. Who will dare to compete with me now? Lin Xiaoying, that little lassie, was merely a paper tiger in his eyes. Since the Devil Palace dares to do this, aren't they afraid that Songqiong Old Man would retaliate? The ancient Holy Emperor Duanxian voiced his doubt despite his joy. After all, there were distinctions between strong and weak even among Primal Ancestor Realm experts. At the mention of Songqiong Old Man, any Primal Ancestor expert would feel a great pressure if they had to go against him. Songlei's thoughts went further than others. Most likely Songqiong Old Man has left the Holy World, and this matter was known by the Devil Palace's Chao Jinyang, which is why they dare to do so. The ancient Holy Emperor Duanxian, Beast Tamer Holy Emperor Xinjiawen, and the others were shocked by the news. What? Songqiong Old Man has left the Holy World? Lord Songlei, is it true that other than our Holy World, there is another Holy World space? Duanxian could not help asking. There had always been a whisper amongst the Holy World's top experts about the existence of another Holy World space. But no one had ever gone there. Thus this myth had never been proven. Songlei nodded his head in affirmation. I wasn't certain in the past, but the matter is proved by Songqiong Old Man's departure. Songqiong Old Man must have fully comprehended the divine Tuo Mountain's secrets, and when he climbed to the peak, the divine Tuo Mountain's grand Tao energy sent him to another Holy World space. Divine Tuo Mountain finally dawned on everyone. Over 20 days passed. The battle over the Lightning Prison River was still going on, and it had intensified by several degrees. At this time, speckles of holy light appeared in the dark space, resembling golden fairies dancing in the sky, mesmerizing the beholders. These golden speckles of light that resembled fairies started to converge, gestating, as if something was going to be born. Below the Cambrian pool star sky, numerous holy grounds and ancient races experts were looking at the sky with bright burning gazes where these dots of light were converging. Judging from the sight before them, 2 more hours, and the Saint Fates would be fully formed and born. Over an hour later, finally, blinding rays erupted from the center of the converging lights. The blinding rays were akin to a waterfall of light that hung down from the void, fluttering in the sky. Quickly get out of the way! Seeing the rays of light unfold in the sky, some of the closer Holy Grounds patriarchs cried out in alarm and ordered their disciples a hasty retreat. Wherever these rays passed through, that area would be incorporated into the Saint Fate's boundary. If someone that did not meet the conditions would be trapped inside the boundary, even if they were a true Saint Realm expert, their life could be considered as good as gone. They would be reduced to ashes. The source of this blinding light was the Holy World's strongest Grand Tao, and even a peak 9th Heaven true Saint Realm expert couldn't guarantee his own life. Originally, everyone was ready for the moment when the Saint Fates would appear. Thus many of them had been waiting at a far distance, but no one had expected the Saint Fate's boundary to be so extensive this time around. In fact, it was many times bigger than all previous times. Looking at the blinding light descending from the void, the various patriarchs led their disciples in a rapid retreat once again. Faster than the blink of an eye, groups of true saint experts and their 9th disciples fled desperately for their lives. Even Songlei and Xuelingyun, these 2 primal ancestor experts, had to retreat before the expanding Saint Fate's boundary. Although a primal ancestor realm expert wouldn't die being trapped inside the Saint Fate's boundary, they would be greatly suppressed by the boundary's grand Tao power, leaving them unable to move at all. The best scenario would be suffering some physical injuries, and the worst situation would be a damaged soul. Thus, these experts and disciples retreated faster than the receding tides, leaving only those ninth tribulation half-true Saint Realm disciples. Huaipa was ecstatic as he watched the changes in the sky. In general, the bigger the Saint Fates boundary was, the higher the number of Saint Fates would appear, and the higher their order would be. In less than 10 minutes, the coruscating rays of light merged into a great boundary barrier, and the Saint Fates boundary was finally formed. When the Saint Fates boundary stabilized, it was time for the Saint Fates to be born. Shissis. A sound resounded in the ears of every person in the holy world at this moment, as if something had broken out from its shell, or the sound of a butterfly breaking out from its cocoon. This sound seemed to come from the deepest part of their holy souls and Tao souls, shaking their very core. This was the most melodic music they had ever heard, and it was the most beautiful sound of the Grand Tao. Subsequently, Huaipa, Lin Xiaoying, and others outside the Saint Fates boundary, including Emotsongli and Xuelingyun, saw a ball of dazzling golden light appear in the void. This bright golden ball of light contained the purest holy world's origin energy, transcending life and death, and brimming with all elements of energy and profound esoterics. The light ball's surface rippled endlessly as strands of Grand Tao swirled within, and one could almost make out the shape of a moving infant inside it, but it was extremely vague. Not even a primal ancestor could see clearly. Saint Fate. After seeing the ball of light with Grand Tao rippling along its surface, almost everyone yelled in excitement. The first Saint Fate was going to be born. However, the Saint Fate inside this light ball was clearly a low-order Saint Fate. Generally speaking, the more Grand Tao a Saint Fate possessed, the stronger it was, and this Saint Fate's Grand Tao did not exceed 300 strands. Thus it was clearly a low-order Saint Fate. Then, another shiss sound rang in the sky as another low-order Saint Fate was born. A second later, the third Saint Fate appeared. Low-order Saint Fates were always the first to be born, and the higher Saint Fates would be born later. After 3 consecutive low-order Saint Fates, the blinding light in the skies of Cambrian Pool Star suddenly grew even brighter, reaching the 4 corners of the holy world as an enormous golden ball of light appeared. The number of Grand Tao strands inside this ball of light were over 600. It's mid-order Saint Fate. Mid-order Saint Fate has appeared. The crowd quivered in excitement. The ninth tribulation half-true Saint Realm experts were ecstatic. Despite the ninth tribulation half-true Saint disciples' ecstasy, no one dared to make the first move to snatch the mid-order Saint Fate. It was because when Saint Fates were being born, they were protected by a repelling energy. Only after all the Saint Fates were born would the repelling energy disappear, and that would be the time the disciples could start competing for these Saint Fates. While everyone waited in a thrill of excitement, another melodic sound rang in the air as another mid-order Saint Fate was born. The crowd hadn't expected that mid-order Saint Fates would appear consecutively, and there were 6 of them in total. Mid-order Saint Fates stopped after the 6th one. 6 mid-order Saint Fates. A high-level true Saint Ancestor was flabbergasted. He had personally witnessed the appearance of the Saint Fates several times, but never once had there been so many mid-order Saint Fates. Moreover, in the Holy World's long history, there had never been a record of 6 mid-order Saint Fates. In the last Saint Fate's birth, there were a total of 11 Saint Fates, and amongst them, there were only 2 mid-order Saint Fates, the rest were all low-order. Most of the time, there had been more low-order Saint Fates than mid-order Saint Fates. Yet this time, there were more mid-order Saint Fates than low-order ones, and to be precise, there were 6 of them. Not only Huaipa, Lin Xiaoying, and other ninth tribulation half-true saint disciples, but even experts like Emotsongli, Xuelingyun, and the various holy grounds and ancient races patriarchs and ancestors were astounded. In the next moment, an explosion of lights dominated the skies of Cambrian Pool Star, as rings of holy lights expanded outwards to the horizon like great resplendent waves. Then, a ball of light, more dazzling than any previous light balls that had appeared so far, emerged from the void and entered everyone's sight. High-order Saint Fate. All the experts gathered at the Cambrian Pool Star boiled over with excitement. High-order Saint Fate. This time, There really is a high-order Saint Fate, one of the Devil Palace's experts exclaimed in excitement. How many billions of years has it been since the last time a high-order Saint Fate appeared? It looks similar to the time when Lord Mo integrated with Saint Fate, the Vajra race patriarch Jean Nu exclaimed. It had always been a belief that only with an appearance of a genius disciple with outstanding talent would there be a birth of a high-order Saint Fate. In other words, high-order Saint Fate appeared whenever there was a disciple with high hopes of entering primal ancestor realm. High-order Saint Fate. The high-order Saint Fate is absolutely mine, Huaipo exclaimed, laughing maniacally. Hearing Huaipo's manic words, Lin Xiaoying's brows were scrunched together, as she felt displeased. But she was frequently looking around, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left, and there was an obvious urgency on her face. Now, even high-order Saint Fate has appeared, and it won't take long before all Saint Fates were born. If Huang Xiaolong still failed to appear at that time, then forget high-order Saint Fate. Huang Xiaolong won't even get one Saint Fate. What to do? What should I do? Lin Xiaoying repeated again and again in her heart. Then, another burst of intense blinding light lit up the Cambrian pool star as a new high-order Saint Fate appeared. A second high-order Saint Fate. This is unprecedented. The crowd's excitement reached a high peak. Though high-order Saint Fate had appeared before, two high-order Saint Fates had never appeared at the same time. Ripples of excitement were reflected in Mo and Shueling Yun's eyes. There are indeed two high-order Saint Fates. Huaipo could hardly contain himself as he went on. There should be another one. If I integrate with all three high-order Saint Fates, I will definitely be the first and only person in the holy world to pull such a feat. While the ninth tribulation half-true saint disciples were raring to go, the third high-order Saint Sate entered everyone's line of sight. Just as everyone thought that was the end of it, a burst of light lit up the sky once again as the fourth high-order Saint Fate appeared. While everyone's attention was on the fourth high-order Saint Fate, in the far distant horizon, a figure whizzed through the vast space at an alarming speed. No one noticed the presence of this figure that was approaching them silently at an alarming speed. It was as if this figure was one with heaven and earth, and there was no humming or a ripple. All eyes and attention were on the fourth high-order Saint Fate. That vigilance towards their surroundings had long been thrown to the back of their minds. As the figure got closer, one more bright light erupted in the Cambrian pool star's sky. Another high-order Saint Fate had appeared. This was the fifth high-order Saint Fate. 5. There are actually 5 high-order Saint Fates. This. Even the Holy Race's patriarch by Moyong was dumbfounded. In the past, the appearance of one high-order Saint Fate was considered as a great blessing from the heavens. The knowledge everyone had taken for granted was shattered to smithereens as the second, third, and fourth high-order Saint Fates appeared this time around, and that was not the end of it. The fifth high-order Saint Fate had descended before them. 5 of them. Mo Tsongli muttered dazedly under his breath. 5. A sense of euphoria filled Huaipo that his scalp was tingling like it was about to fly off. 5 high-order Saint Fates. If he could integrate with these high-order Saint Fates, who in the holy world would be qualified to stand against him after stepping into the primal ancestor realm? And this confidence was not arrogance. Before entering true Saint realm, the rank of one's complete Tao Saint Godhead, Saint Bloodline, and Saint Physique were important, but after entering true Saint realm, one's holy soul was more important, and the 3 Saint attributes played a lesser role. The higher the order and number of Saint Fates a disciple integrated with, the stronger one's holy soul would be in the future. In short, his holy soul's future achievements would be higher. Then, when he advanced to primal ancestor realm, his Tao soul would be much stronger than others. Although in the holy world's history, there had never been anyone with one holy soul integrating with 2 or more Saint Fates, Huaipo had come across an ancient record, and he had learned that as long as one's soul was strong enough, he could integrate with 2 or more Saint Fates. More importantly, the stronger one's holy soul was, the more and higher order Saint Fates one could integrate with. Hence, ever since reading the information in the ancient record, Huaipo had been persistent in tempering and strengthening his soul, trying every method available to him. He had not breathed a word of this to anyone, and even his master Zhongli did not know about it. While Huaipo was immersed in his fantasy, there were 2 consecutive eruptions of light in the sky, and there were the 6th and 7th high-order Saint Fates. In mere moments, 2 more high-order Saint Fates had appeared. The crowd had gone beyond speechless now. 7 high-order Saint Fates? This is not an illusion, is it? Xin Jiawen stuttered from shock. He was still doubting whether he was hallucinating when the sky lit up once again, as the 8th and 9th high-order Saint Fates appeared simultaneously. Again, 2 high-order Saint Fates had appeared at the same time. All in all, there were 9 high-order Saint Fates, floating in high air, emitting the brightest holy light that penetrated the void. Zhongli, Xiaolingyun, Tan Wan, Ji Sini, and others had an expression of disbelief on their faces. 3 low-order, 6 high-order, and 9 high-order. Huang Xiaolong, who was rushing from the other end of the horizon, was dumbfounded for a second, looking at the blinding bright sky where 9 high-order Saint Fates hung in the sky. Holy cow! Huang Xiaolong used one of the little cow's beloved exclamations. Could these 9 high-order Saint Fates be specifically prepared for me by the Holy World's heart? The unbelievable idea suddenly flashed across Huang Xiaolong's mind. Others might not be able to do it, but it was not impossible for him. What the general 9th tribulation half-true saint disciples had was a divine soul, but he had already formed his holy soul. More importantly, he had 3 holy souls. After Huang Xiaolong had crossed the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th tribulations, even he could not gauge how terrifying his 3 holy souls had grown. However, he was certain that any one of his 3 holy souls was stronger than any mid-level true Saint Realm expert's holy soul. Huang Xiaolong accelerated in excitement, and soon reached the edge of the Saint Fate's boundary. It's Huang Xiaolong. How did Huang Xiaolong get here? Isn't he trapped at the Lightning Prison River? At this time, some Holy Gates patriarchs were astonished when they finally detected Huang Xiaolong's presence. Shock swept over the crowd. Zhongli, Shuelingyun, Tan Wan, Ji Sini, Bai Moyong, Ji Nu, Duan Xian, Xin Jiawen, and other experts and disciples, including Huaipo and Lin Xiaoying within the Saint Fate's boundary, were shocked by Huang Xiaolong's sudden arrival. Huaipo was fantasizing of becoming the Holy World's #1 person in the future after integrating a certain number of high-order Saint Fates, replacing Huang Xiaolong's title and status. But now, after seeing that Huang Xiaolong had suddenly appeared, he dazed for a second, and then his face turned gloomy. Damn! Isn't the Holy Heavens group still trapped at the Lightning Prison River's Devil Prison Forest Grand Formation? From the news received just now, Qiao Jinyong and the Heavenly Master are still fighting. How come Huang Xiaolong appear here? Huaipo roared inwardly. Huang Xiaolong's appearance completely threw off his plans and fantasies. No! Huang Xiaolong must not be allowed to enter the Saint Fate's boundary. Absolutely not. Huaipo's heart roared. He secretly signaled the Holy Lands Alliance's experts. These experts acted immediately. However, it was not necessarily for the Holy Lands Alliance's experts to make a move at all. The Devil Palace's experts had drawn their sharp blades and pounced on Huang Xiaolong. The Devil Palace's experts were the closest to Huang Xiaolong, and most of them were 4th Heaven True Saints. Their speed and action were so quick that others barely reacted. Huang Xiaolong, you want to enter the Saint Fate's boundary? Dream on. You won't have the chance even in your next life. A Devil Palace's expert yelled harshly. Your Highness Xiebufan, subordinate will avenge you now. The sharp blade in his hand was merely several meters from Huang Xiaolong's back. After Xiebufan had died at Huang Xiaolong's hands during the struggle for Zhangqiong Old Man's inheritance, the Devil Palace's experts hated Huang Xiaolong to the bones, and they had made killing Huang Xiaolong their ultimate goal. This 4th Heaven True Saint Devil Palace's expert was one of Xiebufan's loyal subordinates since long ago. After seeing that Devil Palace expert's blade was going to pierce Huang Xiaolong's back, Huaipo's face changed greatly. If the blade really stabbed into Huang Xiaolong's back, his physical body would definitely be destroyed, and Huang Xiaolong could forget about integrating with Saint Fate this time. Though surprised, Huaipa was happy to see this sight. Even the heavens are on my side. Upon seeing that Huang Xiaolong's body was a split second from being destroyed by the Devil Palace's expert, a palace suddenly flew out from Huang Xiaolong's body. Zhangqiong Dao Palace. Wang. The Devil Palace expert's blade stabbed onto the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, and sparks flew everywhere as the blade in his hand snapped into several pieces. He was stupefied on the spot. Huang Xiaolong turned around abruptly and punched out, "Get out of my way!" One punch. The Devil Palace's fourth heaven true saint expert let out a miserable cry, then exploded to his death. He exploded in one punch. Golden-colored blood spurted in every direction, scattering like raindrops. This sight shook everyone. A fourth heaven true saint expert was sent to his death with one punch. Moreover, that person was merely a peak late ninth tribulation half-true saint. After sending the Devil Palace expert to his death, the Zhangqiong blade flew out from Huang Xiaolong's body and split the expert's holy soul that was going to escape into two. The Zhangqiong blade drew a sharp glint in the air. "Whoever blocks me will die." Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over the astounded crowd. "Whoever blocks me will die." This sentence boiled with a murderous aura, and it was overbearing, sending a chill down the spines of Holy Land's Alliance's experts, who were ready to attack. Elder Cheng Feng. The Devil Palace experts cried out when they saw that the person who had ambushed Huang Xiaolong was sent to his death with a punch from Huang Xiaolong. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong had halved his holy soul with the Zhangqiong blade. The Devil Palace experts' eyes were bloodshot with fury and hatred as they stared ferociously at Huang Xiaolong. "Everyone join hands and kill Huang Xiaolong. Kill him, and the Zhangqiong blade is ours, as well as the Zhangqiong holy pills." Several Devil Palace experts shouted loudly. However, just as these Devil Palace experts renewed their attacks, a curtain of icy hail fell on them, freezing the dozen of Devil Palace experts attacking Huang Xiaolong. In the next second, a finger force directly pierced a bolt through these ice statues. These dozen of Devil Palace experts' bodies shattered into pieces of ice, and their holy souls were no exception. Other experts' faces paled in dread as countless gazes turned towards the clear snow palace master Xuelingyun. The person who made a move just now was none other than Xuelingyun. In a single move, a dozen true Saint Realm experts had lost their lives in vain. This was the power of a primal ancestor expert. Everyone felt a frigid wind blowing across their hearts. Other Devil Palace experts retreated in fear. Although they were brave and courageous, that did not mean they weren't afraid of death. "Palace Master Xuelingyun, do you really plan to oppose our Devil Palace?" One of the Devil Palace Hall Masters mustered up some courage and questioned Xuelingyun. Xuelingyun didn't even spare a glance at that person. Her gaze swept over other forces experts who were itching to make a move, and her expression was as cold as her voice. "Huang Xiaolong is the successor of my godfather. Zhangqiong Old Man has selected him, and therefore he is my junior brother. Whoever dares to block Huang Xiaolong's path will be considered as going against me, Xuelingyun, and going against the holy heavens." Xuelingyun's words were not brimming with killing intent, but given her cold temperament, her words hit like an ice pick, chilled everyone to the soul. Those secretly making moves to block Huang Xiaolong stopped their actions abruptly. Only then did the present experts remember that Huang Xiaolong had another identity, Xuelingyun's junior brother. Although the holy heavens' four primal ancestors were absent, Xuelingyun was there. The Clear Snow Palace experts were there. The Clear Snow Palace's Tanwan, Jisini, and other experts' gazes immediately swept across the other experts, as they prepared to battle if needed. The Holy Land's Alliance experts turned to Emote Songli, but Emote Songli remained silent and had a deadpan expression on his face. Those experts, who had received Huaipo's signal and had prepared to attack, ceased their thoughts. In a sway, Huang Xiaolong's figure shot across space and entered the Saint Fate's boundary. Seeing this, the Devil Palace's experts and others, who wanted to secretly hinder Huang Xiaolong, immediately regretted that they had not stopped Huang Xiaolong at all cost. Everything was too late. Huaipo's heart sank to the bottom of the sea, seeing that Huang Xiaolong had entered Saint Fate's boundary. Just as Huang Xiaolong appeared within the Saint Fate's boundary, seemingly stimulated by something in Huang Xiaolong's body, the crimson pool star sky once again lit up with blinding light like never before. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. On the other end of the 9 high-order Saint Fates that had appeared were 3 additional high-order Saint Fates. 3 at once. Moreover, there were 3 high-order Saint Fates. Counting the initial 9, there were a total of 12 high-order Saint Fates. 12. Everyone's heads spun, threatening to faint into oblivion. 12 high-order Saint Fates. This, all in all, there were 3 low-order, 6 mid-order, and 12 high-order Saint Fates. This had exceeded everyone's estimation, imagination, and scope of understanding by many times over. At the same time, when the 3 additional high-order Saint Fates appeared in the Cambrian pool star sky, all the Saint Fates shone in mesmerizing splendor. The grand Tao repelling energy protecting them disappeared simultaneously. Grab. This was the first thought of all 9th Tribulation half-true Saint Realm disciples within the Saint Fate's boundary. Amongst them, one person made the swiftest action, and with a turn of his wrist, he reached for one of the high-order Saint Fates. This person was naturally Huai Pe. Seeing that Huai Pe's fingers were about to reach one of the high-order Saint Fates, as he planned to pull it down from the void, a finger force cut off the suction force from Huai Pe's palm. On top of that, Huai Pe tumbled backwards due to the finger force's overwhelming impact. Huai Pe turned and glared at Huang Xiaolong with haterade. Huang Xiaolong, what is the meaning of this? Huang Xiaolong was indifferent as he stated, all high-order Saint Fates belong to Lin Xiaoying and me. If any other person touches them, they will die. His voice resounded through the entire Saint Fate's boundary. Hearing that, Huai Pe let out a sonorous laughter. Huang Xiaolong, your appetite's too big. I'm afraid you won't be able to swallow them all, and you might choke to death. Since you are saying that these 12 high-order Saint Fates belong to you and Lin Xiaoying, then are you planning to become an enemy against every disciple here? Become an enemy against the world. Huai Pe was trying to sow discord between Huang Xiaolong and everyone else within the Saint Fate's boundary, pushing him to the opposite side of all the disciples. How could Huang Xiaolong not see Huai Pe's intention that was so obvious? But Huang Xiaolong was nonchalant. So what if I become enemies with everyone here? Enemies with the world? Everyone was dazed for a moment. Huang Xiaolong's retort successfully lit up more than a few superpowers disciples' furies. Huang Xiaolong, I admit that your talent is excellent, but we're inside the Saint Fate's boundary, so you cannot use your holy souls or Tao artifacts, and only your peak late 9th Tribulation half-true Saint strength. Still, you have the guts to provoke all of us? You are overestimated yourself. A ghost talisman Holy Gate peak late 9th Tribulation half-true Saint disciple Xiao Chongshan couldn't stop himself from reprimanding Huang Xiaolong and pointing his finger at Huang Xiaolong's face. With Xiao Chongshan taking the lead, many superpowers disciples followed in reprimanding Huang Xiaolong. Everyone attacked together and snatched the high-order Saint Fates. I want to see if Huang Xiaolong really dares to attack us. If he dares, we'll unite against this common enemy. Suppress him. Huai Pe cried out. As he finished saying that, Huai Pe attacked again, aiming at one of the high-order Saint Fates. Xiao Chongshan and other peak late 9th Tribulation half-true Saint Realm disciples all had their own targets. However, just as Huai Pe, Xiao Chongshan, and others made their moves, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred in a few sways, and with every sway, a disciple exploded to his death. In a short while, those 20-plus disciples, attempting to snatch high-order Saint Fates, turned into a fog of blood. Only Huai Pe remained. Of course, Huai Pe felt as if he was hit by a great mountain, as he was knocked off his feet, and he coughed up blood. There was heavy silence all around. Everyone was wide-eyed with shock, looking at the blood fog that used to be peak late 9th Tribulation's half-true Saint Realm disciples. Gui Buwang's expression was sullen to the extreme. Although Xiao Chongshan couldn't be compared to Yu Lingji who had died in the Trial of Blood, he was still a valued core disciple of the Ghost Talisman Holy Gate. Huang Xiaolong had actually killed him without hesitation. Having similar thoughts to Gue Buwang were the forces of the fallen disciples, and they were also slightly astonished by Huang Xiaolong's strength. After seeing Huang Xiaolong kill more than 20 peak late ninth tribulation half-true saint disciples in a short few seconds had a big impact on Emotsongli. Huang Xiaolong's strength had by far exceeded Emotsongli's and other experts' estimation, more so Emotsongli's estimation. Before this, Emotsongli had assumed that even if Huang Xiaolong was stronger than his disciple Huai Pe, it would not be so easy for Huang Xiaolong to defeat Huai Pe. But one strike from Huang Xiaolong had completely subverted Emotsongli and others' imagination. A peak late ninth tribulation half-true Saint Realm disciple, under the situation where his true Saint Realm-related powers were suppressed, had killed 20-plus peak late ninth tribulation half-true Saint Realm disciples in a breath's time. Even his disciple Huai Pe was no match. This level of combat power had surpassed Emotsongli when he was a peak late ninth tribulation half-true Saint Realm. Ignoring the shocked faces around him, Huang Xiaolong's expression was frosty as he spoke. "I'll spare your life this time, but if you make another move at high-order Saint Fate, you will die like the rest." Huai Pe's face turned beet red upon hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. He was a proud son of heaven before Huang Xiaolong had appeared, and his name had dominated the first place on the Saint Fate list. There had always been people fawning and flattering him wherever he went. Yet Huang Xiaolong reprimanded him in front of so many people about sparing his life. This was literal humiliation. Huang Xiaolong's condescending attitude, as if he was chiding an insignificant ant, made Huai Pe feel humiliated like never before. Huai Pe laughed hysterically in fury. "Huang Xiaolong, you are so arrogant that it's ridiculous. Since when is my life up to you to spare? You weren't even able to kill me just now, but you still have the cheek to say that you spared me? Ludicrous. I was merely careless, and that's why you managed to sneak an attack to injure me. So you really think you can defeat me?" "Oh," Huang Xiaolong responded tepidly. "According to you, you're so amazing that, in a frontal battle, I am not an opponent against you?" Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to snatch the 12 high-order Saint Fates. He had killed Xiao Chongshan and 20-plus disciples in seconds, successfully deterring other disciples. For a moment, none of them dared to snatch high-order Saint Fates. Huai Pe snickered harshly as he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Bright holy light burst out from his body as a huge complete Tao Saint Godhead flew out. This huge complete Tao Saint Godhead emitted bright flickering rays that reached every corner of the Saint Fate's boundary. An overwhelming violent aura that wanted to destroy everything spread out. Everyone looked at the huge complete Tao Saint Godhead with astonishment in their eyes. "Great immemorial Saint Godhead!" An expert's yell rang in everyone's ears. The great immemorial Saint Godhead ranked fourth. Discounting the origin complete Tao Saint Godhead, only the second and third ranked complete Tao Saint Godheads ranked higher than the great immemorial Saint Godhead. Among the top 10 complete Tao Saint Godheads, the upper 5 were considered as legends, immemorial legends, revered and worshipped by many of the holy world. A sense of pride filled Emotsongli as he looked at Huai Pe's great immemorial Saint Godhead. This was one of the things he prided about his disciple. Right at this time, a bright ray of light shone from between Huai Pe's eyebrows as a black rune imprint appeared. The moment the black rune imprint appeared, everyone had the illusion that the world had fallen into darkness. "That is the Darkness Fate imprint?" The Holy Race's Patriarch by Moyong exclaimed in shock. "Darkness Fate imprint. It's actually the Darkness Fate imprint." A commotion spread through the crowd of experts. Tan Wan's frozen snow imprint was born from the heart of the holy world, and it controlled all of the holy world's snow and ice element powers. The Darkness Fate imprint also originated from the heart of the holy world, and it controlled the darkness and the Yin energy within the darkness. The Darkness Fate imprint's powers were not weaker than the frozen snow imprint. Everyone was shocked and amazed by Huai Pe. It had never crossed Tan Wan, Ji Sini, and Lin Xiaoying's mind that Huai Pe's complete Tao Saint Godhead would be the great immemorial Saint Godhead, or that he would have the Darkness Fate imprint, and the shock on their faces was obvious. His Highness Huai Pe's talent is so amazing. No wonder he dominated the Saint Fate list for so long. He's so powerful. Once His Highness integrates with a high-order Saint Fate, not even Xie Bufan or Li Chun can compare to His Highness Huai Pe, a Holy Lands Alliance expert side in admiration. That's not all. Even if you combine Xie Bufan and Li Chun, they cannot compare to His Highness Huai Pe, an ancient emperor Holy Ground Hall Master added with a laugh. In an instant, voices of awe and admiration sounded through the Cambrian pool star's sky. All of them were amazed by Huai Pe's talent. Although Huang Xiaolong has 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads and Holy Mandate imprint, his 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads are probably in the 10+ ranks. Therefore, even if Huang Xiaolong is stronger than His Highness Huai Pe, there is a limit to it, Xin Jiawen commented, as his eyes glimmered with an obscured light. In the Zhangqiong holy manner, Huang Xiaolong was merely relying on the heaven-opening dragon spear to kill Xie Bufan and Li Chun. How else was he able to kill them? Now Huang Xiaolong is unable to use his holy souls, saint artifacts, or Dao artifacts. In my opinion, in the fight later, Huang Xiaolong will not be His Highness Huai Pe's opponent. The Silver Wings Holy Gates Patriarch Ying Ji commented. Many experts agreed with Ying Ji's comment. Huang Xiaolong too was slightly surprised to see Huai Pe's great immemorial Saint Godhead. Li Chun has the myriad creation Saint Godhead, and it truly came as a surprise that Huai Pe has the great immemorial Saint Godhead that ranked 1 place higher than Li Chen's. Another thing that surprised Huang Xiaolong was Wei Pai's Darkness Fate imprint. Huang Xiaolong was aware that his master Elder Crow's Grand Dao art, the Epic of Darkness, was inspired by the Darkness Fate imprint's powers. Before Elder Crow had stepped into Primal Ancestor Realm, he had once seen the Darkness Fate imprint, but he had failed to subjugate the Darkness Fate imprint, letting it escape. It seemed that the runaway Darkness Fate imprint had fallen into Huai Pe's hands. Taking in the astonished gazes and whispers of awe around him, Huai Pe raised his chin proudly and spoke in a haughty tone. Huang Xiaolong, do you still dare to say that you'll spare me? Don't assume because you have 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads and the Holy Mandate imprint you can treat other geniuses like ants. In truth, you're nothing but an ant in my eyes. Exactly. Exactly so. Huai Pe's words immediately resonated with the various holy grounds and ancient races patriarchs that had blood feud with Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't respond to the clamors from these disciples, as he looked straight at Huai Pe and said, "In short, you still want to compete for high-order Saint Fates?" Huai Pe's voice revealed his determination. "That's right, Huang Xiaolong. I can yield 6 high-order Saint Fates to you, the remaining 6 belong to me. Otherwise, even if I have to go all out, risking heavy injuries myself, I will stop you and then no one will get them." "You shouldn't dream of getting even 1 then," Huai Pe said through gritted teeth. "In that case, make your move," Huang Xiaolong went on tepidly. "Remember, you only have 1 chance, so use your full power and your most powerful attack, or you might die in unwillingness." Seeing that Huang Xiaolong was still spouting big words at this time, Huai Pe bellowed and frenziedly spurred his great immemorial Saint Godhead's powers. Huai Pe circulated the powers of his great immemorial Saint Godhead to the limit, and at the same time, his Darkness Fate imprint exploded in coruscating black rays of light, resembling millions of black diamonds. Huai Pe's momentum soared in a frenzy, and the pressure coming off his body was several times stronger. Huai Pe was completely a different person. He controlled the world's space powers and darkness energy like a supreme sovereign. "Kill!" Huai Pe roared as he leaped forth, both fists aimed at Huang Xiaolong. Dark Tunnel of Destruction. A spiraling dark tunnel appeared as Huai Pe's fists punched out, and vigorous darkness energy swirled endlessly, roaring in anger, screaming in destruction, as if it wanted to devour everything and turn it into its darkness. This technique was not a holy martial art, nor was it a Dao art, because one was prohibited from using either of them inside the Saint Fate's boundary. The Dark Tunnel of Destruction was created by Huai Pe after comprehending the Darkness Fate imprint. It was his most powerful attack. He had previously tested out this move, successfully obliterating more than a dozen Ninth Tribulation half-true Saint Realm Profound Beasts. Under the dark powers, those Ninth Tribulation half-true Saint Profound Beasts had turned into strands of darkness energy and merged with the darkness tunnel. This is not one of Lord Mo Zhongli's techniques. Is it a self-created technique by His Highness Huaipa? What a powerful attack. This dark tunnel is absolutely the most powerful attack technique below the holy martial art. It is able to create such a powerful attack, and His Highness Huaipa is really a peerless talent. A Holy Lands Alliance expert exclaimed in admiration. Such a powerful technique. I don't think anyone below the true Saint Realm can withstand this attack. So let's watch how Huang Xiaolong is going to take this attack. Xin Jiawen of the Beast Tamer Holy Ground sneered. Huang Xiaolong was still bragging ignorantly that His Highness Huaipa only has one chance to attack. If he fails to take on His Highness Huaipa's attack, then he's throwing his face to his crotch. The experts from Holy Lands Alliance burst out laughing. Xiaolong, look out! Lin Xiaoying's face paled as she shouted a warning. Lin Xiaoying had to admit that she would fail to take on Huaipa's powerful attack. In truth, she believed that her senior sister Tanwan would have failed to take on Huaipa's attack when she was a peak late 9th tribulation half-true saint. This attack was simply overwhelming, and even the experts outside the Saint Fate's boundary felt stirrings of dread. Huang Xiaolong smiled at Lin Xiaoying, giving her reassurance. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong still had the face to spout nonsense in this situation, she let out a cold harumph. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong raised his palm and slapped forward like he was swatting a fly. Under the force of Huang Xiaolong's palm, a colossal palm appeared. The moment this colossal palm struck the dark tunnel shattered, erasing the almighty darkness, and every last strand of darkness energy vanished without a trace. The colossal palm continued to slam down. Seeing this, Huaipa's smug expression changed for the worse. He bellowed in anger, and the huge great immemorial Saint Godhead released tidal waves of black light. Chaos origin chi roiled with turbulent vigor, and space expanded, swallowing everything. But it did not seem to have any effect. The colossal palm continued to press down, and in fact its speed increased. Boom! The great immemorial Saint Godhead hummed in protest under the colossal palm's attack, and it smashed into the land below as it spiraled out of control. At the same time, the palm continued downwards towards Huaipa's head. Huaipa bellowed, as if activating the darkness fate imprint's power to the limit, emitting blinding rays of light. Young friend Huang, please show mercy. Mo Zhongli's anxious cry sounded from outside the Saint Fate boundary. But in an instant, Huaipa's voice came to an abrupt stop as the palm landed on his head. His body burst like a balloon, turning into blood mist, whereas the darkness fate imprint was sent tumbling backward in a streak of black light, and it disappeared from sight. The crowd was flabbergasted at the result. The blood mist that was Huaipa remained in the Cambrian pool star sky without dispersing, as if it was unwilling to disperse. Your Highness Huaipa! The group of Holy Lands Alliance experts cried out anxiously. Unfortunately, as the Holy Lands Alliance experts clamored in anger, the blood mist suddenly dispersed, scattering with the wind. Huaipa was the #1 name on the Saint Fate list. The person who possessed the rank 4th Great Immemorial Saint Godhead and Darkness Fate imprint was dead. Mo Zhongli painfully looked at the scattering blood mist, feeling as if there was a sharp blade digging at his heart. Scorching pain burned his soul. An invisible might belonging to a primal ancestor surged from Mo Zhongli's body. The wind howled and clouds roiled, and under Mo Zhongli's overwhelming momentum, the Saint Fate's boundary surface rippled violently. Others beat a hasty retreat in fear. The momentum shocked even Xuelingyun, who was standing not far from Mo Zhongli. Mo Zhongli was once known as the strongest person of the Holy World's future. He had only shown his strength once after entering the primal ancestor realm, but that was a long time ago. Now, Mo Zhongli's momentum made even Xuelingyun feel pressured. Xuelingyun discovered that Mo Zhongli was stronger than she had predicted, and it was just like how Huang Xiaolong's strength had exceeded Mo Zhongli's estimation. Even within the Saint Fate's boundary, Huang Xiaolong felt Mo Zhongli's powerful momentum, but he wasn't concerned at all. Although Mo Zhongli was a primal ancestor, he was incapable of breaking Saint Fate's boundary. nor could Mo hinder him from integrating with Saint Fate. Huang Xiaolong's attention was once again fixed onto the 12 high-order Saint Fates. He then looked at Lin Xiaoying. Lin Xiaoying understood what Huang Xiaolong meant and said, "Go Xiaolong. There is no need to wait for me." Though her talent was outstanding, it was still a little forceful to integrate with a high-order Saint Fate. Therefore, she was not so hell-bent on getting a high-order Saint Fate. In truth, a mid-order Saint Fate was more suitable for her. Hearing her words, Huang Xiaolong did not dally anymore. His palm reached out and caught one of the high-order Saint Fates, but the high-order Saint Fate burned in bright holy light and a shocking repelling power fought with the force from Huang Xiaolong's palm. Still, it was useless. The repelling power was shaken away by Huang Xiaolong in a split second, and he successfully grabbed onto the high-order Saint Fate. After catching the high-order Saint Fate, Huang Xiaolong sealed it, then called out his dragon-attributed holy soul. His dragon-attributed holy soul immediately sucked the high-order Saint Fate into his body and began integrating with it. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong grabbed the second and third high-order Saint Fate and let his two other holy souls integrate accordingly. He is simultaneously integrating 3 high-order Saint Fates. If Huang Xiaolong succeeds, then he really is the strongest expert of Holy World's future. A Holy Gates patriarch exclaimed. In the future, he will be invincible and probably, even primal ancestors will be no match against him. No, even if you put all the primal ancestors together, they still won't be able to defeat him. The Vajra race's patriarch Jin Nu corrected. His words struck like a hammer on everyone's heart, and there was a complicated gaze in their eyes. The rest 9th Tribulation half-true Saint disciples began snatching low-order and mid-order Saint Fates, while some crossed their arms and watched, waiting for Huang Xiaolong to fail and suffer a backlash. After Huang Xiaolong suffered injuries, they would make a move on the high-order Saint Fates. While these 9th Tribulation half-true Saint disciples anticipate Huang Xiaolong's failure in integrating with the 3 high-order Saint Fates, Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls shone brighter still. A powerful force surged out from each of the holy souls, and these forces were still growing stronger. At the same time, these 3 forces enveloped Huang Xiaolong's physical body, and the holy light enshrouding him intensified, creating rings of light. Then, amidst the holy light, darkness energy spread from Huang Xiaolong. The Holy Lands Alliance experts and Ghost Talisman Holy Gate experts' hearts sank to the bottom of the sea, as they were looking forward to Huang Xiaolong's failure. Clearly, Huang Xiaolong's integration with the 3 high-order Saint Fates was extremely smooth and successful. Damn! I didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to really integrate with 3 high-order Saint Fates simultaneously. Gui Buwang's face turned extremely gloomy. If he successfully integrates with these 3 high-order Saint Fates, once he breaks through to Primal Ancestor Realm, and after adding his terrifying talent there is no doubt. Moreover, once he steps into Primal Ancestor Realm, the entire holy world would be under his feet. Patriarch, do you think Huang Xiaolong would integrate with the 4th, 5th, and 6th high-order Saint Fates after these 3 high-order Saint Fates? One of the Ghost Talisman Holy Gates Hall Masters hesitated before asking the doubt in his heart. Gui Buwang sneered upon hearing that Huang Xiaolong could integrate 3 high-order Saint Fates because he has 3 holy souls. It is based on the same logic of integrating 1 Saint Fate because of 1 soul that applies to us. Integrating 3 high-order Saint Fates is already unprecedented. Then how can he integrate the 4th one? Much less the 5th Saint Fate. If he integrates with the 4th Saint Fate, I'll change my surname. If he integrates with the 5th high-order Saint Fate, I'll avoid him for 100 million miles in the future. Gui Buwang claimed with steadfast confidence. The Ghost Talisman Holy Gates experts exchanged a silent look, but at the same time, they felt that Gui Buwang's words were reasonable. Huang Xiaolong could integrate 3 high-order Saint Fates because he had 3 holy souls, and each holy soul could only integrate with 1 Saint Fate. If Huang Xiaolong wanted to integrate a 4th or 5th Saint Fate, that was simply a dream. The passage of time trickled by. The hour went by, and the holy light enshrouding Huang Xiaolong had grown brighter. Even more so the rays of light shining from his 3 holy souls. Right at this time, someone suddenly shot out and tried to grab one of the high-order Saint Fates. He was one of the peak late Ninth Tribulation half-true saint disciples from the Holy Lands Alliance. He had already planned to snatch one of the high-order saint fates while Huang Xiaolong was preoccupied with integrating the 3 high-order saint fates. In the same instant the Holy Lands Alliance disciple made his move. Huang Xiaolong's closed eyes opened, and 2 rays of light shot out. The disciple's tragic scream followed soon after. His body froze in midair, and there was a gaping hole between his brows and in his chest. Clearly, these 2 bloody holes were caused by the rays of light from Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Barely a second later, the disciple plummeted to the ground, dead. Other disciples were drenched in cold sweat after seeing this result, and they nipped their thoughts in the bud. Another 2 hours passed. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong was seen grabbing another 3 high-order saint fates. The ghost talisman holy gates and other holy grounds experts' eyes widened in shock. Did Huang Xiaolong already refine the 3 high-order saint fates in their preliminary stages? Duan Xian exclaimed. He wouldn't really be planning to integrate 6 high-order saint fates, would he? Everyone similarly felt that his notion was ludicrous. Xuelingyun too was surprised by Huang Xiaolong. Although astonished, Gui Buwang snorted. He is being greedy. He's literally seeking death. He has already got 3 high-order saint fates. 6 will definitely overload him, and he will explode to his death. He'll be injured after failing this time. He will have to wait for the next round of Saint Fate's appearance. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong really planned to integrate the 4th, 5th, even a 6th high-order Saint Fates, Gui Buwang was feeling glee despite his surprise. Deep down, he didn't believe and refused to accept that Huang Xiaolong could integrate with 6 high-order Saint Fates. Not only Gui Buwang, all present leaders and patriarchs, including Xuelingyun, did not believe Huang Xiaolong would succeed. Junior brother Huang, please consider carefully, Xuelingyun cautioned urgently. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder and nodded at Xuelingyun. Then he went on to absorb the 3 high-order Saint Fates simultaneously, assimilating with them. Xuelingyun and others had no idea how strong Huang Xiaolong's holy souls were, but Huang Xiaolong himself knew very well. The first 3 high-order Saint Fates were merely enough to fill the teeth gaps of his 3 holy souls. So Huang Xiaolong went ahead with the 4th, 5th, and 6th high-order Saint Fates. All eyes were focused on Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls. Especially Gui Buwang was watching Huang Xiaolong like a hawk, and his hands clenched subconsciously due to nervousness as he prayed repeatedly in his heart. Explode! 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 He lost count of how many times he repeated explode. Yet Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls progressed smoothly without a hitch. An hour passed. Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls' holy might continued to soar, and the holy light around Huang Xiaolong shone brighter still. Weird expressions appeared on many ghost talisman holy gates experts watching Huang Xiaolong's situation. Judging from what they were seeing, it was already a certainty that Huang Xiaolong would succeed. They still remembered that not long ago, their patriarch had vowed if Huang Xiaolong really integrated with the 4th and 5th high-order Saint Fates, he would take 100 million miles detour whenever he met Huang Xiaolong in the future. Now, Huang Xiaolong had already reached his 6th high-order Saint Fate. Sensing the pricking gazes from his subordinates, Gui Buwang's face felt a little hot. At the same time, great waves of shock slammed against his heart. 6 Saint Fates. All high-order Saint Fates. All of them. This is really... Saint Fate was not some ordinary Holy World's creature, but supreme treasures nurtured by the Holy World's heart, and all other things were incomparable. In the Holy World's history, no one had ever integrated with 2 or more Saint Fates because integrating with a 2nd Saint Fate was 10 times harder than the 1st Saint Fate. Moreover, a 9th Tribulation half-true Saint disciple's divine soul couldn't accommodate the integration of a 2nd Saint Fate. But there was also a legend that had long circulated in the Holy World that if someone could integrate with 2 or more Saint Fates, then that person would be capable of fighting a primal ancestor when he entered 9th Heaven True Saint. Against a primal ancestor, in a primal ancestor expert's eyes, even a 9th Heaven True Saint was no different than an ant. Yet those that had integrated with 2 or more Saint Fates had the strength to bottle a primal ancestor. Just thinking about it sent shivers down Gue Buwang's back. Now, Huang Xiaolong had integrated with 6 high-order Saint Fates. Gue Buwang suddenly trembled as a deep fear reared his head in his heart. Not only Gue Buwang, the Devil Palace's present experts as well as those experts who had attempted to stop Huang Xiaolong from entering the Saint Fates boundary were in a daze. Clearly, all of them had similar thoughts. The surfing killing intent from Mo Zhongli's body that was overtaken by fury because of his disciple Huai Po's death vanished abruptly, and his heart giving birth to fear. Had integrating with 3 high-order Saint Fates been Huang Xiaolong's limit, then Mo Zhongli could have still been able to estimate Huang Xiaolong's future achievements. But 6? He could neither estimate nor imagine how terrifying Huang Xiaolong would be in the future. In lack of a more apt word, he could only say that Huang Xiaolong would be very, very terrifying in the future. So terrifying that he who was already a primal ancestor felt apprehensive and fearful. Another hour passed under the experts' apprehensive and fearful gazes fixed on Huang Xiaolong. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls opened their eyes and each grabbed another high-order Saint Fate. Without any hesitation, not the tiniest bit. Xuelingyun Mo Zhongli, the Holy Race's patriarch by Moyang Gue Buwang, Tan Wan, Ji Sini, Lin Xiaoying, and the many present experts as well as all Ninth Tribulation half-true saint disciples were all dumbfounded. This is Huang Xiaolong planning to integrate with 9 high-order Saint Fates? He really wants to integrate 9 high-order Saint Fates alone. A Holy Gates patriarch was truly unnerved by Huang Xiaolong's action. This action was simply insane. It was too daring even for one's wildest imagination. Xuelingyun reacted first and her voice carried a strong anxiety. "Junior brother? You? What are you doing? Don't do something foolish." Lin Xiaoying also cried out urgently. 13. Don't force yourself. Forget it. Huang Xiaolong had created a miracle by being the first person in the Holy World's history capable of integrating 6 high-order Saint Fates. And this record would last until the Holy World crumbled. 6 high-order Saint Fates guaranteed that Huang Xiaolong would step into the primal ancestor realm in the future and become an invincible hegemon in the Holy World's future. In Xuelingyun and Lin Xiaoying's opinions, it was unnecessary to risk integrating another 3 high-order Saint Fates. In case of failure and a backlash, then everything would be for naught. At that time, there would be no hope of recovery. But Huang Xiaolong did not seem to hear Xuelingyun and Lin Xiaoying's caution, and continued to pull his 7th, 8th, and 9th high-order Saint Fates from the void. Then, with the same method, his holy souls absorbed the 3 high-order Saint Fates. Gue Buwang, the Devil Palace's experts, as well as other forces experts who had grudges with Huang Xiaolong gloated inwardly. "Huang Xiaolong, I don't believe you can integrate 9 high-order Saint Fates," Gue Buwang sneered inwardly. "If you really do it, I'll vacate the Ghost Talisman Holy Gate Patriarch position." The Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's experts exchanged a silent glance. Patriarch, if Huang Xiaolong really? One of the Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's hall masters couldn't resist asking. Before he finished his sentence, Gue Buwang sent him flying with a backhand slap. "You think there's any possibility for Huang Xiaolong to integrate 9 high-order Saint Fates?" Gue Buwang snorted. "Truly ridiculous. Even though he has holy souls, it's still impossible for him to integrate 9 high-order Saint Fates. There were 3 holy souls and 9 high-order Saint Fates. Thus Huang Xiaolong was trying to integrate 3 high-order Saint Fates with each of his holy souls. In Gue Buwang's opinion, no matter how strong Huang Xiaolong's holy souls were, they would fail to endure the power of 3 high-order Saint Fates. Huang Xiaolong was definitely going to explode. "Stuff yourself dead." Gue Buwang snickered maliciously. "Master, in your opinion, can Huang Xiaolong integrate with 9 high-order Saint Fates?" The Holy Race's Xiao Bailey couldn't stop himself from asking by Moyang. Although Xiao Bailey's cultivation had not reached 9th Tribulation half-true saint realm, he had followed Patriarch by Moyang and other Holy Race experts to spectate and gain some insights. In fact, many patriarchs and sect chiefs had brought the promising disciples of their factions over to spectate, and let them witness the real situation when competing for Saint Fates. This way, They would know what was at stake and would be prepared when their turns arrived in the future. Bai Moyang was silent for a long time before shaking his head and answering Xiao Bailey's answer. Probably not. Huang Xiaolong integrated with 6 high-order Saint Fates, and that should be his limit. It's the greatest of luck. Integrating 9 high-order Saint Fates is simply wishful thinking. Xiao Bailey's expression was extremely complicated as he watched Huang Xiaolong. After the battle stage challenge at the Mirage Pavilion, Xiao Bailey had doubled his efforts, cultivating diligently with the aim of defeating Huang Xiaolong one day. But now he discovered that Huang Xiaolong had grown out of his reach, and Huang Xiaolong was no longer someone he could win against. Perhaps, from the beginning, in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, he was as insignificant as other disciples. Recalling that even the number 1 name reigning the Saint Fate list, Huai Pe, had exploded to his death under Huang Xiaolong's one slap, bitterness crept up Xiao Bailey's heart. He was still dreaming of challenging Huang Xiaolong one more time. However, if Huang Xiaolong's attempt to integrate with 9 high-order Saint Fates ended in failure, it was hard to describe his mood in a few words. He hoped for Huang Xiaolong to succeed, yet he also wanted to see Huang Xiaolong fail at the same time. Under many complicated gazes, time slowly passed. Half an hour, 1 hour. As the hours passed, the backlash Gue Buwang and other experts were anticipating still did not happen. Everything was normal. Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls might casted a net of pressure, and the holy light shining from their bodies shone like a million burning suns. The invisible pressure surging from Huang Xiaolong's body had grown stronger, causing the surrounding airflow to stagnate. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure, a kind of suffocation. The invisible pressure didn't bother the experts outside the Saint Fate's boundary, however. For the 9th tribulation half-true saint disciples within the Saint Fate's boundary, it felt as if there was a huge hand squeezing them, and it wouldn't stop until they were dead. All 9th tribulation half-true saint disciples retreated in fear until they reached the edge of the Saint Fate's boundary, panting heavily. During the previous 2 times, Huang Xiaolong had integrated with high-order Saint Fates in a little over 2 hours. But this time, more than 4 hours had already passed. Almost 5 hours later, Huang Xiaolong once again set his sights on the remaining 3 high-order Saint Fates in the void. Huang Xiaolong was feeling full after integrating with 9 high-order Saint Fates back-to-back. If he integrated another 3 Saint Fates, Huang Xiaolong was not 100% certain he could succeed. At most, there was a 60% chance. 40% he might fail and explode to his death. Should I gamble on it? Not to mention, if I monopolize all high-order Saint Fates, what about Lin Xiaoying? Thinking of this, he turned to look at Lin Xiaoying. Lin Xiaoying saw through Huang Xiaolong's question in a single look, and nodded her head encouragingly at him. Huang Xiaolong's gaze once again fell onto the last 3 high-order Saint Fates. He inhaled deeply and reached out to grab them. The experts outside were in a furor. 212. He actually wants to integrate 12 high-order Saint Fates. Those are high-order Saint Fates. He's crazy. Mad. Xin Jiawen was screaming his head off. No one knew why he was so agitated. Gue Buwang too was agitated, and his face was distorted. Good. Integrate. Go on. The more the better. Even if you didn't stuff yourself dead with 9 high-order Saint Fates, I believe that 12 Saint Fates will kill you. Watching Gue Buwang's agitated behavior, the Ghost Talisman Holy Gates experts wisely kept their mouths shut. Of course, they did not forget that Gue Buwang had said that if Huang Xiaolong successfully integrated with 9 high-order Saint Fates, he would vacate his patriarch position. Xue Lingyun watched dazedly as Huang Xiaolong grabbed the last 3 high-order Saint Fates. At this point, she didn't know what to say anymore. Just thinking about Saint Fates gave a person heart palpitations. In the Holy World's long history, never had 12 high-order Saint Fates appear at the same time, and never had anyone imagined that someone was going to integrate 12 Saint Fates. On top of that, these 12 Saint Fates were all high-order. In the beginning, though, everyone was shocked when Huang Xiaolong revealed that he was integrating with 3 high-order Saint Fates, and it was barely acceptable. But when Huang Xiaolong proceeded to integrate with 6 Saint Fates, it was already stretching everyone's preconceived notion, where people even thought that Huang Xiaolong's action was ludicrous, and he had gone mad. When Huang Xiaolong was integrating with 9 Saint Fates, no one had any confidence in him at all, and they felt certain that Huang Xiaolong would suffer a backlash and fail. They had gloated in advance. But Huang Xiaolong had succeeded. Now Huang Xiaolong was going to increase the number to 12, rendering everyone speechless. No words could do justice to the incredible shock they were feeling. Deep down, everyone knew that once Huang Xiaolong succeeded in integrating 12 Saint Fates, even primal ancestors couldn't stand in his way. Huang Xiaolong was already standing at the pinnacle of the holy world. On the other hand, if Huang Xiaolong failed, then, while everyone was still caught in their indescribable shock, Huang Xiaolong had started to absorb the 3 high-order Saint Fates into his body and begun integrating them. Different from the first 2 times Huang Xiaolong had integrated Saint Fates, the holy lights shining on his 3 holy souls flickered violently as they were extremely unstable. This time, Huang Xiaolong felt pain all over his body. These were clearly signs of a backlash. Everyone watched in stunned gazes. After seeing this, Gui Buwang laughed triumphantly with borderline madness. Backlash! Backlash! Huang Xiaolong is finally suffering from backlash. He's so dead. He could dance with joy right now as he was elated. He was feeling over the moon, and he was more excited than getting a Tao artifact. The Devil Palace's experts were also cheering in joy. Huang Xiaolong is too greedy. This is simply wonderful. With the backlash from 12 high-order Saint Fates, Huang Xiaolong's body will explode from its chaotic energy, and he will be reduced to dust even if he has holy souls. One of the Devil Palace's experts cackled. This is called, you won't die if you don't go seeking death. He has already integrated with 9 high-order Saint Fates, yet he still isn't content, and he wants to integrate with 12 Saint Fates. Retribution. Retribution is finally here, and it's here so fast. Another Devil Palace's expert laughed jovially. I say, this is the wrath of heaven. Even the heavens are jealous of his talent. So now, the heavens are going to deal with him. More than a few experts who had feuds with Huang Xiaolong watched on with unconcealed gloating. If he doesn't die from this, then the heavens are truly unfair. The ancient Emperor Holy Grounds Duan Xian sneered. Mo Zongli secretly sighed in relief. If Huang Xiaolong succeeded in integrating 12 high-order Saint Fates, the matter would press down on all the holy grounds and ancient races' patriarchs like a great mountain, suffocating them. Even the primal ancestor realm experts would feel suffocated. Thankfully, judging from the current situation, Huang Xiaolong was bound to suffer a severe backlash, and his failure was definite. Failure of integrating with high-order Saint Fates would result in a very strong backlash energy. Hence, the backlash from high-order Saint Fates was no doubt terrifying. One high-order Saint Fate backlash was very destructive in itself, then how terrifying would the backlash of 12 high-order Saint Fates? Just like what the Devil Palace expert had said, with the backlash of 12 high-order Saint Fates, Huang Xiaolong could only be reduced to dust. Huang Xiaolong could miraculously survive. Then again, even if he did, the consequences of the backlash would surely reduce him to nothing but a waste. Amongst those present, only Lin Xiaoying, Xuelingyun, Tan Wan, and Hai Sini were truly worried about Huang Xiaolong. This junior brother. Xuelingyun was worried and vexed at the same time that she wished Songqiong old man could come back this instant and give Huang Xiaolong a severe scolding. It was unfortunate the old man was not there. The Holy Race's Patriarch by Moyong, Vajra Race's Patriarch Jin Nu, and others shook their heads, seeing Huang Xiaolong was going to suffer a severe backlash. What a pity! Jin Nu sighed and repeated, really a pity, ah. Although they felt suffocated by the thought of Huang Xiaolong succeeding in integrating 12 high-order Saint Fates. Still, based on the close association between the Vajra race and Holy Heavens, a small part of Jin Nu had hoped Huang Xiaolong would succeed. But now, the chances of Huang Xiaolong succeeding were almost non-existent. Under various gloating gazes, the flickering light enshrouding Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls grew more volatile. Sometimes it was bright and intense, other times it dimmed significantly. Something was threatening to burst out from the 3 holy souls' bodies. This was the Saint Fate's backlash energy inside them wreaking havoc. After Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls failed to suppress this chaotic energy, one could imagine his ending. It was becoming clearer that Huang Xiaolong was in pain from his face, and there was a hint of panic. Hairline cracks began to appear across his flesh, and blood was seeping out. This showed that Huang Xiaolong's body was at the edge of rupturing. 13. Lin Xiaoying cried out in agony and rushed to Huang Xiaolong's side. But Lin Xiaoying had barely taken one step when her path was blocked by Ninth Tribulation half-true saint disciples from the Ghost Talisman Holy Gate. "Get out of my way!" Lin Xiaoying snapped in a rare outburst. The Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's disciples laughed. "Of course, Lin Xiaoying. Come here and lick us some. When we're happy and satisfied, we can get out of your way." The Ghost Talisman Holy Gate and Clear Snow Palace were archenemies. Thus the Ghost Talisman Holy Gate disciples' words were especially vicious. Lin Xiaoying shouted and attacked the several Ghost Talisman Holy Gate experts. Other Clear Snow Palace's female disciples joined the battle as well. In an instant, the battle between the Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's disciples and Clear Snow Palace's female disciples erupted. Though Lin Xiaoying and the Clear Snow Palace's disciples were strong, the Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's disciples were no walkovers either. Hence, there were injuries and casualties on both sides, and the situation came to a standstill. By this time, the ruptures across Huang Xiaolong's body had worsened, as if his body was going to explode any moment. Once his physical body exploded, the Saint Fate's backlash energy would flood out like an angry tsunami, and everything would be irrevocable at that time. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoying was almost hysterical. Blazing with fury, her attacks grew increasingly fiercer and ruthless. Xue Lingyun looked coldly at Gue Buwang. "Gue Buwang, tell your disciples to stop or I will turn you into a real ghost." Gue Buwang chuckled nonchalantly, totally unperturbed by Xue Lingyun's threat. "Our two forces rarely have a chance to test each other's skills, so this is a good thing." Seeing that Gue Buwang had actually deflected her words so casually, Xue Lingyun's eyes turned icy, and she said, "Fine, in that case you can die." Her palm was already struck before her words fell. The power of Grand Dao turned everything in its path into ice, encroaching outwards with the momentum of devouring everything in sight. Just as Xie Lingyun's Grand Dao powers reached meters in front of Gue Buwang, a ghostly palm suddenly appeared from the deep void, accompanied by strands of Yin souls, death, and diabolic destructive energy, blocking in front of Gue Buwang. Thunderous booms resounded through the air. Terrifying aftershock waves swept out in the four directions. The rest retreated in haste, afraid to be implicated. What astonished Duan Xian and the others was that Xue Lingyun's overwhelming Grand Dao attack was successfully blocked by the ghostly hand. In the next second, a thin old man appeared in front of them. The most eye-catching features of this old man was his ghostly hand as well as the eerie green ghost rune between his brows. The Ghost Talisman founder, the Vajra race's patriarch Jin Nu blurted in alarm. "What? The Ghost Talisman founder?" The present Holy Grounds patriarchs paled upon hearing that. This was a notorious character in ancient times, and he was an expert of the same generation as Zhangqiong Old Man. Xue Lingyun stared at the old man, the Ghost Talisman founder, and her expression was gloomy to the extreme. The Ghost Talisman founder was really still alive. Moreover, he had already entered Primal Ancestor Realm. "Clear Snow Palace Master, it has been a long time." Upon appearing in everyone's sight, the Ghost Talisman founder flashed a grin at Xue Lingyun, and his grin gave everyone the creeps. Xue Lingyun fixed her icy gaze on the Ghost Talisman founder and snorted. "Your life is really resilient, since my master actually didn't manage to kill you once and for all." At the mention of the past, the Ghost Talisman founder let out a hearty laugh, looking more than a little smug as he said, "My life is naturally resilient, very, very resilient. If I say I am second in that aspect, no one would dare to admit he's number one. Not even Zhangqiong Old Man could kill me, and in the future, no one would be able to kill me." The Ghost Talisman founder's arrogant words revealed great hatred and soaring killing intent. The only reason Zhangqiong Old Man had failed to kill him was because he had the luck of obtaining something originating from the Holy World Source, enabling him to survive the calamity. Not for one day in so many years had he forgotten about this hatred. It was more so after he had entered primal ancestor realm. As he was saying this, he looked at Tan Wan and Ji Sini. Palace Master Shui, these two female disciples of yours are very good-looking. I fancy them, and coincidentally, I lack two delicate maids to wash my feet. In the future, they will follow me. His eyes glimmered with a dark green glow. Blood drained from Tan Wan and Ji Sini's face. Preposterous. Hearing that, Shui Lingyun's face sank. Her palm struck forward once again, and an overwhelming ice-attributed grand Dao power surged like the wrathful sea over the Cambrian pool star's sky. Every expert present felt an alarming frigid coldness invading their bodies. The Ghost Talisman founder simply raised his hand and roiling ghost chi turned the immediate area into a scene from hell. Rumble. The world shook violently as it was about to crumble into pieces. Even the Saint Fate's boundaries shook incessantly. Both Shui Lingyun and the Ghost Talisman founder were forced back from the impact, as neither was stronger than the other. Shui Lingyun's heart sank at this result. It hadn't been long since the Ghost Talisman founder had entered the primal ancestor realm. Therefore, she hadn't expected his combat power to rival hers, even though he was a tad weaker, and the difference was negligible. Little lassie Lingyun, don't be angry, the Ghost Talisman founder chuckled eerily. Since you're reluctant to give up your two precious disciples, how about you? You can warm my bed. Consider it as compensating me on behalf of your master Zhangqiong old man. Then his gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong. Originally, I came over to kill this kid, but it seems that it's not necessary now. Even the heavens are on my side. This was really the heavens helping him because if Huang Xiaolong succeeded in integrating with 12 high-order Saint Fates, even he didn't have the confidence that he would be able to kill Huang Xiaolong despite his current realm. The backlash was growing increasingly overwhelming for Huang Xiaolong. There were bloody ruptures all over his body that it seemed nothing could save him anymore. Bai Moyang and Jin Nu shook their heads in distress. 13. Desperation rippled in Lin Xiaoying's voice. Just as Lin Xiaoying's voice fell, an indescribable resplendent light suddenly burst out from the rupture on his chest. This was a power that transcended the holy light, transcended the holy world's myriad of lights. The resplendent light was so mesmerizing and brilliant that it overshadowed everything else. An inextinguishable aura spread outward from Huang Xiaolong's chest. Lin Xiaoying was stunned. Shui Lingyun was dumbfounded when she noticed the inextinguishable aura. So were Jin Nu, Duan Xin, Xin Jiawen and other patriarchs and leaders. So was everyone else. The Ghost Talisman founder, who was smugly chuckling in his eerie chuckle, suddenly lost his voice, and his eyes gradually widened. This is... He stammered from shock, and his tongue went numb as if he was poisoned by the holy world's strongest poison. It hadn't been that long since he had broken through to primal ancestor realm. How could he not be familiar with the inextinguishable aura spreading from Huang Xiaolong's chest? And because he was familiar, resentment surged in his heart with disbelief. Even if someone killed him, he would still refuse to believe it. How is this possible? No, it's probably not. The Holy Race's patriarch Bai Moyang shook his head repeatedly in a frenzy. Patriarch, this? The aura coming from Huang Xiaolong's chest? Could it really be? A ninth heaven true Saint Eminent Elder seemed to have thought of something and asked in a quivering voice. Bai Moyang did not answer him. He himself was shaking in excitement, and his shaking was an answer to the expert's question. Some ninth tribulation half-true Saint Realm disciples were dumbfounded watching Huang Xiaolong's changes, but they didn't know what to make of it, except that the light shining from Huang Xiaolong's chest was pretty to look at. This was the prettiest light they had ever seen. Is this the last ray of life? A Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds expert mocked. I've heard that when a person is about to die, some experience a dying flash. This is what's happening to Huang Xiaolong. I am happy. So happy. Huang Xiaolong's finally going to die. Hearing this Ghost Talisman Holy Ground disciple's silly laughter, a strange expression crept up by Moyang, Jin Nu, Emo Tsongli, and others' faces. Gue Buwang and the Ghost Talisman founder's expressions were even more wonderful. Both of them felt an impulse to slap that disciple to death, but unfortunately, that disciple was inside the Saint Fate's boundary, and they could not touch him. Subsequently, everyone noticed that the ruptures around Huang Xiaolong's chest gradually mended and healed. That resplendent light that shadowed everything seemed to contain a healing power. Then it was his torso, the rest of his body, arms, head, face, and lastly his hips and legs. Before long, all of Huang Xiaolong's injuries healed completely. There was not a crack or a scratch on his body, as if Saint Fate's backlash had not happened at all. The same was the case with his 3 holy souls. The disciple who claimed that Huang Xiaolong was on the verge of death muttered, "Could this be a dying flash hallucination?" Someone experiencing a dying flash would become vivid with vitality, as if there was nothing wrong with him, and this was the so-called hallucination. But Gue Buwang and Ghost Talisman founder nearly vomited blood, wishing they could hammer that disciple into paste. By this time, the holy lights shining from Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls had begun to stabilize. The violent backlash energy in his body was gradually being suppressed by the light from his chest. After the successful integration of these 3 high-order Saint Fates along with previous 9 high-order Saint Fates, the 3 holy souls exuded a powerful might, and the holy light from their bodies soared to the heavens. A golden waterfall hung from the void like a galaxial river. Kill Huang Xiaolong. Whoever kills Huang Xiaolong, I will accept him as my personal disciple. The Ghost Talisman founder was hysterical. The Ghost Talisman Holy Gates disciples finally reacted, and ambition boiled in their hearts. The Ghost Talisman founder's personal disciple. Thus, all the 9th Tribulation half-true Saint Ghost Talisman Holy Gates disciples inside the Saint Fate's boundary rushed towards Huang Xiaolong, attacking madly. Other holy grounds and ancient races disciples. Whoever kills Huang Xiaolong, my Ghost Talisman Dao artifact is his. The Ghost Talisman founder roared, and a greenish long staff appeared in his hand. This was his Dao artifact, the Ghost Talisman staff. What Dao artifact? In an instant, other holy grounds and ancient races disciples were washed in excitement. Many holy gates and ancient races patriarchs were shocked. They didn't expect the Ghost Talisman founder to be willing to give away the Ghost Talisman staff. That was a Dao artifact. But some holy grounds patriarchs were quick to snub their eager disciples. You guys better not do anything. None of you are allowed to make a move. Whoever takes action will receive death punishment. It wasn't strange that these holy grounds and ancient races patriarchs were so anxious to stop their disciples. These disciples' death was a small matter to them, but if their foolish action implicated the holy ground or the whole clan, then that crime would be difficult to compensate for even if these disciples died 1,000 times. It never occurred to them that Huang Xiaolong would already have that thing. In the final crucial moments, Huang Xiaolong had actually managed to suppress the violent high-order Saint Fate's backlash energy. Since it was clear that Huang Xiaolong had successfully integrated with 12 high-order Saint Fates, no one could stop him anymore. And who would dare to offend him at this point? 12 high-order Saint Fates. The patriarchs felt their scalps go tingling numb just thinking about it. These patriarchs had a strong inclination that it wouldn't be long before Huang Xiaolong could deter the entire holy world alone. He is truly invincible. Even the primal ancestor realm Ghost Talisman founder's face turned sickly green. Even the Ghost Talisman founder was terrified to this extent, and that spoke volumes as to how scary Huang Xiaolong was. Those 9th Tribulation half-true saint disciples within the Saint Fate's boundary, who were eager to move after hearing the Ghost Talisman founder's reward, were jolted to their senses by their patriarch's blatant threats. In an instant, no one dared to make a move. The Ghost Talisman founder was shouting hysterically again, "Don't be afraid. Whoever kills Huang Xiaolong can worship in my sect. I will pass down all my knowledge and abilities to him, give him the ghost staff and my protection. I can fulfill all his requests." Some of the hesitating disciples were once more eager after hearing his words, and they seemed more motivated. Originally, these disciples were worried that they would violate their respective holy grounds rules, and would be sent to the gallows by their patriarchs, but now the promise of having a chance to worship the Ghost Talisman founder as master, and get his protection made them fearless. By this time, the Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's Ninth Tribulation half-true saint disciples were almost an arm's length away from Huang Xiaolong's physical body. In the minds of these Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's Ninth Tribulation half-true saint disciples, obliterating Huang Xiaolong's physical body was easier than dealing with Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls. Kill! These Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's disciples were brimming with killing intent, as each of them executed their most powerful killing move at full force. These dozen of disciples' strength was not weak, and one could imagine the impact of the combined power of their most powerful attacks. Endless sword chi, fist force, palm force, and rays of blade light bombarded Huang Xiaolong. The attacks of these dozen Ninth Tribulation half-true saint disciples landed squarely on Huang Xiaolong. Following that, a burst of grand Dao light shot out from Huang Xiaolong's chest. Weeing. Everyone could hear a low humming through space. In the instant, the inextinguishable Dao heart's rays shone from Huang Xiaolong's chest. The dozen of Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's disciples froze in midair. It seemed a second had passed, yet it felt as if an era had gone by. It started from these disciples' blades shattering into dust-sized particles, followed by their arms that shattered inch by inch into small pieces of meat. The destruction expanded to the rear of their bodies, breaking them apart into irretrievable pieces. Others only saw these Ghost Talisman Holy Gate disciples' eyes widening in absolute horror a split second before their bodies shattered into dust. They could clearly see these disciples' pieces of flesh scattering over the Cambrian Pool Star. After the dozen of Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's disciples were reduced to dust, the inextinguishable light swept over the Cambrian Pool Star's sky. The scattering dust-sized flesh glistened like fireflies, and after the last glimmer, they vanished from the world completely. These Ghost Talisman Holy Gate's disciples seemed to have been erased by the holy world, as if they had never existed in the holy world at all. This horrifying sight immediately deterred other Holy Ground's disciples, who were eager to join their hands and attack Huang Xiaolong. Their guts were pierced by terror. Even Lin Xiaoying's heart skipped a beat. Bai Moyong, Jin Nu, Duan Xian, Xin Jiawen, and others' hearts thumped madly in their chests. Inextinguishable Dao Heart. It really is the inextinguishable Dao Heart. The Vajra race patriarch Jin Nu seemed like he was witnessing the world's most frightening event. Shock seemed to be etched on his face. The Vajra race's disciples had never seen their patriarch lose his composure this way. What? Inextinguishable Dao Heart. Patriarch, are you saying that that thing in Huang Xiaolong's chest is the inextinguishable Dao Heart? Jin Taiji, who was standing behind Jin Nu, squeaked, sounding like a mouse. Jin Taiji was not the only one. All the Vajra race's disciples were as astounded as him. Although the resplendent light from Huang Xiaolong's chest shocked a lot of people and suppressed the high-order Saint Fate's backlash, the present disciples did not link it to the inextinguishable Dao Heart. It was not only the disciples, but even a lot of average true Saint Realm experts did not think in this direction. Therefore, Jin Taiji and the others didn't think the thing shining from Huang Xiaolong's chest was the inextinguishable Dao Heart. Immersed in their shock, Jin Taiji, the rest of Vajra race's disciples, and the other ignorant true Saint Realm experts wondered. Didn't they say that only the primal ancestor can have the inextinguishable Dao Heart? A Ghost Talisman Holy Ground's Grand Elder looked at Gue Buwang, and he couldn't help asking, Patriarch, this is impossible. Only primal ancestor can form the inextinguishable Dao Heart, isn't it? Gue Buwang glared at him and roared with murderous aura. You are asking me, but whom should I ask? He had a strong impulse to slaughter, and like everyone else, he could not figure out why Huang Xiaolong had an inextinguishable Dao Heart. It was just like how none of them could figure out why Huang Xiaolong, a half-true saint, could have 3 holy souls. Emote Songli and Xueling Yun looked dazedly at Huang Xiaolong's chest, as if Huang Xiaolong had super-developed chest muscles. Inextinguishable Dao Heart. A long time later, a wry smile flashed across Xueling Yun's face. At this moment, she realized worrying about Huang Xiaolong was the extra fat on her body. An unnecessary extra fat. Apart from shock, there was a complicated gaze in Tan Wan's eyes. Previously, She couldn't figure out how Huang Xiaolong had defeated Xie Bufan and Li Chun, but she finally found the answer at that moment. She would have needed a day's time to comprehend the 7th floor's key, but Huang Xiaolong had comprehended Songqiong Old Man's inheritance in a short half an hour. With her talent, it would take her several hundred years to fully comprehend the inheritance, but Huang Xiaolong had merely spent 50 years. All those things she had failed to link together in the past all clicked now. The way everyone was looking at Huang Xiaolong showed a mixture of shock, fear, unease, unwillingness, and disbelief. The holy light from Huang Xiaolong's body shone brighter still, and the might coming off his 3 holy souls threatened to topple the heavens. All these were proof that no one would stop Huang Xiaolong's path after he integrated with 12 high-order saint fates. Huang Xiaolong's rise, and his heaven-defying path was clear. This conclusion sent everyone's heart racing with apprehension. The Ghost Talisman founder was still bellowing endlessly, throwing various temptations towards the disciples inside the Saint Fate's boundary, so they would gang up and kill Huang Xiaolong. But it was useless. Even if he promised his dick off to the disciples, none of the remaining disciples dared to attack Huang Xiaolong. Time flowed by. At this time, the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, and the others were still trapped inside the Devil Prison Forest Grand Formation at the Lightning Prison River by Chao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian. They were cut off from the outside world, and the 3 Devil Palace Masters still didn't know the things happening at the Cambrian Pool Star. The 3 of them weren't aware. From the time the Holy Heavens group was passing by the Devil Palace, Huang Xiaolong had separated from the main group. The Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, and the rest had continued onwards by passing the Lightning Prison River, while Huang Xiaolong had cut across the Black Devil Star Prison and rushed straight to the Cambrian Pool Star. Chao Nan watched the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow working madly to break the Devil Prison Forest Grand Formation, and sneered in mockery, "Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, are the 4 of you still dreaming of breaking out of here and rush to the Cambrian Pool Star with Huang Xiaolong? The Saint Fates have appeared long ago. Even if you rush over there with Huang Xiaolong now, the Saint Fates would have long been taken." Gu Tian laughed. "That's right. It's impossible for Huang Xiaolong to break through to true Saint Realm this time, and he'll have to wait for the next round. I feel refreshed all over just thinking about it." Chao Jinyang showed a rare smile on his face. If Songqiong Old Man, who left the holy world, learns that the successor he selected after so many troubles could not even break through to true Saint Realm, he would probably die in anger. Chao Nan, Chao Jinyang, and Gu Tian broke into laughter. The Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow suddenly burst into laughter. Moreover, the sound of their laughter was louder than Chao Nan's group of 3. Upon seeing the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow laughing in such an unbridled manner, Chao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian were stunned and baffled. "Tyrant Chu, you've gone mad," Cao Nan sneered. Tyrant Chu let out a hearty laugh. "Chao Nan, did you guys think you've successfully prevented Huang Xiaolong from integrating with Saint Fate?" Chao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian stiffened momentarily upon hearing Tyrant Chu's question. Suddenly, Chao Jinyang's sharp gaze fell onto the Golden Rock holy ship, and a bad feeling rose in his heart, and he blurted, "Are you saying that Huang Xiaolong is not aboard the Golden Rock holy ship?" Lord Long laughed triumphantly. "That's right." It didn't matter letting Chao Jinyang and the other 2 know at this point. Chao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian's faces immediately sank. "Impossible," Gu Tian strongly denied. "We had investigated, and ever since you departed from the Heavenly Master holy grounds, Huang Xiaolong has been with you all the way." Tyrant Chu was still laughing. "Huang Xiaolong indeed set off with us from the Heavenly Master holy grounds, but when we approached the Dark Devil Prison Star, he separated from us and cut across the Dark Devil Prison Star, heading straight to the Cambrian Pool Star. Probably he has already integrated with Saint Fate by now." "What?" Chao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian's faces darkened like a brewing storm at the drop of a hat. Chao Nan suddenly snorted, "Tyrant Chu, keep on pretending. My Black Devil Star prison is laden with restrictions. How could Huang Xiaolong have passed through them unscathed? Many 6th Heaven True Saint Realm, even 7th Heaven True Saint Realm experts are incapable of passing through the Black Devil Star prison. Then Huang Xiaolong? That is impossible. Tyrant Chu looked at Chao Nan with sympathy as he revealed, of course it's not possible with Xiaolong's strength alone, but what if he has the Tsangqiong Dao Palace? Chao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian's heart sank to the bottom. At this time, Lord Long once again pierced the Grand Formation with his heaven-opening dragon spear, shattering the Devil Prison Forest Grand Formation that was on the verge of breakage, and yelled at the Heavenly Master and Tyrant Chu. Let's rush to the Cambrian Pool Star. There should be high-order Saint Fates appearing this time. Xiaolong might have already integrated with a high-order Saint Fate. Tyrant Chu snickered. Exactly. I can't wait to see the sight of Xiaolong successfully integrating with a high-order Saint Fate. In the next second, the Heavenly Master sped away with a group of Holy Heaven's disciples. Chao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian did not stop them. Don't worry. Even if Huang Shaoli really possesses the Tsangqiong Dao Palace, he couldn't have passed through the Black Devil Star prison. Chao Nan persisted in self-comforting. Even if Huang Xiaolong could pass through the Black Devil Star prison, it would take him more than a month. Therefore, it's impossible for him to arrive at the Cambrian Pool Star in time. Gu Tian was full of confidence. That's right, to pass through the Black Devil Star prison, he would have to pass through the Magma Demon Valley, and just the Magma Demon Valley is probably enough to stop Huang Xiaolong's path. Right at this time, Chao Nan's and Gu Tian's communication symbols shook simultaneously. Both took out their communication symbols, and after reading the content within, their eyes widened in astonishment. Apprehension soared in their hearts. Seeing this, Chao Jinyang frowned. What's going on? Did Huang Xiaolong really obtain a high-order Saint Fate? Did he successfully integrate with it? Neither Chao Nan nor Gu Tian knew how to answer him. Their hands holding the communication symbols were shaking. There are 12 high-order Saint Fates this time. Chao Nan sucked in a breath of cold air, forcefully suppressing the strong unease in his heart. What? 12 high-order Saint Fates appeared. Chao Jinyang's eyes widened in surprise, taking another look on his companions' faces. The unease in his heart rose exponentially. Could it be that Huang Xiaolong successfully integrated with more than 2 high-order Saint Fates? Both Chao Nan and Gu Tian nodded their heads. For real. Chao Jinyang felt a force slamming into his chest. 2 Saint Fates? Or 3? Chao Jinyang asked in a quivering voice. Chao Nan shook his head and couldn't find the right words, so he directly handed the communication symbols in his hand to Chao Jinyang. Chao Jinyang accepted it with doubt, but when he read the message within, his eyeballs protruded in shock. 212. The message was sent by one of the Devil Palace's enforcers currently at the Cambrian Pool Star, informing Chao Nan that Huang Xiaolong had successfully integrated with 12 high-order Saint Fates, and on top of that, inextinguishable Dao Heart. The most terrifying part of the message was that Huang Xiaolong had already formed his inextinguishable Dao Heart. He had already formed his inextinguishable Dao Heart before entering the Primal Ancestor realm. Since Huang Xiaolong had integrated with 12 high-order Saint Fates, then in the future, Chao Jinyang, the leader of the Devil Palace's Palace Masters, one of the pinnacle existences in the Holy World, trembled slightly. How come it's like this? Chao Jinyang roared towards the sky in anger. His voice rolled like thunder, splitting the lightning prison river into 2. Palace Master, what do we do now? A while later, Chao Nan couldn't help asking. Chao Jinyang did not speak. His heart thumped wildly in panic. Palace Master, Huang Xiaolong is still in the early stages of integrating with Saint Fates in the early stages. If we rush towards the Cambrian Pool Star now, we can go all out to kill Huang Xiaolong. Even if we can't kill him, we should strive to seal him for eternity. He must not be allowed to fully integrate with 12 high-order Saint Fates. Gu Tian suddenly stated. The Saint Fates were naturally not so easy to integrate with. In general, to truly integrate one low-order Saint Fate took several years, and decades for high-order Saint Fate. For Huang Xiaolong to truly integrate with 12 high-order Saint Fates, it definitely would take much longer than that, and at this point, Huang Xiaolong's integration was only in the early stages. As long as Huang Xiaolong had yet to truly integrate with the 12 high-order Saint Fates, Huang Xiaolong still couldn't be considered to have truly entered true Saint Realm. That's right. What we need to do now is to rush over immediately. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong might escape. Xiao Jinyang's eyes glimmered with iciness. Before the Heavenly Master and the others arrive, capture Huang Xiaolong and forcefully seal him for eternity. We should make haste. Let's go now. Immediately, Xiao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian all rushed to the Cambrian Pool Star as fast as they could. Also, contact the Ghost Talisman founder. On the way, Xiao Jinyang ordered solemnly, if he's at the Cambrian Pool Star, have him go all out to capture Huang Xiaolong before the Heavenly Master arrives, and then wait for us. In truth, the Ghost Talisman founder had secretly contacted the 3 Devil Palace's 3 Palace Masters, so the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground had formed an alliance with the Devil Palace that no one knew of. After receiving Xiao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian's messages through his communication symbols, the Ghost Talisman founder replied to them and reassured them that he wouldn't let Huang Xiaolong escape. Although Huang Xiaolong had finished the early stages of integrating with the 12 high-order Saint Fates and possessed the inextinguishable Tao Heart, the Ghost Talisman founder believed that as long as Huang Xiaolong truly integrated with the Saint Fates and entered the true Saint Realm, as a primal ancestor he could easily capture him. He planned to act when Saint Fate's boundary disappeared in half a day. However, his biggest problem right now was Xuelingyun. If Xuelingyun, this wench, stops me, it would be troublesome for me to capture Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Mo Songli's body, and an idea came to him, and he spoke out. Brother Mo, Huang Xiaolong killed your only personal disciple so brazenly. Are you going to swallow this humiliation with your head down? Mo Songli was momentarily stunned at being called out. Huang Xiaolong does not put you in his eyes at all. Earlier, he killed the Beast Tamer Holy Gate's chief Holy Prince. Then at the Mirage Pavilion's battle stage, he killed numerous Holy Lands Alliance's talented geniuses. He totally did not put you or the Holy Lands Alliance in his eyes. Once he successfully integrates with 12 high-order Saint Fates and gains the power to cedar the entire Holy World, the first one he will obliterate is very likely to be the Holy Lands Alliance. The Ghost Talisman founder went on. We can join hands to capture Huang Xiaolong and seal him forever to cut off all future troubles right now. Only after sealing Huang Xiaolong and destroying his physique, we can think of a way to destroy his holy souls, the Ghost Talisman founder added. After we destroy Huang Xiaolong's physique and holy souls, he would be incapable of causing any waves despite having the inextinguishable Tao Heart. Xuelingyun was instantly angered by the Ghost Talisman founder's words, and she snapped, Ghost Talisman founder, how dare you? The Ghost Talisman founder ignored Xuelingyun and continued to lobby Mo Songli. Brother Mo, what do you think? Since your disciple first provoked Huang Xiaolong, he will definitely unleash his dissatisfaction on you in the future. Rather than waiting for Huang Xiaolong to enter true Saint Realm and come to deal with the Holy Lands Alliance, we should take the initiative. Xuelingyun became anxious. If Mo Songli really agreed with the Ghost Talisman founder's proposal, Huang Xiaolong would be in big trouble. She could deal with the Ghost Talisman founder alone, but if Mo Songli was added into the equation, she was definitely no match against the two of them. Even when facing Mo Songli alone, she had no grasp of gaining the upper hand. Bai Moyong, Jin Nu, and the other patriarchs and chiefs all looked at Huang Xiaolong. No one had expected that the Ghost Talisman founder would try to lobby Mo Songli to join him. However, Huang Xiaolong had killed Huaipe with one strike. Huaipe was Mo Songli's one and only disciple he had accepted in so many years. Mo Songli doted on Huaipe, therefore, there was a high chance for the Ghost Talisman founder to persuade Mo Songli. When Huaipe had died by Huang Xiaolong's hands, the surging killing intent from Mo Songli's body was felt by everyone. Seal Huang Xiaolong? Destroy his physique and holy souls. Mo Songli slowly raised his gaze and looked at the Ghost Talisman founder. After seeing that Mo Songli was tempted, the Ghost Talisman founder smiled and went on. That's right. As for the Holy Heaven's retaliation after sealing Huang Xiaolong, You need not worry about it. I have formed an alliance with the Devil Palace, so come join us. Don't tell me you're afraid of a mere Holy Heavens organization. Xueling Yun by Moyong Jin Nu, and others' expressions turned extremely solemn in an instant. The ghost talisman Holy Ground actually joined forces with the Devil Palace? Mo Tsongli didn't expect this. Sorry, not interested. Mo Tsongli refused directly. The ghost talisman was stunned by Mo Tsongli's answer, and he sounded a bit anxious as he said, Brother Mo, aren't you afraid Huang Xiaolong would deal with the Holy Lands Alliance? Huang Xiaolong is a person who advocates an eye for an eye. I already said that I am not interested. Mo Tsongli cut off his words. Whether Huang Xiaolong will deal with the Holy Lands Alliance or not shouldn't concern you. If Huang Xiaolong did not have the inextinguishable Dao heart, perhaps Mo Tsongli would have really been tempted to join hands with the Ghost Talisman founder. This way, not only could he have avenged his personal disciple Huai Pe, but he could have also killed Huang Xiaolong, this freak of a monster. In truth, no one was willing to see a freak like Huang Xiaolong continue to grow stronger, but the frustrating point was that Huang Xiaolong had already formed his inextinguishable Dao heart, and Huang Xiaolong had also received Tsangqiong Old Man's inheritance and the Tsangqiong blade. If the two of them joined hands and yet failed to capture Huang Xiaolong, then, by chance if Huang Xiaolong were to escape, then the Holy Lands Alliance would truly fall into a bottomless abyss. Thus he was not willing to take this risk. Seeing Mo Tsongli reject his proposal, the Ghost Talisman founder was unwilling to give up. He went on to persuade Mo Tsongli for half an hour. In the end, the Ghost Talisman founder could only shift his target, and attempted to lobby Patriarch by Moyong to join him. However, the Ghost Talisman founder was disappointed. Like Mo Tsongli, Bai Moyong also rejected his proposal. Time flowed by. More than 10 hours passed. The light enveloping Huang Xiaolong was blinding to the extreme, lighting up every corner of the Cambrian Pool star, and his 3 holy souls' aura suffocated everyone like millions of great mountains, forcing the experts to retreat further. All of a sudden, intense blazing rays of light exploded from Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls, perforating the Cambrian Pool star's sky like it was a thin sheet of paper. Under the perforated sky, everyone could see the layers of space of the holy world. The sight gave everyone a big impact. No one doubted that this blazing light could easily pierce through a high-level true saint's physique. Mo Tsongli and the Ghost Talisman founder's eyelids twitched watching this. Moments later, the blazing light vanished, and Huang Xiaolong retrieved his 3 holy souls back into his body. The light around him converged, and from afar, there didn't seem to be any difference after Huang Xiaolong integrated with 12 high-order saint fates. Only high-level true saint experts could sense it. Huang Xiaolong exuded a terrifying aura from head to toe. Merely standing there, Huang Xiaolong was the manifestation of heaven's will itself, the highest existence in the holy world. Xueling Yun, Lin Xiaoying, Tan Wan, and Ji Sini were clearly overjoyed after seeing that Huang Xiaolong had successfully stabilized his early-stage refinement of the 12 high-order saint fates. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong casually made a grabbing gesture with his hand and caught the few remaining Ghost Talisman Holy Gates disciples across space and squeezed till their bodies exploded. This meant that the Ghost Talisman Holy Gates disciples who had come to compete for saint fates were totally annihilated. Gui Buwang and Ghost Talisman founder's expressions were extremely ugly. At this time, the saint fates boundary still existed, and both of them were powerless to stop Huang Xiaolong from outside the boundary. Then Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell on the remaining Devil Palace's disciples, and these disciples' faces ashened. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you? Outside the Saint Fate's boundary, the Devil Palace's hall masters shouted in anger. Since you dare to kill our Devil Palace's disciples, our Devil Palace will... But before he could finish his words, he saw Huang Xiaolong flicking his fingers and a 9th tribulation half-true Saint Devil Palace's disciple exploded to his death, and he was reduced to a mist of blood. In front of Huang Xiaolong, these Ghost Talisman Holy Gates disciples and Devil Palace's 9th tribulation half-true saint disciples were nothing but a few bugs. After killing all Devil Palace's 9th tribulation half-true saint disciples, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the Ghost Talisman Holy Gates and Devil Palace's experts outside the Saint Fate's boundary. Before the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace's experts reacted, Huang Xiaolong's palm struck forward, and a streak of light that was red as blood shot out from the Saint Fate's boundary like a meteor. Bang! In the next instant, a peak late-second Heaven True Saint Realm Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds expert exploded to his death. This peak late-second Heaven True Saint expert didn't even get a chance to scream before his death. Even when the red streak of light had arrived in front of his eyes, he was still unaware of what was going to happen. The blood-red streak of light was the Flying Heaven Blood Steel. Instead of the Zhangqiong Blade, the eight-sided Desolate Beast Ring, or the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, Huang Xiaolong thought that he might as well use these Ghost Talisman Holy Ground experts' blood essence to temper the Flying Heaven Blood Steel to raise its power. After the Flying Heaven Blood Steel smashed the Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds expert to death, it did not stop, and it continues to target another Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds expert. The second expert's face paled as he understood he was the next target. He let out a furious roar as he exerted force and swung the steel rod in his hands, intending to smash the Flying Heaven Blood Steel away. But just as the steel rod came into contact with the Flying Heaven Blood Steel, he felt the irresistible, terrifying, destructive power channeled by the Flying Heaven Blood Steel that was violent and bloodthirsty. Bang! The steel rod in his hand shattered into smithereens and the Flying Heaven Blood Steel hit him, and like the Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds expert earlier, this late third Heaven True Saint expert also exploded into blood mist in the blink of an eye. Still, the Flying Heaven Blood Steel did not stop as it flew straight towards the third Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds expert who was a fourth Heaven True Saint. By this time, Gue Buwang and the rest of Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds experts finally reacted and threw attacks at the Flying Heaven Blood Steel. However, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Flying Heaven Blood Steel back into his body faster than these attacks could land. Gue Buwang and others' attacks fell on empty space, setting off a chain of explosions high in the air. Powerful! A Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds expert exclaimed in horror. It killed a late third Heaven True Saint in one strike within the power to resist. Huang Xiaolong's strength right now is probably comparable to a fifth Heaven True Saint. Fifth Heaven True Saint. I don't think it's so drastically increased. He's surely relying on that Dao artifact to display that kind of power. After all, he hasn't fully integrated those 12 high-order Saint Fates to break through to True Saint Realm. A Beast Tamer Holy Grounds expert disagreed. The point is that he has this kind of attack power despite not entering True Saint Realm. This itself is frightening. Attack power exceeding a fifth Heaven True Saint is unprecedented for someone at his cultivation level. Other experts nodded their heads in agreement. At this time, Huang Xiaolong launched consecutive swift attacks, bedazzling the eyes. Before anyone realized anything, resounding blasts thundered in their ears. The Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace's experts exploded to their deaths under the Flying Heaven Blood Steel's attack. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth Heaven True Saint Realm experts were its victims. Even sixth Heaven True Saint experts met with the same ending once targeted by the Flying Heaven Blood Steel. In a short dozen breaths, more than a dozen of Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace's True Saint experts had fallen. Amongst the fallen, there was one sixth Heaven True Saint. After watching this happen before their eyes, the crowd of experts ashened. Especially the expert, who had claimed that Huang Xiaolong was merely relying on the Flying Heaven Blood Steel to gain the attack power of a fifth Heaven True Saint. Shaking from head to toe. Is this Huang Xiaolong's current true strength? At the early stage of integration with the 12 high-order Saint Fates, Huang Xiaolong could already kill a sixth Heaven True Saint in one strike. This not only frightened Mo Zhongli and Xuelingyun, but even the Ghost Talisman founder's heart missed a beat. Even before fully integrating the 12 high-order Saint Fates, Huang Xiaolong's strength had risen to this terrifying level. When Huang Xiaolong truly integrated with the 12 high-order Saint Fates, would they even be able to muster up the courage to fight? This combat power, it's comparable to a seventh Heaven True Saint? The Holy Race's Xiao Bailey muttered dazedly in shock. Is this person really the person I had challenged at the Mirage Pavilion battle stage years ago? Is he the same Huang Xiaolong? Xiao Bailey had a hard time believing that the scenes before him were real. Huang Xiaolong, someone that he had thought he was capable of challenging all along, had actually sent a sixth heaven true saint expert to die with just one strike before his eyes. Reality had dealt him a great blow to his fragile heart that he had always assumed to be stronger than others' hearts. Though in shock, Bai Moyang responded to Xiao Bailey with a very serious expression. No. More than that. More than that? Master, you mean Huang Xiaolong's combat power is stronger than a seventh heaven true saint? Xiao Bailey couldn't believe his ears. On another side, the Ghost Talisman founder couldn't stand still any longer after losing a sixth heaven true saint. He reached out and the force from his palm attempted to restrain the flying heaven blood steel as he roared in a fury at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you coward son of a tortoise. Come fight me if you've got the guts. He could only vent his fury on the flying heaven blood steel because he was unable to attack Huang Xiaolong, who was inside the Saint Fate's boundary. Attacks from outside the Saint Fate's boundary were unable to reach these disciples within the boundary barrier. But those inside the Saint Fate's boundary could attack the people outside. The surrounding experts shook their heads and laughed silently, listening to the Ghost Talisman founder clamoring for Huang Xiaolong to come out and battle him. Huang Xiaolong had not fully integrated with the 12 high-order Saint Fates. Therefore, for a primal ancestor like the Ghost Talisman founder to scream and shout for a disciple that hadn't even entered true saint realm to battle him proved that no one had a face as thick as him. Seeing the Ghost Talisman founder make a move, Xuelingyun struck out with both her palms. An ice-attributed Grand Dao energy howled as it rushed forward, blocking the Ghost Talisman founder's attempt. Ghost Talisman founder, if you want to fight, I'll fight you. Xuelingyun's icy voice rang and another fierce attack followed. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong manipulated the flying heaven blood steel with his inextinguishable Dao heart's power. In an instant, the steel's bloodthirstiness soared, and blood-red rays intensified, resembling a roiling sea of blood. Grand Dao energy roared. Bang! A Ghost Talisman Holy Ground's 7th Heaven True Saint expert, a Vice Hall Master level character, exploded to his death just the same under the strike from Huang Xiaolong. Faces in the crowd paled further. Even a 7th Heaven True Saint, a Ghost Talisman Holy Ground's Vice Hall Master, could not survive one attack from Huang Xiaolong. Not forgetting that Huang Xiaolong still hadn't fully integrated with the 12 high-order Saint Fates. If Huang Xiaolong completes his 12 high-order Saint Fates integration, will that mean that even 9th Heaven True Saints are no match for his strength? The holy race's Xiao Bailey's lips turned green and then purple from the fear creeping up his heart. Emote Songli, Ghost Talisman founder, Xuelingyun, Bai Moyang, Jin Nu, Duanxian, Xin Jiawen, and the rest were really scared now. Duanxian remembered the time at the Mirage Pavilion where he had tried to force Huang Xiaolong to hand over the Grand Mist Holy Spiritual Aura. Almost everyone was wrecking their brains to recall if they had somehow, somewhere, offended Huang Xiaolong in the past. Following that, it was obvious that Huang Xiaolong had specifically targeted 7th Heaven True Saint experts from the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace. Without an exception, all of them had exploded to their deaths. After sending these experts on their way, Huang Xiaolong gathered their holy souls and restrained them inside the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. These holy souls were a great supplement to him, and he was saving them to refine in the future. Watching Huang Xiaolong killing Ghost Talisman Holy Ground's 7th Heaven True Saints one after another, the Ghost Talisman founder cursed repeatedly in rage. Each time he wanted to stop Huang Xiaolong, he was entangled by Xuelingyun. Not to mention that Huang Xiaolong's route of attacks was unpredictable, and even Gue Buwang failed to stop Huang Xiaolong. Kill everyone from the clear snow palace. In a moment of absolute fury, the Ghost Talisman founder roared at Gue Buwang. Since Huang Xiaolong targeted experts from the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground, then they would kill all the Clear Snow Palace's disciples there. They would kill Tan Wan, Ji Sini, and every single one of Clear Snow Palace's female disciples. After hearing the Ghost Talisman founder's order to kill all Clear Snow Palace's people, Gue Buwang and the remaining Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds experts immediately caught on to the Ghost Talisman founder's intention. Amidst sonorous voices of compliance, Gue Buwang, and the Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds experts frenziedly attacked the Clear Snow Palace's experts. Each of the Clear Snow Palace's female disciples was a delicate beauty, whereas the Ghost Talisman Holy Grounds experts were all tall and burly, and they exuded ferocious bloodthirstiness. This scene was no different than a pack of wolves running into a herd of sheep. In a short few moments, many of Clear Snow Palace's female disciples and true Saint Realm experts suffered heavy injuries. Ghost Talisman Founder, how dare you? Xuelingyun was indignant. Watching this scene, the Ghost Talisman Founder laughed harshly. Kill for me. Tear these lassies apart. Rip them apart. Torture them. Only this way he could vent the fury and hatred in his heart. In the past, he had nearly lost his life at Songxiong Old Man's hand. And today, Huang Xiaolong had consecutively killed experts of his holy ground. He was going to count the scores of the past grudge and this day's feud on the Clear Snow Palace's head. In the next moment, a Devil Palace's ninth heaven true Saint Hall Master shouted and led all Devil Palace's experts to join in the attack against the Clear Snow Palace's female disciples and experts, specifically targeting Tan Wan and Ji Sini. The two ladies were soon overwhelmed and caught between a rock and a hard place. Although Huang Xiaolong continued targeting the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace's experts from within the Saint Fate's boundary, still he was unable to lift the Clear Snow Palace's immediate crisis. Right at this time, Emote Songli suddenly struck his palm towards the Ghost Talisman Founder in a sneak attack, sending the Ghost Talisman Founder reeling backward. His action genuinely surprised everyone. No one had expected Emote Songli to suddenly make a move. Moreover, it was against the Ghost Talisman Founder. After Huang Xiaolong had killed Huai Pe, it was already considered a virtuous action on Emote Songli's part that he had refused to join hands with the Ghost Talisman Founder against Huang Xiaolong. But now, Emote Songli had actually helped Huang Xiaolong and Clear Snow Palace. Emote Songli, what is the meaning of this? The Ghost Talisman Founder glared fiercely at Emote Songli as he questioned. Emote Songli's response was less than lukewarm. No special meaning. Just don't like watching a big man like you bullying a few women. Others felt choked by his words. Then again, there were many other Holy Gates patriarchs who despised the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace's action of besieging the Clear Snow Palace's women, but they hesitated to interfere mainly because of their combined power. They also understood that this was not the sole reason Emote Songli had decided to interfere. Emote Songli had acted to express goodwill towards Huang Xiaolong. Emote Songli was expressing goodwill towards Huang Xiaolong as a primal ancestor because Huang Xiaolong had formed his inextinguishable Tao heart, and he was soon going to complete integrating with 12 high-order Saint Fates. The ancient Holy Emperor Duanxian immediately understood Emote Songli's goal, and his eyes lit up, as if he had seen the ray of life. Lord Emote Songli is right. The Ghost Talisman Holy Ground is an unrighteous faction, and everyone has a responsibility to kill them. Duanxian shouted, all ancient Emperor Holy Grounds experts hear my order. Attack! He was the first one to rush into the fray, leading the ancient Holy Emperor Holy Grounds experts by example. A wave of speechlessness washed over the ancient Emperor Holy Grounds experts. It didn't seem like Lord Emote Songli pronounced the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground as an unrighteous faction, but he merely said that it was displeasing to watch a big man like the Ghost Talisman Founder bullying Clear Snow Palace's women. However, seeing both Lord Emote Songli and their patriarch had already attacked, the ancient Emperor Holy Grounds experts dared not hesitate anymore and joined the battle. Emote Songli and Duanxian had taken action. Therefore, Xin Jiawen and others dared not dally anymore and entered the battlefield. Having watched the situation's development for a while now, the Vajra race's patriarch Ji Nu also joined the battle with experts of his race. The Holy Race, Reservoir Sword Holy Ground, and others soon followed. One after another Holy Grounds forces and ancient forces consecutively joined the battle. All of them fought against the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace. The situation reversed abruptly, and the number of casualties on the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace's side soared. Never in the Ghost Talisman Founder's wildest imagination had it occurred to him that the tide would turn in this manner. The Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace had become the public enemy. The Ghost Talisman founder's lungs were about to explode from anger. The Holy Lands Alliance and Holy Race dared to oppose them, which was fine by him, but he was surprised that the Reservoir Sword Holy Ground and other ancient races had the guts to join the opposing party. These people are tired of living. Jean knew, you're seeking death. The Ghost Talisman founder bellowed. If the Holy Race harms one of my Ghost Talisman Holy Ground's disciples today, then one of these days, I'll raise your Holy Race to the ground. I'll obliterate the Holy Race. The men will be refined into ghost soldiers, the women will have their essence sucked dry, and living would be worse than death. Reservoir Sword Holy Ground. And the rest of you, none of you can escape. These forces experts paled. After all, the Ghost Talisman founder was a primal ancestor expert, and no one could take his threat as a fart and ignore it. Yet Jean knew sneered in ridicule upon hearing his threat. Ghost Talisman founder. You can brag about obliterating my Vajra race. My old ancestor and I will be waiting for you at Vajra Holy Ground with doors wide open. Let's see how you are going to obliterate my Vajra Holy Ground. Better don't fail, or else you'll be reduced to a laughingstock. Although the Ghost Talisman founder was a primal ancestor, he had only broken through just recently. The Vajra race's first-generation patriarch, Jean Bushi, was one of the Holy World's first batch of experts, who had entered True Saint Realm, and he was one of the Great Eight Saints. Even though Jun Bushi hadn't entered Primal Ancestor Realm, he had reached the extreme accumulation of True Saint Realm. The Ghost Talisman founder would have to be prepared to pay a heavy price if he wanted to obliterate the Vajra Holy Ground. This was the source of Jean Nu's confidence. The Ghost Talisman founder was incensed. 2 days later, by the time Xiao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian reached the Cambrian Pool Star, the Cambrian Pool Star's airspace was empty of people. Not a person was in sight, except for the faint rusty smell of blood in the air. This is the blood of the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace's experts, Gu Tian said with absolute certainty as an icy gleam shone in his eyes. The blood contained a cultivator's cultivation technique attribute. The three of them could tell at a single glance that most of the scent of the blood belonged to experts from the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace. What the hell happened here? Xiao Jinyang's face was frighteningly sullen. Where's the Ghost Talisman founder? I still can't reach him, Chao Nan replied in a heavy voice, and there was a bad feeling in his heart. A very bad feeling. He had never felt so irritated before. Since 2 days ago, the Ghost Talisman founder had lost contact with them, and he was not the only one. All the Devil Palace's experts and disciples, who were at the Cambrian Pool Star, were out of reach. He had tried to contact the Devil Palace's Hall Masters and Vice Hall Masters, but there was no response at all. Don't worry about the Ghost Talisman founder for now. Order the people below to look for Huang Xiaolong. Xiao Jinyang's eyes were icy and gloomy. Huang Xiaolong must be found. He must not be allowed to fully integrate with the 12 high-order Saint Fates. This was what he was most concerned with. Half a month later, at an abandoned and unknown holy ground, a bulge in the ground moved, and in the next second, a figure flew into the air. Who could this person be but Huang Xiaolong? Except for the Ghost Talisman founder and Gue Buwang, all experts and disciples from both forces had died in the Cambrian Pool Star battle. Under Mo Tsongli and Xueling Yun's joint efforts, the Ghost Talisman founder had escaped with heavy injuries, and Gue Buwang's injuries were worse. Now, there were more than a dozen holy souls imprisoned inside the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. After leaving the Cambrian Pool Star, Huang Xiaolong had separated from the Clear Snow Palace's group and had gone away alone. He wanted to look for a hidden place to finish his integration with the 12 high-order Saint Fates. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong had contacted the Heavenly Master and simply stated that he was unharmed, urging them not to worry about him. He'd also assured them that he would return to the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds after he had fully integrated with his Saint Fates. This place it is, Huang Xiaolong decided as he looked at the deserted Holy Ground. He would finish his Saint Fates integration there and break through to True Saint Realm. Huang Xiaolong finally selected one of the most deserted places in the Holy Ground on a stretch of snow plains. Snowflakes float from the sky onto this tranquil white land, creating mesmerizing scenery. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls sensed faint strands of ice-attributed holy spiritual qi underground. Huang Xiaolong selected the most beautiful peak on the snow plains and laid out layers of defensive formations around the snow peak. Once he fully integrated with the 12 high-order Saint Fates, it would stimulate his Tao tribulation. The phenomena of Tao tribulation were too big to be ignored, and it could attract nearby holy grounds experts. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong had to act with caution. Huang Xiaolong had not been as detailed or careful as this when laying out defensive formations to cross tribulations in the past. But this time he went all out, spending as much as 10 days to complete the layers of intricate array formations. Huang Xiaolong looked at the layers of restrictions around him and nodded in satisfaction. With these many layers of restrictions, the movements would be reduced to the minimum. Lastly, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on the peak of the snow mountain. Looking down from this height, beautiful sights of undulating snowy mountains and floating snowflakes formed nameless flowers in the air. These snow flowers carried Huang Xiaolong's thoughts far away. A while later, Huang Xiaolong adjusted his mindset and focused, entering a certain state as he circulated the grand mist parasitic medium. He let his 3 holy souls absorb the 12 high-order Saint Fates energy, so that they could perfectly integrate with the 12 high-order Saint Fates. In an instant, blinding lights burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body. An hour later, the light around Huang Xiaolong's body was as intense as a blazing sea of flames, turning the entire snow plains into an ethereal paradise. Gradually, faint auras of grand Tao began to appear around Huang Xiaolong. Heaven and earth seemed to be changing subtly under the holy light from his body. The snow plains accumulate snow throughout the year, and everything was covered under thick snow. But now, tender sprouts were peeking out from the snow, like a green carpet over the white land. These tender sprouts continued to grow taller and bigger, and soon, the entire snow plains were covered by various kinds of unknown divine trees and spiritual herbs, and it looked prettier than a picture. There were sparkles of light surrounding these divine trees, spiritual herbs, and flowers as if they were the warmth in the winter nights, and fairies loved by nature, dancing cheerily. A year went by, spring gave way to summer, and autumn was around the corner. The sky above the snow plains was brighter than daylight. The land was brimming with vitality, and time seemed to pass slower there. It was as if the outside world was blocked out. Huang Xiaolong was enveloped by a cocoon of holy light, as strands of light circled around him like dragons. Yet they resembled serpents, cranes, and all living creatures, and had ever-changing forms. The holy light was projecting all beings in the world as grand Tao laws in Huang Xiaolong's inextinguishable Tao heart changed and strengthened, like a world that was shedding its old coat. 2, 3, 4 years. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. Huang Xiaolong's entire body disappeared within the blinding holy light, and bright lights flickered around his 3 holy souls. The 3 souls seemed to have transformed into bodies of light. Strands of grand Tao laws around them had merged into a great sea of grand Tao laws. His inextinguishable Tao heart continued to change, transforming in a direction no one could understand. Huang Xiaolong's physique was changing as well. The skin on his body fell, yes, it fell like the dried bark of a withered tree. Then new skin grew, smooth and translucent, with the subtle luster of grand Tao. Inside Huang Xiaolong's body, his internal organs, blood, and bones were changing as well, and they were improving. Suddenly, the clouds above roiled, a wind howled, and lightning dragons condensed by mighty grand Tao energy dominated the sky. Tao tribulation. Once Huang Xiaolong successfully survived his Tao tribulation, then he was rightfully a true Saint Realm expert. Though the Tao tribulation appeared, there was no further movement. It continued to brew, expand, and change just like Huang Xiaolong was changing. Huang Xiaolong was sitting cross-legged on the snowy mountain peak, still immersed in the world of grand Tao, comprehending the 12 high-order Saint Fates power and the holy world's core grand Tao laws. Although 50 years had passed, Huang Xiaolong had barely comprehended half of the vast and profound grand Tao laws each 12 high-order Saint Fates contained. Another several decades went by. It was a little over 100 years since Huang Xiaolong's arrival at the snow plains, and on this day, Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls suddenly released the most astounding lights. This light was triggered by the complete integration between his 3 holy souls and the 12 high-order saint fates. Moreover, the Tao tribulation clouds that had been brewing above the snow plains for several decades rumbled as thunder resounded through the entire holy ground. Despite the layers of restrictions Huang Xiaolong had laid out 100 years ago, they could not block off the sonorous thunder. This was the thunder of Grand Tao, the voice of heaven and earth. Rumble! A 5,000 zhang long Tao tribulation lightning dragon roared as it struck Huang Xiaolong with Grand Tao energy that could destroy everything, fully intending to turn Huang Xiaolong into ash. This strike could blast through the holy ground and blast the snow plains into cosmic dust. Right at this moment, Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls flew to the sky. Huang Xiaolong did not use the 8-sided desolate beast ring, Sangqiong Tao Palace, or the Sangqiong blade. The 3 holy souls fought the 5,000 zhang lightning dragon with bare fists. Fist force surged from the 3 holy souls like 3 enormous rivers of holy lights that headed straight toward the Tao tribulation lightning dragon. RR rumble. Grand Tao energy collided with Grand Tao energy, and the entire holy ground quaked violently, whimpering in protest. The Tao tribulation lightning dragon dispersed, turning into pure Tao energy that reigned over Huang Xiaolong and his holy souls. Huang Xiaolong circulated the grand mist parasitic medium, absorbing the pure Grand Tao energy so that the 3 holy souls and Saint Fate's integration would be more perfect. Another dozen of years went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Huang Xiaolong, who was bathed in holy light, finally opened his eyes. A beam of holy light swept across the deserted holy ground to the horizon, and space was cut like a thin sheet of paper where the light beam passed. If there was someone here, they would be terrified to see the tear across the sky and chaotic spatial power spewing out. Huang Xiaolong let out a long breath because finally, he had fully integrated with all 12 high-order Saint Fates and broken through to True Saint Realm. On top of that, he had reached late First Heaven True Saint Realm. Generally speaking, even if a peak late Ninth Tribulation half-true Saint Realm integrated with a high-order Saint Fate at most, he could only reach the peak early First Heaven True Saint in his breakthrough to True Saint Realm. No one had managed to reach mid-First Heaven, much less late First Heaven True Saint Realm. Huang Xiaolong stood up and checked every aspect of his body. Compared to before, every part of his body had undergone tremendous changes. His 3 holy souls' holy light was more resplendent than ever, looking extremely dazzling. The same was the case with his inextinguishable Tao heart. The Grand Tao in his inextinguishable Tao heart was more solid, abundant, stronger, and profound than ever. His physique had turned holy, and it was the holy physique of a true saint. Huang Xiaolong could feel the roaring holy energy within his body like a vast sea. In a moment of impulse, he raised a finger and pointed to the space ahead, and a giant hole ripped open in the space Huang Xiaolong pointed at. His finger force continued to expand as it rushed forward within the black hole, crossing thousands and thousands of miles until it exploded in the air above another holy ground. All the experts of that holy ground raised their heads towards the sky in alarm. Patriarch, what is that? A holy prince of this holy ground stared at the streak of light that was Huang Xiaolong's finger force flying across the sky. It was seemingly weak, but everyone clearly sensed the terrifying destructive power within. The holy ground's patriarch's voice sounded hoarse in reply. Maybe, it's a certain peerless expert's most powerful attack? In truth, even a fourth heaven true saint like him didn't dare to claim what that light in the sky was. But he was aware and absolutely certain that he would be helpless in front of this force and would get reduced to dust. Peerless expert? Could it be a ninth heaven true saint? Other experts of the holy ground exclaimed in awe. The holy world had a scarce number of ninth heaven true saints, and they were the strongest cultivators below the primal ancestor realm. In the absence of a primal ancestor, any ninth heaven true saint expert could be hailed as a peerless expert. At this time, Huang Xiaolong was still on the deserted holy ground's snowy peak, looking down at the beautiful scenery around him as snowflakes continued to drift slowly from the sky. 100 years had passed, and the snow plains had completely transformed compared to the past. Looking at the luscious green grass spread like a carpet over the land, Huang Xiaolong gradually immersed in a wonderful state of mind. The inextinguishable Tao heart glimmered softly inside Huang Xiaolong's chest. Huang Xiaolong stood on the snow-capped peak just like that, letting the snow fall on him, and soon he was covered by a thick layer of snow like a snowman. A few months later, Huang Xiaolong's body trembled, shaking off the thick snow off his body. Then he leaped into the air and whistled away, leaving the snow plains. It was time for him to go back. Huang Xiaolong chose to fly across space himself instead of using the Zhangqiang Dao Palace, and he looked like a shooting star zooming across the vast, dark space, as he headed straight towards the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds. Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to reach the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds. Therefore, on the way, he took out the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace's experts' holy souls that he had suppressed inside the Zhangqiang Dao Palace, and he refined and devoured them. His 3 holy souls were stronger. Huang Xiaolong entered the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds territory several months later. Back at the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds, Huang Xiaolong's state of mind and vision were completely different from the time he had first arrived at the Holy Ground. As he looked at the ever-prosperous and bustling streets and the numerous people entering and leaving cities along the way, it seemed so far away and so worldly in his eyes now. Without becoming a true saint, all were ordinary mortals, caught in worldly affairs. Now that Huang Xiaolong had stepped into true saint realm, he had broken from the shackles of mortality, transcending the cycle of life, death, and reincarnation. Back at the Holy Heaven City, Huang Xiaolong went directly to the primal ancestor space to meet with his 4 masters, the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow. Upon seeing that Huang Xiaolong had returned after successfully finishing his integrating with the 12 high-order Saint Fates, the 4 primal ancestors laughed ecstatically, and they were so excited that saliva flew everywhere. Tyrant Chu's teasing mood rose after seeing Huang Xiaolong, and he said, "Now, us few old men will dip in your light, and it won't be long until we'll need you to cover us." Lord Long chuckled. "He can already protect you now." The rest also laughed. Huang Xiaolong inquired about happenings from the last 100 years when he was integrating with Saint Fates, and he learned that the Devil Palace had not given up looking for him this whole time. In order to find him, the Devil Palace's offered reward had reached a shocking sum. At the end of the Cambrian Pool Star battle, the Ghost Talisman founder and Gue Buwang had escaped with heavy injuries. Neither of them had surfaced to this extent until now, and one could only wonder which corner of the world they were hiding to heal. As for the Clear Snow Palace's Lin Xiaoying, she had successfully entered true saint realm. Since all high-order saint fates were taken by Huang Xiaolong, Lin Xiaoying had integrated with a peak mid-order saint fate. On the other hand, the Holy Race, Vajra Race, Ancient Dhyana Race, Reservoir Sword Holy Ground, and other forces had come to the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds. Bai Moyong, Jin Nu, and the others had clearly expressed their stance, and they intended to form an alliance with the Holy Heavens. Though it was said to be an alliance, it was inwardly understood by everyone that these forces were more or less half a vassal to the Holy Heavens. Even the Holy Lands Alliance's Mo Tsongli had come with the Holy Lands Alliance's 10 Great Holy Grounds Patriarchs, expressing similar intentions as Bai Moyong. The Devil Palace that had acted in a high-profile manner had converged considerably these years. Many of their branches had been closed and people had withdrawn to the Black Devil Star prison and the surrounding planets. In short, the last 100 years had been quite peaceful, more peaceful than before. Oh right, there's another matter, that Fu Yunjie and True Reason Holy Emperor Fanxia were detained and sent over by the Holy Lands Alliance. They are held at the Blue Dragon Manor. Lord Long remembered this matter and mentioned it to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Since the Holy Lands Alliance had shown goodwill, he had expected they would send over Fu Yunjie and Fanxia. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong left the primal ancestor space. Before he left, his 4 masters stated they wanted to invite the various holy grounds and ancient races for a celebration ceremony, celebrating Huang Xiaolong's success in integrating with 12 high-order saint fates. The Heavenly Master asked Huang Xiaolong's opinion, and Huang Xiaolong did not object. By the time Huang Xiaolong reached the Blue Dragon Manor, the news of Huang Xiaolong's return after successfully integrating with 12 high-order Saint Fate spread like wildfire. creating a furor through the heavenly master holy grounds. The news reached other holy grounds and ancient races in the shortest time. In the Black Devil Star Prison's Devil Palace's main hall, Xiao Jinyong, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian's faces had never looked so bad as they did upon hearing the news. Palace Master, should we also send Huang Xiaolong a big gift for his celebration ceremony? Gu Tian spoke as the gloomy air around him almost solidified. We should kill Lin Xiaoying, then send her head to Huang Xiaolong as a celebratory gift. Chao Nan nodded his head in agreement. Lin Xiaoying and Huang Xiaolong's relationship is obvious to all. Therefore, killing Lin Xiaoying would definitely give Huang Xiaolong unbearable pain. Xiao Jinyang shook his head. That's not the way. Now that Huang Xiaolong has fully integrated 12 high-order Saint Fates, it is not necessary to butt heads with Huang Xiaolong. His voice lowered as he went on. But we can capture Lin Xiaoying, then negotiate with the Holy Heavens and Huang Xiaolong, and force Huang Xiaolong to vow with Grand Dao that he will never attack our Devil Palace. Chao Nan and Gu Tian exchanged a look. In that case, we might as well capture the other two girls, Tan Wan and Ji Sini, too. Gu Tian's eerie voice sounded. In the celebration ceremony, Xuelingyun will surely be bringing Tan Wan, Ji Sini, and Lin Xiaoying with her to Holy Heavens. We'll intercept them halfway, and if possible, we'll take Xuelingyun as well. An excited light glimmered in Xiao Jinyang's eyes. It's decided then. However, this time we must plan carefully. There must not be any mistake. We must ensure to succeed without any accidents. When Huang Xiaolong was back at the Blue Dragon Manor, the first thing he did was have Fu Yunjie and Fanxia, this father and son, brought out of the dungeon. After seeing Huang Xiaolong, Fanxia begged and pleaded for his life, whereas Fu Yunjie seemed to be prepared for death long ago. He looked coldly at Huang Xiaolong and spoke loudly. Huang Xiaolong, don't get complacent because there will be a day when you'll end up more miserable than me. Listening to Fu Yunjie's words that were overflowing with resentment, Huang Xiaolong's response was less than tepid. That might be, but my ending will never be as miserable as yours. Instead, my path will be filled with colors and wonders, glory and joy, something you will never experience. Fu Yunjie laughed hysterically, and just as he wanted to say more, Huang Xiaolong flattened him to the ground with a palm strike. In a split second, Fu Yunjie's body exploded, and blood and flesh splattered over the floor like rain. Huang Xiaolong left Fanxia to be resolved by Di Huai. After Di Huai vented the hatred in his heart through repeatedly torturing Fanxia, Huang Xiaolong finally devoured Fanxia's holy soul. As for Xie Yao, Linijia, Chun Kai, and other holy princes, who had supported the wrongdoings, were dealt by the Holy Heavens Grand Hall Master Wu Gu personally, without having Huang Xiaolong to appear. He appointed Xie Yao, Linijia, Chun Kai, and the rest to positions without any real power, yet they had to do the hardest of work. A month soon went by. During this time, Huang Xiaolong spent his days with Feng Tianyu, Di Huai, Zhang Wenyue, and the others walking around the city or other places, while at night, he continued to consume star-transferring holy pills and cultivate. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged inside the Blue Dragon Manor's secret chamber, as his three holy souls breathed in and out, as three enormous rivers of holy spiritual qi roiled down from the holy world's void into his three complete Tao Saint Godheads, strengthening his flesh. At the same time, the holy world's core's grand Tao energy surged into Huang Xiaolong's inextinguishable Tao heart, flowing to other parts of his body, tempering his physique. The holy mandate imprint between his eyebrows emitted bright rays of light, greatly increasing the absorption speed of Huang Xiaolong's holy spiritual qi and grand Tao energy. Before long, Huang Xiaolong was enshrouded by flickering holy spiritual qi and vigorous roiling grand Tao energy. If a high-level true saint expert was here witnessing the rich holy spiritual qi around Huang Xiaolong, he would be astounded twice over, because even high-level true saints weren't as fast as Huang Xiaolong in absorbing holy spiritual qi. Not to mention, the holy spiritual qi Huang Xiaolong absorbed was golden in color, and it was rare and of the highest quality. Huang Xiaolong was refreshed all over after a month's cultivation, brimming with endless energy. Grand Tao energy churned in his inextinguishable Tao heart, inexhaustibly. Who? The Holy Heaven City's holy spiritual qi rippled in sync to the rhythm of Huang Xiaolong inhaling and exhaling. However, the changes to the Holy Heaven Cities surrounding holy spiritual qi could only be detected by experts like Wu Gu. And because of this, Wu Ji's respect towards Huang Xiaolong deepened every time he saw him. Every time he stood in front of Huang Xiaolong, Wu Gu had a feeling that he was standing in front of a giant origin beast. This kind of feeling was the same when he faced the 4 primal ancestors. By integrating with 12 high-order saint fates and forming the inextinguishable Tao heart, Huang Xiaolong, who was merely a late first heaven true saint, had already stepped into the circle of holy world's top experts. The moon shone brightly in the starless sky. Huang Xiaolong stood alone in the courtyard, combing through his thoughts. After the celebration ceremony was completed, he planned to head to the ancient battlefield to look for the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance. I can probably break through to second heaven true saint? Huang Xiaolong wondered inwardly. Currently, his cultivation realm was at late first heaven true saint, but if he succeeded in obtaining the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance, then he had a high chance of breaking through to second heaven true saint. Another half a month went by, and it was getting closer to the day of the ceremony. There was one more month until the ceremony, and on this day, Huang Xiaolong suddenly got a message from the Heavenly Master. When he read the content, his face darkened. Something happened to Xiaoying's group. According to the Heavenly Master's message, Lin Xiaoying, Tan Wan, Ji Sini, and others were ambushed by the Devil Palace's Qiao Jinyang's group on their way over to participate in the celebration ceremony. The Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow were rushing over right now. Nearby the Poison Shadow Holy Ground, Huang Xiaolong muttered as he rushed out. Although the Poison Shadow Holy Ground was close to the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds, it would still take the 4 primal ancestors 2 to 3 days to reach there. The Zhangqiong Dao Palace would only take more time. By the time Huang Xiaolong reached there, everything would have been too late. Qiao Jinyang, Qiao Nan, and Gu Tian have all come out, and Xueling Yun wouldn't be able to fend them off for long. What to do? Huang Xiaolong was like an ant on a burning pan. Devil Palace. A fierce light flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The Devil Palace was challenging his bottom line. One of these days he was going to pull the Devil Palace up by the root, and even if he failed to kill Qiao Jinyang, Qiao Nan, and Gu Tian, he needed to absolutely suppress and seal them off eternity. While Huang Xiaolong was feeling anxious, exuding a murderous aura from head to toe, he received another message from the Heavenly Master. Huang Xiaolong heaved in relief after reading it. When Xueling Yun, Lin Xiaoying, and others were in danger, coincidentally, Mo Zongli was in the vicinity. He and his group rushed over, so now, Xueling Yun had Mo Zongli's help to fend off Qiao Jinyang, Qiao Nan, and Gu Tian. Although Xueling Yun and Mo Zongli's strength could barely resist the 3 Devil Palace's palace masters, the situation was better than before. At least, they could hold on until the 4 primal ancestors arrived. Still, Huang Xiaolong was worried. In the end, he decided to rush over in the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. As Huang Xiaolong was rushing over, he was relieved to learn that the 4 primal ancestors had arrived at the scene, and the Clear Snow Palace's entourage was safe. When Huang Xiaolong arrived and saw Lin Xiaoying, as well as the others, Qiao Jinyang, Ken Nan, and Gu Tian were glowering at them from high air despite their sorry state. The moment the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow joined the battle, the 3 of them were overwhelmed and could only make a run for it. Damn! Qiao Jinyang's eyes exuded terrifying coldness, while his heart raced. It's Mo Zongli time and again. Qiao Nan's face was distorted due to the plan's failure. They were that close to succeeding, but who would have thought that Mo Zongli would suddenly appear and smash their plans? Shouldn't the Holy Lands Alliance's group be at the Heavenly Demon Holy Ground? Qiao Jinyang coldly questioned. They had investigated these details before making their move. The Holy Lands Alliance was supposed to be passing by the Heavenly Demon Holy Ground at this time as they made their way to participate in the Holy Heaven ceremony. It was a long way from the Poison Shadow Holy Ground. Gu Tian answered sullenly. The Holy Lands Alliance's people are indeed at the Heavenly Demon Holy Ground. Mo Zongli probably wasn't with the big group, That Zhongli keeps ruining our plans. An icy glint gleamed in Chao Nan's eyes. We might as well annihilate the Holy Lands Alliance. Xiao Jinyang was silent for a moment then spoke. There are many holy grounds and ancient races that are attending the Holy Heavens ceremony, and we'll pick 100 of them randomly and destroy these forces. Both Chao Nan and Gu Tian blanked for a second. You mean? There was confusion in Gu Tian's eyes. Xiao Jinyang went on. After destroying these 100 holy grounds, send a message to Huang Xiaolong that if he doesn't agree to our condition, we'll continue to destroy the next batch of 100 holy grounds. If Huang Xiaolong still doesn't agree, we'll destroy until he agrees. At the appropriate time, we'll announce the list of 100 holy grounds. Chao Nan and Gu Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. They understood Xiao Jinyang was planning to manipulate these holy grounds' fear and panic when they announced the list of holy grounds they were going to get destroyed. They were going to let these holy grounds go beg Huang Xiaolong to agree with the Devil Palace's condition. Even other holy grounds and ancient races might request Huang Xiaolong to agree just because they might be the next one on the list. Under such pressure, Huang Xiaolong would have no choice but to relent. A day after the incident, before long, news of annihilation of the Swift Monsoon Holy Ground, Silver Devil Holy Ground, Great Desolate Holy Ground, and other forces heading to the Holy Heaven City to participate in the celebration ceremony by Devil Palace spread at lightning speed. The entire holy world was swept by a wave of apprehension. On top of that, the list of annihilated holy grounds was growing longer, and soon, the number reached 100. 100 holy grounds were annihilated in a day. They were annihilated on their way to attend the celebration ceremony, and there was not one survivor. In a moment, those making their way to the Holy Heaven City stopped halfway, afraid to travel onward. Soon, the Devil Palace made an announcement. During the celebration ceremony, Huang Xiaolong must publicly agree to the Devil Palace's conditions, and vow on the Grand Tao that he will never attack the Devil Palace, or the Devil Palace would start annihilating the next 100 holy grounds. Until the day Huang Xiaolong agrees to the Devil Palace's conditions, the Devil Palace will continue to annihilate the holy grounds. Then, the Devil Palace published a list of 100 holy grounds on the chopping board. Panic gripped the numerous holy worlds, numerous holy grounds, and ancient races. The 100 forces, whose names were on the Devil Palace's name list, were terrified, flustered, and at a loss. In the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds Primal Ancestor space, the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Elder Crow, Lord Long, Zhongli, Xuelingyun, and Huang Xiaolong were seated in the main hall. The Devil Palace is really shameless and despicable, Xuelingyun snorted, and her expression was frosty. She could barely control her anger every time she recalled the ambush the Clear Snow Palace had suffered not long ago. Xiao Jinyang's group must have felt greatly threatened by Xiaolong's success in integrating with 12 high-order Saint Fates. Therefore, they didn't sit back and wait. Instead, they came up with this method to force Xiaolong. The Heavenly Master solemnly stated. Tyrant Chu's anger exploded. His granny, we should gather everyone and kill our way to the Black Devil Star prison, smash up his place, and capture those 3 old fogies. Elder Crow shook his head. That's not going to work. The Black Devil Star prison has layers of restrictions laid out by the 3 palace masters, and even though there are the 6 us, it's not a matter of a day or two to break the Black Devil Star prison's defensive lines. Xiao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian would have ample time to escape, and it's more troublesome if they escape. It would be super troublesome. If that happened, the Holy Heavens, Clear Snow Palace, Holy Lands Alliance, the Holy Race, and many others would have to deal with 3 primal ancestors' endless killings. In that situation, there would not be a day of peace in the holy world. Then what should we do? Does Xiaolong really have to agree to their condition? Lord Long frowned. 6 pairs of eyes turned to Huang Xiaolong as none of them could think of a way to deal with this matter. I'll just agree to their conditions at the celebration ceremony, Huang Xiaolong stated without any emotion. All 6 primal ancestors were surprised by Huang Xiaolong's decision. Xiaolong, you really want to agree to their conditions? You've thought it through? Tyrant Chu asked. Those 3 thought they were smart Alex. It's all right. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. It makes no difference to agree. The main condition Xiao Jinyang put forward was he, Huang Xiaolong, wouldn't attack the Devil Palace, so he didn't need to attack personally. But it would never occur to Xiao Jinyang that once Huang Xiaolong's strength reached a certain level, Huang Xiaolong won't need to raise a finger to destroy the Devil Palace. A month later, the celebration ceremony proceeded as scheduled. During the celebration ceremony, facing the various forces' endless pleadings, Huang Xiaolong agreed to the Devil Palace's conditions in public and vowed to the Grand Dao that he would not attack the Devil Palace. Huang Xiaolong also inserted a condition of his own during the vow. Qiao Jinyang, Qiao Nan, and Gu Tian couldn't attack the various holy grounds anymore, and if they broke this condition, he would personally kill the three of them. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong had vowed in public as the Devil Palace requested, the various forces that were attending the celebration ceremony were extremely grateful to Huang Xiaolong, especially the 100 holy grounds that were on the list announced by the Devil Palace as the next targets. All of them thanked Huang Xiaolong, vowing to do whatever Huang Xiaolong requested of them in the future to return his kindness, forever being loyal to him. Many holy grounds and ancient races' patriarchs knelt on their knees, claiming they were willing to serve Huang Xiaolong. At a rough glance, the number exceeded 10,000. This was unprecedented in the holy world. Even the heavenly master Tyrant Chu, or the other two holy heavens' primal ancestors, did not have this degree of influence or prestige. Naturally, these holy grounds and ancient races' patriarchs were willing to serve Huang Xiaolong not just because Huang Xiaolong had agreed to the Devil Palace's condition. It was Huang Xiaolong's potential, including his 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads, his integration with 12 high-order Saint Fates, his inextinguishable Dao Heart, being Zhangqiong Old Man's successor, and him having 2 great backings, the Holy Heavens and Clear Snow Palace. These were the very persuasive factors that motivated these patriarchs' willingness to serve Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong softly rejected these forces' offers, but he failed. Thus he could only accept them under his banner. In the past, before he had stepped into true Saint Realm, many holy grounds and big clans had wanted to serve him, but all of them were rejected by Huang Xiaolong. Refusing these people again and again would only appear hypocritical. One point to be noted was that these people swore their allegiance to Huang Xiaolong alone, not the Holy Heavens organization. Therefore, discounting primal ancestor realm experts, the number of experts under Huang Xiaolong had exceeded the Holy Heavens, Clear Snow Palace, Holy Lands Alliance, and Devil Palace altogether. In the days after the celebration ceremony, Huang Xiaolong was busy with organizing the numerous holy grounds, big clans, and ancient races, and had Ji Kai's father, Jishang of the Blood Qilin race, set some basic rules. At the end of the day, these rules benefited these forces, hence, they were passed and implemented without obstacles. Huang Xiaolong named his own force the Blue Dragon Manor. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong designated the Zhangqiong Holy Ground to be the Blue Dragon Manor's headquarters. Huang Xiaolong even made a trip to the Zhangqiong Holy Ground himself and spent several years to refine the Zhangqiong Holy Ground, before moving the Zhangqiong Holy Ground closer to the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds. Taking inspirations from designs on Earth, Huang Xiaolong personally designed the Blue Dragon Manor's headquarters, and under the joint efforts of various forces, the Blue Dragon Manor headquarters on Zhangqiong Holy Ground was finally completed. Countless array formations were laid out around the imposing, glorious, and majestic Blue Dragon Manor that seemed to blend into the Zhangqiong Holy Ground's natural grand Dao. It was no less spectacular than the Holy Heavens Manor. Then, with the Blue Dragon Manor as the center, Huang Xiaolong expanded outwards, building a Blue Dragon City. From the sky, the Blue Dragon City resembled a great blue dragon coiling on the ground, exuding majestic dragon might. The entire Zhangqiong Holy Ground was divided into several tens of thousands of mainlands. In the future, according to merits, the various holy grounds, big clans, and ancient races that had submitted to him could move into these mainlands. A decade came and went in the blink of an eye. The Blue Dragon Manor's empire was slowly taking shape. Its forces expanded to every corner of the holy world. As time passed, more and more holy grounds joined the Blue Dragon Manor. It's time to head to the ancient battlefield. On this day, Huang Xiaolong decided as he looked at the gradually completed Blue Dragon City. After getting to the ancient battlefield, obtaining the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance, and advancing to the second heaven true saint in one go, Huang Xiaolong planned to venture into the alien lands. Despite the Holy World's 7 primal ancestors, the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, Elder Crow, Xueling Yun, Mo Zongli, and the Holy Race's first-generation patriarch Jian Duzuan had formed an alliance. They weren't able to completely eradicate the Devil Palace and Ghost Talisman Holy Ground at the moment. But if Huang Xiaolong could get support from the alien lands forces, the whole situation would be different. There wouldn't be any less primal ancestor realm experts amongst the top forces on the alien lands. The number of primal ancestor experts in the alien lands were not less than the Holy World side. 7 primal ancestors couldn't eradicate the Devil Palace and Ghost Talisman Holy Ground, but what about 40 primal ancestors? Or 50? What about 60 or even 70 primal ancestors? Manor Lord, the Bright Scale Holy Ground and 9 Treasures Holy Ground's patriarchs are outside seeking an audience with you, as they want to join the Blue Dragon Manor. A burly middle-aged man that exuded a robust wild aura respectfully approached Huang Xiaolong from the back and reported. This middle-aged man was called Yuan Zhan, the patriarch of Torrent Origin Holy Ground, who was a 9th Heaven True Saint expert. After swearing allegiance to Huang Xiaolong, he was loyal and devoted, and Huang Xiaolong had promoted him as one of his right-hand men, letting him manage many important matters of the Blue Dragon Manor with Di Huai. I know, Huang Xiaolong responded and nodded slightly before adding, You go out first. Yes, Manor Lord. Yuan Zhan respectfully withdrew. Although Huang Xiaolong was still a holy prince of the Holy Heavens organization, all the forces that had submitted to Huang Xiaolong referred to Huang Xiaolong as Manor Lord instead of Your Highness. A while later, Huang Xiaolong went out to meet with the Bright Scale Holy Ground and 9 Treasures Holy Ground's patriarchs. In the last decade, countless Holy Grounds and ancient races' patriarchs had come to plead Huang Xiaolong to allow them to join the Blue Dragon Manor. After all, some of these Holy Grounds and ancient races could possibly be spies sent by the Devil Palace. Hence, Huang Xiaolong would run a detailed background check on each of them. Moreover, during this decade, Huang Xiaolong had indeed found more than a few spies, and there were more than 30 of them to be precise. Huang Xiaolong didn't have any mercy towards these 30-plus spies who were sent by the Devil Palace or Ghost Talisman Holy Ground. All of them were devoured and refined as a warning to the Devil Palace and Ghost Talisman Holy Ground for trying to encroach inside the Blue Dragon Manor. After meeting the Bright Scale Holy Ground and 9 Treasures Holy Ground's patriarchs, Huang Xiaolong made a trip to the primal ancestor space. You want to go to the ancient battlefield? The 4 primal ancestors were astonished hearing Huang Xiaolong's plans to head to the ancient battlefield. Huang Xiaolong nodded. In the last 100 years, the ancient battlefield situation has not been very stable. More alien lands cultivators have been crossing the barrier into the ancient battlefield. Therefore, the current ancient battlefield is many times more dangerous than before. Lord Long added, If there is nothing special, it's better you don't go. That's right. The Heavenly Master agreed. The ancient battlefield's barrier has grown increasingly unstable. More and more alien lands cultivators are entering the ancient battlefield, and there might even be peak late 9th Heaven True Saint experts. The Heavenly Master went on seriously. If it is not necessary, it's better not to go to the ancient battlefield. Moreover, in less than 100 years the barrier would disappear. At that time, there might be a large-scale war between us and the alien lands. A barrier similar to a restriction had always enveloped the ancient battlefield region, and this barrier indirectly separated the alien lands and Holy World. Thus, the Holy World and alien lands were able to maintain a certain degree of peace. But this barrier would become unstable every few billion years or 10 billion years, and at certain times the barrier would completely disappear temporarily. When the barrier disappeared, the alien land's native cultivators would lead an army into the Holy World territory, triggering the large-scale war between the Holy World and alien lands. Now, the ancient battlefield's barrier had become unstable again. Listening to his 4 masters' sincere persuasion, Huang Xiaolong did not conceal and told them about the Black Corp's Holy Emperor's inheritance. After hearing that Huang Xiaolong intended to go to the ancient battlefield to look for the Black Corp's Holy Emperor's inheritance, all 4 primal ancestors were genuinely surprised. Masters, don't worry. Although the ancient battlefield is dangerous, at my current strength, the risk is not very high. Huang Xiaolong smiled reassuringly, exuding a strong confidence. He had integrated 12 high-order Saint Fates, and he possessed 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads, inextinguishable Dao Heart, and the 8-sided Desolate Beast Ring, Sangqiong Dao Palace, and Sangqiong Blade. That was more than enough to protect himself, and Huang Xiaolong was naturally confident. The 4 primal ancestors laughed while shaking their heads. Indeed, with Huang Xiaolong's current strength, their worries were a little superfluous. How about I send Wu Ge with you? The heavenly master suggested after some thought. One more person will give you added strength. After all, there is safety in numbers. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and refused. There is no need for that because after finding the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance, I want to go to the alien lands. What? You are planning to go to the alien lands? The 4 primal ancestors blurted in unison. No, the 4 added almost in the same breath. Xiaolong, the alien lands are very dangerous. Although you are sufficiently strong, once your identity is exposed, what you will be facing would be an entire alien lands cultivators. Elder Crow shook his head. It's too dangerous. You cannot go. Your safety is related to the entire holy world's rise in the future. Therefore, you cannot jeopardize your safety for a moment of playful impulse. Lord Long chided. No, I don't feel at ease, Tyrant Chu stressed. You brat definitely won't listen to us, therefore, I will go to the ancient battlefield with you. If you dare to cross over to the alien lands, I will tie you up and drag you back. Huang Xiaolong smiled helplessly. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have said anything about going to the alien lands. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the primal ancestor space and let out a big breath of relief. After spending several hours persuading his 4 masters and agreeing to many conditions, he had finally got his 4 masters' permission. Back at the Sangqiong Holy Land's Blue Dragon Manor headquarters, Huang Xiaolong gathered Di Huai, Yuan Zhan, and others over and exhorted them many tasks. However, he did not inform any of them that he was heading to the ancient battlefield, merely mentioning that he would be away for some time. When he was away, if they met with matters they could not decide, they could look for the Holy Heaven's Grand Hall Master Wu Ge. Di Huai, Yuan Zhan, and others complied with Huang Xiaolong's orders. Huang Xiaolong left the Sangqiong Holy Ground several days later, heading to the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was located on the Holy World's northern edge, and it was a long distance away. Even with the Sangqiong Dao Palace, it would take him half a year to reach the destination. But, before Huang Xiaolong set off to the ancient battlefield, he decided to stop by the Profound River and Black Corpse Devil Cave to look for that giant black corpse. He planned to continue his journey towards the ancient battlefield after subjugating it. When he had obtained the Black Corpse Holy Ring at the Ghost Devil City, Huang Xiaolong had once wondered if that black corpse was the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's body. But after he had broken through to True Saint Realm, Huang Xiaolong had quashed this thought. He was certain that the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's body would not exude the same horrifying Dark Corpse Qi and Devil Qi as the Black Corpse. A few days later, Huang Xiaolong once again appeared above the Profound River as he headed straight to the Black Corpse Devil Cave. In the past, Huang Xiaolong had to rely on the winged dragon-flying ship and proceed with extra caution. But now, he could venture straight into the Dark Corpse Qi and Devil Qi without being affected. The moment he entered the Black Corpse Devil Cave, the familiar howling shrieks entered his ear. With his previous experience entering the Black Corpse Devil Cave, Huang Xiaolong was familiar with its crooks and crannies. His 3 holy soul senses spread out, and everything within a several hundred million miles radius was clearly displayed in his mind. The last time Huang Xiaolong had entered the Black Corpse Devil Cave, his 3 holy souls could only sense within a range of 10,000 miles radius around him. Now, that range had increased more than 100 times. Huang Xiaolong flew into the cave directly, instead of using the Sangqiong Dao Palace. The Dark Corpse Qi and Devil Qi inside the cave could demonize and corrode other true saints, but they could not affect Huang Xiaolong in the slightest. Even if Huang Xiaolong did not have the inextinguishable Dao Heart, based on his powerful 3 holy souls, he wouldn't need to fear the dark corpse Qi and devil Qi. But not long after Huang Xiaolong entered the black corpse devil cave, he was attacked by a third heaven true Saint Realm expert's holy soul. In general, a true Saint Realm expert's holy soul was enshrouded in a golden holy light, but a demonized true Saint Realm expert soul would be enshrouded by a black holy light. Moreover, it was the dark murky kind of black that emitted a nauseating stench. A demonized third heaven true Saint holy soul possessed powerful attack power, laden with dense corpse Qi and devil Qi that even a fourth heaven true saint would have to dodge far away. But as Huang Xiaolong's golden Buddha Saint Godhead rotated as his palm struck towards the demonized holy soul, vigorous golden Buddha holy energy surged out in great waves, hitting the demonized third heaven true Saint Realm holy soul. The golden Buddha's holy energy surged into the demonized holy soul like a rising tide, washing away the corpse Qi and devil Qi in the demonized holy soul. A moment later, every last strand of corpse Qi and devil Qi were completely purified. Huang Xiaolong subsequently threw the purified holy soul into the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, using the Zhangqiong Dao Palace to suppress it. Although the holy soul had been demonized once, Huang Xiaolong's golden Buddha Saint Godhead could completely expel the corpse Qi and devil Qi it had absorbed. Thus it was still safe for him to refine and absorb the holy soul's energy. The day passed quickly. In one day, Huang Xiaolong was attacked by demonized holy souls 40 to 50 times. Naturally, all these demonized holy souls were purified by Huang Xiaolong, then captured and suppressed inside the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. He would find a time to refine them later. Amongst these demonized holy souls, there were a few at 7th heaven true saint strength, and refining these holy souls would surely give a huge boost to Huang Xiaolong's 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads. 2 days later, the number of purified holy souls inside the Zhangqiong Dao Palace had doubled. This black corpse devil cave had existed for numerous years. Cultivators who entered the cave looking for holy herbs and treasures were countless. A little carelessness could result in them being demonized by the corpse Qi and devil Qi inside the cave. Hence, the number of demonized holy souls here were simply too many to count, like bees of a great beehive. This was one of the reasons Huang Xiaolong wanted to enter the black corpse devil cave. These demonized holy souls inside the cave terrified other true saints, but these were desirable supplements for Huang Xiaolong. Thus, though Huang Xiaolong did not find the mighty black corpse, he was in no hurry. This was a good opportunity for him to gather some holy souls. 3 days went by. On this day, Huang Xiaolong had just suppressed an early 7th heaven true saint's holy soul, when all of a sudden, he saw an enormous black continent floating in his direction. Roiling dense devil Qi and death Qi enshrouded this enormous black continent, giving birth to evil spirits. Even before the continent got close, the continent's nefarious aura would paralyze people with fear. The black corpse, this enormous black continent floating towards Huang Xiaolong, was exactly the mighty black corpse he had encountered in the past. It was also that legendary black corpse that terrified many cultivators. Upon seeing the appearance of the black corpse, Huang Xiaolong was excited all over instead of feeling apprehensive, screaming happily inside his heart. Finally, "I see you again." Huang Xiaolong sped forward, flying towards the black corpse that was as big as a continent. The closer Huang Xiaolong got, the clearer it became as to how terrifying the devil Qi and death Qi were. When he was 1,000,000 miles from the continent, his heart palpitated. Although there was still 1,000,000 miles distance from the enormous continent, the abundant devil Qi and death Qi from the black corpse had taken forms of devil heads and ghost corpses. These devil heads and ghost corpses were as strong as the average 7th heaven true Saint Realm experts. On top of that, after being killed by Huang Xiaolong, these devil heads and ghost corpses could assimilate again. They were almost endless and indestructible. It wasn't long before Huang Xiaolong was frowning at his killing rate, and he directly took out the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. The Zhangqiong Dao Palace opened a wide path through the dense devil Qi and death Qi, heading straight towards the black corpse's head, stopping between the eyebrows. The dense devil Qi and death Qi around originated from the giant black corpse's mouth. The closer he got to the black corpse's mouth, the more terrifying the devil Qi and death Qi became, to the point that the Zhangqiong Dao Palace was swaying unsteadily to move forward. Huang Xiaolong immediately called out his 3 holy souls and spurred the Zhangqiong Dao Palace at full force. Only then did the Zhangqiong Dao Palace stabilize again in the sea of death qi and devil qi. Waves of grand Dao energy rushed out from the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, resisting the vigorous devil qi and death qi. In the air above, Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed as he observed the black corpse in front of him. Without a doubt, this mighty black corpse was the corpse of a powerful primal ancestor expert. Huang Xiaolong had not dared to say for certain the last time he was there, but now, with his inextinguishable Dao heart, he could say with absolute confidence that this black corpse was the corpse of a primal ancestor, a Dao corpse. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had noticed that the black corpse's inextinguishable Dao heart was missing. Where did this black corpse's inextinguishable Dao heart go? A more crucial question was, who killed this expert? Huang Xiaolong could almost say for sure that this black corpse was not an expert from the Zhangqiong Holy World, and even Zhangqiong Old Man probably didn't have the strength to kill a primal ancestor realm expert. Could this black corpse have died in another holy world, and then arrived at the profound river after floating through some space cracks? What exactly is at the bottom of the profound river? This is really a big secret. Is there a path connecting to another holy world? That is also a mystery. Many thoughts went through Huang Xiaolong's mind in a split second. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong pressed down the questions in his mind and spurred the inextinguishable Dao heart's power to control the mighty black corpse. He was fortunate that he had formed his inextinguishable Dao heart, or else there was only a slim chance of taking control over the black corpse by merely relying on his 3 holy souls at this stage. In an instant, the inextinguishable Dao heart in Huang Xiaolong's chest emitted blinding rays of inextinguishable grand Dao through the dense devil qi and death qi into the black corpse. Because the black corpse's soul was completely obliterated, and its inextinguishable Dao heart was missing, when Huang Xiaolong's grand Dao energy submerged into the corpse, there was barely any resistance. Of course, due to the absence of Dao soul, Huang Xiaolong could only control the black corpse by refining it into a puppet. Several months later, as Huang Xiaolong gradually gained more control over the black corpse, the devil qi and death qi spewing out from the black corpse had lessened over time. Several years later, Huang Xiaolong finally established complete control over the black corpse. All the devil qi and death qi stopped spewing out, and the black corpse that was lying horizontally was rising head up, like a great black pillar rising towards the sky, threatening to piece a hole through it. "Hey Luo greets the master." The black corpse spoke in a deep rumbling voice that shook the entire black corpse devil cave. When it was still alive, the black corpse was called Hey Luo. Although Hey Luo's Dao soul was obliterated, and he had lost his inextinguishable Dao heart, there were still pieces of remnant memories in his Dao body. Adding Huang Xiaolong's highly skilled method of refinement, Hey Luo looked the same as any living human, and also possessed his own thinking. The moment Hey Luo opened his mouth to speak, devil qi and death qi flowed from his mouth, murking the black corpse devil cave. Even Huang Xiaolong was nearly hazed by the sudden rush of devil qi and death qi, rendering him speechless. He quickly had Hey Luo control his body's devil qi and death qi, then told Hey Luo to shrink his size. In the blink of an eye, the sky-propping black pillar Hey Luo's body started shrinking. Smaller, smaller, smaller. Under Huang Xiaolong's constant urging, Hey Luo's original size of tens of millions of miles shrunk to a few million miles, to several thousand miles, and finally, down to 30 meters tall. 30 meters tall could be considered as the average height for a giant, but Huang Xiaolong still felt Hey Luo's height was too eye-catching. Hence, he had Hey Luo shrink a bit more. At roughly 3 to 4 meters, Huang Xiaolong yelled, "Stop!" After shrinking down to Huang Xiaolong's satisfaction, Hey Luo also converged his aura completely. Not even a peak late ninth heaven true saint would be able to tell Hey Luo's origins. Hey Luo has a very dark-toned skin and he seemed to reflect light, just like a black diamond. Having subjugated Hey Luo, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to leave the black corpse devil cave, and he continued looking for those demonized holy souls. He spent almost another week inside the cave, reaping 70 to 80% of the demonized holy souls before leaving happily with He Luo in tow. After leaving Black Corpse Devil Cave behind where Devil Qi and Death Qi continued to roil, Huang Xiaolong stopped briefly in the air, but sped away with He Luo without any thoughts. Perhaps, not far in the future, this Black Corpse Devil Cave, which was one of the dangerous places in the profound river, would disappear quietly. After exiting the Black Corpse Devil Cave, Huang Xiaolong did not leave the profound river, but descended towards the profound river's riverbed with He Luo. The lower Huang Xiaolong got, the greater pressure and resistance he faced, where frightening water currents flowed. After a certain point, even Huang Xiaolong found it difficult to go down further. It was as if he was going down a bottomless abyss. It was hard for him to descend 100 meters in an hour, so Huang Xiaolong returned the way he had come, and directly left the profound river with He Luo. Out from the profound river, Huang Xiaolong entered the Zhangqiong Dao Palace and headed to the ancient battlefield with He Luo. The journey was extremely peaceful. On the journey to the ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong handed the Zhangqiong Dao Palace's helm to He Luo while he entered the main hall and began refining the holy souls he had captured in the Black Corpse Devil Cave. In recent years, Huang Xiaolong first devoured then refined the Four Seas Holy Emperor Lu Ding's holy soul. Then it was Xiao Lengxue, Dou Rui, and others' holy souls he had gotten during the Trial of Blood, ending with Li Chun and Xie Bufan's holy souls. Then, he moved on to the holy souls of experts from the Ghost Talisman Holy Ground and Devil Palace he had killed during the appearance of Saint Fate. Lastly were the holy souls of spies sent to Blue Dragon Manor by the two forces. Along the way, the number of holy souls Huang Xiaolong devoured and refined had reached a shocking amount. After this, Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls grew stronger. Especially his 3 holy souls underwent a tremendous transformation after integrating with 12 high-order Saint Fates, and his 3 holy souls' power exceeded his imagination. Huang Xiaolong himself could not tell whether his holy souls were holy souls or Dao souls. Maybe, it would be more accurate to say that his 3 holy souls were in the midst of evolving to Dao souls. If I absorbed the several hundred holy souls from the Black Corpse Devil Cave, when I summoned all 3 holy souls, they could probably kill a lot of late Ninth Heaven true saints in a single strike. Huang Xiaolong toyed with the idea in his head. Huang Xiaolong started absorbing the several hundred holy souls he had collected from the Black Corpse Devil Cave, starting from the low-level true saints' holy souls. From 1st heaven, 2nd heaven, 3rd heaven, then 4th heaven, and upwards to 5th heaven true saint holy souls. It was a long journey, and Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to reach the destination. By the time Huang Xiaolong arrived at the ancient battlefield, half a year had passed. During this time, he had finished absorbing the several hundred holy souls suppressed inside the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. With the supplements of several hundred holy souls, Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls shone brighter than ever. Amongst their amber-colored light was hints of purple. This was the light of Grand Dao. A primal ancestor's Dao soul exuded golden purple light. Retrieving the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, Huang Xiaolong and He Luo stood at the edge of the ancient battlefield. As his first impression about the ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong thought that it was vast, desolate, and flowing with a fierce aura of slaughter. A mysterious gray fog ruled the ancient battlefield's airspace, flowing with the wind yet so dense that it did not scatter. Just as the two entered the ancient battlefield, a gust of cold wind blew over them, and it was a very strong gust of wind. Clearly, it was not an ordinary cold wind, but a kind of cold Yin wind that had formed due to the long years of accumulation of Yin soul's energy, resembling hell's frigid wind that froze one's limbs. Huang Xiaolong did not put up any protective barriers, letting the Yin winds blow against his skin. In this ancient battlefield, a half-true saint wouldn't dare to let these Yin winds to blow against their skin, accumulating into cold Yin energy that would gradually devour their holy energy. Cold Yin energy would be very troublesome if it wasn't expelled in a timely manner. But Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried about the Yin winds at all. Maybe it was due to the thick layer of gray fog above the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield's environment was cloudy and hazy. Other than the gusts of Yin winds, there was also a strange smell across the ancient battlefield. It was a foul smell between blood and rotten corpses. As corpses decomposed and mixed with the blood that had seeped into the ground over the years, it gradually gave birth to a kind of toxic blood corpse chi. This kind of toxic blood corpse chi was scary. Just staining a little bit in it would cause a person's blood to coagulate, hampering the smooth flow of one's energy. The blood corpse chi was so overbearing that level 7, even level 8 origin spiritual pills failed to expel it from the body. However, when this blood corpse chi entered Huang Xiaolong's body, it was immediately purified by the holy energy in his body, leaving only the purest holy spiritual chi that was then absorbed by him. He Luo followed loyally behind Huang Xiaolong, just like a huge black whirlpool that continuously swallowed the surrounding yin winds and blood corpse chi. To He Luo, even if these yin winds and blood corpse chi become 100,000 times more lethal, they were nothing but supplements to him. The Tao physique of a primal ancestor was already the strongest physique in the Zhangqiong holy world. Huang Xiaolong took out the black corpse holy symbol. The black corpse holy symbol hovered above his head as he tried to sense the black corpse holy emperor's inheritance through it. Not long after the two entered the ancient battlefield, they encountered an undead spirit. There were 3 kinds of danger in the ancient battlefield. One was the endless yin and blood corpse chi. Second was the restrictions all around. And lastly, there were the numerous wandering undead spirits and nether cells. There were 9th heaven true saint existences amongst these undead spirits and nether cells. Many 9th heaven true saints had fallen in every war between the holy world and alien lands. Huang Xiaolong and He Luo were still at the outer edges of the ancient battlefield. Hence these undead spirits and nether cells they came across were not very strong, and most of them were below true saint realm. Huang Xiaolong did not make any move, while He Luo opened his mouth and swallowed everything. As they ventured further in, they began to see peak late half-true saint realm, 1st heaven, and 2nd heaven true saint realm undead spirits and nether cells. All of them were swallowed by He Luo. 1st heaven and 2nd heaven true saint undead spirits and nether cells could only be considered as small supplements to He Luo. A month later, when Huang Xiaolong and He Luo began encountering undead spirits and nether cells between 3rd heaven to 6th heaven true saint realm, all of them were left to He Luo to deal with. He Luo had died by a single powerful blow that had severely damaged his Tao physique. But Huang Xiaolong noticed that He Luo's Tao physique was mending at rapid speed after absorbing these true saint realm undead spirits and nether cells. At this rate, as long as there were sufficient true saint realm undead spirits and nether cells for He Luo to devour, He Luo's Tao physique had a chance of returning to the peak condition. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong noticed that after continuously swallowing true saint realm undead spirits and nether cells, He Luo's fragmented consciousness was gradually piecing itself. Though the consciousness wouldn't regain everything it knew, just 1/1,000,000th of his knowledge was gratifying. After He Luo shared his memories with Huang Xiaolong learned many secrets of the world He Luo used to live in. On top of that, He Luo was a genuine primal ancestor expert when he was alive. Even a small part of his memories, such as his Tao art, his comprehension towards the grand Tao, heaven and earth, array formations and refining, as well as his knowledge about various other areas were valuable. A primal ancestor expert's fragmented memories couldn't be bought by any amount of holy spiritual jade stones. Although the nether cells were true saint experts' holy souls when they were alive, they had suffered serious damages to a certain extent, and Huang Xiaolong needed complete holy souls. These damaged holy souls were of little use to Huang Xiaolong, so he let He Luo have them. A few months later, when the undead spirits and nether cell strength had risen to high-level true saint realm, there was more to gain in letting He Luo absorb them. First of all, Huang Xiaolong wanted He Luo's Tao physique to return to his lifetime peak condition as soon as possible as he aided him to improve his consciousness and memories. Secondly, these high-level true saint undead spirits and nether cells had little effect for him. At Huang Xiaolong's current strength, it was not an exaggeration to say that 7th heaven and 8th heaven true saint undead spirits were simply tasteless to him. As expected, after devouring a large number of high-level true saint undead spirits and nether cells sped up the recovery of He Luo's Tao physique and consciousness. But when Huang Xiaolong came across 9th heaven true saint undead spirits and nether cells, he was reluctant to let He Luo devour them. Thus, whenever there were 9th heaven true saint undead spirits and nether cells, Huang Xiaolong would deal with them personally, then control them with the Grand Mist Chi. Though ninth heaven true saint undead spirits and nether souls made up a small number in comparison to others, under Huang Xiaolong's 3 powerful holy souls, he was able to locate 6 of them in the immediate vicinity. For undead spirits and 2 nether souls, all 6 were ninth heaven true saint realm. On this day, Huang Xiaolong stopped on a small hill somewhere in the ancient battlefield. Huang Xiaolong looked into the distance and inwardly estimated that he could reach the Corpse River in a few days. The ancient battlefield was divided into 2 halves, one side belonged to the Holy World, and the other half belongs to the alien lands. The Corpse River was the line dividing these 2 areas. During these few months in the ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong came across quite a few true Saint Realm experts, but none of them were cultivators from the alien lands, mainly because they usually stayed on their side of the ancient battlefield upon entering. Very rarely would cultivators from alien lands cross over the Corpse River to the other side. The Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance should be in the vicinity of the Corpse River, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that the Black Corpse Holy Emperor would leave his inheritance on the other side of the ancient battlefield. Hence, in the following days, Huang Xiaolong would be able to locate the Black Emperor Holy Emperor's inheritance. As he looked at the dense night sky, Huang Xiaolong directly sat cross-legged on the small hill to rest. He Luo and the several undead spirits and nether souls stood in a protective circle around Huang Xiaolong. While Huang Xiaolong was resting on the small hill, on the other side of the Corpse River, there was a group of alien lands cultivators approaching the Corpse River. This group of alien lands cultivators have 2 horns on their heads. Their eyes faintly glowed green, and their 10 fingers were scarily pale. There was a peculiar-looking rune imprint between each of their eyebrows. These runes in between their eyebrows was a rune unique to the alien lands royal family. Only royal family's direct descendant disciples had this rune on them, representing their nobility, bloodline, identity, and status. Similar to Huang Xiaolong's Holy Mandate imprint, this rune also could increase one's battle power. However, this rune's power was far from comparable to the Holy Mandate imprint. Amongst this group of alien lands royal family disciples, the one in front leading them was a tall young man with dashing good looks. His deep green eyes glimmered with a unique charm. Following closest behind this young man was an old man with a head of vibrant black hair, and this old man was a ninth heaven true Saint Realm expert. More accurately, the old man was in existence at peak late ninth heaven true saint. Someone that was protected by a peak late ninth heaven true saint spoke volumes of the young man's high status. Young Patriarch, further up is the Corpse River, the old man, Zhang said. There was a slight hesitation in his voice as he went on. The Corpse River's vicinity is dangerous. I think it's better we do not go over there. The young man referred to as Young Patriarch was called Zhang Xiaohuang. He smiled nonchalantly as he responded, "It's just the Corpse River and the Holy World. If we really encounter the Holy World's experts, then it's all the better. I am just thinking of killing a few of people from Holy World and bring their bodies back and hang them above our Suoloa race's central headquarters square. That way the other race's disciples can take a good look at them." Zhang Long persuaded seriously, "The Holy World has many experts, especially the Holy Heavens, Devil Palace, Clear Snow Palace, and Holy Lands Alliance are a few of the several top superpowers." Zhang Xiaohuang chuckled. "Isn't it just the Holy Heavens? As long as it's not those 4 old men, then who can be your opponent? The Heavenly Master and the 3 other old men, which of them are so idle as to come to the ancient battlefield? So, your worries are superfluous. We're already here after all. We might as well hop over to the other side and have a quick look." Zhang Long finally yielded. "All right, we'll only be staying for a couple of days after crossing over. We'll come back as soon as possible. After all, Young Patriarch's identity is noble, and there cannot be any accident, or I won't be able to explain it to the Patriarch." "Great!" Zhang Xiaohuang laughed happily. The group of people flew towards the Corpse River. The sky seemed brighter the next day, and Huang Xiaolong, who had spent the night resting on the small hill, stood up and continued onwards with He Luo. After considering that the 4 undead spirits and 2 nether souls following him would attract attention, Huang Xiaolong put them away into the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. 2 days later, they were getting closer to the corpse river. Huang Xiaolong could even smell the overwhelming nauseating stench coming from the corpse river. At the very beginning, there was no such thing as corpse river in the ancient battlefield. However, the air above the current corpse river was where the war between the two sides was the most intense, and the number of casualties was the highest. Therefore, this place was with the most corpses laid strewn over the land, piled high like mountains. Blood had flowed into a river, and as the war had continued, a river of corpses was formed. Wind carried the corpse river's corpse stench further than the eye could see. Just as Huang Xiaolong continued onwards, suddenly, the black corpse holy symbol, hovering above his head, emitted shining rays of black light, buzzing incessantly. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. The black corpse holy emperor's inheritance. Following the black corpse holy symbol's induction, Huang Xiaolong flew forward and He Luo followed closely after him. Soon, Huang Xiaolong and He Luo were standing in the air above a dense forest. But before Huang Xiaolong appeared in air above the forest, there was already a group of people there. When Huang Xiaolong noticed their attires and appearances, he was stunned for a second. Alien race? These alien race experts were currently attacking a certain restriction barrier, and it was obvious that they had found some kind of treasure. Countless true Saint Realm experts had fallen on the ancient battlefield. With these true saints' deaths, there were plenty of treasures like saint artifacts, origin spiritual pills, holy herbs, holy pills, and holy martial arts. These attracted many people to venture into the ancient battlefield to try their luck, and the alien races were no exception. The group of alien race in front of Huang Xiaolong had probably discovered some kind of saint artifact or holy pill, and they were currently trying to break through the restrictions surrounding it. The saint artifacts and holy pills found at the ancient battlefield were ownerless items. These items subconsciously protected themselves, hiding and erecting layers of restrictions around them, which made retrieving them very difficult. This alien race group was none other than the Suoluo race group, consisting of Zhang Xiaohuang, Zhang Long, and others. When Zhang Xiaohuang, Zhang Long, and the rest saw Huang Xiaolong and He Luo, everyone in the group was slightly surprised. After all, their current location was close to the corpse river, and there weren't many Holy Worlds experts capable of venturing this far. After a brief moment of surprise at Huang Xiaolong and He Luo's sudden arrival, Zhang Xiaohuang smiled meaningfully. Late First Heaven True Saint? Interesting. A late First Heaven True Saint being able to reach this far into the ancient battlefield was really amusing in Zhang Xiaohuang's eyes. His interest was stoked. Zhang Long took a quick glance at Huang Xiaolong. Then his attention fell on He Luo. Young Patriarch, this person is not simple, he reminded. Someone capable of escorting a late First Heaven True Saint safely all the way there was naturally not simple. No doubt Zhang Xiaohuang did not miss this point, but he couldn't see through He Luo's real strength, foundation, or any details. Zhang Xiaohuang's gaze shifted onto He Luo. A moment later, he smiled and said, "This guy's appearance is quite distinctive, like a black diamond." He didn't put He Luo in his eyes. All the Suoluo race's experts erupted in laughter. During this time, the several Suoluo race's experts, who had been attacking the restriction, finally shattered the barrier. A sharp blade shot out from the dense forest below, as holy runes shone bright on it. Clearly, this was a saint artifact, and not your average saint artifact. Young Patriarch, it's a peak low-grade saint artifact. A thin Suoluo race expert respectfully offered the blade to Zhang Xiaohuang using both hands. Zhang Xiaohuang glanced at the blade and then said, "It's merely a peak low-grade saint artifact, you can have it." The Suoluo race expert was overjoyed, and quickly said, "Thank you, young Patriarch." Zhang Xiaohuang looked at Huang Xiaolong again, or better said, he was looking at the black corpse holy symbol hovering above Huang Xiaolong's head with a faint excited glimmer in his eyes. "Kid, that should be a holy symbol to a treasury or inheritance, right? You came here searching for some kind of treasury or inheritance? Let me guess. This treasury or inheritance is probably close by." As a direct descendant of one of the alien race's royal family, Zhang Xiaohuang possessed keen eyesight. "That's right," Huang Xiaolong responded simply. Zhang Xiaohuang had not expected Huang Xiaolong would admit so frankly. Thus he was slightly surprised, but that was all. He smiled and went on. I like your direct personality, so how about this? I won't make things difficult for you. Follow me back to the alien lands. Be my subordinate, and I will help you with this treasury or inheritance you're looking for. Zhang Xiaohuang fully displayed his magnanimity. Of course, what he was keen on was not Huang Xiaolong, who was merely a late first heaven true saint, as there were too many of them amongst his subordinates. What had really caught his interest was He Luo. Huang Xiaolong serving as his subordinate was equivalent to He Luo becoming his subordinate as well. As for that so-called treasury or inheritance, Zhang Xiaohuang didn't think it was very important. As the Swallow race's young patriarch, what level of treasures or inheritance he hadn't seen before. How could Huang Xiaolong not see through Zhang Xiaohuang's ill-disguised intentions? He chuckled and responded ironically, From what you've said, it sounds as if I don't suffer any losses from this trade, right? But aren't you the slightest bit curious what treasury or inheritance I'm looking for? He then pointed at the Black Corpse holy symbol above his head and said, This is the Black Corpse Emperor holy symbol, forged by the Black Corpse Holy Emperor, and it is used to open the inheritance Black Corpse Holy Emperor left behind. The alien race might not know the average ninth heaven true saint expert, but the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's resounding name had to have reached the alien lands. As expected, the moment Huang Xiaolong said that, Zhang Xiaohuang and Zhang Long's expressions changed dramatically. What? The Black Corpse Holy Symbol. The Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance. Zhang Xiaohuang and Zhang Long exclaimed in unison. Some of the Swallow race experts had never heard of the Black Corpse Holy Emperor, but seeing their young patriarch and eminent elder Zhang Long's reaction, they knew that the Black Corpse Holy Emperor was a powerful character without a doubt. One of the great 10 experts of the past. The Black Corpse Holy Emperor. Zhang Xiaohuang's burning gaze was fixed on the Black Corpse Holy symbol. He mumbled inwardly, It won't be a fake, would it? Zhang Xiaohuang's smile widened while speaking words of threat. Junior, if you're lying, beware of the consequences. He reached out with his palm and commanded, Give it. He was obviously referring to the Black Corpse Holy symbol. Huang Xiaolong retorted calmly, You want to take a look at the Black Corpse Holy symbol? How about this? I was thinking of making a trip to the alien lands, but I am unfamiliar with the things around there, so I will decide to accept a few subordinates. If you're willing to take place by my side as my minion, I can let you touch the Black Corpse Holy symbol. Minion, touch the Black Corpse Holy symbol. Hearing Huang Xiaolong say that if he became his minion, he could touch the Black Corpse Holy symbol, both Zhang Xiaohuang and all the Swallow race's experts were stunned and filled with disbelief. Zhang Xiaohuang was the Swallow race's young patriarch, and based on this identity alone, no one in the entire alien lands would dare to tell him to be a minion right to his face. It took some time for Zhang Xiaohuang's senses to return. The corner of his mouth curved up in a sneer, and his gaze hardened as he spoke. Punk, do you know who I am? In the entire alien lands, there isn't anyone who dares to speak to me this way. His words were not arrogance, for even a primal ancestor expert would have to think twice before uttering these words to his face, for they would face the entire Swallow race. Huang Xiaolong stood with his hands behind his back. Punk, do you know who I am? In the entire holy world, no one dares to speak to me like this. Similarly, Huang Xiaolong's words were not pure arrogance. Based on Huang Xiaolong's current identity and status in the holy world, who in the whole holy world dared to disrespect him? Even the Devil Palace's 3 palace masters were afraid of Huang Xiaolong. But when these words fell in Zhang Xiaohuang and the present Swallow race experts' ears, all of them snickered out of anger. All of them thought that Huang Xiaolong was deliberately irritating them. Their thinking was totally reasonable. A mere late first heaven true saint actually had the face to claim no one in the entire holy world dared to disrespect him? Punk, you think we can do nothing to you relying on that charcoal behind you? Zhang Xiaohuang's eyes flickered as his patience diminished. Huang Xiaolong snorted, I alone am enough to kill you. Zhang Xiaohuang laughed upon hearing that. As the Swallow race's young patriarch, He himself was already a 7th heaven true saint. Moreover, it was late 7th heaven, yet a late 1st heaven true saint had the audacity to say he could kill him? Young patriarch, it's a shame to your identity if you need to kill a weak shrimp like him personally. Please allow me to do it on your behalf. One of the Suoluo race experts behind Zhang Xiaohuang stepped up and claimed the task. This Suoluo race expert was a peak late 6th heaven true saint, and he was just half a step away from advancing to 7th heaven true saint realm. The Suoluo race group consisted of 30+ people, and each of them were experts of 6th heaven true saint realm and above. Zhang Xiaohuang nodded his head. Very good. Use that blade I bestowed upon you to cut down his head for me. I want to bring his head back to hang at the central headquarters square for all Suoluo race disciples to see. Speaking of this, he added, as for that black guard, you don't need to worry. His words indicated that he would take care of He Luo if he made a move. The Suoluo race expert respectfully complied, then stepped out from the group. He looked indifferently at Huang Xiaolong and said, Brat, your eyesight must be as bad as your head, since you've got guts to say you're going to kill our young patriarch. Do you know that our young patriarch is a 7th heaven true saint realm expert? Well, I don't blame you, you're merely a late 1st heaven. How can you understand how excellent our young patriarch is? That aside, a peak late 6th heaven true saint, only needs to lift a finger to destroy you in an instant. And right at this time, Huang Xiaolong raised a finger, and in an instant, the Suoluo race expert seemed to be fixed on the spot, his voice choking in his throat, while Zhang Xiaohuang and the others were caught off guard, and were about to exclaim. Suddenly, the Suoluo race expert's body shattered inch by inch with rays of light penetrating out from his body. In the next second, that Suoluo race expert's body crumbled into small particles, disappearing without a trace, just like shadow under the sun. Just like that, before Zhang Xiaohuang and the others' eyes, that expert was gone. A peak late 6th heaven true saint realm expert had fallen. Silently, without a corpse left to be buried. However, a holy soul emerged, but Huang Xiaolong immediately caught it, and threw it into the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. Zhang Xiaohuang and others stared at the spot from where the Suoluo race expert had vanished with dumbfounded eyes. A long time later, the Suoluo race's eminent elder Zhanglong was the first to react. He looked at Huang Xiaolong with astonishment. He was astonished by Huang Xiaolong's 5 big cultivation realm difference leapfrog combat ability, and he was astounded by Huang Xiaolong's attack method. He couldn't tell how Huang Xiaolong had attacked or what kind of holy martial art he had used. By merely raising a finger and pointing it in the air, a peak late 6th heaven true saint realm expert died. Zhang Xiaohuang and the rest recovered, but none of them spoke. All of them were looking at Huang Xiaolong with astonished eyes. All around was silence, except for the blowing in winds, giving everyone a strange feeling. In the distance, an undead spirit's howls could be heard. Listening to the howls, that undead spirit seemed to be moving towards them, and it didn't take long for their conjecture to be proven correct. An undead spirit soon entered their line of sight. Perhaps it saw that there were more people on Zhang Xiaohuang's side. So the 7th heaven true saint undead spirit pounced on Huang Xiaolong and He Luo. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohuang's group were inwardly delighted. However, just as that undead spirit fell onto He Luo, who was behind Huang Xiaolong, He Luo's arm suddenly reached up, and he grabbed the undead spirit without looking at it. He accurately grabbed the undead spirit by the neck. Then, He Luo opened his mouth and swallowed the undead spirit in one gulp. He devoured it alive. Everything ended faster than the eye could blink, as if that undead spirit had never appeared from the beginning. This sight shocked Zhang Xiaohuang and his group. Their terrified gazes were fixed on the giant He Luo behind Huang Xiaolong. Although sunlight was barely present in the ancient battlefield, He Luo reflected luster like a black diamond. Zhang Xiaohuang's eyes were as wide as they could be as he stared at He Luo, feeling incredulous. He already knew that He Luo was not simple, however. Directly swallowing a late 7th heaven true saint realm undead spirit and killing a late 7th heaven true saint realm undead spirit were two different matters. Yet this black guard had treated a high-level true saint undead spirit as food. That was literally The silence was disturbed by a loud howl, but this howl was slightly different from the previous undead spirit. It was low and deep. The howl came from a nether soul. On top of that, this nether soul was also heading towards them. It was an 8th heaven true saint realm nether soul. This nether soul also locked onto Huang Xiaolong and He Luo as targets. When this nether soul pounced on Huang Xiaolong's side, He Luo dealt with it the same way he had done with the undead spirits. He reached out with his palm and grabbed the nether soul by the neck and devoured it in one gulp. He Luo smacked his lips as if he could not get enough of the delicious aftertaste in his mouth. As they watched that He Luo had easily devoured an 8th heaven true saint nether soul, this time Jiang Shaohuang and his group paled visibly. A chill spread over their bodies, raising goosebumps all over them. Even Jiang Long could not maintain his calm and indifferent posture anymore. "Sir is." Jiang Shaohuang finally took a real look at Huang Xiaolong, using honorifics, and there was awe in his voice. "Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong stated. "Huang Xiaolong." Jiang Shaohuang and others showed confusion. Even Jiang Long's brows were scrunched together. Clearly, none of them had heard of Huang Xiaolong's name. It had roughly been 200 years since Huang Xiaolong had joined the Holy Heavens. He had risen through the ranks too fast. Although Huang Xiaolong had gained a firm foothold in the Holy World to the point that the characters like Chao Jinyang were wary of him, his reputation had yet to reach the alien lands. After all, there was a vast ancient battlefield separating the two sides, and there was a barrier enveloping the ancient battlefield throughout the year, limiting interaction. Thus, the alien lands rarely got news related to the happenings in the Holy World, and even if they did, it definitely wouldn't be pertaining to anything from the recent 200 years. When their confusion receded, Jiang Shaohuang's attention once again fell on the black corpse holy symbol. He hesitated, then said, "We were rude. Then again, let's have no discord. Why don't we let bygones be bygones? When brother comes to the alien lands in the future, come look for me. I will definitely do my duty as a host." These were already words of concession. It was especially so when someone of Jiang Shaohuang's identity as the Suoluo race's young patriarch uttered them. When had he ever had to humble himself in front of others? But He Luo's performance had deterred him. Not to mention there was an air of mystery around Huang Xiaolong that shook Jiang Shaohuang's confidence. Hence he chose to step back in this situation. Jiang Shaohuang had endured the loss of a peak late 6th heaven true Saint Suoluo race expert at Huang Xiaolong's hands. However, just as Jiang Shaohuang turned around to leave, Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded in his ears. "Who said you can leave?" Jiang Shaohuang turned back, and his expression darkened in displeasure. "What is the meaning of this?" Jiang Shaohuang demanded in a strained voice. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. "You have two choices. Either submit to me or die at my hands." It was impossible for him to let Jiang Shaohuang's group leave, or it would surely be a lot of trouble when he went to the alien lands later. Though Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid of trouble, it didn't hurt being a little cautious. After hearing that Huang Xiaolong intended to detain them, anger erupted in the hearts of these Suoluo race experts. Jiang Long's expression turned cold. "Don't cross the line when we've already given you an inch. Yielding does not mean we're afraid of you." A powerful aura surged from his body as he spoke. In an instant, gusts of winds and blood corpse chi turned turbulent, and the sky seemed to have moved a few inches lower from the pressure. The mountains in the distance were gradually sinking into the ground. "Peak late 9th heaven true saint," Huang Xiaolong said unhurriedly. "That's right. Our eminent elder Jiang Long entered the peak late 9th heaven true saint realm a few million years ago, and he is only half a step away from the primal ancestor realm." There was an unmistakable tone of showing off in his voice. "No one can be our eminent elder Jiang Long's opponent if you do not have any primal ancestor realm experts on your side," Jiang Shaohuang supplemented as his gaze swept over He Luo. The underlying meaning was that as long as He Luo was not a primal ancestor expert, no one could stop their eminent elder Jiang Long. Of course, this was a form of warning to Huang Xiaolong to stop making trouble. With Jiang Long around, Jiang Shaohuang had a certain degree of confidence. Jiang Shaohuang more or less recognized the Holy World's primal ancestor realm experts. Thus he was certain there was no person like He Luo among them. Whereas, Huang Xiaolong, who was wrapped in an air of mystery, was only a late first heaven true saint. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong's response was tepid as he turned to He Luo and commanded, He Luo, attack! He Luo's face split into a big grin, revealing 2 rows of sparkling white teeth as he complied. Yes, master. Master. Zhang Long, Jing Xiaohuang, and the rest were stupefied upon hearing He Luo address Huang Xiaolong as his master. Before their senses recovered, He Luo's attack had arrived. The moment He Luo attacked, monstrous devil chi and corpse chi took over, and the sky vanished from sight. Winds or blood corpse chi were insignificant before this monstrous devil chi and corpse chi. Zhang Long, an eminent elder of the Suolua race, had never seen such monstrous devil chi and corpse chi in his lifetime. Then, what was more to his juniors like Zhang Xiaohuang and other experts, all of their faces paled at the sight. This is? In a split second, Zhang Long roared as he came to his senses, and both his palms struck out simultaneously. Boundless dark red waves of energy surged, forming a great blood-attributed boundary. But it was a futile effort. Although these blood waves could have easily destroyed a holy ground, they were as fragile as a piece of paper against the monstrous devil chi and corpse chi. Pop! Endless blood waves, and monstrous devil chi and corpse chi collided in midair, and the impact was like a strike on a great wall. The devil chi and corpse chi rolled back in thousand zhang high waves from the collision, and then it continued attacking Zhang Long, Zhang Xiaohuang, and the rest. Young patriarch, look out! Quick! Take out the Stars Sea reversal mirror! Zhang Long shouted urgently. Zhang Xiaohuang was gripped by fear and panic as he summoned out a mirror in a fluster. Zhang Long desperately sent his holy energy into the mirror. The mirror enlarged instantly and strong rays of starlight burst out from the mirror surface. All energy and everything were repelled under this burst of starlight. The Stars Sea reversal mirror was a Tao artifact. Before Zhang Xiaohuang had set off to the ancient battlefield, the Suolua race's old patriarch had given him a Tao artifact for protection in case of an accident. The monstrous devil chi and corpse chi finally reached the Stars Sea reversal mirror, and the rays of starlight shone intensely, as if the world of stars on the other side had migrated over. As the intense starlight from this world of stars rose in resistance, the monstrous devil chi and corpse chi were slowly being repelled. However, the devil chi and corpse chi were simply overwhelming that the Stars Sea reversal mirror's power was soon being forced back. At the moment the rays of starlight shattered like glass, Zhang Long, Zhang Xiaohuang, and the rest of Suolua race's experts were sent flying in several directions while coughing up blood. As a peak late 9th heaven true saint expert, Zhang Long was able to suppress his injuries, but Zhang Xiaohuang and other Suolua race's experts were dyed in their own blood. A few were writhing and screaming in pain, being contaminated by He Luo's devil chi and corpse chi. Zhang Xiaohuang and the Suolua race's 7th heaven and 8th heaven true saint experts were flabbergasted. Yu Hao? Grand Tao energy! Zhang Long had a terrified expression on his face as he stared at He Luo. Although He Luo lacked an inextinguishable Tao heart, he was a genuine primal ancestor, and his body was a genuine Tao physique. He Luo didn't bother to respond, and devil chi around him intensified as his icy gaze swept over Zhang Long and the rest. Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred in a flicker, and appeared in front of the writhing 6th heaven true saint realm Suolua race experts. Inextinguishable Tao light shone from his chest as strands of grand Tao law flew out and wrapped around them. Inextinguishable Tao heart! This time, Zhang Long shrieked at the top of his lungs. He and Zhang Xiaohuang trembled. Before their dumbfounded eyes, those experts' bodies shrunk rapidly as Huang Xiaolong extracted their energies, including their holy souls. Soon, there was only a layer of skin remaining of the several 6th heaven true saint Suolua race experts. A gust of ancient battlefields in winds blew, and these skin disintegrated and fluttered through the ancient battlefield. Zhang Xiaohuang, Zhang Long, and the rest watched this scene blankly. None of them dared to make a move. Perhaps they were completely deterred by He Luo's strength. Or maybe they feared Huang Xiaolong's inextinguishable Tao heart. After watching Huang Xiaolong kill, a dozen Sualua race experts in that manner, and then devour them. Unprecedented fear rose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohuang and the remaining people's hearts. Neither Zhang Xiaohuang nor Zhang Long moved. After devouring a dozen Sualua race's experts, Huang Xiaolong's attention shifted onto Zhang Xiaohuang and Zhang Long. At the same time, he released the 6 Ninth Heaven True Saint Realm Helpers out for undead spirits and 2 nether cells. These are 9th Heaven True Saint undead spirits and nether cells. Upon seeing the 6 undead spirits and nether cells, Zhang Long was shocked once more, but the despair he felt was real. Zhang Xiaohuang and the remaining Sualua race experts were similarly in despair. Huang Xiaolong ordered the undead spirits and nether cells to block all retreat points for Zhang Xiaohuang's group. Then he approached Zhang Xiaohuang and Zhang Long. Huang Xiao Lord Huang. Zhang Xiaohuang stopped himself just as he wanted to call out Huang Xiaolong. I am the Sualua race's young patriarch. The Sualua race is the alien land's royal family, and the Sualua race's old patriarch is my grandfather. He is also a primal ancestor realm expert. I'm aware. Huang Xiaolong interjected without any expression. So what? The rest of Zhang Xiaohuang's words were choked in his throat, and his face turned deathly pale. He seemed to have seen what his ending would be. Suddenly, a strong hatred exploded in him that stemmed from the regret that he hadn't listened to eminent Elder Zhang Long's advice. He had insisted on coming over to the Corpse River for some inexplicable reason. Because of this, they had run into Huang Xiaolong. He remembered how he had felt when he had first seen Huang Xiaolong, who was merely a late First Heaven True Saint. In his opinion, Huang Xiaolong was no different than a fly. Who'd have thought that a fly would suddenly change into a ferocious origin beast? Lord Huang, what do you want? What do you want that you would be willing to let us go? Zhang Long suppressed his internal turmoil and spoke. We've been at the ancient battlefield for several years. During this time, we have found a lot of saint artifacts, holy herbs, holy pills, and holy martial arts. We can give you all of these. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I have a lot of saint artifacts, holy herbs, and holy pills. Those are useless to me. I already gave you 2 choices earlier. Suddenly, one of the Sualua race's 9th Heaven True Saint experts yelled, Eminent Elder Zhang Long, take the young patriarch away. Escape with the Tao Talisman. Hurry! The 6 of us will hold him back with our lives. Tao Talisman was a talisman refined by a primal ancestor realm expert. On the talisman was a drop of a primal ancestor's blood, and after the talisman was activated, they could escape in an instant. Another primal ancestor wouldn't be able to stop them from running away in time. Zhang Xiaohuang had one such talisman on him, which was personally refined by the Sualua race's old patriarch. Moreover, once Zhang Xiaohuang activated the talisman, the Sualua race's old patriarch would immediately know that Zhang Xiaohuang was in danger. When Zhang Xiaohuang activated the escape talisman, the Sualua race's old patriarch Zhang Heng, who was cultivating inside his Tao palace, opened his eyes in the alien lands' Sualua domain billions of miles away. The entire Tao palace quaked slightly from the sharpness in his eyes. Who dares to hurt my Huanger? Zhang Heng bellowed. His voice thundered through the Tao palace, shaking the whole Sualua domain. At this moment, all experts in the Sualua domain felt the terrifying might of a primal ancestor. This sudden wave of overwhelming pressure frightened them. That's Lord Zhang Heng's voice. What happened? Did something happen to the Sualua race's young patriarch? I heard the Sualua race's young patriarch went to the ancient battlefield. Could something really have happened? A Holy Grounds patriarch quickly guessed the reason despite his apprehension. In the Sualua domain, Zhang Heng was the supreme existence. At the same time, he was also the Sualua domain's domain master. Once Zhang Heng was furious, the entire Sualua domain trembled. Following Zhang Heng's furious bellow, his figure rushed out from the Tao Palace into the sky and disappeared above the central headquarters in the blink of an eye. He traversed across various holy grounds and space as he hurried to the ancient battlefield. Although Zhang Heng was in too much of a hurry to inform any of the Sualua race's experts, everyone had heard his furious bellow. How could they be unaware that something had happened? Shortly, The various Holy Grounds experts saw the Suoluo race's experts marching out like a great army over one holy ground after another, traversing across domains, speeding straight towards the ancient battlefield. Leading a mighty great army that resembled a mountain was none other than the Suoluo race's current patriarch, Zhang Yuan, who was a peak late ninth heaven true saint. He was very likely to step into primal ancestor realm within several 100,000 years. At this time on the ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong was still unaware that Zhang Heng and a Suoluo race army were desperately rushing towards the ancient battlefield. Several hours passed. On a certain bloody peak in the ancient battlefield, Zhang Xiaohuang and Zhang Long were lying half-dead on the ground. Other Suoluo race's experts' corpses were strewn around them. Despite having activated his Dao talisman, Zhang Xiaohuang's body was contaminated by He Luo's devil qi and corpse qi. Then, how could he escape out of He Luo's senses? Thus, it didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong and He Luo to catch up. Half a day later, in the end, Zhang Xiaohuang, Zhang Long, and the few remaining Suoluo race experts chose to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Those that stubbornly resisted were all devoured by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong had Zhang Xiaohuang, Zhang Long, and the rest swallow holy healing pills to recover, and their injuries were more or less healed a day later. He then sent them away, ordering them to return to the alien lands and await his order. Like he had planned earlier, he was going to visit the alien lands after obtaining the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance. Zhang Xiaohuang, Zhang Long, and the rest respected Huang Xiaolong's order and made their way back to the alien lands. Looking at Zhang Xiaohuang's group leave, Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with ambition. He was going to enter the alien lands with the purpose of conquering the various alien races. Having conquered Zhang Xiaohuang, Zhang Long, and those few Suoluo race's experts could be considered as setting his foundation for his purpose in the alien lands. With the influence of Zhang Xiaohuang's group, it would be smoother when the time came for him to conquer the Suoluo race. The Suoluo race was a royal family. In the entire alien lands, the Suoluo race was a big clan and one of the superpowers. Once Huang Xiaolong took over the Suoluo race, he would slowly reach out to other royal families in the alien lands. Once he had these royal families in his pocket, there would be a little difference from ruling the whole alien lands. Zhang Xiaohuang had set off with 30-plus experts this time. However, half of them had died at Huang Xiaolong's hands. Huang Xiaolong had helped Zhang Xiaohuang, Zhang Long, and the others to come up with a reason as to why they had activated the escape talisman. When explaining to Zhang Heng about what had happened, only after Zhang Xiaohuang's group disappeared from view did Huang Xiaolong bring He Luo back the way they had come, returning to the dense forest. The trees in the ancient battlefield's forest resembled white bones, mostly white or gray, unlike the green foliage outside. There was not a single leaf on these bone trees, and they were completely bare. These trees were nicknamed as ghost trees or shadow trees, and one rarely saw these kinds of trees outside the ancient battlefield. Back at the forest, Huang Xiaolong activated the Black Corpse Holy Symbol, and carefully sensed the location of the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong stopped above a small river at the edge of the forest that wound through the forest like an agile black snake. "It should be here," Huang Xiaolong said, and then activated formation on the Black Corpse Holy Symbol. Immediately, black rays of light shone from the Black Corpse Holy Symbol, covering the Black River area. Under the black light's coverage, the Black River's calm waters started to gurgle loudly, raising great waves across the surface. Then, rays of light shone from the river as an enormous black hole appeared. Huang Xiaolong did not hesitate, and jumped into the black hole with He Luo. The moment Huang Xiaolong passed through the black hole, all rays of light vanished. It took a moment before Huang Xiaolong and He Luo's feet touched the ground, and all around them was nothing but darkness. It was as if Huang Xiaolong had arrived at the bottom of an abyss of darkness. Huang Xiaolong's golden Buddha Saint God had spun, sending out waves of golden Buddha holy energy, lightening up his immediate surroundings. The darkness receded and every last strand of corpse chi receded. A palace came into sight, and it looked exactly the same as the Black Corpse Holy Palace at the Ghost Devil City. However, the palace doors were tightly shut, and their surface glimmered with the restrictions placed by the Black Corpse Holy Emperor. Perhaps it could also be seen as a test the Black Corpse Holy Emperor had set for the probable successor to his inheritance. Only by resolving the restrictions could the person obtain the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance. A test set up by the Black Corpse Holy Emperor was naturally not simple. Most likely even true Saint Realm experts would have to spend several years, or several decades to open the restrictions. However, Huang Xiaolong merely spent half a day's time to successfully open the restrictions. Looking at the palace opening slowly, Huang Xiaolong ordered He Luo to stand guard outside before striding into the palace hall. It bore some similarities to the Four Seas Holy Emperor's inheritance. There was only one great statue in the main hall of the palace. Although the spiritual transparent stone's quality, that was used for carving this statue, was not as good as Zhangqiong Old Man's statue, the quality was much better compared to the Four Seas Holy Emperor's statue. Other than the statue, there was nothing else in the hall. It was almost bare. Then again, Huang Xiaolong did not lack things at this point except for strength. Huang Xiaolong walked over to the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's statue to observe the intricate runes on the statue, and he was suddenly excited. It was an excitement stemming from obtaining the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance, and his impending breakthrough to Second Heaven True Saint Realm. A while later, Huang Xiaolong took a moment to calm down, and then he rose to midair and sat cross-legged facing the statue. He circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium as he began accepting the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance. The holy light enshrouding Huang Xiaolong doubled in size. More than a decade passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, tribulation clouds gathered above the ancient battlefield, and the Tao Tribulation's lightning dragon was condensing at rapid speed. Under the pressure of a Tao Tribulation, the surroundings' undead spirits and nethersowls were trembling as they moved away. This is someone crossing Tao Tribulation? This person must be crazy to attempt crossing the Tao Tribulation in the ancient battlefield. He is looking to die. In the far distance, some high-level true Saint Realm experts, who were entering the ancient battlefield, exclaimed when they sensed the gathering Tao Tribulation. In general, after surviving a tribulation and Tao Tribulation, there would be a period of temporary weakness. Moreover, time was needed to absorb the Tao Tribulation's energy. Therefore, whenever someone was going to cross their tribulation, they would choose a safe location. Probably Huang Xiaolong was the only person who dared to cross his Tao Tribulation at a place like the ancient battlefield. 1, 2, 3 days, the Tao Tribulation continued to gather, taking its time to brew with any signs of descending. In general, a Second Heaven True Saint's Tao Tribulation would brew for 3 days at most, but Huang Xiaolong's Tao Tribulation was still brewing on the 4th day, and it was still expanding and growing stronger. The Tao Tribulation lightning dragon was still condensing half a month later. The coercive aura of a Tao Tribulation sent the surroundings' undead spirits and nethersowls scurrying away in fear. Those cultivators, who had arrived earlier, did not leave after discovering that there was someone crossing Tao Tribulation in the ancient battlefield. They were watching the Tao Tribulation's progress from afar, but after feeling the Tao Tribulation's power rising as they waited, they had to retreat several times. This is 7th Heaven's Tao Tribulation? Probably. Only a 7th Heaven's Tao Tribulation would condense for so long. These true saint experts sighed. But the Tao Tribulation was still brewing a month later. Would it be an 8th Heaven's Tao Tribulation? A 7th Heaven True Saint expert asked the doubt aloud with difficulty. No, it's still brewing. I think it might be a 9th Heaven True Saint's Tao Tribulation. Another high-level True Saint expert said in a trembling voice. 9th Heaven, the strongest Tao Tribulation. Once this person survives and successfully passes the tribulation, it would mean that the Holy World would add another 9th Heaven True Saint Realm expert. In the absence of a primal ancestor, the 9th Heaven True Saint was supreme. The emergence of a 9th Heaven True Saint expert was an affair that usually shook the whole Holy World. Once one advanced to 9th Heaven True Saint Realm, then the peak late 9th Heaven True Saint Realm was only a matter of time and accumulation. The Tao Tribulation gestated for 2 long months before the Tao Tribulation lightning dragon finally struck down. A 6,000 zhang lightning dragon whipped towards the land, resembling a beam of destruction. The entire corpse river and its gloomy surroundings were illuminated like day by the lightning dragon, as if this part of the land had fallen into another world. The cultivators spectating this sight from a distance paled. This is the power of ninth heaven's Tao tribulation so scary? I don't think it should be so powerful, right? A high-level true saint expert muttered dazedly under his breath. Although he had not seen a ninth heaven true saint's Tao tribulation, he had heard of some details. But the Tao tribulation before him seemed to be more powerful than the ninth heaven's Tao tribulation than he had heard of. Boom! Heaven and earth quaked. Even outside the several hundred miles range, the Black River suffered damages from the lightning dragon's lightning power. The corpse river's water splattered everywhere as waves rose several thousand meters high. When the lightning dragon reached the dense forest, the white and gray bone trees, that had grown for millions of years, were reduced to dust even before the lightning dragon struck the ground. Next, the lightning dragon blasted into the Black River. Inside the Black River were restrictions arranged by the Black Corpse Holy Emperor that could only be opened by the Black Corpse Holy Emperor. But these restrictions were utterly useless against a Tao tribulation lightning dragon. The lightning dragon blasted into the river, forcefully entering the dark space, smashing open the palace doors, straight at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't panic looking at the lightning dragon that was more formidable than a ninth heaven's Tao tribulation lightning dragon. He summoned his 3 holy souls as he had done when integrating with Saint Fates. When the 3 holy souls appeared, their golden ember lights shone as 12 golden spheres appeared around them. These were none other than the 12 high-order Saint Fates. Saint Fates stood above everything in the holy world, transcending life, death, and reincarnation, and all creatures bowed before it. When Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls and 12 Saint Fates appeared, the waters of Corpse River stopped rushing, and the surrounding airflow froze. Even the violent Tao tribulation lightning dragon with overwhelming destructive power was suppressed, and it turned supple. Huang Xiaolong was one and only person since ancient times with 3 holy souls and 12 Saint Fates. He was invincible. Everything between heaven and earth was suppressed. Seizing the chance, Huang Xiaolong's fist punched out. The prosperity of dragons. The 3 holy souls and 12 Saint Fates' power channeled into Huang Xiaolong's fist. Resplendent holy lights pierced through layers of space, visible from every angle of the ancient battlefield. Dragons rushed out from a whirlpool, forming great kingdoms of dragons. Boom! A lightning dragon that was more formidable than a ninth heaven's Tao tribulation lightning dragon shattered in an instant under Huang Xiaolong's fist, disintegrating into pure Grand Tao energy and Grand Tao laws. The scary lightning dragon was annihilated just like that. Huang Xiaolong recalled his 3 holy souls and 12 Saint Fates. The Tao tribulation clouds, that had been brewing for more than a month, slowly dispersed, returning everything to normal at the ancient battlefield. It's done just like that? High-level true saint experts spectating in the distance asked in doubt. Why don't we go take a look? Someone suggested. Others turned and looked at the person next to them with hesitation. It went without saying that everyone understood what this person meant by go take a look. After crossing the Tao tribulation, the person would be in an extremely weakened state, and more importantly, there would be a lot of good things on a ninth heaven true saint expert. They could probably get their hands on some good things. This, I think, it's better we don't. A Holy Gates patriarch shook his head as he continued. Since that person has dared to cross his Tao tribulation in the ancient battlefield, it means that he has his own means. Who knows how many experts are protecting him? Not to mention, such a big movement would have definitely attracted high-level true saint undead spirits and nether souls over. If we head over there now, we might not be able to grab any benefits at all. Then they heard a sharp howl from a distance. It's an undead spirit. A ninth heaven true saint realm undead spirit. Following the howls, an enormous undead spirit enshrouded in rolling corpse chi appeared in their line of sight. Right in front of these high-level true saint experts. That undead spirit soon reached Huang Xiaolong's location, hovering above the Black River. What shocked them was that when this undead spirit appeared in the air above the Black River, a black arm suddenly snaked out from the Black River, and it grabbed and dragged the undead spirit into the Black River. Only silence remained thereafter. None of them could believe what they just saw. What's that? The expert, who had suggested to go snoop around, stared stupidly at the calm river surface, feeling a chill climbing up his body. He was genuinely frightened. A ninth heaven true saint undead spirit was pulled into the Black River without any resistance? Not even the slightest bit of resistance? Gone just like that? Not only him, but other high-level true saint experts and Holy Gate patriarchs were also frightened by this sight. Subsequently, more high-level true saint undead spirits and nethercels reached the Black River. But no matter whether it was 8th heaven or 9th heaven true saint realm undead spirits or nethercels, the moment they appeared by the Black River, the Black Hand would shoot out from the riverbed and captured these undead spirits and nethercels. Then, these undead spirits and nethercels would be pulled into the Black River without any power to resist, disappearing into the river quietly. The Black River was the same Black River, quiet yet weird, and water continued to flow silently. Holy cow! Suddenly, one of the high-level true saints swore as he turned around and fled. The rest shivered as their senses returned, and all of them scattered like a flock of frightened birds. Everything was calm as it ever was. A little over a decade later, on this day, the Black River's surface rippled as two figures appeared from the riverbed. They were Huang Xiaolong and He Luo. Huang Xiaolong had successfully obtained the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance and advanced to Second Heaven True Saint Realm. Huang Xiaolong looked around. The ancient battlefield that was filled with Yin winds and blood corpse chi, and it gave him an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Hugh! Huang Xiaolong exhaled. The clouds in the far distance roiled from a sudden gust of strong wind. His strength had risen further after obtaining the Black Corpse Holy Emperor's inheritance and advancing to Second Heaven True Saint Realm. My current strength should be enough to protect myself when dealing with primal ancestors. The thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. He inwardly compared his current strength with the Suoluo race's eminent elder Jianglong. Even in the circumstance, he didn't use any Dao artifacts. He had the confidence to suppress Jianglong. Following that conclusion, when he advanced to Fourth Heaven True Saint Realm, he would be able to suppress First Resurrection primal ancestors. The mere thought of a Fourth Heaven True Saint Realm suppressing First Resurrection primal ancestors was simply ridiculous in the common eyes. If Huang Xiaolong dared to utter such words outside, he would definitely be treated as a fool. But Huang Xiaolong had such confidence. It's time to head to the alien lands, Huang Xiaolong said as he looked towards the Corpse River's other side bank. The alien lands were over that side. Go! Without further delay, Huang Xiaolong and He Luo sped across the sky towards the other side of the Corpse River. A moment later, the two were in the air above the Corpse River. After a brief stop, Huang Xiaolong and He Luo flew over the Corpse River, and both continued flying onwards after arriving on the other side. Huang Xiaolong and He Luo rarely stopped to rest. Huang Xiaolong and He Luo proceeded onwards in the same manner they had first entered the ancient battlefield. Undead spirits and nethercels below Ninth Heaven True Saint Realm they encountered were devoured by He Luo, whereas those Ninth Heaven True Saint Realm and above were subjugated by Huang Xiaolong. Several months later, by the time Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the other side of the ancient battlefield, he had truly arrived at the alien lands. Now, Huang Xiaolong had exactly 10 Ninth Heaven True Saint undead spirits. Adding 4 nethercels, it was a total of new 14 Ninth Heaven True Saint Realm underlings. Not forgetting He Luo and Huang Xiaolong himself, Huang Xiaolong had enough manpower to oppose a royal family like the Suoluo race. As they stepped onto the alien lands and felt the spiritual energy that was the same as the holy world, Huang Xiaolong and He Luo flew onwards. As for the 10 undead spirits and 4 nethercels, Huang Xiaolong had thrown them into the Zhangqiong Dao Palace long back, letting them cultivate through the Zhangqiong Dao Palace's primal ancestor array. Humans were one of the races living on the alien lands. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong didn't need to change his appearance or disguise his aura. Huang Xiaolong and He Luo flew towards the closest holy ground. Currently, he needed to determine which domain he was in. The alien lands had tens of thousands of domains in various sizes, and each domain had more than a few holy grounds. In some of the bigger domains, there existed several thousand holy grounds, and in a few there were probably 10,000. Huang Xiaolong and He Luo arrived at the closest holy ground after a day of travel. This holy ground was not as prosperous as the Heavenly Master holy ground, and the holy spiritual qi around here was pitifully thin. After some asking around, Huang Xiaolong and He Luo arrived at the biggest city, Yang City. Yang City was not only the biggest city closest to them, but it was also one of the biggest cities in the entire holy ground. But before Huang Xiaolong could step into the city, he was stopped by the alien race's experts guarding the city gates and ordered to pay a fee. 10 holy coins. The universal currency on the holy world side was holy bills, but in the alien lands, transactions were conducted with holy coins, especially for commoners. Holy spiritual jade stones were used and accepted by those with higher statuses, whether it was in the holy world or alien lands. Huang Xiaolong rummaged around and found the lowest grade and worst quality holy spiritual jade stone inside the Black Corpse holy ring to give to the alien race expert guard. Then again, even holy spiritual jade stone of the worst quality in the lowest grade, inside the Black Corpse holy ring, was more than enough to delight the captain guard that he couldn't stop smiling. Perhaps it was at the sake of the holy spiritual jade stone, but the captain guard's attitude towards Huang Xiaolong was much more polite after that. In the alien lands, it was the alien race's territory. The alien races had a higher status than humans. Here, humans were largely servants to the alien races, or they were low-level guards. Only a small number of true Saint Realm human experts fared better and were given a certain degree of respect. Of course, there was a limit to how much respect they received. Huang Xiaolong and He Luo proceeded to enter the city. The captain guard who accepted Huang Xiaolong's holy spiritual jade stone watched Huang Xiaolong leave while caressing the holy spiritual jade stone in his hand, as greed flickered across his eyes as he mumbled, "Seems like he's a fat sheep. Captain, his strength is probably not low." One of the guards spoke. The captain guard chuckled meaningfully. "I know. Someone who can take out a holy spiritual jade stone so easily naturally has some strength. His strength is likely at high-level heavenly monarch." So what? In our alien lands, a high-level heavenly monarch realm human is the same as a fart. If I can't handle him, then isn't there Lord Zhu to help me? Lord Zhu was also called as Deputy Commander Zhu Bai of Yang City's army guards. He was the captain's superior and also a relative. Whenever the captain had something good, he would hand it over to Zhu Bai, hence his relationship with Zhu Bai was quite good. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong and He Luo were leisurely strolling the streets after entering the city. Although this Yang City was not as prosperous as the Holy Heaven City, there were still a lot of people around. Huang Xiaolong even spotted 2 half-true Saint Realm alien race experts. However, they were merely First Tribulation half-true saints. Although they were only half-true saints, they were considered as top experts of high statuses in Yang City, and even this holy ground. This can be seen from the numerous servants and guards accompanying them. Huang Xiaolong also saw several humans on the streets, but these people followed humbly behind alien race's disciples, like minions as they fawned and flattered alien race's disciples. He also saw several of these human minions being kicked and punched when alien race's disciples got annoyed by their flatteries. Originally, there was no human race in the alien lands, but during the war, many human race experts were captured and brought to the alien lands. Some were imprisoned, and others were subjugated as the alien race's low-level guards. As the years had passed, these human race experts' offsprings had multiplied, giving birth to native human race on the alien lands. Here, the human race was labeled as inferior people, slaves, and other similar derogatory terms were used. There were alien races' royal families who specifically liked keeping human slaves, and they tortured and abused them to vent themselves out. When Huang Xiaolong and He Luo were passing by one of the shops, a human race expert was kicked out of the shop by an alien race disciple. That human race expert happened to roll towards Huang Xiaolong's feet, with blood spurting from his mouth. Huang Xiaolong's brows creased into furrows. "Motherfucker, who do you think you are? It's your great fortune that I happen to like your blade. But you actually have the cheek to demand holy coins from me." The alien race disciple walked out from the shop while cursing, glaring fiercely at the injured man. There were more than a dozen servants behind him. From the alien race disciples' attire, he was likely a direct descendant of a big family in the Yang city. Although Huang Xiaolong didn't know the details, he could guess more or less, judging from his curses. "Punk! What are you looking at?" The alien race disciple was displeased after noticing Huang Xiaolong, a human, standing there looking at him in a silly manner. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong and barked, "Roll the fuck off, or I'll dig out your eyes. Remember, roll, not walk. If you dare to walk, I'll break your legs, so that you'll never walk again in your life." Other alien races experts on the streets stopped to watch with gloating expressions when they heard the alien race disciple ordering Huang Xiaolong to roll away. If Huang Xiaolong dared to walk, he would break Huang Xiaolong's legs. This kid's really unlucky. It seems he's new to the city. He doesn't recognize the mysterious ice race's young master Yen-san, to actually stand there and stare with a silly face. He doesn't know that young master Yen-san loathes humans? What do you guys think? Is that kid going to roll? What else can he do? If he refuses, his legs would definitely be crippled by young master Yen-san in a way that cannot be healed for a lifetime. The third young master always does as he says. Not to mention, that kid might suffer more than just having his legs broken. Other alien race passers-by pointed their fingers at Huang Xiaolong as they gossiped away. But Huang Xiaolong continued to look at that so-called mysterious ice race's young master Yen-san and said, "There aren't many people in this world who can break my legs, or at least, you're not among them. Now roll to my feet, kowtow and kowtow again 3 times in all. I can spare your life, or I will twist down your head. Remember, you're going to roll over to my feet, not those servants behind you." Huang Xiaolong's lukewarm voice rang clearly in everyone's ears, rendering them dumbfounded. Has this kid gone mad? Really, this kid has just arrived at Yang City since he actually spoke to young Master Yen-san like that. He's dead for sure now. Young Master Yen-san won't merely break his legs now, but he's going to kill that kid using the cruelest method. I gather, that kid must be some small sect's disciple. Does he think that he has a sect as his backing, and that the sect's experts would protect him? Last time, a spring-autumn sect's human race disciple ran rampant in Yang City, relying on the experts in the sect. But in the end, he was beaten to death by young Master Yen-san. His corpse was thrown out of the city to be fed to the dogs. That spring-autumn sect didn't even dare to let out a fart. All the alien race experts watching this shook their heads. The human race expert, who was kicked out of the shop by young Master Yen-san for his blade, moved far away from Huang Xiaolong and looked at Huang Xiaolong with sympathetic gaze. Young Master Yen-san laughed wantonly despite his ferocious gaze on Huang Xiaolong. Interesting indeed. Today, I've come across a hybrid human dog that has the guts to speak to me like this. How many years has it been since this last happened? Interesting, really interesting. Punk, I've decided to have you die without a complete corpse. But before you die, I will. Yen-san was immersed in his own excitement to share how he was going to torture Huang Xiaolong later, when suddenly, Huang Xiaolong reached out, and before Yen-san reacted, Huang Xiaolong was strangling his neck with one hand. Huang Xiaolong slowly tightened his fingers. Yen-san felt his throat being clamped by a terrifying force that he could hardly breathe, and his eyeballs protruded due to pressure and disbelief as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. He couldn't believe this hybrid dog of a human dared to strangle him, making him feel so much pain. "You!" He spat with much difficulty, but that was all he could muster. The spectating alien race experts and mysterious ice race's disciples only reacted at this time. "You damn lowly slave! You dare to hurt young Master Yen-san. If young Master Yen-san loses a hair on his head, your entire family will be slaughtered. Quickly let young Master Yen-san go, then commit suicide to atone for your crime." The dozen of mysterious ice race disciples shouted menacingly. In their opinions, Huang Xiaolong's action was unforgivable as he had dared to lay his hands on young Master Yen-san's neck even though being a human brat. This was a crime that could only be pacified by the annihilation of a whole sect or clan. The mysterious ice race disciples rushed towards Huang Xiaolong, ready to attack. As for how Huang Xiaolong had managed to capture Yen San by the neck just now was not within their considerations at the moment. But these disciples barely reached Huang Xiaolong when a black arm appeared from the side, aimed straight at the dozen of disciples. In these mysterious ice race disciples' eyes, this giant black arm cast a shadow over the sky, dominating everything in their sights. In their eyes, this giant black arm was the sky and the land. They could not even think of resisting. When the black palm fell on them, shock and despair filled their hearts. To them, He Luo's palm was the giant palm of terror, overcasting the sky. But in the eyes of the surrounding spectating experts, He Luo was merely reaching out with his arm as his fingers were gripped into a fist, capturing the dozen of mysterious ice race's disciples. In the next second, despite the incredulous expressions all around, He Luo's fist tightened, and the dozen of mysterious ice race's disciples exploded. A dozen of mysterious ice race's disciples being squashed to their deaths simultaneously created quite a big movement. Yen Sen felt as if someone was roaring in his ears, leaving an endless buzzing noise that wouldn't go away. He stared blankly at the dozen disciples' remains, the splatters of blood and random pieces of flesh on the street. Based on the power of his family and his identity, these dozen of mysterious ice race disciples, following by his side, had the capital to be arrogant not only in Yang City, but also the nearby continents. They had always done as they pleased, and they had everything they wanted, including women, treasures, and even holy spiritual pills. In his scope of knowledge, no one had dared to disrespect him, and definitely no one dared to hurt him or his dozen followers. Now, these dozen of disciples who had been by his side were killed by a guard by this human race punk. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong loosened his group and Yen San finally found his voice. You killed my followers? That's right, Huang Xiaolong replied indifferently and added. You can speak your last words. Yen San was outraged. You bastard son of a human. You actually dared to kill my followers. Now you can wait for your entire clan to be annihilated by my mysterious ice race. He had just finished spewing out his threats when Huang Xiaolong exerted force in his hand and twisted Yen San's head off his shoulders and threw it away, hanging it on one of the big building's main entrance. Yen San's eyes were wide open with disbelief etched on his dead face. I had said to speak your last words. Huang Xiaolong pitied Yen San, and then left with He Luo without another glance at the crowd. The alien race experts looked at Yen San's head hanging on the building's main entrance with a dumbfounded expression. Young Master Yen San's dead? It seems so? Another alien race expert answered dazedly. After a moment of delayed reaction, the crowd exploded in a furor. Young Master Yen San's dead. He was killed by a human. This is explosive news. The whole of Yang City will be in turmoil. The mysterious ice race's wrath would probably be vented on the human race in Yang City, and maybe it will even implicate the entire continent's humans. Who is that human? Which sect or family that fool belongs to? Is he really tired of living? It's fine if he dies, but why drag down his family and sect? Heated discussions could be heard everywhere. The human race expert, who was kicked out of the shop by Yen San, looked at Huang Xiaolong and He Luo as they walked away, and a complicated expression formed on his face. In the end, he hurried off after Huang Xiaolong. This must be your first time in Hongzhen Holy Grounds, Yang City. You must be unaware of the mysterious ice race's power and status in Hongzhen Holy Grounds. You better get out of the city as soon as possible. Better yet, leave the Hongzhen Holy Grounds territory. After listening to this human race expert's kind reminder, Huang Xiaolong smiled casually and asked in return, Is this holy ground called Hongzhen Holy Grounds? The human race expert blanked for a second before nodding his head. Yes, it's the Hongzhen Holy Grounds. As if he was afraid that Huang Xiaolong didn't believe him, he added, The mysterious ice race is one of the 3 largest races in the Hongzhen Holy Grounds. In Yang City and this first heaven continent, the mysterious ice race is the most powerful force. In the whole first heaven continent and Yang City, the mysterious ice race is supreme existence. You better run quickly, or it'll be too late. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head as he listened, smiling faintly. I know. The Hongzhen Holy Grounds is considered as part of which domain? Which domain? The human race expert blanked for a second. He had obviously not expected Huang Xiaolong to ask such a question. Then his expression froze as he wondered. Could it be that this person does not belong to the same domain? Does he hail from another domain? The size of one domain could be described as vast, and very rarely a human expert would cross from one domain into another. Not to mention, it was extremely inconvenient for humans to move around in the alien lands because of their identity. If they wanted to cross to another domain, it required approval from the Holy Grounds Patriarch, and they had to pay a very high traveling fee. This is the dissociation domina, the human race expert answered truthfully. The Hongzhen Holy Grounds is located at the north edge of the domain, close to the ancient battlefield. It is only a short distance to the ancient battlefield. Dissociation domain, Huang Xiaolong repeated to himself. Before setting off to the ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong had inquired about the alien lands to his four masters. Hence, he had a rough knowledge about some domains. There were 6 domains close to the ancient battlefield, and one of them was the dissociation domain. The dissociation domain was not considered a big domain, but it was not small either, and it had roughly 300 plus holy grounds. In the alien land's smaller domains, there were only 4 to 5 holy grounds, and there were also some small domains with only 1 holy ground. Then again, Huang Xiaolong only had the simplest knowledge about the alien lands, so he certainly did not know the more complex connections within the dissociation domain, except for the fact that the largest alien race in this domain was called the Dragon King race. However, the Dragon King race was not one of the royal families, but merely a big race. Huang Xiaolong continued to extract information related to the dissociation domain and Hongzhen Holy Grounds from the human race expert. In truth, the human race expert didn't know much about the dissociation domain, but he was quite familiar with the Hongzhen Holy Grounds because he was part of the Hongzhen Holy Grounds human race force called Zhou Dynasty. Within the Hongzhen Holy Grounds territories, there were several thousand human race forces all in all, and the Zhou Dynasty was the biggest human race force in the Hongzhen Holy Grounds. Then again, placed next to the giant mysterious ice race, the Zhou Dynasty was only a slightly bigger ant. Lord, you better leave here quickly. The mysterious ice race must have received news of Yen San's death, and the race's experts must be rushing over to capture you. You won't make it if you don't leave now, the human race expert urged. Huang Xiaolong nodded with a smile. Don't worry. I already said that in this world, there are very few people who can break my legs. There won't be anyone amongst the mysterious ice race who is capable of doing that. The human race expert was stupefied, and then shook his head, sighing heavily. Only he knew whether he was sighing because of Huang Xiaolong or other things. In the end, he cupped his fists at Huang Xiaolong and bid farewell. Before he turned to leave, Huang Xiaolong stopped him and threw an origin spiritual pill to him. The human race expert stared dumbly at the level 7 origin spiritual pill in his hands. For you. After saying that, Huang Xiaolong left with He Luo. The human race expert didn't react for a long time, until Huang Xiaolong and He Luo were out of sight, and his hand holding the spiritual origin pill trembled. It was a level 7 origin spiritual pill, and even the Hongzhen Holy Grounds Patriarch did not have more than a handful origin spiritual pills of this grade. He looked up, staring in the direction Huang Xiaolong had left. A little down the road, Huang Xiaolong stopped a pedestrian and inquired about the mysterious ice race's central headquarters location, and headed there. While Huang Xiaolong and He Luo headed to the mysterious ice race's central headquarters, the mysterious ice race's patriarch's roar thundered inside the mysterious ice race's central headquarters. Lock down the city. No, lock down the whole First Heaven continent and capture that human. Don't let him escape. Yen Zhouhai roared. I want him captured alive. I want to know which human race force that punk belongs to. A lowly human scum has the guts to kill a direct descendant of my race. The present mysterious ice race experts were trembling. In the shortest time, the mysterious ice race went out in full force. In truth, Yen Zhouhai didn't need to waste time to lock down the entire First Heaven continent because Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to run at all. Moreover, Yan Zhouhai had no idea at all that Huang Xiaolong had set the mysterious ice race as a target. To better put it, Huang Xiaolong had set his sight on the whole Hongzhen holy grounds as his first foothold in the alien lands. Huang Xiaolong's speed was moderate. Before he arrived at the mysterious ice race's central headquarters, he was tightly encircled by mysterious ice race's experts. Mysterious ice race's experts were surrounding Huang Xiaolong and He Luo from all directions on the street, and rows after rows of them were completely blocking the sky as well. Slightly further down was a crowd of Yang City's alien race's experts. The mysterious ice race's Yen San was killed, and the news had alarmed many Yang City's experts. Hence, when the mysterious ice race's central headquarters had sent out a large number of experts, other alien races had followed to spectate. "Friend, do you know the strength of that human race kid?" A spectating alien race expert asked the person next to him. Everyone who heard him shook their heads. "Maybe a half-true saint?" A ninth-order heavenly monarch took a guess. "That might be right." An early 10th order heavenly monarch nodded his head in agreement. "It's a pity, though. It's so difficult for a half-true saint to come out from the human race. But he's going to die today, regardless of Huang Xiaolong's strength." In these alien races' eyes, Huang Xiaolong's death was written in stone for offending the mysterious ice race. Just half-true saints sent out by the mysterious ice race experts were more than 100 people. He's from another holy ground, but then again, only those from other holy grounds would be so foolish as to offend the mysterious ice race. A late 10th order heavenly monarch watched with glee. "I'm waiting to see how he's going to be flayed and skinned by the mysterious ice race." These alien races experts could hardly be blamed for assuming that Huang Xiaolong was just a half-true saint. After all, in the dissociation domain, there were only a handful of human race true saint experts. Clearly, Huang Xiaolong was not one of them. Right at this time, an old man clad in the mysterious ice race's eminent elder robe sped towards them from the horizon. When this old man appeared, the scene stirred. The mysterious ice race's eminent elder Yen Guan came out personally. Yen San is eminent elder Yen Guan's grandson. Therefore, it's not strange that eminent elder Yen Guan wants to deal with this matter himself. Yen Guan is a 6th tribulation half-true saint. Although a 6th tribulation half-true saint was weaker than 7th tribulation half-true saint, Yen Guan's reputation was louder than many 7th tribulation half-true saints. There was a rumor that Yen Guan had leapfrogged to challenge an early 7th tribulation half-true saint and won. As the crowd stirred due to Yen Guan's arrival, the mysterious ice race's experts, who were surrounding Huang Xiaolong, opened a wide path, allowing Yen Guanto to walk through. Yen Guan looked at Huang Xiaolong and He Luo with a cold and condescending gaze. "A lowly human race slave actually dares to kill my grandson. You will pay miserably for this. But don't worry, you can still live for some time." By the time he finished, he had already reached out to grab Huang Xiaolong. Eminent Elder Yen Guan, a middle-aged man behind Yen Guan, greeted respectfully and said, "He is merely a lowly human race brat. You don't need to dirty your hands to capture him. I am enough to restrain him." The middle-aged man was also an eminent elder in the mysterious ice race, but his status was much lower than Yen Guan in comparison, as he was one of the junior disciples under Yen Guan. His strength was at late 2nd tribulation half-true saint. Yen Guan shook his head and refused. "There is no need for that. I want to deal with him myself. How else would the hatred in my heart be vented?" Huang Xiaolong had killed his grandson Yen San, so he wanted to capture Huang Xiaolong personally. Naturally, he didn't want merely to capture Huang Xiaolong, but use some method to torture him and make him feel that death was better than living. The middle-aged man understood Yen Guan's meaning. Thus he retreated respectfully. Yen Guan looked at Huang Xiaolong coldly as his hand reached out. In an instant, lightning crackled in the high air. Terrifying lightning spread out in an instant, covering the entire Yang City. Sensing Yen Guan's terrifying power, Yang City's various forces experts looked solemn. So strong. This is the mysterious ice race's holy martial art, the Stormbringer's demise. The Stormbringer's demise was created by the Storm Holy Emperor because the mysterious ice race's old patriarch had shown kindness to him. The Storm Holy Emperor had given this holy martial art to the mysterious ice race's old patriarch to express his gratitude. The information spread through the crowd, and it stirred ripples of shock and envy. The lure of a holy martial art was enough to make experts of Hongjian Holy Grounds experts to raise a bloody battle for it. When the lightning gathering in the air reached an extreme degree, Yan Guan said to Huang Xiaolong, "Punk, I'll kill your black ghost servant first, and then deal with you." With that said, his palms struck at He Luo with majestic momentum. In the same instant, every streak of lightning gathering above Yang City seemed to have found an outlet and rushed towards He Luo with a vengeance. As He Luo saw that he was about to suffer a devastating blow from the lightning, he opened his mouth and the vigorous river of lightning was sucked into his body, disappearing without a trace. Everyone watching was flabbergasted. He Luo raised his conspicuous dark arm and captured Yan Guan, who was standing in the air in one swoop. Then he directly threw Yan Guan into his mouth. One chomp and a gulp, and Yan Guan disappeared like the earlier lightning. What? The experts all around couldn't believe their eyes. This isn't real, right? The half-true saint, who had commented that Huang Xiaolong might be a 10th-order heavenly monarch, was utterly dumbfounded after witnessing that sight. His body was quivering non-stop as his gaze fell on He Luo, as if Yan Guan's lightning strike had fallen on him instead. Not only him, but all the alien race experts and disciples on the scene were flabbergasted. Even the middle-aged mysterious ice race's eminent elder, who had volunteered to deal with Huang Xiaolong, broke out in cold sweat. Yan Guan was a 6th Tribulation half-true saint, who had a record of defeating 7th Tribulation half-true saint, but he was devoured in the blink of an eye. The alien race's experts stared at He Luo's stomach, praying for a miracle, hoping to see Yan Guan break out from He Luo's stomach. Huang Xiaolong ignored these people, and a suction force from his palm pulled the middle-aged eminent elder towards him. The middle-aged man ashened when he felt a powerful force tightening around him. "I am not very clear where your mysterious ice race's central headquarters is located, so you will bring me there," Huang Xiaolong stated. Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded like an inviolable command that the middle-aged man quickly nodded his head and respectfully complied. With the middle-aged man guiding the way in front, they headed to the mysterious ice race's central headquarters. Seeing this, other mysterious ice race's experts and disciples exchanged silent glances. Then again, no one dared to make a move to attack Huang Xiaolong at this point. Huang Xiaolong and He Luo walked past the rows of mysterious ice race's experts and disciples. While Huang Xiaolong and He Luo headed to the mysterious ice race's central headquarters, an elder ran into the Great Hall in a panic and reported to Yan Zhouhai, as well as present eminent elders, that Yan Guan was killed. "What? Eminent Elder Yan Guan's dead?" Yan Zhouhai and the present eminent elders were absolutely shocked. Actually, he was swallowed into the stomach," the elder clarified. Swallowed. Yan Zhouhai and the rest were agape with shock, and their reactions were a beat late. Subsequently, the elder recounted what had happened to Yan Zhouhai and the others in a trembling voice. In fact, there was nothing much to tell. Yan Guan had executed the Stormbringer's demise to attack He Luo, but he was swallowed by He Luo instead. After that, Yan Guan was also swallowed by He Luo. The process was simple, but it sent a chill through Yan Zhuohai's and the others' hearts. Yan Guan was an existence comparable to a 7th Tribulation half-true saint, but he was swallowed by He Luo without any power or a chance to resist. What did this mean? That human race expert and that black ghost guard couldn't be true Saint Realm experts, right? An eminent elder asked in a trembling voice. True Saint Realm. This was a noun with heavy meaning. People in the Great Hall exchanged glances, but none of them uttered a word, making the atmosphere feel suffocating. True Saint Realm is unlikely. There are a total of 16 human race true saints in our dissociation domain, and I know all of them, Yan Zhuohai refuted. Even if he's not a human race true saint, that black ghost guard of his is likely to be a peak late 9th Tribulation half-true saint. Otherwise, how can he be so strong? Why don't we invite the old patriarch out from seclusion? Eminent Elder Yan Shan suggested solemnly. The mysterious ice race's old patriarch Yanhang was similarly a peak late ninth tribulation half-true saint realm existence. There is no need to invite the old patriarch to come out as he is only a peak late ninth tribulation half-true saint. Don't tell me that we can't resolve a mere peak late ninth tribulation half-true saint if all of us join hands and take aid of the mysterious ice grand formation. Eminent Elder Yen Wanlong lashed out in anger. Being bullied up our heads by a lowly human is the biggest humiliation of our race. He must be killed, or how else are we going to uphold our mysterious ice race's honor? Have you found out what is that punk's background? Yen Zhouhai asked an eminent elder beside him. Not yet, that punk should come from another holy ground, but there are over 300 holy grounds in our dissociation domain. More time will be needed to investigate his background. The eminent elder shook his head. Where are they now? Yen Zhouhai asked the elder who ran the report. They caught eminent elder Yang Dongshuan and ordered him to guide them here. They are coming to the central headquarters. The elder answered in an urgent tone. What? After hearing that Huang Xiaolong and He Luo were coming towards their central headquarters, it surprised everyone. All the better. Eminent Elder Yen Wanlong, who had been clamoring to kill Huang Xiaolong, applauded and rose from his seat with an overwhelming murderous aura. We can borrow the mysterious ice grand formation and kill those two scums in one strike. He turned to Yen Zhouhai and said, Patriarch, please issue the order. Yen Zhouhai hesitated, then stood up in a rush. All right, activate the mysterious ice grand formation and stand by to meet the enemy. Immediately, the mysterious ice race's central headquarters was in a flurry of activities. Frigid cold chi soared to the sky from the central headquarters, filling the entire Yang city, and it even encroached the cities close to the Yang city. Huang Xiaolong saw the frigid cold chi rising from the mysterious ice race's central headquarters, and smiled nonchalantly. Then, taking Yen Dongshuan, he and He Luo arrived at the central headquarters in one stride. Huang Xiaolong had just appeared at the entrance, when several figures whizzed out from the mysterious ice race's central headquarters. They were Yen Zhouhai, Yen Wanlong, and other half-true saints of the race. Huang Xiaolong's gaze went over the mysterious ice race's lineup, finally stopping on Yen Zhouhai. You are the mysterious ice race's patriarch? Huang Xiaolong spoke first. Capturing the condescending tone in Huang Xiaolong's voice, Yen Zhouhai frowned subconsciously in displeasure. Eminent Elder Yen Wanlong's sharp, cold gaze was locked on Huang Xiaolong as he sneered. Punk, I don't give a hoot which holy ground you come from, or which human race forces you belong to, but you will be dead before the day ends. You and that black guard of yours. Patriarch, there is no need to waste time with a lowly human. Activate the mysterious ice grand formation. Another eminent elder clamored. Yen Zhouhai nodded his head in agreement. With a wave of his hand, a huge and mysterious rune appeared and rose to midair. The eminent elders flickered into positions immediately above the mysterious rune together with Yen Zhouhai. Each person was in charge of a position. Subsequently, an energy bubble rose from Yen Zhouhai, Yen Wanlong, and the other eminent elders' bodies and melted into the rune. In an instant, the huge rune exploded with glaring icy light, and the rays shot to the sky. Violent waves of ice energy swept out in the four directions. Overwhelming waves of ice-attributed energy submerged Huang Xiaolong and He Luo in the blink of an eye, and waves upon waves splashed, like a vast cold ocean with never-ending angry waves. Wherever the cold waves swept past, a layer of thick ice would appear, freezing even the air, turning its territory into a world of ice. Huang Xiaolong and He Luo were completely submerged in the ice-cold waves, as if they didn't even have the time or chance to escape before being turned into part of the ice world. As Yen Zhouhai, Yen Wanlong, and the others continued to send their energy into the mysterious ice grand formation, the ice waves continued to spread outwards even after submerging Huang Xiaolong and He Luo. It wasn't until half of Yang City was sealed in ice did Yen Zhouhai, Yen Wanlong, and the eminent elders stopped the grand formation's powers from spreading further. Haha! Didn't I tell you guys that we can kill that punk and his black guard with one hit? After seeing that the mysterious ice grand formation had swiftly sealed Huang Xiaolong and He Luo in a world of ice, Yan Wanlong was feeling triumphant. The mysterious ice grand formation was given to our race by the Stormbringer Holy Emperor, and the grand formation was personally laid out by him. Even though the grand formation can only display 40 to 50% of its power with our strength, even a peak late ninth tribulation half-true saint can't escape once he's sealed within the ice. Another eminent elder chimed in excitedly. Unless that kid is a true saint. Other eminent elders also added a sentence or two leisurely. Yan Zhouhai exhaled in relief. He had been worrying that Huang Xiaolong and He Luo might escape because although the mysterious ice grand formation was powerful, it was strong only in comparison to other formations in Yang City and the nearby cities. If Huang Xiaolong and He Luo managed to escape out of bounds, then the mysterious ice grand formation's effect on them would diminish greatly. Patriarch, how do you want to deal with the human race, punk, and that black guard? Eminent Elder Yuan Shan asked. Yan Wanlong snorted. I will recommend to seal off their strengths, skin them and cut off their tendons, and then throw them into a pot of hot boiling oil for a good wash. Next, throw them into the venom cave, and let them die under the pain of 1,000 poisons. In short, let them enjoy the various punishments of our race before they can breathe their last breath. After they die, hang their corpses on a pole in the square. Let's see if there is another human who dares to offend our mysterious ice race. That's right. Yan Wanlong's suggestion received a round of support from other eminent elders. Yan Zhouhai also nodded his head. Right at this time, a low cracking sound rang in the air and disturbed their jolly discussion. Crrrk, crack, crrrk. At first, the noise was negligible, but it soon grew louder, as if the mountains were crumbling. The space and airflow quickly turned chaotic. How can this be? Yan Zhouhai, Yan Wanlong, and others looked down. Their gazes simultaneously fell on Huang Xiaolong and He Luo, who were sealed in ice. Large and tiny cracks emerged on the thick layer of ice covering the two figures. Hurry! Yan Zhouhai suddenly bellowed. His voice jolted Yan Wanlong and the rest back to their senses. Yan Zhouhai, Yan Wanlong, and the rest quickly sent their energy into the mysterious ice grand formation again. Frigid ice-attributed energy roared to life, rushing to submerge Huang Xiaolong and He Luo. But no matter how many times the icy energy waves rushed past Huang Xiaolong and He Luo, it was futile. The cracks on Huang Xiaolong and He Luo's ice surface increased rapidly like a big spider web extending out. Thunderous sounds of cracking ice echoed in the ice world. Boom! A second later, the power of the mysterious ice grand formation that the mysterious ice race was so proud of crumbled before their eyes. Terrifying ice-attributed energy rebounded towards Yan Zhouhai, Yan Wanlong, and those within the formation, knocking them flying in various angles. Irresistible ice-attributed energy numbed their limbs and froze their bodies as they plummeted to the ground. How could you possibly? Yan Zhouhai stared angrily at Huang Xiaolong. Then his expression changed for the worse. Are you a true Saint Realm? The mysterious ice grand formation sealing powers cannot be broken unless the person was a true Saint Realm expert. Correct. Huang Xiaolong generously admitted. What? Yan Zhouhai, Yan Wanlong, and the others paled upon hearing that. They could disregard a human race half-true saint, even if he was a peak late ninth tribulation half-true saint, but a true saint expert was another matter. What does Sir want to do? Yan Zhouhai's heart tightened nervously as he asked Huang Xiaolong in a solemn voice, and he even used a polite salutation. Huang Xiaolong did not answer, but pointed a finger in the air. Over 100 strands of grand mist spiritual qi flew out, entering the mysterious ice race's experts' bodies through their foreheads. Could have been a little tasking for Huang Xiaolong to control a ninth heaven true saint, but controlling Yan Zhouhai and the rest was as easy as a turn of his wrist, as they didn't get a chance to resist at all. When Yan Zhouhai's group was under his control, Huang Xiaolong tapped his finger in the air again, reducing Yan Wanlong, who had been clamoring to punish him with various insidious methods, into a pool of blood. Then Huang Xiaolong strode into the central headquarters and dug out the mysterious ice race's old patriarch, who was in seclusion and controlled him in the same way. With Yan Hengqing also falling under his control, Huang Xiaolong was considered as having grasped the entire mysterious ice race in his hands. From then on, Huang Xiaolong and He Luo resided at the mysterious ice race's central headquarters. Huang Xiaolong learned from Yan Hengqing and Yan Zhouhai that the Hongxian Holy Grounds had tens of thousands of races, both large and small. The mysterious ice race ranked third, and the two races ranking above them were the Soaring Snake race and Hongxian race. The Hongxian race was the Hongxian Holy Grounds' most powerful force. The Hongxian Holy Grounds had 3 true Saint Realm experts, and 2 of them were from the Hongxian race. The third true Saint expert originated from the Soaring Snake race. Despite being the third biggest force in Hongxian Holy Grounds, the disparity in force between the mysterious ice race and the 2 other races was more than it met the eye. As for that Hongxian Holy Emperor, he was a late first heaven true saint. However, Huang Xiaolong was not in a hurry to control the Soaring Snake and Hongxian race because Yan Hengqing mentioned to him that the Hongxian Holy Emperor was going to hold an apprenticeship ceremony not too far in the future. At that time, he would be inviting the various alien races within the Hongxian Holy Grounds to attend, including some of the nearby forces and Holy Grounds patriarchs that had a good relationship with the Hongxian Holy Emperor. Thus, Huang Xiaolong delayed his trip to the Hongxian race. 1 month quickly went by. In this 1 month, Huang Xiaolong mostly spent his days in cultivation, absorbing Zhangqiong holy pills' medicinal energies. Since Huang Xiaolong wanted to conquer the alien lands, he was bound to encounter primal ancestor experts, and he needed to improve his strength in the shortest time possible. Although he could defeat all true Saint Realm experts and was invincible below the primal ancestor realm, there were risks involved when facing primal ancestor experts. But if he could advance to 4th Heaven True Saint Realm, he wouldn't have a problem defeating a 1st Resurrection Primal Ancestor, or even a 2nd Resurrection Primal Ancestor. It was especially true with the help of Zhangqiong Blade. He could even fight against a 3rd Resurrection Primal Ancestor if he went all out. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong had set advancing to 4th Heaven True Saint Realm as his goal. Huang Xiaolong distinctively felt that his strength had slightly improved during this 1 month of cultivation. With 3 holy souls, 12 high-order Saint Fates, his holy mandate imprint as well as inextinguishable Tao heart, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed was faster than any other 2nd Heaven True Saint by 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times. It was not an exaggeration to say that a 2nd Heaven True Saint expert needed 1,000,000 years, or even 10 million years to step into 3rd Heaven True Saint realm, but Huang Xiaolong could advance to 3rd Heaven True Saint in 100 years, maybe less. 100 years. In the yard, Huang Xiaolong mumbled to himself as his eyebrows scrunched together. 100 years to reach 3rd Heaven True Saint realm was shockingly scary speed for other cultivators, but for Huang Xiaolong this speed was still too slow. If he took 100 years to break through to the 3rd Heaven True Saint realm, then wouldn't it take 300 to 400 years for him to enter the 4th Heaven True Saint realm? Huang Xiaolong couldn't wait 300 to 400 years because the barrier separating the alien lands and holy world would soon disappear temporarily in the next couple of 100 years. At that time, a large-scale war between the two sides would ensue. To prevent the heavy damages the holy world was going to suffer, he needed to conquer the alien lands before that happened. Moreover, after entering 4th Heaven True Saint realm in 300 to 400 years, he could mostly fight at par against a 3rd Resurrection Primal Ancestor, and that was far from enough to conquer the alien lands. Although there was no 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestor expert amongst the alien lands' Primal Ancestor experts, there were 5th and 6th Resurrection experts. Huang Xiaolong extended his palm and a streak of blood light flew out. The flying heaven blood steel hovered above his palm, exuding a devilish blood-colored glow. The flying heaven blood steel was related to the alien lands' flying heaven race's royal family's secret. The flying heaven race's 1st-generation patriarch, Fei Wushuang, had found the flying heaven blood steel in the depths of World River at the end of alien land. The steel was the key to opening Fei Wushuang's secret treasure trove. When Fei Wushuang had set out from the alien lands with the flying heaven blood steel, he had left a pile of all the good things he had collected through the years in one place. Fei Wushuang's secret treasure trove did not lack holy-grade materials and grand Dao treasures that he had obtained from his travels through the alien lands, and there were many grand Dao treasures Fei Wushuang had found from the World River's depths. Many of these holy-grade materials and grand Dao treasures were beneficial to improving one's cultivation. If Huang Xiaolong could get his hands on those treasures, he had hope of advancing to fourth heaven true saint in 200 years. And with a stroke of luck, the time could be halved. Then again, it was easier said than done to get his hands on Fei Wushuang's secret treasure trove. The moment he arrived at the Flying Heaven race with the Flying Heaven bloodsteel, he would be hunted down by the Flying Heaven race's experts in order to regain the Flying Heaven bloodsteel. The Flying Heaven race would not permit the Flying Heaven bloodsteel and Fei Wushuang's secret treasury to fall in another person's hand, much less a human. The Flying Heaven race's current patriarch, Fei Yanzi, was a mid-first resurrection primal ancestor. Therefore, before he had full confidence that he could suppress Fei Yanzi by force, Huang Xiaolong couldn't appear at the Flying Heaven race. Huang Xiaolong collected the Flying Heaven blood steel back into his body and summoned He Luo. After that, he walked out of the mysterious ice race's central headquarters. He planned to stroll around Yang City's trading market to see if there was anything good that he needed. On the way to the trading market, the conversation of the alien race experts in front of them drifted to Huang Xiaolong's ears. "I've heard that even the nearby Qingxian Holy Grounds Qingxian Holy Emperor will be attending the Hongzhen Holy Emperor's new disciple ceremony." "What? Even Qingxian Holy Emperor is going to attend?" Hongzhen Holy Emperor actually managed to invite Qingxian Holy Emperor. "I swear it's true. Not only Qingxian Holy Emperor will attend the ceremony, but he will also be bringing Princess Qingxian with him." After hearing that Princess Qingxian, the several alien races experts' eyes lit up with reverence and worship. Huang Xiaolong's interest was stoked hearing that. Qingxian Holy Emperor? The Qingxian Holy Emperor was the strongest person amongst the dozen holy grounds in the vicinity, and he was a sixth heaven true saint, who was highly respected and had great prestige amongst these dozen holy grounds. Qingxian was also the Qingxian race's patriarch, as well as the dissociation domain lord. The beloved daughter of Qianxian Holy Emperor, Princess Qingxian, whose real name was Qing, was both talented and beautiful. She had the reputation of being the most beautiful woman in these dozen holy grounds. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't know if she was really the most beautiful woman in the area, but he was certain that her talent was not low. Huang Xiaolong inwardly estimated that her talent rivaled some of the Holy Heavens Organization's inner disciples. The Holy Heavens Organization was one of the Holy World's top forces, and comparing someone to an inner disciple of such a powerhouse was a recognition of Qing Ying's talent. In other words, Qing Ying was outstanding even compared to the entire alien land's disciples. Of course, her talents were not compared to his. Still, when can my godheads evolve into the top 10 ranks? Huang Xiaolong sighed inwardly. Previously at the Zhangqiong Holy Manor, he had devoured Li Chun and Xie Bufan. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had thought that his 3 holy souls could evolve into the top 10 ranks after devouring them. But in the end, his 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads were still hovering outside the top 10 ranks. In between, he had refined and absorbed many true Saint Experts Saint attributes, but still his 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads had not rushed into the top 10 ranks. However, Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that the 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads had been accumulating power all these years, and once their accumulation reached a certain point, they would evolve into the top 10 ranks, or maybe even rush into the top 5. The thing was that although evolvable complete Dao Saint Godheads represented heaven-defying talent, progress was undeniably difficult when nearing the top 10 ranks. For example, if Huang Xiaolong's Golden Buddha Saint Godhead evolved to the 5th rank Myriad Creation Saint Godhead, no matter how many Saint Godheads he devoured, his complete Dao Saint Godhead wouldn't rise to the 4th rank Great Immemorial Saint Godhead. Despite being unable to evolve into the top 10 ranks in a short time, as Huang Xiaolong continued to devour others' saint attributes, the powers of his 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads did grow stronger, albeit the slow speed. Still, each of his Saint Godhead did not fall far behind the 4th-ranked Great Immemorial Saint Godhead. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong and He Luo arrived at Yang City's trading market. Huang Xiaolong noticed that on this particular day, Yang City's trading market was more crowded than usual, and he even spotted several groups of alien races experts from nearby holy grounds. Hongzhen Holy Emperor's apprenticeship ceremony was only a few months away. Hence, experts from various holy grounds had already started their journey to the Hongxian holy grounds. Not to mention that Yangzidi's trading market was one of the largest trading markets in the Hongxian holy grounds. Therefore, it was not strange that these alien races experts would stop by and take a look when passing by the city. Not long after Huang Xiaolong and He Luo entered the trading market area, the crowd around them stirred in excitement. Many of the alien race's disciples were swarming towards the trading market's entrance with excited expressions. Princess Qingxian is here in Yang City. I heard she's heading to the trading market here. Some of the alien race's disciples said excitedly to their companions.